Morning, welcome everybody. A hurricane of epic proportions is now barreling toward the northeast United States. I'm Soledad O'Brien, and I'm coming to you live this morning from Columbus Circle in the heart of Manhattan. Right now, 50 million people are bracing from what could be an onslaught from a once-in-a-lifetime hurricane named Sandy.
Sandy is 1,000 miles wide, packing gale force winds. I'm John Berman alongside New York Harbor here, where officials are concerned a storm surge 11 feet high could swamp this city, causing catastrophic damage.
And the race for the White House blown right off the front pages. I'm Zoraida Samble. Hurricane Sandy forcing the candidates to cancel campaign stops and creating havoc for voters as well. CNN special hurricane coverage starts right now on Early Start.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. You're watching CNN special live coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I'm Soledad O'Brien, coming to you live this morning from Columbus Circle, which is right in the heart of Manhattan. We are tracking this morning this storm, which is being called a once-in-a-lifetime storm, as it continues to bear down on the northeast, specifically New York and New Jersey. Now, if you take a look at the radar, and that's where we'll start this morning, we can see that this storm is massive. It's intimidating as well, nearly 1,000 miles wide, with hurricane force winds extending out from the eye for roughly 175 miles. Now, as predicted, Sandy has already started veering toward the coastline now. It's expected to make landfall, we know, in southern New Jersey either late today or early tomorrow, and expected to affect some 50 million people. The hurricane's already been doing some damage in North Carolina. The massive energy from the storm drove 12-foot waves into coastal homes. The threat's expected to remain for days now. Subways, schools shut down in Washington, in Philadelphia, in New York as well. Markets closed too. Wall Street completely shut down. Last time that happened was back on 9/11, back in 2001. CNN has Hurricane Sandy covered like no other network on television. You just heard from John Berman. He's standing by live this morning in Battery Park City in lower Manhattan, where they are expecting a serious storm surge there. He'll be talking about that. Rob Marciano is live for us this morning from Asbury Park in New Jersey. Ocean City, Maryland, we've got CNN's Sandra Endo standing by there for us. George Howell is monitoring for us what's happening, those conditions in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. Throughout the morning, we're also going to have a chance to talk to emergency officials across the Northeast, in Norfolk, Virginia, in Philadelphia, in Newark, New Jersey, in Atlantic City, in Connecticut. The governor there, Daniel Malloy, will be joining us this morning. Also, Maryland's Governor Martin O'Malley will be our guest as well. He'll be joining us from Reisterstown in Maryland. So lots to talk about. This monster storm, we know, packing 75-mile-an-hour winds right now. And if the forecasts hold, as they are expected to do, New Jersey is now expected to take the brunt of it. Let's get right to meteorologist Rob Marciano. He's in Asbury Park, New Jersey, as we mentioned. So, Rob, first, how are the conditions where you are, and what are the predictions for what we're going to see in the next 12 hours or so?
Well, you know, we say this every time a hurricane approaches, as you know, conditions will be deteriorating. But this is such an unusual situation, an unusual storm, such a huge storm, as you pointed out, that conditions really have been bad since yesterday afternoon. Matter of fact, last night it was windier than it is now. So we'll get to that sort of ebb and flow going on throughout the day today. But as the center of this thing gets a little bit closer, and it's still very, very far away, at 400 miles away, things will really start to go downhill in a hurry as we get towards this afternoon. All right, let's go over the specifics of the storm, the satellite, and the statistics. 75-mile-an-hour winds, that has not changed. A Category 1 storm. We talk about the historic proportions of this. It is the second lowest pressure at 950 millibars that we've seen this far north, and it's also the second largest tropical storm since we've been keeping track of that kind of record since 1988. We may break the pressure record of the 1938 historic Long Island Express hurricane as we go through time, because there's a chance that this continues to actually strengthen as it gets closer to the shore. Here's the forecast track. This hasn't changed. Our computer models really the last few days have really done a phenomenal job after really putting out some weird solutions about a week and a half ago. But it looks like it will make landfall about 50, maybe 100 miles south of where I stand, about 100 miles or so south of New York City. That puts the greater metropolitan area on the bad side of this storm, the right side, the northeast side, where the brunt of the heavier winds will be and the biggest amount of storm surge. Where's the rain right now? Right now, it's across the D.C. area, stretching south towards the North Carolina coastline, where they continue to get pounded by wind and waves there. At 400 miles away, moving to the north at about 10 miles an hour. Well, you do the math. Later on today, we're going to start to see some of this action. Actually, will begin to accelerate towards the west as we go through time. I want to talk briefly about a storm surge to the north. That's where it's going to be the worst. That would include New York Harbor. It would include Connecticut, Long Island Sound. That's where the highest storm surge may very well be, because of this long fetch of easterly winds where that wind will be pushing that water up against the coastline. We could see 6 to 11 feet of surge there. It looks like it's definitely going to be higher than Irene, and that's what has folks worried in New York Harbor. Also has folks worried here in New Jersey. Here's what Governor Chris Christie had to say about his warning to the state yesterday.
So don't be stupid. Get out and go to higher, safer ground. The margin for error for me being wrong and you going and staying at a friend's house for 2 days, I think is significantly better than winding up with a severe injury or death for yourself or for your family.
You know, some public officials caught some heat after Hurricane Irene, at least along the immediate coastline. A lot of folks felt it was overblown, but I stand by their warnings then, because it's better to be safe than sorry. And this one is bigger and in many instances badder than Hurricane Irene was just over 12 months ago. Soledad, back to you.
All right, Rob, thank you. And Chris Christie is completely right. Just go to higher ground just for a couple of days, bring some stuff. And if you're wrong, well, then fine. But this is not shaping up to be something that'll be anything like Irene, frankly. New York City, of course, here we are bracing for the impact. Mass transit in the city was shut down last night. That means that the subways and the buses and the rail systems all were brought to a halt. 7 p.m. is when they told people they were going to stop last night. Central Park, which is right behind me, 5 p.m. last night, they were kicking people out, said the park is now closed. They actually had a lot of damage from Hurricane Irene, from just trees being overtopped there and toppled over. Meantime, thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate the low-lying areas in the 5 boroughs, particularly in Manhattan and in Brooklyn, and that includes Battery Park City. That's where John Berman is, in Lower Manhattan. John, how's it look where you are this morning?
It's really an empty, eerie calm here, Soledad. Some 370,000 people have been evacuated from the low-lying areas, including where I am, Battery Park City, also Brooklyn, behind me, Staten Island. Those areas all evacuated. People going to crash with friends, staying in hotels, or going to some 70 to 76 evacuation centers that have been set up around the city. They had to leave before 7 o'clock last night, really, because that's when the subway shut down, so it's harder to get around here. Mayor Michael Bloomberg said he's not going to force people from their homes here. He's just asking, really begging people to get out. Why? Because if they stay, they put themselves at risk. They also put emergency workers at risk if they have to come in and try to rescue them after the fact. The big concern here is the storm surge. They're saying 6 to 11 feet high. That's a full 2 feet higher than we saw during Hurricane Irene. Irene did cause some minor flooding here, but that extra 2 feet could cause serious, catastrophic flooding here. What they're saying is it could lap up over the edge right here where I'm standing. This is one of the barriers, the storm walls right here. That water could easily get up, cover where I'm standing right now, and flood this entire area. One of the things they're concerned about is electricity. Mayor Michael Bloomberg said one of the things they might have to do is shut down completely 2 electrical networks that run through the underground area in this part of the city. That could affect at least 17,000 people, but you can imagine how that would get higher and higher as the day goes on. The real problem, again, the storm surge, it's a full moon today, so the high tides are even higher. High tide right here where I'm standing around 8:50 p.m. tonight. Michael Bloomberg says this will be a slow, steady rise throughout the day, with the worst of it really coming at that high tide point at 8:50 p.m. tonight. That is what they're most concerned about. The mayor says it is best to be safe. Get out now if you're still down here in this area. Soledad?
All right, John, thank you. And of course, another thing to mention, it's cold, and that's often unusual when you're covering hurricanes. And that means that if you lose the power for people, they're looking at temperatures in this region along the Northeast, in some places 30 degrees. So without power, that is a big problem for people. And they're estimating some 10 million people could lose power from this storm. All the things that we're watching and monitoring for you this morning. Listen, ahead this morning, in our special coverage of Hurricane Sandy, we're going to be talking to Anna Kate Twitty. She's with the Nassau County chapter of the American Red Cross. Her part of Long Island is expected to take a direct hit. We're going to talk to her this morning about what the Red Cross is doing to best prepare for the onslaught of Hurricane Sandy. Also this morning, we'll be talking with some of the governors of states that have been affected already and what they're concerned about as the brunt of Hurricane Sandy rolls through. Got to take a short break. We're back in just a moment with our special coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching CNN special coverage of Hurricane Sandy, which is approaching the Northeast coast. Listen, emergency services personnel are telling us that they are prepared to respond as necessary to the effects of Hurricane Sandy. The National Weather Service is forecasting that the brunt of the storm, much of the storm, could in fact hit Long Island this afternoon, late this evening. Anna Kate Twitty is the spokeswoman for the New York chapter of the American Red Cross, the Nassau County, New York chapter, and she joins us by phone. Anna Kate, thanks for talking with us. Talk to me a little bit first about your preparations right now.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me this morning. The American Red Cross has launched a multi-state response to help people in the storm's path. We have mobilized hundreds of volunteers, and we have multiple shelters open across 7 states and anticipate that number to continue to grow. We have pre-positioned relief supplies, such as cots, blankets, and food, ready to go into affected areas once the storm is passed. We also have over 100 emergency response vehicles that will go into those communities once it is safe to do so. We're encouraging people right now to locate, identify shelter if they haven't already evacuated, listen to local authorities, and find a Red Cross shelter. You can do this by downloading our Red Cross Hurricane app or visiting our website at redcross.org or calling 1-800-RED-CROSS. And make sure that you find a safe place to go in your house. If you don't seek shelter, we have Red Cross shelters available across these states.
Anna Kate, let me ask you a question about how many people you are preparing to be able to house in some of these shelters.
Absolutely, and it depends on each shelter location, but most shelters can hold up hundreds of people. We expect that we will, over the next coming days and weeks, shelter thousands of people, and we have trained disaster volunteers that have mobilized from areas across the country to make sure that we provide a safe place, a warm meal, and emotional support to folks that have come and that are residing in our shelter.
All right, quick final point for you. Folks can go online to be able to track down where these shelters are if they had to?
Absolutely. They can visit our website at redcross.org, call 1-800-RED-CROSS, or we have a new free Red Cross Hurricane app for iPhone and Android users, which has preloaded emergency content, also shelter locations, and real-time weather alerts. So we encourage people to go through those 3 means, and also tune into your local media outlets for ongoing shelter locations.
Right. Anna Kate Twitty, she is with the Long Island American Red Cross, Nassau County specifically, advising us on what they're doing there to prepare. Thank you for that. Okay, the southeast coast of the United States was the very first to feel that brunt of Hurricane Sandy here. For folks in the United States, the hurricane kicked up powerful waves along the Outer Banks of North Carolina all day on Sunday, hit the area with strong winds and heavy rain. CNN's George Howell is in Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina for us this morning. It's a community on the Outer Banks. So, George, describe for me a little bit about what you're seeing right now.
Well, Soledad, good morning. You know, we're talking about an area that has really been under these conditions for the last 72 hours. We're talking about strong winds that are coming through, wind gusts tonight, or rather this morning, anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour. There's also a real great concern, Soledad, about the storm surge from this storm. Just, 2 days ago, we walked the beach here along the Outer Banks. That beach is no longer there, and you see how quickly the Atlantic has risen. Many of the same conditions that people will be dealing with today in New York City. Also, there's a concern on the other side of the Outer Banks, the Sound side, as these winds continue to shift It pushes water into areas that are prone to flooding. That's a real problem. They're keeping an eye on that. Soledad, one other thing that's very important to talk about. The U.S. Coast Guard, they've identified a tall sailing ship that's about 90 miles from where we are now, about 160 miles from the eye of this storm. It's a ship that's lost propulsion, and right now there are 17 people on board that ship. That ship is at the mercy of the ocean. The Coast Guard has identified the location. They found the ship. They've regained communication with the crew. And right now it's a matter of trying to get out there and get to them. But again, a developing situation just off the coast of North Carolina, something that the Coast Guard and, of course, we will be keeping a very close eye on, Soledad.
Obviously. All right, George Howell monitoring all those things for us this morning. Thank you, George. Appreciate that. Still ahead this morning, the Jersey Shore is racing for and bracing for the brunt of this storm. The hurricane is creeping closer. We're expecting landfall sometime this evening. We're going to take you to New Jersey to update you on what's happening there straight ahead. We're back in just a moment. You're watching CNN special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Morning. Welcome back, everybody. Let's start with some pictures, live pictures from Virginia Beach, Virginia, where you can see the wind is picking up, and also there's some choppy waves in the backdrop there. We're monitoring what's happening today as we continue with our CNN special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. We are going to track Sandy's every move as it makes its way toward where we are expecting it to make landfall in New Jersey a little bit later this evening. There's a new advisory expected out at 5 o'clock this morning. We're going to bring that to you live when it happens. Right now, we know that this storm is packing a 75-mile-an-hour punch, and if the forecasts hold, as I mentioned, we're looking at New Jersey as the place where they will get a major hit. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is in New Jersey this morning. He's in Asbury Park. He is monitoring the conditions there and also the forecast as well for us. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. So here we are about 40 miles or so due south of New York City and about maybe 20 or 25 miles south of the inlet to New York Harbor, where this surge could certainly be historic. But the waves here across New Jersey have been pounding. We stand on the Berkeley Hotel, which there's a lot of history here in Asbury Park, as you know, from the heyday of the 20s to a lot of ebb and flows in the economic cycles. It's on the surge of another economic comeback. We're a couple hundred miles, or a couple hundred yards, I should say, from the ocean. And last night, during the high tide cycle, the water was well beyond the normal side, probably up about 3 feet above average, right up lapping against the boardwalk. So later on today and tonight, when the high tide cycle peaks again around 8, 9 o'clock, which is, by the way, around when Sandy should be making landfall just south of here, we expect a storm surge of at least 4, possibly as high as 8 feet. So that would mean that water would come up and over the boardwalk and possibly flooding these streets back through the rest of Asbury Park. Well, up and down New Jersey, that's a similar situation that's going to happen along the coastline. On top of that, inland flooding, the devastating winds that Sandy is going to bring. And government officials and governors across the Northeast corridor have certainly been warning their constituents. This is what Governor Chris Christie had to say to New Jersey yesterday.
So don't be stupid. Get out and go to higher, safer ground. The margin for error for me being wrong and you going and staying at a friend's house for 2 days, I think is significantly better than winding up with a severe injury or death for yourself or for your family.
Always a straight talker, and he was a straight talker during Hurricane Irene with similar warnings. Irene, as far as folks who lived near the cities, they felt it wasn't that big of a deal, but obviously a multi-billion-dollar disaster, especially further inland. So better play it safe than sorry. And it looks like not only here across Jersey, but up and down the East Coast, and especially there in lower Manhattan, so that people are heeding the warning. You had about a 4 and change foot storm surge from Irene, as John Berman pointed out, likely to be higher than that here. So I think we're going to have some serious problems across some of the city's infrastructure, not only in New York City, but also here in New Jersey when this thing makes landfall later on tonight. So that's
all right. Rob Marciano for us this morning. Thank you, Rob. Rob will continue to monitor what's happening there in Asbury Park and also the forecast for us as well this morning. I want to get a look at some of the other stories that are making news today. Zoraida Sambalin is inside where it's warm. Good morning, Z.
It is warm in here. Thank you, Soledad. And mindful of the potential impact of Hurricane Sandy, both the Romney and Obama campaigns have suspended email fundraising in Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, North Carolina, and also the District of Columbia. Both candidates canceled campaign events in Virginia as well. And the storm could also create havoc with early voting in states that are in its path. Maryland's governor already canceled early voting in his state for today. And in Virginia, the governor said polling centers will be a top priority for restoring power if it is lost there. And the San Francisco Giants are world champions for the second time in the last 3 seasons. They swept the Tigers away with a 10-inning Game 4 win in Detroit. This was last night, folks. Giants third baseman Pablo Sandoval was named most valuable player in the series, and he says there is no I in MVP.
It's a team. It's a team. Oh, I'd say thank you to my team, to give me the opportunity to be here. The 562 game. 5 in the 2 last series. Win 6, elimination games, tough.
Well, the Giants finished with 7 straight postseason wins and now the 7th World Series title in team history. Hooray for them. Soledad?
All right, Zoraida, thanks very much. We're going to continue to check in with Zoraida for some of the stories making news that are not Hurricane Sandy. However, CNN is the place to turn to follow the latest developments in this hurricane with our special coverage this morning. Lots to talk about. We know that this storm is approximately 1,000 miles wide, and it is now converging on the New Jersey coast. We're going to be monitoring that with team coverage this morning from North Carolina to New York. Also, all eyes on lower Manhattan as well. There are predictions that there could be 11-foot waves that could come crashing ashore from the storm surge. We're going to take you to lower Manhattan because if that did happen, that could be catastrophic. We're monitoring what's happening there as well. You're watching our special coverage. We've got to take a short break. We're back right after this. Stay with us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back, everybody. Breaking news now as we get a new advisory on Hurricane Sandy. We want to get right to Rob Marciano, who is in Asbury Park, New Jersey, with a closer look at what this latest advisory is telling us. Rob?
It's strengthened, Soledad. We're up to 85-mile-an-hour winds now. So, and there's a possibility from reading some of the nuggets sent in from the National Hurricane Center that it could strengthen some more. We knew we had that possibility still over the Gulf Stream, where waters are still warm enough to sustain a hurricane, and also getting into an environment where it favored strengthening. So that's what we've seen. Here it is on the satellite picture. Again, 85-mile-an-hour winds. That's a moderate strength Category 1 storm with possible strengthening as we go through time. It's about 380 miles south of New York City. Its movement has picked up a little bit northerly at about 15 miles an hour, and we still expect that turn towards the west later on. This thing is huge. Reading some of the technical stuff, the tropical storm force winds, the diameter of tropical storm force winds, nearly 800 miles wide. That is huge. The second largest tropical system that we've seen in the last few decades. And also, the hurricane force winds extend 150 miles out. The amount of damaging winds is about 350 to 400 miles wide. So that's winds of over 55 miles an hour. That is a huge swath of real estate that will be impacted by damaging winds and when this thing makes its way onshore. All right, here's the latest forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. Hopefully our graphics are updated here, but it really hasn't changed a whole lot. The only thing that has changed is that it may very well come on as a slightly stronger hurricane or post-tropical storm strength hurricane, meaning that right now we're getting into the colder air, and that temperature contrast and that jet stream, because of that temperature contrast, is going to only add more fuel to the fire here in the next 12 to 18 hours. So things continue to unfold here along the Jersey coastline. The Delmarva is where we expect landfall, or just north of that here along the South Jersey coastline. We're probably about 50 to 100 miles from where this is expected to make landfall. And Governor Christie yesterday had a number of things to say to his constituents in New Jersey. A very straight-talking governor. Here's yet another little soundbite from him.
And we want everybody to stay off the roads. Again, we can't emphasize this enough. Don't try to go out there and be a hero or act as if there's nothing going on here. Something is happening. It's important, and we need to have you stay inside.
Coastal communities up and down the New Jersey shoreline have been evacuated, and from what we've seen so far here, Soledad, the citizens of New Jersey have taken heed to that warning given by the governor yesterday. Again, 85-mile-an-hour winds now, strengthening Category 1 storm is Hurricane Sandy, and more strengthening possible as this huge storm makes its way towards the northeastern coastline throughout the day today. So that.
All right, Rob, thank you for the update. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the morning. We're in Columbus Circle, and you can see right over my shoulder is Central Park. Yesterday, around 5 in the afternoon, they started closing the park, kicking everybody out. Obviously, the big issue there are the trees. They lost some trees in Hurricane Irene, where the winds were nowhere near as high as what Rob was just talking about. Entire mass transit system as well for New York City has been shut down. That means there are no subways running. There are no buses running. There are no trains running. Thousands of people have been ordered out, evacuated from the low-lying coastal areas in Brooklyn and in lower Manhattan as well. John Berman is in Battery Park City. Got some flooding there with Hurricane Irene, the last hurricane that we saw here. This time around, John, it's expected to be significantly worse, correct?
Significantly worse. They're saying the storm surge could be 6 to 11 feet high. That's a full 2 feet higher than Hurricane Irene. Why is that important? Well, there was a study out of Columbia University that said had Hurricane Irene been 1 foot worse, a storm surge 1 foot higher, it could have caused an additional $50 billion in damage. That's serious. The storm surge 2 feet high, that would come 2 feet higher. That would come up, to my knees here. It would flood the subway system, flood the electrical grid. Mayor Michael Bloomberg has said that he's already considering shutting down 2 electrical networks here, which would take out power to some 17,000 people, but it could be much higher than that. It's very eerily calm and empty down here right now, Soledad, as well it should be. The city ordered mandatory evacuations of some 370,000 people from the low-lying areas here in lower Manhattan, also the other boroughs. People are staying in about 76 storm shelters, or they've gone to hotels or to crash with friends. Mayor Michael Bloomberg really almost begged people to get out of their homes. Let's listen.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety, and that if you refuse to evacuate, you're not only putting yourself at risk, but also the first responders who will have to assist you in an emergency.
Now, again, the storm surge here expected to be 6 to 11 feet high. The real trouble spot, the time to watch, high tide tonight, around 8:50 tonight. We have a full moon, so the high tides could be even higher if that storm surge comes at the wrong time. During that high tide with the full moon, that is when it could be particularly dangerous. Soledad?
All right, John Berman for us watching what's happening in lower Manhattan. I should add to the long list of closings that I read to you earlier, also public schools. Public schools, private schools are out of session. They've canceled them for today, possibly tomorrow as well. We want to get to George Howell. He's in Kill Devil Hills, which is in North Carolina in the Outer Banks. They have felt the brunt of Sandy already. Update us on what you're seeing, George.
Soledad, good morning. We're talking about an area here that has really been under these conditions for the last 72 hours. A lot less of the rain, the sand that we had yesterday coming through, but definitely still feeling the winds. These wind gusts anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour at times. And there's a real concern, Soledad, about 2 things. First of all, storm surge. We know that there was a beach just a few days ago. We walked the beach. That beach is no longer there. You see how quickly the Atlantic has risen given this storm. They're expecting anywhere from 4 to 6 feet of storm surge on the Atlantic side. Then the Sound side. There's a worry about this storm is shifting directions, wind directions, pushing water into different places and causing flooding, as it did with Irene when it passed through. One other thing, Soledad, of great importance, just off the coast from us, about 90 miles here from the Outer Banks and about 160 miles from the eye of this storm, there is a ship presently out at the mercy of the ocean, a ship with 17 people on board. It's a sailing ship. The U.S. Coast Guard has regained communications with them. They know where that ship is. And now it's a matter of trying to get out there. Again, this is a sailing ship that lost propulsion. People are on that ship are just at the mercy of the waves, so they're trying to get to them at this hour.
Oh my goodness, George! What a horrible thing to be out in the ocean in a tall ship, 100 miles from land,
with the waves.
And the waves and being
Absolutely.
Completely without propulsion at this time. All right, hopefully emergency officials will be able to get to them and rescue the 17 people on that ship. Thank you for watching that for us. Lots coming up. We're going to talk to emergency officials who will be able to tell us about their preparations this morning. Also, we're going to be talking with the governor of Connecticut. Daniel Malloy will join us to talk about what's happening in Connecticut, what they're concerned about, and what their emergency preps look like. And Governor Martin O'Malley will join us as well, live from Friarstown in Maryland. He's the Maryland governor, obviously, to tell us how Maryland is looking and what they're planning to do for this storm. You're watching CNN's special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. We'll update you on everything that's happening. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. You're taking a look at some live pictures from Kill Devil Hills in the Outer Banks in North Carolina. George Howell's reporting from there for us this morning. He's been watching developments there. He has reported for us that Hurricane Sandy has been camped out there for a little bit, and they've been feeling the effects, not only high wind, but also the storm surge covering up at least one beach that he talked about. We want to get right now to Sandra Endo. She's in Ocean City in Maryland with the latest on how it looks there. Sandra, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. The mandatory evacuation order has been in effect since yesterday for downtown Ocean City, and all night long we've seen unrelenting rain and wind. The wind gust is up to 45 miles per hour at some points. Now, take a look. This is something new this morning. It's 3 hours from high tide, and you can see the ocean. The waves are fierce, they're big, they're rough, and this is the first time we're seeing them actually lap on to the sand dune here that's protecting the shoreline and the property line from the water. And clearly this is only going to get worse because, again, we are 3 hours away from high tide and the rain is just not giving up here. And again, we are about 100 yards from the property line. That's certainly a big concern for residents and local officials here in Ocean City. They say the storm surge is really what is going to be the biggest threat in this area. Soledad.
All right, Sandra Endo watching things for us in Maryland there. Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate it. We'll continue to get updates from Sandra and everyone else who's covering the story for us throughout the morning. Want to get right now to Jim Reddick. He is the director of the Emergency Operations Center in Norfolk, Virginia, which is right by Chesapeake Bay on the eastern coast of that state. Jim, it's nice to talk to you. Thank you for being with us. Give me a sense of what your emergency preparations look like right now. What are you expecting?
Okay, sure. Well, as far as the emergency protective actions that we've taken, we've opened up shelters. We have 4 shelters right now with some folks in there. We opened parking garages and work with Norfolk Public Schools and some of our private sector partners in terms of providing some safe havens in areas on higher ground, so folks that do live in low-lying areas are able to park their vehicles there. We did close our downtown flood walls and the Mesa Creek floodgate. And we're working with our community partners. We're working as one team here, public, private, not-for-profit, higher education, military, all working together to respond to this incident. The current status is, it's the typical flooding areas in the city, but as was just reported, we're expecting a lot worse later today. 9:30, 10 o'clock with the high tides over 7 feet. So, the winds are picking up. We're looking at sustained winds of 39 miles per hour, which is the tropical storm force winds level, and gusts in the 60s. So with the saturated ground and the flooding, we're expecting more down trees and down power lines, power outages, and the like.
It all sounds very dire as we've been monitoring not only the forecast and the weather patterns as well with our meteorologists, but as we check in with the folks like you who are in charge of security and precautions and emergency operations. Are you feeling comfortable and confident with everything that you've got and how you prepared at this point?
Sure. Well, you can't plan for every contingency, but we certainly have the partnerships and the relationships in place to get through anything that any adversity come our way. So we feel good with where we are. We have a good idea of what's coming, so we know Norfolk's pretty resilient, so we'll be able to get through whatever Sandy brings to us.
All right, we're very glad to hear that Jim Reddick is the director of the Emergency Operations Center in Norfolk this morning. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. I want to get right back to Zoraida. She's got to look at some of the other stories that are making news today. Good morning, Z.
Good morning to you, Soledad. Hurricane Sandy is having an impact on the presidential race with just 8 days until Election Day. Both the Romney and Obama campaigns have suspended email fundraising in some of the states that are in the storm's path: Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, North Carolina, and the District of Columbia. And both candidates canceled campaign events that were scheduled in Virginia as well. And major newspapers have made their endorsements. President Obama garnered the support of the Blade in Toledo, Ohio, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and the Detroit Free Press. Mitt Romney was endorsed by the Des Moines Register in Iowa, the Richmond, Virginia Times-Dispatch, and the Press Enterprise in Riverside, California. And it is a San Francisco sweep. The Giants beat the Detroit Tigers last night to win the World Series in 4 straight. Game 4 went to extra innings. San Fran winning 4-3 and 10. The Panda, Pablo Sandoval, was named Series MVP. He says this year's Giants were special.
It's a team. It's a team. Oh, I'd say thank you to my team, you know, to give me the opportunity to be here. You know, the 562 game. You know, fight in the two last series. You know, win six, you know, elimination games, tough.
It is the Giants' second World Series title. This all in the last 3 years, Soledad.
Good news for them. Good news for them. All right, Z, thank you very much for that update. We'll continue to get to Zoraida for some of the stories making news this morning. In the meanwhile, we've got special coverage of Hurricane Sandy, which is expected to make landfall in New Jersey sometime this evening. We're monitoring the advisories as they come in. We're also going to talk about what's closed. Subways here in New York are closed, schools are closed, and markets are closed as well. Christine Romans will join us with a look at that straight ahead. We've got to take a short break. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. You're taking a look at some live pictures from Ocean City in Maryland. That's where Sandra Endo has been reporting for us. You can see the waves and the rain. We continue to monitor the progress of Hurricane Sandy as it makes its way toward landfall, expected sometime this evening in New Jersey. Behind me, Central Park. I'm at Columbus Circle in New York City. Everything in the city has been shut down. The trains were shut down last night. Central Park, people were kicked out at 5 p.m. Yesterday. And schools in New York as well have all been shut down. Markets as well. Christine Romans has an update on what is a very unusual thing, right, Christine? The last time this happened, this unplanned closing of the markets was 9/11, right?
That's right. It is incredibly rare to see the New York Stock Exchange shut for physical trading on the floor, but also for electronic trading as well. The last time we saw it for a weather-related event, Soledad, was 1985 and Hurricane Gloria. So incredibly rare. Only a terrorist attack and a very major storm shut down that trading floor. So for Americans today, for investors today, they will not be trading GM or Google for that matter, because the NASDAQ is also closing. And the NYMEX, that's where we trade oil futures. That floor is in an evacuation zone in Lower Manhattan. It will be shut as well. So 1 in 5 Americans lives in the path of this storm. So obviously they're not thinking about their 401k this morning. They're thinking about their property, which is why we saw this retail surge over the weekend as people prepared to protect their property. Some $87 billion worth of homes in the path of a storm surge, just the storm surge at risk, $87 billion. And that brings in the insurance companies into this part of the story as well. That'll be a part of the economic impact from the storm. We'll be closely watching as all of this area has to be insured and covered on the other end. Now, remember, this is a storm and this is a water and wind event. So that's what we'll be watching later into today and tomorrow to see just how much personal property is damaged because of this from the water and the wind. Again, a very rare convergence of storms. That means the stock exchange is closed. You had a lot of activity over the weekend from the stores and the like. You'll probably see that taper off today and tomorrow, and then pick up again as people start to fix whatever's broken and damaged. And also flight closures. A lot of the flights are offering, all of the airlines, by the way, are offering fee-free changes. Insist on fee-free changes if you're changing tickets, and don't even bother going to the airport. So that's where we sit with the economics of the story right now. You know, Soledad, it's so interesting. These can cut both ways. You get a lot of economic activity on the way into the storm, and then nothing, and then damages, and then a lot of economic activity coming on the other side as you clean up.
Right, as folks were preparing here in New York yesterday, Christine, you know, stores are running out of things. I, for one, don't have a flashlight. I'm probably one of the few people in New York City who lacks a flashlight. I couldn't find one. I went to every store. They did not have any more flashlights, so we're sort of stuck without them. And yeah, you're absolutely right, as people are waiting to see what the impact of this storm will be. You know, it's interesting. Hurricane Irene, which for many people, certainly here in New York City, felt was in some ways overhyped, although I don't know that you really can overhype what could be a devastating storm. That had a lot of damage. It was like $15 billion. So even when it's not perceived to be a massive storm, the cost can be huge.
And the water expectations are much higher for this storm than Irene. Remember, Irene was also a water event. You had flooding up and down the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. So this will be a water event, and water events are so expensive and so tricky. You know, I will point out to people today, you can't do anything at this point except for presumably you've prepared, you're sheltering in place. Please find your homeowner's insurance documents right now. Put them in a Ziploc. If you need to leave your home after that, if a tree comes on your roof, you're going to know what your coverage is. You want to know who to call. That's something that you can do really while you're waiting for the storm to hit. Make sure you have all that homeownership insurance. Make sure you have all those documents in order right now.
Yeah, I did that. I couldn't find a flashlight, so I worked on that instead. Christine Roman's updating us on the financial impact of what this storm could be. Thank you, Christine. Certainly appreciate it. Lots of closures to talk about, as we mentioned here in New York. The subways are closed. Central Park has been closed. There are no trains as well. Schools are closed. Lower Manhattan, big evacuations for Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan. John Berman's there for us. He's going to update us on what's happening there. 375,000 people have been evacuated from these low-lying areas. We're going to update you on what is happening with this storm as we wait for Hurricane Sandy to make landfall. We're expecting that sometime this evening. CNN, obviously, the place to be to get the very latest on this storm. We're back in just a moment. Stay with us. Morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm Soledad O'Brien. We're coming to you live from Columbus Circle in New York. You are watching CNN special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Right now, 50 million people are bracing for this epic storm. We are expecting it will make landfall tonight.
I'm John Berman, live in the evacuation zone in Lower Manhattan. A storm surge 11 feet high. Officials worry it could cripple America's largest city.
And Hurricane Sandy forcing both campaigns to change course. I'm Zoraida Sambalin. President Obama and Mitt Romney doing some last-minute rearranging with 8 days left until America votes. CNN special hurricane coverage starts right now on Early Start.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. You're watching CNN special, continuing live coverage of Hurricane Sandy as this monster of a storm is closing in on the Northeast. One Coast Guard official is seeing two possible scenarios playing out today. He says it could be bad or it could be absolute devastation. So both of those scenarios, very, very bad, obviously. Take a look right now at Hurricane Sandy, where it is. It's a Category 1 hurricane, nearly 1,000 miles wide, with hurricane force winds extending 175 miles out from the eye. An estimated 50 million people in an 800-mile area are expected to be impacted by the storm, and CNN has Hurricane Sandy covered like no other network this morning. I'm in Midtown Manhattan, right near Central Park. John Berman is standing by in Lower Manhattan. He's keeping an eye on what is predicted to be a storm surge of up to 11 feet or so. Rob Marciano is covering New Jersey for us. That's where landfall is expected to be. He's in Asbury Park, New Jersey. In Ocean City, Maryland, CNN's Sandra Endo is reporting for us, following what's happening there. We've seen high winds and waves there as well. George Howell is monitoring what's happening in the Outer Banks, specifically in Kill Devil Hills, which is in North Carolina. Throughout this morning, we're also going to be talking to emergency officials who are in Norfolk, Virginia, in Philadelphia, in Newark, New Jersey, in Atlantic City. We'll be talking to the Connecticut Governor, Daniel Malloy, will be joining us from Hartford. Maryland's Governor, Martin O'Malley, will be joining us from Ryerstown in Maryland this morning as well. We want to begin with Rob Marciano. As I mentioned, he is in New Jersey, Asbury Park, a little bit of a ways north, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Rob, of where the landfall is expected. What are we looking for time-wise for landfall for this storm?
Timing hasn't changed a whole lot, so well, if anything, maybe it's moved up a few hours. We're looking at it tonight. So sometime tonight, 8, 10, maybe midnight. For landfall to happen south of us, maybe by about 50 to 100 miles. But you mentioned we're north of where we expect the center to make landfall. This storm is so big and will be so different from so many other tropical storms that we've covered. You don't want to look at where it's just going to hit, because the winds are so big with this thing that hundreds of miles on either side of it, you're going to see damaging winds. And the latest forecast or latest stats from the National Hurricane Center indicate that it has strengthened to 85-mile-an-hour winds. The wind radii continue to expand. It is 800 miles in width as far as tropical storm strength. They're feeling winds in Atlanta. They're going to be feeling winds across the Great Lakes. Waves on Lake Michigan may very well reach 20 or 25 feet. And we haven't even talked really about the snow. At least 2 feet of snow behind this thing in West Virginia. An extraordinary event. And again, expected to make landfall later on tonight. It's about 380 miles south of New York City. And conditions obviously will continue to deteriorate. These are the kind of preps that are happening across parts of of New Jersey. They're boarding up in Atlantic City. There's already been some flooding in Ocean City. Seabright, just south of New York City at the entrance to New York Harbor. They're making preps there. That will be a very hard-hit area. And the storm surge is certainly something along the coastline that we're very concerned about here in Jersey. Anywhere from 4 to 8 feet of storm surge expected. That will bring the water up and over the boardwalk here at Asbury Park. So up and down the coastline, coastal residents have fled in evacuation zones. And Governor Chris Christie had some strong words for his constituents yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
So don't be stupid. Get out and go to higher, safer ground. The margin for error for me being wrong and you going and staying at a friend's house for 2 days, I think is significantly better than winding up with a severe injury or death for yourself or for your family.
Oh, always a straight talker, and it seems, at least from what we've seen here, people are certainly taking that advice. We mentioned that this storm has strengthened, Soledad. The barometric pressure has dropped to 946 millibars. That now ties a record for the lowest pressure north of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, tying now the 1938 Long Island Express hurricane that almost 75 years ago did so much damage to this area.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you a couple questions. Right now, behind me in New York City, you know, it's so early in the morning. This is not usually a bustling area this early in the morning. But what you don't even see are the cabs. You know, like there's nobody on the streets, and that's a little bit unusual. What kind of damage? I know you've talked a lot about sort of the impact on the coast. What kind of damage are they thinking about with these high winds in a city? Nobody's really boarded up their windows. And, you know, one thing, I look at these scaffolding everywhere, and it makes me really nervous. What do you think?
It should make you nervous, and the higher up you go, you know, you add a category of storm if you go up, you know, about 30 stories. So that is always a concern when you talk about the winds with this thing. And now that it's interacting with a strong jet stream, the winds of hurricane force or greater, at least hurricane gusts, will be as far north as New York City, maybe as far north in some cases during some gusts as Boston. So there's reason to be worried, and there's reason for, basically, if you haven't evacuated in the evacuation zones and you live in New York City or anywhere near the coastline, just shelter in place. Just hunker down, and if your home is surrounded by some tall trees later on this afternoon and tonight, you're going to want to think about getting down to the lowest level of your home, into the interior section of the home, just in case a tree falls on your house. And if you have a story above you to protect you, that's certainly going to be a wise choice to make. So lots of concern, Soledad, and yeah, from the city to the countryside, people just need to be self-aware and take care of their business over the next 24 hours.
Right. All right, Rob Marciano watching it all for us. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Flash flooding also is something people are concerned about. Power outages as well. One number that we've heard is 10 million people could lose power in the wake of this storm. Chesapeake Bay is already feeling some of the impact of the storm. People in the flood-prone neighborhoods have been ordered to get out there, as well as other areas in the Northeast. Sandra Endo is in Maryland for us this morning. Sandra, tell me a little bit about what you're seeing.
Well, we're here in Ocean City, Maryland, Soledad, and they have had a mandatory evacuation order for downtown here in Ocean City as of last night. And right now we are feeling the rain. We are feeling the wind gusts, sometimes pick up to about 45 miles per hour. Here's what's new this morning. Take a look at the water. The coastline here, it's not even high tide yet, and you can see those waves, and they are fierce. They're the biggest we've seen so far. They're certainly approaching the protective sand dune right there. And this is the first time we've seen it actually come up onto that sand dune. And there's about 100 yards from that sand dune to the property line here in Ocean City. So that's certainly something officials and residents are going to be keeping a watchful eye on. As we've been talking about, the storm surge is the biggest threat for areas like this one. They're talking about the long duration of Hurricane Sandy and the effects of this storm, coupled with the high tide and the full moon. That could all add up to a major storm surge. We're talking about flooding, possible power outages that could last for days. Soledad.
All right, Sandra Endo is in Ocean City in Maryland for us this morning. Thank you, Sandra, for the update. So here in New York, where we actually haven't had any rain or even those big wind gusts that Sandra and George Howell have been reporting for us this morning, but the impact of Hurricane Sandy has really been felt in a big way here in New York City in terms of closures. The entire mass transit system has been shut down here in New York. 375,000 people have been evacuated from the low-lying, flood-prone areas in both Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan. Life-threatening storm surge is predicting. That's a storm surge of 11 feet. John Berman's got updates for us on what's happening in terms of New York City. He's in one of those low-lying areas, Battery Park City. John, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. As you said, just completely empty down here today. No taxi cabs, no people walking on the street. I saw one lone cop wandering around just looking to see if there was anyone left out here. But no, some 370,000 people, mandatory evacuations ordered for them in these low-lying areas in Lower Manhattan, also the other boroughs right here. The big concern is the storm surge, 6 to 11 feet high. That is about a full 2 feet higher than we saw during Hurricane Irene. Why is that important? Well, there was a study out of Columbia University said that had Hurricane Irene been 1 foot higher, the storm surge 1 foot higher, it could have caused an additional $50 billion in damage. The flooding could come easily up over where I'm standing right now, probably right about to here. It would go into the subway tunnels, flood the electrical system. That is the concern here. Now, Mayor Michael Bloomberg, when he ordered the evacuations last night, practically begging people to leave their homes. Let's listen.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety, and that if you refuse to evacuate, you're not only putting yourself at risk, but also the first responders who will have to assist you in an emergency.
Now, we're not talking crashing waves here. We're talking a slow, steady rise in the water level. High tide tonight is at about at 8:50 p.m. If the storm surge comes right at that time, that could be the worst. There's a full moon tonight. The tide's even higher. So this water level behind me, I think you'll be able to see it in a few hours here. It's dark right now, but it's pretty high right now. We have a high tide at 8:30 this morning. It's about 2 feet below the seawall here. So if that crashes over here tonight, that is when there could be real problems. Soledad.
All right, John Berman watching that for us this morning. Thank you, John. Appreciate the update. So it was coastal residents in the southeast who were among the very first in the United States, the continental United States, to feel the brunt of Hurricane Sandy. 12-foot waves pounded the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Some of the roads there also are underwater today. At high tide, they're expected that there could be more flooding as well. Evacuations have been ordered for parts of the lower banks. Want to get right to Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina, which is in the Outer Banks, and it's where CNN's George Howell is reporting for us this morning. Hey, George, how's it looking for you?
Soledad, good morning. You know, we're talking about an area that has really been under these conditions for the last 72 hours. And we're seeing the wind gusts come and go, but the wind gusts have backed off compared to what we saw the other day. Also, less rain, less sand coming, that sideways rain. But we are expecting more rain showers as we're still under the effect of this storm system. The two big things that officials are focused on this morning, first of all, the storm surge. You can't see it out there. You'll be able to see it, as John said. You know, in a few hours, you'll be able to see where the water levels are. But, you know, there was a beach out there. The beach is gone. The Atlantic has risen quite quickly. And storm surge in this area could be anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. The further south you go, could get up to 7 feet. On the other side, on the sound side, they're expecting a real possibility of flooding, as they saw with Irene. Again, as the storm continues to change directions, wind directions, it's pushing water into different places, could cause 3 to 5 feet of flooding. One other situation, Soledad, very important that's happening at this hour. The U.S. Coast Guard has identified a 3-masted sailing ship. It's about 90 miles away from Hatteras, from where we are along the Outer Banks. About 160 miles from the eye of this storm. Right now, we know that 17 souls are on board, and the U.S. Coast Guard is trying to get to them, to get them off. They've regained communication with them, but again, this ship lost propulsion and is floundering, you know, at the mercy of the sea. So they are trying to get to the people and get them off.
Hey, George, let me ask you a question about that. I know the details are very sketchy, but I understand that tall ship is from the movie in the 1960s, Mutiny on the Bounty, if I'm not mistaken. What were they doing out, you know, in the days with a storm approaching, 17 people in the water?
You know, when I saw that picture, Soledad, that was the same question that I had. We're trying to figure that out. You know, we're talking about this ship that apparently it's been out there for some time. Don't know how long, but for some reason, lost propulsion, and from what we've read from the U.S. Coast Guard, is taking on water and not able to move. So right now, it's just a matter of getting to the people to get them off as quickly as possible. And in these conditions, again, you see the winds picking up. This is not an easy task.
No, it certainly won't be to try to rescue anybody who's out there now. All right, George Howell monitoring that. We're going to get more information on that tall ship as well. Appreciate that update, George. Atlantic City is where we're going to be focusing next. They've shut down the casinos there. Visitors and the people who live there as well have all been ordered to evacuate. We've got a check on the emergency plan in Atlantic City, New Jersey. That's straight ahead. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching CNN's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy as it heads to the northeast to make landfall. We're expecting sometime this evening. You're looking at Ocean City in Maryland right now, where you can see waves and high wind, rainfall as well. Sandra Endo is reporting from us this morning. We'll continue to check in with her. We want to get now to Catherine Barday. She's a spokesperson for the American Red Cross in Atlantic City in New Jersey. The state of New Jersey, Catherine, I know, has already ordered the casinos shut down. They've had to evacuate a number of people, the residents and the visitors to Atlantic City. How many folks do you have right now in shelters?
At this time, I do not have the exact count. We have many shelters open up and down the eastern seaboard. And right now, I am staying back with the essential personnel in Atlantic City. And the city is, as you said, under mandatory evacuation. While the rain is pouring down and the wind is blowing hard, the highways are completely empty. And today, Red Cross is urging everyone to make their final preparations, as millions could lose their power for several days. And part of the plan, people should take time this morning to download our Red Cross hurricane apps and our first aid apps to have emergency info at their fingertips. And this will include information such as the nearest shelter closest to them, and updates on weather, and also an I'm Safe button that will let somebody know through the use of social media that to their loved ones that they are okay.
So, Catherine, are you finding that the folks, since they've told the visitors to evacuate and they've told the residents to evacuate, are you finding that most people are actually heeding the warnings?
Yes, absolutely. Last night at the Atlantic City Convention Center, a designated evacuation point where people without transportation could take a shuttle bus inland, I spoke with an elderly woman who was packed with all of her essentials. And as she boarded the bus, she said, it is better to evacuate safely to a shelter than to have regrets. She had been here with Hurricane Irene and just knew that when the evacuation orders came out from the emergency managers, that they needed to heed them. And it was a very orderly egress. And this morning, looking out the windows, the highways are just completely empty.
And anybody who thinks that this is going to be a redo of Hurricane Irene might have another thing coming to them, because we are told by every measure this is going to be significantly worse. Catherine Barday is with the American Red Cross. She's in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Thank you for talking with us. We appreciate the information on your hurricane preps this morning. We've got to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about what the impact of Hurricane Sandy is on the election. Remember, it's just a week from tomorrow was Election Day. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. Morning, welcome back, everybody. You're looking at a live picture of the Empire State Building. Obviously, this is in Midtown Manhattan. No fears at this point that buildings that are as inland in New York City will be at risk of major flooding because they're obviously not on the coastal areas, but 375,000 people from the low-lying coastal areas south of that building right there have been ordered to evacuate. Now, we're about 20 blocks north in Columbus Circle in Central Park, where we are watching what's happening, as well as we are expecting Hurricane Sandy to make landfall sometime this evening. Also, we've got some interesting pictures to show you from what's happening all around New York City. The subways are shut down completely. And these are pretty incredible photographs of New York City's subways and commuter rail systems. Very unusual to see them absolutely empty. There are something like a little over 8 million people who ride the subways and commuter trains. Obviously nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found. The platform's completely deserted. Obviously, New York City subway systems run 24/7, but not today. They've been shut down. Yesterday at 7 p.m., they told everybody that they would be shutting down service and that people would have to figure out another way home if they didn't get on those final trains. Very interesting pictures to look at this morning. Let's get right to Zoraida Sambalin. She's got to look at some of the other stories making news for us. Hey, Z.
Good morning to you, Soledad. Mindful of the potential impact of Hurricane Sandy, both the Romney and Obama campaigns have suspended email fundraising in states in Sandy's path. So you have Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, North Carolina, and the District of Columbia affected there. And both candidates canceled campaign events in Virginia as well. And the storm could also create havoc with early voting in states along the East Coast. Maryland's governor already canceled early voting in his state. That is for today. Meanwhile, in Virginia, the governor said polling centers will be a top priority for restoring power if it is lost. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? The San Francisco Giants are World Series champs for the second time in 3 years after beating the Detroit Tigers last night to complete a 4-game sweep. It is the 7th World Series title in team history. Congratulations to them. Soledad?
Yep, absolutely. Congratulations to them. Thank you, Zoraida. Still ahead this morning, we continue CNN's live continuing coverage, special coverage of Hurricane Sandy as it is expected to make landfall this evening. We will monitor every advisory and show you this picture of the radar loop as well, tell you what you can expect and how to prepare. That's all ahead. We're back in just a moment after this short break. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. You're watching CNN's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Right now, it is a storm that's expected to impact some 50 million people. It is being called a superstorm. I'm Soledad O'Brien. I'm coming to you right on the edge of Central Park in Midtown Manhattan. This morning, we're talking about Hurricane Sandy and tracking its every move. It's taking aim at the most populated part of the United States, the Northeast.
Bracing for huge storm surge and gale force winds. I'm John Berman, live by New York Harbor inside the evacuation zone as this city prepares for a major threat to lives and livelihood.
And the race for the White House blown off course. I'm Zoraida Sambalin. Just 8 days to go, and Sandy is forcing both campaigns and some voters to make some changes. CNN special hurricane coverage starts right now on Early Start.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome, everybody. You're watching our special hurricane coverage. I'm Soledad O'Brien. We're coming to you live from Midtown Manhattan. We're tracking this monster of a storm as it continues to bear down on the Northeast. And specifically, we'll take a look here from New York City. You can see, look at this radar picture, just how massive and intimidating the storm is. Nearly 1,000-mile wide, hurricane force winds extending out for 175 miles. It's a Category 1 storm. It started turning toward the coastline. That happened earlier this morning, and it's expected to make landfall in southern New Jersey late today, maybe even early tomorrow, but most are predicting late today. Expected impact, 50 million people. Now, the hurricane's already creating misery. Take a look at North Carolina. The sheer force of the storm sending 12-foot waves crashing into some homes along the coast. That threat has been really there, according to George Howell, for 36 to 72 hours and is expected to remain for days. Subways, schools shut down in Washington, shut down in Baltimore, shut down in Philadelphia, shut down here in New York. The markets closed as well. Wall Street completely shut down. CNN this morning has Hurricane Sandy covered for you. John Berman, you saw him a moment ago. He's in Battery Park City in lower Manhattan. It's right in the center of the evacuation zone. He'll tell us about what they're expecting there. Rob Marciano is in Asbury Park in New Jersey, not too far from where we are this morning. He's going to update us on how it's looking and also give us the latest on the forecast and the advisories that we get every couple of hours. Sandra Endo is in Ocean City in Maryland. We've seen some high winds and stormy conditions there. George Howell is monitoring what's happening in and Kill Devil Hills in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Throughout this morning as well, we're going to be talking to emergency officials in Norfolk, Virginia, in Philadelphia, in Newark, New Jersey, in Atlantic City. The Connecticut Governor, Daniel Malloy, will join us, along with Maryland's Governor, Martin O'Malley. He'll be with us as well. We begin this morning with Rob Marciano. The winds, we know from the last advisory, are now upgraded to 85 miles an hour. New Jersey, in fact, pretty close to where Rob Marciano is standing there right now. New Jersey is expected to take a very big hit. Let's talk a little bit, Rob, about what your area, Asbury Park, is expected to get. I know that people have been talking about the storm coming on in a perpendicular to the coastline. What kind of an impact would if it does that? What would that mean?
Well, you've got waves that are going to be coming directly onshore. You have wind that is directly pushing all that water onshore. And even as early as last night at high tide, the water was lapping up against the boardwalk. That is extremely unusual for that to happen. So we have already had a 2 and 3 foot storm surge, and the storm itself over 300 miles away from our position. So when it comes onshore tonight, you can imagine just how large that storm surge is going to be. So the roads behind me will be overwashed for sure, and communities up and down the coastline of Jersey have taken caution in that, and a lot of them have evacuated. Let's start with Ocean City, New Jersey, where an I report was set in. Flooding already happening there. So this storm is so big, we've already started to see the storm surge flooding several tide cycles before it even makes its way onshore. Also, Seabright, New Jersey, that is just south of New York Harbor. They are boarding up there as well. That has a number of rivers that dumps out into the mouth of the harbor. That's going to be a hot spot as far as storm surge is concerned. And Atlantic City down to the south, that's closer to where the center of this thing is expected to hit. The casinos are all closed. This is only the 4th time since legalized gambling has been instituted there that they have closed down the casinos, a virtual ghost town there in Atlantic City. They're expected to see a storm surge. The center of this thing expected to come onshore somewhere down there. All right, let's go over the stats, and then we'll take you through the track. The satellite picture showed you just how large this system is. And as Soledad mentioned, the circulation of her tropical storm force winds nearly 1,000 miles in diameter. The damaging winds diameter about 300 miles. So we're going to see some serious destruction with this, and certainly widespread power outages. The forecast really hasn't changed much, other than it could strengthen even more here over the next 12 to 18 hours. Expected to come onshore this evening or maybe close to midnight around the Delmarva. And we're seeing a lot of the heaviest rain and biggest winds on the southwest side of this storm. So even folks a couple hundred miles to the south of this feeling the brunt of it, and hundreds of miles outside of that also. So that's the important thing here, so it is not to focus necessarily on the point of where it's coming in, because folks 100 or 200 or even 300 miles away, places like Boston Harbor, Long Island Sound, the way that long fetch, you asked me the perpendicular nature of the winds coming in, all the water along Island Sound is going to be pushed directly towards LaGuardia, towards the southern tip, southwestern tip of Connecticut, into New York Harbor, and we are likely to see a much, much greater storm surge than we did when Hurricane Irene came through this area just a little over 12 months ago. So
Rob, let me ask you a question. It's cold, and you and I have covered many hurricanes together, like a lot, and usually it's significantly warmer. The fact that it's so cold, what kind of an impact will this have on that storm?
Well, it's just going to make it more miserable for one thing. But what it does, as this thing transitions into what we call a more winter-like scenario or a baroclinic energy source, meaning we now go from something that derives its heat from the tropical warm waters of the ocean to something that now begins to see some energy from the temperature differences that we see at the northern latitudes this time of year, meaning hot and cold fronts, stronger winds of the jet stream. That's just going to invigorate this system and transition into a larger system that's going to impact folks across hundreds of miles of coastline, and also the Great Lakes. Chicago's going to see winds from this. Atlanta's being seeing winds from this. And the western slopes of the Appalachians will see over 2 feet of snow from the backside of this system before it's all said and done. An extraordinary event, no doubt about it, and we're in for it for the next 36 hours.
All right.
So,
Rob Marciano, thank you, Rob. Appreciate the update and the information as well. I want to get to John Berman. He's in Lower Manhattan. You know, it's interesting, John. I've been watching a lot of the pictures that have been coming into us from further down south, and you can see major flooding of roads. You can see high winds and choppy seas. We haven't seen any of that here yet in New York, but there is an impact, which is mainly, closings.
That's right, Soledad. No storm surge, no flooding. yet. But the mayor here and the city officials, they want people to get ready. That is why they ordered the mandatory evacuation of some 370,000 people from low-lying areas. That's lower Manhattan, right where I'm standing right now. Also, the other boroughs right now. People have moved to some 76 storm shelters throughout the city. They're crashing with friends who live in different parts of the city. Also, they've moved into hotels. Now, Mayor Michael Bloomberg, what he said he wants people out of these areas for their own safety, also the safety of emergency workers. Let's listen to what he said.
A lot of people say, oh, well, I'm just going to tough it out. If down the road you can't tough it out and we have to come in with our first responders saving you, those people can't. Those first responders put their lives in danger and aren't available for true emergencies. Now's the time to take this kind of sensible precautions.
Now, the threat here is storm surge. Again, 6 to 11 feet high, not crashing waves, but slow, steady rising along with the high tide, which will be at about 8:30 tonight with this full moon. If it hits really badly, it could flood this entire area, flooding the subway system and the electrical grid. That's what they're concerned about, Soledad.
All right, John Berman for us. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Let's get right to Sandra Endo. She's in Ocean City, Maryland, watching what's happened there. Evacuations have already been ordered. Sandra, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. Take a look. I just want you to see what's going on behind me. The waves are huge out here, and this is the first time we're seeing them actually overtake the sand dune. You can see this area starting to flood a little bit on the other side of this protective dune. This is the first time we've been seeing these waves this big. It's not even high tide yet, and that's certainly a big concern for this area right along the coast here in Ocean City. And right now we're experiencing a steady wind of about 30 miles per hour. The rain also unrelenting. We've been out here for the past 24 hours or so, and it's just been nonstop. As you mentioned, and you're talking to Rob, it's cold out here as well. It's very different feel than other hurricanes we've all covered. So clearly this is an interesting one, and I can tell you just standing out here for hours last night and today, it's taken on a different personality. At times the wind has changed directions. At times the gusts have been so strong. So clearly it's kind of unpredictable what the night is going to bring to us, really, when Hurricane Sandy approaches land. But again, this is the big concern for residents here. The tide, the high tide, the full moon, and this long duration of the storm just drenching this area. That's certainly going to be a concern in terms of the storm surge. Soledad.
Sandra Endo reporting for us. Thanks, Sandra, for the update. Let's get right to George Howell. He's in Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina, which is the Outer Banks. Evacuations there. We've seen some pretty dramatic pictures of flooding, 12-foot waves as well. George, what's the latest?
Soledad, good morning. You know, a few minutes ago, we heard Rob talk about the southwest side, the strong winds from the southwest side of the storm. Well, you know, for the last 3 days, that's what we've been experiencing. Started with the northwest side of this storm, now dealing with the southwest side of the storm, still getting the strong wind gusts, still getting rain and showers from time to time. What it's caused out here, flooding in Ocracoke Island, inundated from all of the water from storm surge. They're worried about storm surge on the Atlantic side here, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge where there was a beach. The beach is gone. Also on the Sound side, they're keeping an eye on the possibility of flooding as the winds shift. Those winds are pushing water in different places and could cause up to 3 to 5 feet of flooding. Also, Soledad, I want to talk about this three-masted sailing ship. We've been keeping our eye on this. This is a ship that was used in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. It was built for the movie Mutiny on the Bounty. This ship is out there. It's about 90 miles from Hatteras, about 160 miles from the eye of the storm. 17 souls on board. It's a ship that lost propulsion and is floundering at the mercy of the waves, the mercy of the sea. Right now, the Coast Guard, they've identified where the ship is. They are doing their best to get to the people on board to get them off. But again, a developing situation, dangerous situation, given what's happening out there right now, Soledad.
Oh, my goodness. All right, George, we're hoping that they're able to get some rescue workers out to them and get them off that ship, especially as this storm is getting ready to make landfall. George Howell for us this morning in Kill Devil Hills and the Outer Banks. Thank you, George. Ahead, we're going to take a look at what's happening in Virginia. We're going to talk to the emergency manager for Norfolk City. Marcus Jones will be our guest. Also, we'll be talking to the governors of both Maryland and the governor of Connecticut. They'll tell us what they're doing to try to protect their citizens in their states. That's all ahead. You're watching CNN's special coverage, continuing live coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. These are live pictures coming to you from Ocean City, Maryland. It's where Sandro Endo's been reporting for us. Take a look at the high winds, the storm churning there, and the rain as well. They've been dealing with that for a while, and as Sandro reports, it's been intermittent, strong, and then sometimes less strong. Want to get to Norfolk, Virginia. City Manager Marcus Jones, he declared a state of emergency for his city on Friday. Marcus Jones joins us this morning. Thank you for being with us, sir. Certainly appreciate it. Tell me a little bit about what the situation is in Norfolk right now.
Sure. Well, good morning. Basically, during the last day and a half, we have witnessed flooding in our low-lying areas, but those are areas that typically flood. We've had a community-wide approach, basically, with the public and private sector coming together, including the Army National Guard and the school system. So we've been working for the last 3 days in preparation for today.
How have you found people heeding the warnings that have been coming, especially since you were already declaring a state of emergency on Friday?
Sure. Well, I'd really have to take my hat off to our city employees, especially our public safety officials who've gone door to door and have talked with the residents, advised them to be safe because the water will continue to rise. We've set up shelters, and in those shelters, we've been able to move some of our residents to those shelters in preparation for what will occur today.
We're hearing a number, 10 million, and I understand that it's an estimate of how many people could lose power. What are you doing in your community to try to help folks if they lose power?
Sure. I will again, I have to, once again say how good the city employees and our partners have been. It's really been educating folks and trying our best to let them understand that this is a serious event and opening up 4 shelters across the city, including transportation, to enable them to get to the shelter. So that's really been our preparation over the course of the last few days.
Marcus Jones is the city manager in Norfolk, Virginia. Thanks for talking with us. We appreciate your time. We wish you the very best of luck as you weather this storm. Ahead this morning, I'm going to talk a little bit more about what Mr. Jones was just talking about, power outages. As I mentioned, 10 million is the number of people who are estimated to be without power at the end of this storm. What are power companies doing about it? What are their preparations? Back with more on that straight ahead. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching CNN's continuing live coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Now, hurricane winds could knock out power to an estimated 10 million people along the Northeast if the hurricane goes as is now being expected. You'll remember in the last hurricane, Hurricane Irene, there were people who lost power for 2 weeks. What could be the implications of 10 million people losing power in the Northeast? Let's get right to Christine Romans. She's got an update on that for us. Christine, good morning.
Good morning to you again, Soledad. And remember, the big public utilities in the Northeast have had 2 dry runs for this, quite frankly. Last year, Hurricane Irene and that big snowstorm of 2011 that took power out for so many people for so long as well. Ralph LaRosa is the president of New Jersey's Public Service Electric and Gas Company, the state's largest publicly owned utility. PSE&G provides power to 3/4 of the Garden State. He's on the phone with me right now, and it's called the Garden State, sir, for a reason, because you have square miles full of mature trees and full foliage right now, which means that when you get a lot of wind and a lot of water, that means down power lines. What are you preparing for?
Well, yeah, that's exactly what we're preparing for. We have our crews are all staged. We've brought crews in from outside the state to help us out, and right now we're prepared for really 2 things, not just the trees that you mentioned, but some of this historic flooding that we're expecting. That'll cause problems for us up and down the rivers here in New Jersey, as well as along the Hudson, and potentially could flood out some of our substations.
The full brunt of this, what you're expecting late tonight into tomorrow, what should people do if they've got power outages or they see downed power lines? Last year, there was some criticism of the utilities because, New Jersey residents, people in Connecticut as well, for other utilities, they couldn't get through to people. There wasn't good communication. What's going to be better this time?
Well, we've reinforced all of our communications with our municipal officials. That's where most of the concerns came from last year. We try to work through our New Jersey State ROC, which is a organization down in Trenton that coordinates the OEM services across the state of New Jersey. They coordinate with our county representatives and then down through the municipalities. We've reinforced that chain of command. The governor did that yesterday, and we're going to continue to follow that throughout the course of this storm. But for individual customers, we continue to urge them to call us when they see down the wires, as well as when they have power outages. folks assume many times that we have, instant knowledge that the power's out, but that's just not the case.
You know, you've asked for more than 1,300 linemen and 600 tree contractors to be ready. Once the winds die down, when do you expect you will have men and women up in the buckets, restoring power, cutting trees, getting things going? Is that something you basically have to wait at this point, right?
That's correct. We're not going to put our employees in harm's way. We have folks that will be out observing, like we mentioned, some of the flood stages and some of the other concerns that we may have that events transpire along the storm here, but we won't be putting people up in the air to actually restore power until the winds die down to at least 45 miles an hour.
All right, Ralph LaRosa, president of PSE&G, thanks so much. Soledad, you look at so much of the Northeast is still in full foliage right now. Leaves have come down on some trees, but that makes it that much more difficult because there's just so much weight to pull a tree down.
Branches, yeah, that's going to be a mess. And the predictions this far out are pretty dire about that. So hopefully people will heed that advice. Christine Romans, thank you for that update, Christine. Certainly appreciate it. Still ahead, we're continuing to monitor CNN's continuing live coverage, special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. We continue to monitor this epic storm as it churns toward the mainland. It's headed right now right for the New Jersey shore. And with 11-foot surge that's possible in lower Manhattan, we'll update you on how people in New York City are preparing for this storm. That's right after this break. Stay with us. We're back in a moment. Morning. Welcome, everybody. Some 50 million Americans along the East Coast are bracing for what is being called an epic storm. I'm Soledad O'Brien. I'm coming to you live from Midtown Manhattan in Columbus Circle. Right over my shoulder is Central Park. As we continue to monitoring this breaking story, Sandy is being called a once-in-a-lifetime storm, and it will not be long until she slams into New Jersey. We're expecting landfall to be sometime this evening. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching CNN's continuing live coverage.
This storm is 1,000 miles wide, packing potentially deadly winds. I'm John Berman, live in the evacuation zone in New York Harbor. What officials here are most concerned about, a storm surge as much as 11 feet high that could swamp this area, threatening lives and livelihood.
And with just 8 days remaining until the election, the race for the White House takes a back seat to Sandy. I'm Zoraida Samble. Hurricane Sandy forcing the candidates to cancel campaign stops. It's creating havoc for voters as well. CNN special hurricane coverage starts right now on Early Start.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. You're watching our breaking news, which is the continuing live coverage of Hurricane Sandy as it heads toward New Jersey. That's where it is expected to make landfall sometime this evening. One Coast Guard official tells us he sees this scenario, which you're watching on your screen right there, playing out over the next 24 hours in a couple of ways. He said it could either be bad or it could be devastating. Obviously, neither one of those is a very good option. If you look at Sandy, you can see the Category 1 hurricane is roughly 1,000 miles wide. Hurricane force winds are extending out from the eye about 175 miles. They're predicting that 50 million people in an 800-mile area will be impacted by this storm. So I'm here live in Columbus Circle in Midtown Manhattan, right on the side here of the Central Park. John Berman, you just saw him a moment ago. He's reporting for us this morning in lower Manhattan, in an area that has been evacuated. Rob Marciano's in Asbury Park in New Jersey. Sandra Endo's in Ocean City, Maryland for us. George Howell is in Kill Devil Hills in the Outer Banks in North Carolina. Throughout the morning, we'll be updating with them. We'll also be talking to emergency managers, emergency officials in Virginia, in Philadelphia, in Newark, New Jersey, Atlantic City as well. And the Connecticut governor, Danilo Malloy, will be joining us. And Maryland's governor, Martin O'Malley, will be joining us as well to update us on what's happening there. 50 million people, that's the number of people who are expected to be affected from in the mid-Atlantic states to Canada as well. They're in the path of Sandy, just south of here on Jersey Shore. One of the biggest concerns is flooding. Potentially catastrophic flooding is what they're talking about, along with significant and maybe even record-setting surge. Some spots have already seen some water creep in. All that brings us to Rob Marciano, who's updating us with the very latest on what is happening with Hurricane Sandy. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. You mentioned the water creeping in. We had that here last night, the water lapping up against the boardwalk. So already before this storm was even within 500 miles of the shore, we had the storm surge of 2 to 3 feet. We expected that to be much higher later on today. Not only here, but in places like Ocean City, New Jersey, they also have already seen some flooding. So kind of a pre-storm storm surge. That's how big this system is that we've already seen it several tide cycles before the storm is even scheduled to make landfall. What kind of preps are going on here in New Jersey? Well, they're boarding up in places like Seabright, just south of New York City Harbor, an area where a number of rivers confluences in there, and storm surge flooding in through the harbor. And not only that, but Long Island and Long Island Sound is going to be a problem there. Atlantic City to our south, closer to the landfall area, is where they're boarding up as well. Wind gusts, we've already seen winds gusting over 30 miles an hour here in Asbury Park, down to the south in Atlantic City, and places like North Carolina seeing winds gusting over 30 miles as well. The tropical storm force winds extend nearly 400 miles from the center, a diameter of 800 miles of tropical storm force winds. So even though this thing is over 300 miles out, we're starting now to see the tropical storm force winds make their way inland. As far as the storm surge is concerned, that is where we're concerned here along the Atlantic seaboard of New Jersey. We could see 4 to 8 feet of surge when this thing makes its landfall tonight, with not only high tide, but high tides that also correspond with the full moon, which makes it even higher. And we will see surges across Long Island Sound, Connecticut, and New York Harbor that will exceed Hurricane Irene, and that will spell a whole sorts of different problems that I'm sure John Berman will go over. So
all right.
Back to you.
We'll be checking with him in just a moment. Rob Marciano for us with an update. Thank you, Rob. That's how it looks in New Jersey. Let's turn to Connecticut now. 300,000 homes along the coast are expected to flood in the wake of Hurricane Sandy. We're told the estimated winds will be somewhere between 40 and 60 miles an hour over the next 36 hours or so. We want to get right to Connecticut's Governor, Daniel Malloy, joins us now. You've said, sir, and good morning to you, you've said the last time anyone saw anything like this before is never. How worried are you about the impact of the storm for your state?
Well, we're very worried. The reality is we have 2 additional tides, one at noontime or thereabouts and one at midnight or thereabouts, which are the most frightening. And the one tonight is by far the worst, because by that time the compounding winds pushing water down Long Island Sound plus the surge has the ability to double the amount of water in Long Island Sound, say, over what Irene had. So we're talking about, if that happens, catastrophic damage being done to the coast of Connecticut, the direction that the wind will be blowing in.
I know that there are already some 450 people who've made their way into shelters. Are you feeling that a number of the people are heeding all the warnings that have been posted by state officials, not only in your state, but really all up and down the Northeast?
Well, you know, if preparation for a storm is making sure everybody knows the danger and preloading assets to respond in a recovery, we're ready for this. We have 30 towns that have ordered evacuations, some mandatory, some voluntary, along the shore, depending on how close to the water people are. It's a tough storm to get people to pay attention to in some senses, because it's 4 titles. So we had one last night, we have one today, we have one tonight, which is the most serious concern, and another one tomorrow. So getting people to pay attention through all of those cycles of ups and downs in the water is tricky. That's why we are communicating the heck out of this thing.
Yeah, no, I noticed, and I think another reason that people might have a hard time buying it, if that's the right phrase to use, is we all remember Hurricane Irene, and there were lots of dire warnings about it, and then it kind of came and went with significant damage to very specific places, but a lot of people felt it had been missed. Do you think you're getting that message out to folks that this is nothing like Hurricane Irene?
Well, you know, Connecticut didn't dodge Irene. We had 1.1 million people out of power, some of them for as many as 11 days. And we had a lot of destruction of homes along the shore, particularly in the New Haven, East Haven, West Haven area. That area is braced. I think we're getting the most response in that area. But we expect today's tide, the one at noon today, could be in the area of the 1992 perfect storm back up in Long Island Sound. That's going to be a big wake-up call for people if that happens, as to what tonight could be, which is far worse.
Connecticut Governor Daniel Malloy with us this morning. Thank you, sir, for your time. I know you're really busy with all these preparations, so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go right to John Berman. He is in Lower Manhattan. He's in an area that has been evacuated because there are big concerns about a big storm surge, something like 11 feet. John?
Ja, so it had so many of the same concerns you just heard from Governor Malloy of Connecticut. The storm surge here could be 6 to 11 feet. That's a full 2 feet higher than we saw during Hurricane Irene 1 year ago, and that hurricane did flood this area. Minor flooding then. This time, it could be major flooding. There's one study out of Columbia University that said that had Hurricane Irene been 1 foot worse, it could have caused $50 billion in damage. This expected to be 2 feet worse than Hurricane Irene. Mayor Michael Bloomberg ordering mandatory evacuations for some 370,000 people in the low-lying areas, including Lower Manhattan and the outer boroughs here. He told people, practically begged people to get out of their homes. Let's listen.
I can't stress enough that this is for your own safety, and that if you refuse to evacuate, you're not only putting yourself at risk, but also the first responders who will have to assist you in an emergency.
High tide is at 8:50 p.m. tonight. There's a full moon here. That high tide is even higher than usual. That is the moment they'll be watching here to see if that storm surge pushes the water up over these seawalls right now. I can tell you, the water's only about 2 feet from the top of the wall right now, so it doesn't have far to go. Soledad?
And meanwhile, John, I have to say, even though the storm surge is what we're really concerned about as we wait for this thing to make landfall, everything's closed. You know, usually I'm in Midtown, you know, and where you are too, usually there's taxis everywhere. People are just, you know, the early birds start getting into work. Everything is shut down. People are not going to be coming into work. They've shut down most of the businesses and the buildings. The subways shut down as well. What else is shut down by where you are?
There's nothing open down here. This is the mandatory evacuation zone. So people have been told to leave. The hotels are shut down. You know, everyone's joking about Starbucks. Most Starbucks in the city shut down last night, so you can't get coffee anywhere. That's trivial. The important thing is not to be out on the streets today. The subways are closed anyway. Schools shut down. There are about 76 evacuation centers. If you're in them already, terrific. If you're not in them yet, city officials say they'd rather have you stay in place. So this is nothing to be trifled with, Soledad.
All right, yep, I agree with you. All right, John Berman, thanks, John, for that update. I want to show you some live pictures from Ocean City, Maryland. We're going to be getting a closer look at what they're doing in Maryland. There's a blizzard warning that's been issued for the state's west end. We're going to talk about storm surge and flooding concerns with Maryland's Governor, Martin O'Malley. Straight ahead. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. This is what it looks like in Ocean City, Maryland. These are live pictures. You can see the choppy water and the steady rain that's been in Maryland through the last many hours. Let's get right to Maryland's Governor, Martin O'Malley. 23 emergency shelters, sir, are open across your state. Thank you for talking with us. We appreciate it. How are things looking? How prepared do you feel?
Well, we've been preparing for the last 72 hours. We have a lot of out-of-state power crews from Texas, Mississippi, from all over the country that are here to help us with the recovery effort. But the preparation has been pretty intense. We've mobilized roughly 500 National Guard, and you know, we're prepared, and we've had some evacuations of some low-lying areas, and all of that has gone smoothly. So we're bracing for this huge storm, and it looks like it's going to be taking that turn that was predicted, and it looks like it's going to cut right across Maryland.
Yeah, it seems like it's really following the path that the forecasters have predicted. I haven't seen anything that's sort of gone off the path. We've seen predictions as well for snow in the western part of your state. What's being done to prepare for that western part? Because obviously snow adds another dimension to the storm.
Yeah, well, our people out in Garrett County, our westernmost county, are pretty hardy people. So they've been under a blizzard warning actually since last night. So there's a bunch of fronts all converging, it seems, on Maryland and Baltimore and the Washington area. So we have every emergency operations center that is up and running in our state. We have 23 shelters that are up and going, and you know, we have an emergency operations center here that's fully activated. So we're urging people to please stay off the roads. This is a really heavy rains and dangerous conditions, and people need to be mindful of their own families first and stay home and hunker down here. This storm is likely, Soledad, to sit on top of us for a good long time. This is not going to be like a derecho or a fast-moving storm that rips through and and in a short period of time. It's a monster.
It is a monster. That's what everyone is saying, using the words like epic and superstorm to describe it. Governor Martin O'Malley joining us this morning. Thanks for your time, sir. Know exactly how busy you are, so we appreciate it. Still ahead this morning, how sweep it is. Get it? We're talking about the San Francisco Giants, and we're talking about their celebration after they made very quick work of the Detroit Tigers in the World Series. You're watching a special edition of Early Start as we have live continuing coverage of Hurricane Sandy. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. You're looking at live pictures from Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina in the Outer Banks. They've had weather like this over the last 36 to 72 hours. We're going to bring you continuing live reports from across the East Coast as our special rolling coverage of Hurricane Sandy continues. First, though, I want to get an update of some of the other stories that are making news, and Zoraida Samblin has that for us at Time Warner Center. Hey, Z.
Good morning to you. Well, Hurricane Sandy is affecting the race for the White House with just 8 days until Election Day. Both Mitt Romney and President Obama have canceled campaign events in Virginia, and both campaigns have suspended email fundraising in some of the states in the storm's path. That includes Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and North Carolina. Republican presidential candidate Mitt Romney snagged a huge endorsement from an Iowa newspaper, the Des Moines Register. This is the first time the paper has endorsed a Republican in 40 years. In 2008, the Register endorsed Barack Obama, but this time the editorial board says, quote, the president's best efforts to resuscitate the stumbling economy have fallen short. So you know 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right? The San Francisco Giants are World Series champs for the second time in 3 years after beating the Detroit Tigers last night to complete a 4-game sweep. Can you believe that? Giants manager Bruce Bochy says with his team, it's one for all and all for one.
We put guys in different roles. Nobody ever said a word, complained or anything, and that's the only way you got done. And it shows so much character in that clubhouse, how they kept fighting and said, hey, we're not going home.
It is the 7th World Series title in team history. Soledad, congratulations to them.
You're absolutely right. Congratulations to them. I say that with no bitterness to our New York Yankees, which flailed a little bit there. All right, Zoraida, thank you very much.
It was the Tigers playing them, Soledad.
Yes, so I'm a little happy that the Tigers lost, I have to say. Mean but true. We're very happy for the Giants. All right, still ahead this morning as we continue our special coverage of Hurricane Sandy as it heads for landfall in New Jersey later this evening. We're going to talk a little bit about what's happening across the Northeast. We'll look specifically at Philadelphia, talk to the Red Cross in Philadelphia. Also, we're going to update you on the storm's path. That's all ahead. We're back in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. You're looking at live pictures from Ocean City, Maryland. The rain has been steady all morning as we've been monitoring our shot from there. Also, you can see the choppy storm surge there as well coming up on the beach. We're monitoring that very closely. Time to get to Dave Schrader. He's with the Greater Philadelphia American Red Cross, joining us by phone. We'll get to him in just a moment. First, though, we want to check out what's happening in Lower Manhattan. John Berman's got an update, what's happening where he is in Battery Park City. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. Well, here in Lower Manhattan, we are bracing for the storm, which will be coming throughout the day. All over the East Coast, the major metropolitan areas are bracing for the storm. You see it in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. I want to go to Philadelphia now and talk to Dave Schrader, who's the communications director for the American Red Cross there. And Dave, you have 3 shelters set up in Philadelphia right now. Are they filled with people? Are people heading to these? Are they heeding your warnings?
Yes, good morning. You do have 3 shelters open in the Philadelphia city itself. They actually have been growing in size throughout the night. When I went to sleep last night about 1 a.m., numbers were about 60. They're up over 125 just in the Philadelphia shelters alone. We have 7 other shelters open in the immediate vicinity of Philadelphia. We expect to open 5 more at 9 a.m. today. The numbers have been increasing throughout the day. About 250 people spent the night in Red Cross shelters here in the Philadelphia area overnight.
Okay, so the airport shut down in Philadelphia. Mass transit will be shut down today. What's your advice to people as the day moves on? At what point should they no longer be outside trying to get to one of your shelters? At what time, if they're where they are, they should just stay there?
Well, emergency officials, the mayor,
basically spent the day yesterday and they're spending the morning again today, urging people that if you don't need to be out, do not go out. And you should have done your preparing already. If you don't feel safe, if you are in danger, it's never too late to come to a Red Cross, particularly if you live in low-lying areas. There's still time to make it there. That window of opportunity is quickly closing. So if you are not feeling safe, where you've been flooded out before, if you are prone to flooding, you really should make a plan to go to a shelter, to a friend's house, someplace that is not prone to flooding.
Every city is facing a slightly different version of this storm. Right here in New York, where I'm standing, it's the storm surge right on the edge of New York Harbor here. What's of greatest concern to Philadelphia where you are?
The two biggest concerns we have are power outages and flooding. Obviously, it's a very densely populated area, more than 4 million people in our area. So power outages could have devastating effects, and flooding. We have a lot of rivers and creeks that typically overflow their banks for general heavy rainstorms. So something like this could have potentially big impact. So we're making sure we're prepared, we're making sure people are ready, and welcoming here at our Red Cross shelters if anyone needs a place to be safe.
All right, Dave Schrader, who's the communications director for the American Red Cross in the greater Philadelphia area. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay safe yourself. Everyone in that area and along the East Coast really needs to be staying safe right now. We're hearing, as he said, that some 10 million people could lose power in the next few days. That is a serious number. The storm surge here in lower Manhattan, very much a story as Sandy bears down on the East Coast. That is all for Early Start this morning. Our special coverage of Hurricane Sandy, a monstrous storm, continues right now on Starting Point.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. A mega storm is hitting the East Coast. It's called Hurricane Sandy and is expected to inflict a devastating damage along a 700-mile stretch of the most populated part of the United States, the East Coast. I'm Soledad O'Brien. I'm in Midtown Manhattan this morning as we bring you our special coverage of Hurricane Sandy.
Tidal surge is a big concern for this area, and already we're seeing waves topple the protective sand dunes. I'll have more on that coming up.
Here on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, we're dealing with flooding, strong winds, and just about 90 miles out there, there is a sailing ship floundering at sea. Details on that coming up.
And I'm Rob Marciano in Asbury Park, New Jersey, where the center of this storm is expected to come ashore about 50 to 100 miles from here. The winds, the rains have picked up from coastal flooding to inland winds to blizzard warning and heavy snows. We've got it all as Hurricane Sandy heads towards shore.
With our reporters up and down the East Coast, we're able to cover this hurricane like nobody else can. It is October 29th, and you are watching our special coverage, rolling live coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Right now, Hurricane Sandy.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And right now, Hurricane Sandy is a Category 1 monster. It is a 1,000-mile wide swath. It will affect some 50 million people from North Carolina all the way to New England. It's predicted to smash into a cold front, and what that means is that it would create a superstorm. That's what they're calling it, a superstorm. It would sit on top of the eastern seaboard for days, expected to create dangerous storm surge, flooding as well. CNN has Hurricane Sandy covered like no other network this morning. We're talking with the Delaware Governor, Jack Markell. Newark, New Jersey Mayor Cory Booker will join us. FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate will be our guest. Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell will join us. John Berman is live in Battery Park City in lower Manhattan. They're expecting big storm surge there, some 11 feet. Rob Marciano's got the forecast, but also is live for us in Asbury Park, New Jersey. Sandra Endo, you saw her there just a moment ago. She's in Ocean City in Maryland. You've seen the deteriorating weather conditions there. George Howell in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina on the Outer Banks, where it's looking very messy and has for hours now. Let's begin with Rob Marciano for a latest on what Sandy is doing right now, when she is expected to make landfall, and how it will be all the way through. Rob?
Good morning again, Soledad. The center of Sandy is about 380 miles southeast of New York City. The wind field expanding. We've got 800 miles of tropical storm force winds that will be battering this coastline. And just in the last hour, winds and rain have picked up here along the Jersey Shore. Satellite pictures showed you just how immense this storm system is, second only to Hurricane Olga, but tied now with the 1938 historic hurricane, the Long Island Express, now as far as barometric pressure goes. So this is a historic event unfolding already. The track of this is expected to make a left turn towards the Delmarva Peninsula, making landfall later on tonight. But as massive as this storm is, the effects are going to be felt as far north as the Canadian border and as far south as North Georgia. The radars scraping the coastline have been heavy rains and wind across the Virginia Beach and through Washington, D.C., and certainly in through North Carolina. Some of the wind gusts, as you're seeing here, from as far north as New York City into the 20s. Atlantic City seeing winds gusting over 30 miles an hour, and Virginia Beach seeing that as well. Speaking of winds, wind warnings, forget about the hurricanes, wind warnings extend from Maine to as far west as Columbus, Ohio, to as far south as North Georgia. And with that wind, in some cases, will be snow. Cold air infused in this system. Blizzard warnings now are up. For places in West Virginia, could see snows over 2 feet in total, and blinding snows whipped by winds, no doubt about that. Here along the Jersey coastline, massive evacuations along coastal communities here in Monmouth County and in Asbury Park. We've got a couple of thousand people, several thousand people that have been evacuated. 2 shelters have the capacity of 2,000 people, 600 people already in shelter, but most are in the homes of friends and families, just trying to wait out this storm. And it will be a wait, Soledad. We expect this to be a 1 to 2 day event before things begin to wind down. And widespread power outages across the Northeast will have people in the dark for days, if not weeks, when this storm is all said and done. Soledad.
Right. Rob Marciano monitoring things for us. Thank you, Rob. Let's get right to Ocean City in Maryland. That's where Sandra Endo has been watching things for the last 24 hours. Sandra, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. We've felt constant steady rain and a steady wind at about 30 miles per hour here, with wind gusts reaching up to 55 miles per hour at some points. And as it gets lighter, you can start seeing the situation here, which is not high tide yet, but you can tell those rough waves out there, those waves are fierce, and they're toppling over this protective sand dune at times, and they're starting to be flooding around the coastal property areas here. You can see it's about 100 yards from where the water line is to where the property starts here in Ocean City, and that's a big concern for local residents and local authorities here. They are going to be watching that coastal surge, the storm surge, and the tidal surge as Hurricane Sandy starts pounding this area later on this evening. Soledad.
Sandra Endo for us this morning. Thank you, Sandra, for that update. Let's get right to George Howell. He's in Kill Devil Hills, which is in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Nice to talk to you. How's it looking where you are, George?
Soledad, good morning. Where Sandra is starting to see those winds 50 miles an hour plus. You know, we are seeing less wind here after what has been a 3-day event. We've seen the strong winds. We've seen that sideways rain. This area has really been under the gun for several days. And the problem now, they're keeping a very close eye on 2 things. Number one, the storm surge. You can't really see it out right now, but when you look at the Atlantic, it is very high, covering the beach that was there. They're concerned about a storm surge, Soledad, anywhere from 4 to 6 feet on this area where we are, and further south along the Outer Banks could get up to 7 feet. On the other side of the Outer Banks, the Sound side, they're worried about flooding as the winds continue to shift out here. They're worried about pushing water in different places, 3 to 5 feet of flooding, a possibility there. Also want to talk about what's happening out at sea. About 90 miles from where we are, about 160 miles from the eye of the storm, there is a sailing of ship out there with 17 people on board. It's the same ship that was used in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. 17 souls on board, the U.S. Coast Guard doing its best to get out there, to get people off that ship. This is a ship that lost propulsion, not able to go, at the mercy of the sea, just floundering right now. So definitely a bad situation that they're trying to deal with.
Oh, my God. Sounds absolutely horrible. All right, George Howell updating us on what's happening where he is in the Outer Banks. Thanks, George. Here in New York City, everything's shut down. We haven't seen the inclement weather that we saw, for example, in Ocean City in Maryland, but we are expecting it to come our way. But they've shut down the subways. They've shut down the buses. They've shut down the schools. Central Park, which is right behind me, they've kicked everybody out at 5 o'clock last night. John Berman is a little bit south of me in Battery Park City, where they are predicting a severe storm surge. Tell me a little bit about what they're expecting where you are in the evacuation zone.
Soledad, this is the evacuation zone, the low-lying area of Manhattan, Battery Park, also Staten Island, some areas in Brooklyn and Queens as well. They're concerned about a storm surge anywhere from 6 to 11 feet high. That's a full 2 feet higher than it was during Hurricane Irene, which did cause some minor flooding in this area. They're concerned this could cause major flooding. There was a study out of Columbia University that said had Hurricane Irene been a little bit worse, 1 foot worse, it could have caused an additional $50 billion in damage. The fear here is that if the water comes up over this seawall, which is right here next to me, it could flood the subway tunnels, even the electrical grid here. Mayor Michael Bloomberg said he's considering shutting down 2 electrical networks here in Lower Manhattan. That would shut down power to some 17,000 people, but it could quickly get much higher than that. As the day continues, they're expecting this storm surge to grow. High tide is at about 8:50 tonight where I am right now. There's a full moon, so it's an even higher tide than usual. So if that storm surge of 6 to 11 feet hits right then, right at that bad moment, that is what concerns them most. Soledad.
And of course, John, it's cold. You know, usually when we cover these hurricanes, right, it's much warmer. But if they lose power, and many people are predicting 10 million people up along the East Coast could lose power, you're talking about 30-degree temperatures with no power. That will be, you know, make a bad situation brutal for some folks.
Oh, that's exactly right. You have that problem here in the city. You have that problem particularly outside in the suburbs around here, too, where they may not get the storm surge and flooding, but the wind could cause so many trees to fall down. With Hurricane Irene in Connecticut and the areas around here, they had about a week without power. That goes on for a very long time, and you really start to feel that in the colder weather.
All right, John Berman updating us in Lower Manhattan. Thank you for that. Let's get right to Zoraida Sambalin, who's got a look at some of the other headlines regarding the storm. Zoraida, good morning.
Good morning to you. We're going to start with breaking news this morning. We just learned that President Obama has canceled his event in Orlando today. White House Press Secretary Jay Carney released this statement, quote, "Due to deteriorating weather conditions in the Washington area, the president will not attend today's campaign event in Orlando. The president will return to the White House to monitor the preparations for an early response to Hurricane Sandy." And nearly 500,000 people have been evacuated from homes in low-lying areas up and down the East Coast. In New York, where forecasters say an 11-foot storm surge could cause catastrophic damage tonight and into tomorrow, mass transit is shut down along with Wall Street and public schools as well. In New Jersey and Philadelphia, shelters have been opened and thousands of cots are being prepared for all of the evacuees. The oncoming storm also causing airlines to cancel more than 7,000 flights in the Northeast alone. That's triggering delays across the country, with the ripple effect hitting travelers as far away as Paris. Soledad, can you believe that?
I believe it, because as the conditions continue to deteriorate, you can imagine things are just going to go to a full-on stop until this storm passes. And unfortunately, it's a very slow-moving storm, so it is reportedly going to just sit over the East Coast once it makes landfall and sit there for hours upon hours. Zoraida, thank you for that update. Here in New York City, it's begun to rain a little bit, just slightly, but till now it's been pretty clear, cold but clear. We're going to continue to monitor what happens here in New York as well. Coming up this morning, we're going to talk to Delaware Governor Jack Markell is our guest, talk about the preps in Delaware. And Newark, New Jersey Mayor Cory Booker will talk to us about what they're doing there, what are his concerns. That's straight ahead in this special edition of Starting Point as we monitor what is happening with Hurricane Sandy. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Live pics from Ocean City in Maryland. You can see the big waves and a steady rainfall. It's where our reporter Sandra Endo has been reporting for the last 24 hours, and conditions have been deteriorating there. I want to get right to Christine Romans this morning because, of course, big financial news is what's not happening today. Christine, good morning.
Good morning again. You know, no trading of GM or Google today. Stock markets are closed. The NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange will shut down because of this storm. The NYSE hasn't been closed for weather since Hurricane Gloria in 1985. The bond market will close early today at noon Eastern. Some 284,000 homes are in the path of this huge storm. $87 billion in homes at risk because of storm surge alone. Protecting all that property meant a rush for the retailers this weekend, selling flashlights, plywood, food, water, you name it. Now those retailers are shutting their doors in the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, and insurance companies are preparing now for the claims about to come. Quick reminder about your homeowner's insurance. You want to check Soledad, you want to check and see what your coverage is. Make sure you slide all of your paperwork in a Ziploc bag and keep that with you because the next couple of days will be crucial. Soledad?
Yeah, very smart to do that now when it's not an emergency yet and you're kind of holed up at home anyway. All right, Christine, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's get right to Newark, New Jersey Mayor Cory Booker. He comes on our show a fair amount. Going to update with him now, though, what's happening in his city. Good morning, Mayor Booker. Thanks for talking with us. What are your biggest concerns right now, sir?
Well, my biggest concern is just people not taking it seriously and not taking the proper precautions. We still have some time here for people to prepare, get ready to move out of low-lying areas if necessary, to stay with other folks, and frankly, to prepare not only for the storm to hit, but we anticipate there could be many days without power afterwards.
You know, it's interesting. I think when we had Hurricane Irene come through, there were many people because it packed a wallop, but only for very specific communities. There are many of us who got off without any damage at all, and there was a lot of notice about it. And I think I worry that people may sort of be inured to any issues. Do you think people are not taking all these warnings seriously? I mean, this is a much different storm than Irene.
Yeah, I think that, frankly, people in the media like yourself and a lot of the leaders around the region have been doing a good job in trying to communicate to people how this is a different storm. It's going to have a different kind of impact. So I was around, riding around the city till late last night, seeing people really feeling, understandably, scared. And that's actually a good thing, that people, feel the fear of this coming and are doing the appropriate things necessary. So I think people are getting the message in our city. I see a lot of people doing the right thing. And I have to just say, give a lot of credit to folks. The thing that inspires me most is seeing how people are helping people, checking in on seniors, delivering supplies. This is the time that we pull together. No matter how hard a storm blows, it can't beat us if we're standing strong and standing together.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a little anxious. I've covered a lot of these hurricanes, but I've got my kids in the apartment, and now they're anxious, and I'm, this reading all these reports, they're quite dire. They don't call storms epic, kind of willy-nilly, if you will. You use Twitter a lot. I follow you on Twitter. What's your strategy for tweeting during this storm? Because you're the kind of guy who actually gives out a lot of information and responds to a lot of emergencies via Twitter.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, making sure that people know what's happening, from closure information to evacuation information, so whatever it is, I push it out a lot. But the second thing I want to make sure is that I'm engaging with people. If I get a question on my Twitter feed, I always assume it's a question probably represented by a lot of folks. So the engagement is critical, and the final thing for me always to look for on my Twitter feed is people that need help, so that I or emergency personnel can help them out. So it's a great medium in a crisis, and it's something that I'm on really around the clock.
All right. Governor Cory Booker joining us. He's the governor of Newark, New Jersey. Governor, I just promoted you yet again. Mayor Cory Booker. Didn't do that a lot. Mayor Cory Booker from Newark, New Jersey, joining us by phone this morning, talking a little bit about the preparations there in his city, and of course in the state as well. We've been showing you some of the pictures there. It's New Jersey that is expected to get the landfall for this storm, and it's a big, massive superstorm. We're continuing to monitor what happens in the hours between now and when that storm makes landfall. Coming up in just a moment, on the other side of this short break, we're going to be taking you to Delaware. Talk to Delaware Governor Jack Markell with what he's doing in his state. We're back right after this. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Starting Point. I'm Zoraida Samble, and we're following Hurricane Sandy all morning for you. But first, here's a quick look at the rest of our top stories. We're going to begin here with breaking news. The storm has just forced President Obama to cancel a campaign event this morning in Orlando. He flew in last night, but due to deteriorating weather conditions in Washington, D.C., he will return right away to the White House to monitor the storm. And both Mitt Romney and President Obama had already canceled campaign stops in Virginia as well. For the first time in 40 years, the Des Moines Register has endorsed a Republican for president. The newspaper's editorial board admitting it struggled with its decision, ultimately deciding on Mitt Romney because he, quote, offers a fresh economic vision. The registered board goes on to say voters should give Mitt Romney a chance to correct the nation's fiscal course and to implode the partisan gridlock that has shackled Washington and the rest of America. And early voting is underway in a lot of states, but in Maryland, it has been canceled for today, at least, due to the hurricane. Virginia's governor said his state will do what it can to make sure that voters can get to the polls despite Sandy's impact, which may include power outages. And it is a great day to be a Giants fan. San Francisco beat the Detroit Tigers last night to complete a 4-game World Series sweep. It's their second title in 3 years. Giants third baseman Pablo Sandoval was the series MVP. Most valuable Panda, that is. The city will honor their champs with a ticker tape parade. That is scheduled for Wednesday. We're going to send it back to Soledad.
All right, Zoraida, thank you very much. Always love when those guys all jump on each other. We won,
I know,
we
it's
won.
exciting.
It's nice to see. It is exciting. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. Want to get to Delaware and Delaware Governor Jack Markell, who can update us on what's happening in his state. Good morning, Governor. Nice to talk to you. Why don't you walk me through first what your biggest concerns are for your residents?
The biggest concerns, the rain and the wind together make driving conditions absolutely miserable, so we put in a driving restriction today. Also concerns, because the storm is so long lasting, we're concerned that people could be without power for some period of time.
Are you finding that people are actually heeding the evacuation orders? Or I should say, heeding the warnings?
And those... Well, there were evacuation orders that ended at 8 o'clock last night for some of our coastal areas, and we appreciate those who did. Those who did not, we're afraid may find themselves cut off, but there's not much we can do about that now. The main thing now is for people to realize there are significant driving restrictions in place. And one of the reasons we did that is conditions are going to get worse and worse, and we didn't want people to go to work today and then have to drive home or not through really bad conditions or not get home at all.
Do you have numbers on how many folks are in shelters in addition to those who've been asked to evacuate? Sometimes people just don't even take the storm itself seriously, but it sounds as if many people in your area are. What about folks moving into shelters?
So we have, it's obviously a small state. We have 7 shelters, 500 people last night. We expect a lot more during the course of the day because the conditions are going to get so much worse during the day. So we're ready with the shelters. We've got a great emergency response community in Delaware who've been working for many days to prepare for this. But at the end of the day, people really need to take a lot of responsibility for themselves as well.
Well, we're looking at you. We're also looking at the satellite loop of this storm, which is 1,000 miles wide and just massive. Have you ever, in all the years that you've been through emergencies like this, have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I haven't. And I was down at the beach yesterday, down in Rehoboth Beach and in Lewis. And it seemed yesterday as though it has seemed in previous storms when it was the height of the storm. And then it was hundreds and hundreds of miles away. So we can just imagine what it's going to be like today and tonight and tomorrow as the storm makes landfall. And, so this is a very significant event. Very grateful to all the members of the emergency response community in Delaware who are working so hard.
Delaware Governor Jack Markell joining us this morning. Nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us. I know you're swamped, so we appreciate your time.
Thanks, all that.
You bet. Coming up next, we're going to go take you to Virginia, and the Virginia Governor, Bob McDonnell, will join us with an update on what he is doing in his state, the emergency preparations there, and what they're worried about. That's straight ahead on the other side of this break as we continue our live special coverage of Virginia Beach. Virginia is what you're looking at there. Look at some of that storm surge. We are obviously monitoring what Hurricane Sandy is doing with our live rolling coverage. We're back in just a moment.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Morning, welcome everybody. You're watching Starting Point, but today we are focused on our special coverage of Hurricane Sandy as it is scheduled to make landfall in New Jersey sometime this evening. It is being called an epic storm, and it's churning nearly 1,000 miles wide. Hurricane force winds extending 175 miles from the eye. We are being told there is potential for widespread catastrophe and for damage. Schools are closed, subways closed up and down the East Coast, in Washington, D.C., in Philadelphia, and in New York. They're closed. 7,500 flights have been canceled already, with the major carriers shutting down service here in New York. It's causing, of course, delays all around the country and even as far away as Paris, France. Sandy is expected, as I mentioned, to make landfall in southern New Jersey either late today or sometime early tomorrow morning. More than 450,000 people up and down the East Coast have already been evacuated. We have correspondents covering this story all up and down the coast. John Berman is live for us in Battery Park City in Lower Manhattan this morning. Sandra Endo is in Ocean City in Maryland. George Howell is in Kill Devil Hills for us in North Carolina in the Outer Banks there. Rob Marciano in Asbury Park, New Jersey. He's also got an update on the storm, the very latest. Rob, let's start with you.
Good morning, Soledad. Well, the winds and the rain have picked up, and certainly the outer limits of Hurricane Sandy beginning to reach north towards the metropolitan area and the tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. You mentioned that the winds have strengthened with Sandy, now 85-mile-an-hour winds. Let's go over the stats of this thing and bring you through the forecast. The wind field is still extraordinarily large. Over 40-mile-an-hour winds extend 900 miles across. So we're going to see some damage from this in the way of power outages across hundreds of miles of real estate. As far as the wind and the radar is concerned, a lot of rain has been pouring across southern Jersey, across the Delmarva, certainly across parts of Virginia and the Carolinas. And wind with this also has been gusting in places like Virginia Beach, Atlantic City, and up through in New York City as well. Winds have been gusting over 30 miles an hour. So that's all visually there for you. Wind warnings extend as far north as Maine, as far south as North Jersey, and as far west as Columbus, Ohio. It's hard to describe to you just how large this system is and how far inland it is going to affect people. So this has far reaches beyond what just a hurricane is, including blizzard warnings that are out. Preps are going on up and down the Jersey coastline. Thousands have evacuated from coastal communities. And yesterday, Governor Chris Christie, who is certainly a straight talker, had these dire words of advice for his constituents.
And we want everybody to stay off the roads. Again, we can't emphasize this enough. Don't try to go out there and be a hero or act as if there's nothing going on here. Something is happening. It's important, and we need to have you stay inside.
So that's important advice, because even if you don't live along the coastline, the winds are going to be such that trees are going to come down. So if you live in an area that has a lot of trees, certainly stay indoors and get down from the upper areas of your home to a lower interior room. And even skyscrapers, Soledad, you go up 30 floors in elevation, and that pretty much increases the winds by 1 category in hurricane strength. So you're going to be feeling it across the high rises of Manhattan, no doubt about that. Not to mention at the lower levels, the storm surge is going to be of historic proportions, likely to be greater than Irene. High tide across many of the beaches communities happening in the next couple of hours. Then again tonight, timing out with the landfall of Hurricane Sandy just to the south of us, probably around 8, 9, 10 o'clock this evening.
Rob, let me ask you a quick question before I let you go. So the winds now at 85 miles an hour. I'm in Midtown Manhattan. What kind of damage can a wind like that do? Obviously, could knock down trees. I see scaffolding all around us, obviously. And, you talked about skyscrapers. People are not being evacuated out of the tallest skyscrapers. I know the Empire State Building many years ago, I think back in the 1930s, was actually swaying in one of the hurricanes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the buildings are designed to sway. The windows are reinforced and built to sustain a serious wind, but there's always going to be weaknesses in the cracks. You mentioned scaffolding. That stuff is built to coat, hopefully, but some of that could easily come down when you're talking about winds. And then also the canyons, especially across lower Manhattan, those canyons, the winds can accelerate through some of those tighter streets, and it's hard to predict just how strong those winds will get. So it's going to be much, much worse than Hurricane Irene. I can guarantee you that, and it will stretch much farther inland for folks. I mean, even Chicago, they're going to feel it in the form of wind and big waves across Lake Michigan. It's going to be like something that certainly I haven't seen in my lifetime, and I'm sure a lot of folks across the Northeast will echo those thoughts before this is all done in the next couple of days. So
Rob Marciano for us. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate the update. Let's get right to Richard Knabb. He's with the National Hurricane Center. Let's start with what Rob was just talking about. Richard, if we can, he talked about how this storm is headed inland and how unusual that is. Why is it heading inland? Normally they head out, right?
Well, this time of year, it's not typical to see a system like this, a hurricane approaching the mid-Atlantic coast from the southeast, but that's what we've got. And not only is it going to be moving inland around a trough of low pressure, pulling it in, but it's going to slow down and start to merge with that big low over land, and so it's going to be a very prolonged event. I really don't like it when I see a large system that is expected to move slowly once it strikes land, because that means a prolonged duration of wind and rain, and a larger system like this is certainly more prone to being able to create the storm surge from the ocean that we're going to see starting later today and tonight.
Talked about this, Richard, as being a superstorm, and I know some of that is because it's actually going to hit up with or connect up with two other storms, really just making it massive. And you talked about the size, 1,000 miles. What kind of damage can that do? And when will we start really seeing the effects along the coast a little farther up north? We've shown some of the southern states.
Well, you know, the damage is going to be caused locally by the wind and the wind pushing the water and the rain falling from the sky. I mean, the size of the storm, what that does is make it a more prolific storm surge producer, and for those conditions in any one spot to last a longer period of time. And this does have a wintertime component to it with the snowfall that's going to be seen in places like the mountainous areas of West Virginia. So the large size and the fact that it's going to be making this transition to a post-tropical system, more of a wintertime low, just complicates the set of hazards that are going to be expected, and the large size just means a lot of people are going to be affected and for a long period of time. And so once the weather starts going downhill, which it's starting to do in the mid-Atlantic coast and all the way up to southern New England, it's going to get worse as the day goes on. And once the weather gets bad, it's going to stay that way for couple days, maybe even a little bit longer, because it's going to take a while for this to make that turn and move north. So it's going to be a long duration event, and whatever emergency managers are telling folks to do, and that includes just staying off the roads, do that, because being outdoors or being in dangerous places that you should have been evacuated from, that's how people get in trouble and get injured or killed.
Richard Knapp, it seems like, at least from the governors who I've spoken to this morning, as if people are actually heeding the warnings, that they understand that this is a serious, serious storm. Thanks for the update. We'll continue to check in with you. Greg Fugate, of course, is the head of FEMA. Let's check in with him now. Mr. Fugate, appreciate your time this morning, because I know you're really busy. First of all, tell me a little bit about the relief supplies that you have staggered. I know normally you sort of position them and then you move them into where they're needed. But as Mr. Knapp just pointed out to us, and Rob Marciano before, it's such a wide storm. Is that compromising your ability to get close to where you might need some emergency supplies?
Well, what we did was we sent stuff throughout the region. We began moving generators and water and all kinds of supplies back in Friday, Saturday, getting them in yesterday. So we're moving stuff. We also got to remember the private sector is not idle either. They're doing everything to get ready to get their stores back open. So this is a big team effort. But we have been moving things from outside the area, basically a region from the Carolinas all the way up into the New England states, and as inland as, you know, the West Virginia with a blizzard there, Pennsylvania from flooding. So we've been moving stuff. Now's time, as Rick said, people need to be safe so that we can get to recovery next.
So walk me through, if you haven't evacuated and you are thinking about evacuating, or maybe even you don't necessarily have to evacuate, but you want to get out of town, for example, here in New York City, what should people take so that if they have damage, they're much better positioned to be able to recover? What would you advise them to grab on their way out?
Passports, birth certificates, your driver's license, your checkbook, all of your insurance papers, and basically the stuff you would need to be able to get back or get with your insurance adjuster and get those assistance going. But take all your important papers, the things you can't replace or are difficult to replace, put them in a Ziploc bag or something safe, keep them dry and take them with you.
They keep calling this a superstorm and a once-in-a-lifetime storm, and I don't get the sense that people are exaggerating this. Do you feel that people are heeding the message about how dangerous, how risky this storm could be up and down the East Coast?
Yeah, I think so. But again, as you talk about this, you try to describe what's going to happen. It's hard to personalize this to everybody. I think that's why the Weather Service, the local forecast offices are doing a good job trying to tell people what the impacts are going to be. You know, looking at this big system doesn't always tell me what it's going to do at my house. But the Weather Service, the local forecast offices are really trying to get those products out to tell people what to expect in their community.
Greg Fugate with FEMA for us this morning. Thank you, sir. I have a feeling we'll be talking together a lot over the next many days. We appreciate your time this morning. Let's take a look at how it's looking in the state of Virginia. And Governor Bob McDonnell is there with an update for us. Thank you for talking with us, sir. We appreciate your time. What are you most concerned about this morning?
Thanks, Sully.
Well, it's the sustained winds and rain and coastal flooding, and followed by cold temperatures. We actually have a blizzard warning in western and southwest Virginia, and it's snowing now out there, Soledad, and that's going to continue for a couple days. But it's down power lines from the high wind, and probably over 1 million people without power would be our estimate right now. But fortunately, we're prepared. The state, local folks, and federal folks working very well together. And so far, there's no fatalities, and people are heeding the mandatory evacuation warnings in certain coastal areas, so it's going okay.
What are your power utility folks doing? I know that some have been pre-positioning people from out of state, like New Mexico,
yes,
and getting them in so that when they're finally able to get in to do repairs, they're positioned to do repairs.
Well, I declared a state of emergency, Soledad, on Friday morning, and so we've had extra National Guard called up, extra state police. We've asked for 2,000 additional utility employees from other states. They're cooperating in either here or on the way. And so because of the massive power outages that we expect, I think we're going to be positioned to get people up to speed pretty quickly. But, you know, it's all about down trees and down power lines in the coastal area. That's our major concern. Today's going to be the worst impact. Even though the coast has been hit now for 2 days, most of Virginia is going to be hit today and into the morning.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. They always talk about more people are injured actually when things calm down in the storm because they don't realize it's really being hit by a tree or a power line that you think is safe that's not. That really ends up killing you. Do you think people are taking the warning seriously? You know, here we had Hurricane Irene, and it wasn't as bad as it was predicted. Certainly in this area, some areas got hit very hard, but you know, in New York City, it was not as bad. And I worry that some people think, well, last time they told us to evacuate, and you know, we really didn't have to, and this time maybe we shouldn't.
You know, that's always a challenge. We live in a coastal state like Virginia. We're pretty used to these warnings, but this is a unique storm because of its breadth. And the tropical storm force winds extending so far out, and followed by a cold front creating those dangerous conditions afterwards is unique. But yes, the mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas, people are heeding. I think we had plenty of run-up in the prep time, and people did what they needed to do. And everything we've heard from our local governments, they're working well. Shelters are open, and people are staying off the road. So all we're telling people right now, Soledad, is be a good neighbor. Keep your radios on, your transistor radios. Listen to what's going on and help one another, and we'll get through this just fine.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that people are heeding those warnings. Governor Bob McDonnell, nice to see you, sir. Thank you for talking with us. I know you're busy, so we truly appreciate it. I want to remind everybody, if you want to send us pictures of what it looks like where you are, go ahead and tweet them to us. You can send them to me at Soledad_O'Brien, no apostrophe, obviously, or you can send them to @StartingPTCNN. We'd love to see what it looks like where you are. Give us your name, obviously, and what we're seeing where you are. We got to take a short break. When we come back in just a moment, we're going to continue our rolling coverage of Hurricane Sandy. The rain's lessened a little bit here in New York City, but other places down south not so fortunate at this hour. We'll check in with our reporters up and down the eastern seaboard when we're back. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching CNN special coverage of Hurricane Sandy, and you're looking at live pictures of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Take a look at those dramatic pictures. They've got voluntary evacuations underway in Virginia Beach. They're using some of the parking garages there as shelters for folks. And obviously they're saying time is running out as this storm is approaching, that people who are going to evacuate need to evacuate so that they're not putting any rescuers in additional danger when this storm gets even closer. Want to head now to Sandra Endo. She's reporting to us this morning from Ocean City in Maryland this morning. And it looks like, Sandra, things have cleared up from what I can see behind you. It looks better, is it?
Actually, no, not at all, Soledad, because let me show you what the problem is right here. Beach erosion. You can see the massive waves, and this is a tidal surge. It's not even high tide yet. You can see where the fence has been washed away by these waves, and just yesterday we were standing on that beach, but now there's no beach left, and you can see how the waves are toppling over this protective sand dune and coming into this area, the water flooding this area here, even approaching some of the property line, going under the homes here in Ocean City. And of course, that's a big concern for residents and local authorities who are going to keep a watchful eye on this storm surge, on the high tide and the full moon, creating a higher tide than normal. And that's certainly a big concern. You were mentioning it looks a little clearer. That's probably because the sun is coming up, but the rain has been coming down all day long for the last 24 hours. The wind gusts have certainly been shifting and changing. The temperature has dropped a bit, but clearly it's the personality of Hurricane Sandy, a little unpredictable, but already feeling the effects of it, but it's still hundreds of miles away. Soledad.
My goodness, and for those homeowners where that water's coming right under their house already, as you point out, at this time when there's still a lot more time to pass before that storm hits land, they have got to be very, very nervous. Sandra Endo for us this morning. Thanks, Sandra, for watching it. It does look clearer, but I guess you're right. The sun coming up is what makes it look better. It looks pretty bad where you are. Let's get right to George Howell. He's in Kill Devil Hills, which is in the Outer Banks in North Carolina. Good morning, George. How's it looking where you are?
Soledad, good morning. You know, the winds have died down a bit. The rain, that sideways rain that we saw the last 2 days, really not happening now. So conditions are getting a bit better here. But you look at what's happening out there on the Atlantic. We've seen that storm surge rise. They're concerned about a storm surge anywhere from 4 to 6 feet. Now, also want to talk about another story we're following. There is a ship out there that has been floundering at sea about 90 miles from where we are, about 160 miles from the eye of the storm, the HMS Bounty. Now, that is a replica ship. It was created for the movie Mutiny on the Bounty, and then also used for the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. That ship had 17 people on board. It lost propulsion, was basically at the mercy of the ocean. Had waves just, out there, not able to move forward. We know that the Coast Guard was able to get out there. All of the people abandoned ship. They are currently on lifeboats, so that is some good news that we can report. We've been watching this very closely. Again, that ship was just out there stranded, not able to move forward, Soledad.
My goodness, what a terrible situation for those people who are now heading, it looks like heading into dry land from that ship. George Howell for us in the Outer Banks reporting on what's happening there. Thanks, George. Appreciate it. One of the big elements of the story will be power outages. There are predictions that 10 million people along the East Coast could in fact lose power once this storm hits. Of course, with the trees, branches taking out power lines, high winds as well could be responsible for that. Ahead this morning, we'll take a look at what Con Ed is doing, not only to prepare here specifically in New York City, but also what to do in case there are needs for repairing all those power lines. We'll talk about those strategies straight ahead. You're watching our special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. We're back in a moment. Everybody, as we cover what will be a devastating impact from Hurricane Sandy, we want to take a look at the potential loss of power for some 10 million people all along the eastern seaboard. Alfonso Quiroz is with Con Edison, which operates power for New York and New Jersey and parts of Pennsylvania as well. Thank you for talking with us, sir. Appreciate your time because I know you're very busy. First, let's talk about New York if we can. We know Mayor Bloomberg was saying that he may have to shut down power if an underground grid is potentially exposed because of some of the massive flooding that is predicted. What can you tell me about that?
Well, first of all, I want to just let you know Con Edison handles electric, gas, and steam for New York City and Westchester County. We don't handle Pennsylvania or the other tri-state areas. We're just New York City and Westchester County. But what we're looking at right now is that we're paying attention to a lot of those low-lying areas, such as Lower Manhattan, and we're really paying attention to how high the seawater is coming. You have to remember that a lot of the electrical cables that feed New York City are underground, and that kind of seawater can really damage those cables.
My apologies for the error. So what happens if, in fact, you have to shut it down? Because as they're predicting downtown is, I know you know, maybe an 11-foot storm surge. Walk me through the potential scenario here.
Sure thing. What we have is storm riders, and they are either people or cameras or another type of monitoring device that we watch how high the water is coming near our equipment throughout New York City, but especially those low-lying areas. And if the water gets too high, we will preemptively shut down some pieces of equipment, some maybe clustered together, because it is easier for us to make restoration once the water goes, as opposed to just letting it burn out by itself and causing a fire. That would take much longer to restore.
What's the impact if you have to shut down part of the power grid in the lower part of Manhattan, for example? What does that mean literally?
Well, it could mean that there would be no power to parts of lower Manhattan, to Wall Street, Battery Park City, the tip of Manhattan, so that would basically mean that we would have to cut power to those areas if the water were to rise to a certain level on some of our facilities and some of our equipment.
And that's a decision that you would make once the storm has hit and the water begins to rise. You can monitor it that closely.
That's exactly right.
All right. We appreciate your time this morning, Representative from Con Ed, walking us through what the strategy would be if, in fact, they do have to shut down the grid in lower Manhattan, saying that it's, in fact, easier to try to fix it once the grid's shut down than the potential of a fire or something happening if the grid isn't shut down and that area is flooded. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back in just a moment, we'll continue tracking the path of Hurricane Sandy. You can take a look at some of these pictures from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Really dramatic pictures of what's happening there. They're encouraging people in a voluntary evacuation. More on the storm straight ahead.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Morning, welcome everybody. A megastorm, that's what they're calling it, a megastorm hitting the East Coast. It's called Hurricane Sandy. It's expected to make a landing along a 700-mile stretch of the most populated part of the East Coast. I'm Soledad O'Brien. I'm coming to you live this morning from Midtown Manhattan. We're right on the edge of Central Park as we watch the progress of Hurricane Sandy.
I'm Rob Marciano on the shores of New Jersey, where just to my south, Hurricane Sandy is expected to make landfall later on tonight, but its effects will be far-reaching for hundreds of miles. Live report coming up.
I'm Sandra Endo in Ocean City, Maryland, where we're feeling the effects of Hurricane Sandy already, and a road right in front of our eyes. I'll have those dramatic pictures coming up.
I'm George Howell on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, where we are monitoring a sailing ship that is currently floundering at sea with 15 souls on board. Details coming up.
I'm John Berman, live in lower Manhattan. This is the evacuation zone, expecting a storm surge here of 6 to 11 feet. It could come right up over this wall behind me, threatening lives and livelihood.
All right, John Berman and our entire team this morning as we update you with what's happening with Hurricane Sandy. The good news, the sun's come up. The bad news, it's gotten a lot windier, and we've had intermittent rain here in New York City, but we have seen pictures across the East Coast of some devastating impact of Hurricane Sandy. We've got our special coverage this morning as we go to rolling coverage. It all begins right now. Morning, welcome everybody. Looking at that picture right there, the satellite picture, that's a Category 1 hurricane, Hurricane Sandy, nearly 1,000 miles wide, expected to impact 50 million people from North Carolina all the way up into New England. And it's also predicted to smash into a cold front, and that's why people talk about this being a superstorm. Also, it is expected that it'll sit on the eastern seaboard for days, creating dangerous storm surge and flooding conditions as well. CNN has Hurricane Sandy covered like no other network on TV. We're talking this morning with Philadelphia's Mayor Michael Nutter, Baltimore Mayor Vincent Gray, Norfolk Mayor Paul Frame will join us. Rear Admiral Dan Abel will be with us as well. Our correspondents, John Berman is live in Battery Park City in lower Manhattan. In Ocean City, Maryland, that's where CNN Sandra Endo is reporting for us. George Howell in Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina. Rob Marciano is live in Asbury Park, New Jersey. And let's begin with Rob for a look at what this storm is doing right now and where it's headed. Rob?
Good morning, Soledad. You mentioned the extraordinary storm that this is, including the cold air. We don't often talk about wind chills in a hurricane, but right now it feels like it's in the 40s with the wind and the cool air. Over my right shoulder, you see the extraordinary surf that has been pounding in the shoreline here of eastern Jersey for the past 12 hours. We're coming up on high tide once this morning and again later on tonight, and that will coincide with the expected landfall. Sandy has strengthened. Let's go over the statistics. 85-mile-an-hour winds now. The millibar pressure has tied with the lowest that we've seen in history. that of 1938 and that historic hurricane, the Long Island Express. So already a historic storm, and a large one at that, with winds extending over 800 miles for tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds nearly 200 miles. This is a beast. Here's the track forecast. It hasn't changed. The computer models have been spot on, so this will continue to be the case. But for hundreds of miles on either side of this track, the effects will be felt widespread. The radar is showing a lot of rainfall from South Jersey, south towards the Delmarva, Virginia, and certainly North Carolina. And the winds continue to gust and increase into the 30s now from Virginia Beach, Atlantic City, and up through New Jersey as well. And the wind warnings are extended to Maine, back as far west as Columbus, Ohio, and as far south as northern Georgia, to give you an idea just how expansive this storm system is. And in the cold air, we've got not only winter storm warnings, but blizzard warnings that are posted for western parts of West Virginia. Here along the immediate shoreline, evacuations for all of coastal New Jersey. 650,000 people live in this county alone, and we've got room for 2,000 people in shelters, but most of those folks who have evacuated have gone to friends and family, and certainly to higher ground, because storm surge here, 48 feet expected, and then across Long Island Sound, Connecticut, and potentially New York Harbor and southern Manhattan, upwards of 6 to as much as 11 feet of surge expected. This will be worse than Hurricane Irene a little over 12 months ago. Soledad?
I would think much worse than Hurricane Irene. Many people were able to dodge that bullet, Rob. I hope that they're not taking this much more seriously, not having, gotten complacent after what happened in Hurricane Irene. Rob Marciano updating us. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Let's get right to Sandra Endo. She's in Ocean City in Maryland for us, where if you look at what the beach is doing, which is basically eroding, things are getting very tough there, and the storm's a fair way away, fair way out. Sandra, what's the latest?
Yeah, actually, Soledad, the conditions are actually getting more rough out here. The wind has certainly picked up. The temperature has dropped. Take a look at the high tide right now. The waves are massive, and they are certainly crashing ashore. Also, the beach is eroding right before our eyes. You can see the fence here where it has just been swept away by the waves, and that sand dune is gradually eroding as the waves crash onto it. Just yesterday we were standing beyond that fence where a beach was, and now it's completely covered with water. We are seeing flooding here, and the water is approaching the property line. I guess you can see a property owner standing on his deck right there. I guess he's deciding to ride out this storm, clearly checking on his property. And the water is approaching this line. It's about 100 yards from shore, but clearly the situation is worsening in the minutes. And this is something residents here and officials are certainly going to keep a watchful eye on. They're definitely worried about the high tide, the full moon, and the lingering effect of Hurricane Sandy. Soledad.
I bet. Ocean City, Maryland. That is where Sandra Endo is for us this morning. Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate that. Let's get right to George Howell. He's in Kill Devil Hills, which is North Carolina, in the Outer Banks. George, how's the weather right now where you are? Are you seeing it as Sandra is deteriorating pretty fast around you?
Soledad, the wind gusts, they come and go, but not nearly as bad as what we saw yesterday and the day before that. It's been really a 3-day event out here. The concern right now, it's about the storm surge out there on the Atlantic, also about flooding on the Sound side as wind directions change. Also want to talk about something that's happening out there. I want to show you the Atlantic at rough waters, about 90 miles from where we are now and 160 miles from the eye of the storm. The HMS Bounty is out there. Now, that is a replica sailing ship, 3-masted sailing ship that was actually created for the movie Mutiny on the Bounty and also used in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. Now, this ship had 17 souls on board. We know from the Coast Guard that everyone was able to abandon ship. They're on lifeboats. That is good news because this ship was taking on water and, they were not able to move forward because it lost propulsion. But at this point, we know the Coast Guard, they're trying to effort a rescue, but they're unable to do so given the conditions of what you see out there. So it's a developing situation that we are monitoring very closely. Again, 17 souls who abandoned ship on lifeboats, the Coast Guard doing their best to get to them. Soledad.
George Howell for us, updating us what's happening in the Outer Banks. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. Want to head right down to lower Manhattan, probably, 60, 70 blocks from where I am right now. now. John Berman is there for us. One of the big concerns is storm surge, and they predicted, what, up to 11 feet of storm surge, which could be devastating for that area.
That's right, Soledad. 6 to 11 feet. And actually, we're getting a real taste of what it might be like tonight at 8:50 p.m., which is the high tide. We have a high tide actually in about 20 minutes from right now. And you can see behind me, there's no extra room here. The water is practically up on top of the seawall already. We've seen some of the actual waves leak over as it is. And this is just with moderate surge right now and high tide. By tonight, we're expecting a much bigger storm surge, 6 to 11 feet. It's a full 2 feet higher than we saw last year during Hurricane Irene. And during that hurricane, we did get some minor flooding down here. There's one expert from Columbia University who says that 1 foot more flooding than what we saw in Hurricane Irene could cause $50 billion in damage. You were talking about it earlier, Soledad. The issue here is that the water could flood the subway systems here, get into the electrical grid, and just cause mayhem. Again, high tide 8:50 tonight. That might be just when the storm begins to, or is hitting the East Coast with its full force. That could be a huge storm surge. Soledad.
All right, John Berman for us this morning. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Let's go right to Michael Nutter. He is the mayor of Philadelphia, joining us this morning with what they're doing to prepare for this storm. Mayor Nutter, thank you for being with us. Appreciate you joining us.
Good morning, Soledad.
Walk me through your biggest concern right now.
Our biggest concern is that making sure that our citizens are safe. Conditions here are starting to pick up or deteriorate, depending on how you look at it. Heavier rain, winds up in the 20-plus mile-an-hour range already, wind gusts up near 30, and the temperature is dropping. So our big concern is, of course, flooding in low-lying areas in Philadelphia. We have a number of neighborhoods that flood-prone under heavy rain, as well as step to service. Our mass transit system shut down pretty much at midnight, 2 a.m. This morning. And so we're just encouraging folks, shelter in place. If you need to relocate, we have 3 shelters in specific areas of the city, big high schools, large capacity to take care of folks and their pets. We just don't want citizens out on the street. All schools are closed, public schools, Catholic schools, our charter schools, and a bunch of colleges and universities. And so this is really about just kind of riding this out, being safe, flashlights, batteries, and water supplies, food supplies, and just hanging there for a couple of days. And we're asking citizens to really look out for each other. We got through Irene. This will be tougher, but we can get through this also.
Are you finding that people are heeding the warnings already, sir?
Yes. We have about 150-plus folks in our shelters. We're getting tweet information. I'm at Michael_Nutter. People can follow. I'm responding to citizen concerns. Our 311 system is getting a lot of calls. People are asking for information. But I think people know that we're taking this seriously. President Obama signed an emergency declaration. We're working through our state and our Governor Corbett. We're constantly pumping out information to folks. People know that this is the real deal. They knew that Irene was tough. This is going to be tougher and probably last longer because this is a slow-moving storm, so it's just going to extend the amount of rain and wind, and that's a tough combination for us in a big old northeastern city.
Yep, it sure is. Mayor Michael Nutter joining us from Philadelphia. Thank you, sir, for your time. We certainly appreciate it. Let's head to Baltimore, shall we? Let's chat with Stephanie Rawlings-Blake. She is the mayor of Baltimore. Nice to talk to you. We appreciate your time this morning. Mayor Nutter was telling us that he feels that people are heeding the warnings, that even though Irene, at least where I am, was not such a tough storm, they're still really understanding that there's a big difference between what Irene brought and what Sandy could bring. Are you seeing the same thing?
We are seeing the same thing, Soledad. And I feel really bad for you. I wish you were in Baltimore. We'd give you a nice covered shot, a nice inside shot, so you wouldn't be out in the weather. But people are. They are heeding the warning. The roads are pretty much clear. And my concern, among other things, as Mayor Nutter mentioned, is to make sure that people aren't driving through standing water. That's a big danger, particularly in a city like Baltimore. We have the harbor and a lot of communities surrounding the harbor. We just want people to be safe.
So tell me what you're most concerned about. Obviously, the standing water, as you just mentioned, but is it the power outages that worry you the most? Is it the potential for flooding across the city?
It's more the power outages, and there's so many trees in Baltimore and in our communities. With the trees coming down, increasing the power outages, and just to make sure the people are prepared in their homes. We've been putting out the message for days to make sure you have your non-perishable foods, your battery-operated radios, your flashlights, the things that you need so you can ride out this storm. This is a slow-moving storm, and I think people forget that we can't start the restorations, or BGE can't start the restorations until after the storm has moved. So you have to be prepared to ride out this storm in place.
Yeah, I think sometimes people forget how long 3 days is. You know, it's not just a couple of cans of soup. It's, you know, it's a decent amount of water and a decent amount of food. Do you feel like you're getting all the assistance from the state and from the feds as well?
Yeah, we have great communications with the federal government. President Obama's been fantastic. And Governor O'Malley, we've got a great communications. We're already sharing not just information, but equipment and supplies. We have our pre-positioned first responders who've been excellent, going above and beyond to make sure that we have everyone in place that needs to be: fire, police, everyone.
Baltimore Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake joining us this morning. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your time. And I have a feeling we'll be talking with all the mayors that we've been talking to this morning, and the governors as well, as the storm gets closer, and then certainly in the aftermath as well. We got to take a short break. When we're back in just a moment, we're going to continue to update you on the progress of Hurricane Sandy. You're looking at some live pictures of Virginia Beach, Virginia, where these are pretty dramatic pictures. It's a voluntary evacuation order there at this point, but they're also telling folks if you wait too long, there's going to come a point where it's just not possible to evacuate anymore. More on this storm straight ahead. Welcome back, everybody. You're looking at live pictures from Virginia Beach, Virginia this morning, where there is a voluntary evacuation order in effect, but they have warned, officials there have warned, if you don't get to it fast enough, there's going to be a point where you run out of options and you can no longer evacuate. I want to bring in Paul Frame. He's the Norfolk, Virginia mayor. Nice to talk to you, sir. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. Walk me through what the situation is in Norfolk right now.
Well, it's pretty wet, as you would expect. Look, biggest concern is the flood water. You know, the storm has been pounding the coast for so long, and it's been pushing water up against the shore, and it's now into the rivers. And with each high tide, water builds on the previous tide, and we're going to have a high tide here in about an hour. It will last for a couple of hours here, and then we hope that's the worst of it. But this will be the toughest part of the whole storm here. So
you'll have a high tide in a couple hours, then 12 hours later you'll have another one, right? So that must be the one you're most worried about, because that'll be...
We're really worried right now about the one coming up.
Oh, really?
And we think it'll start to recede after that. The high tide will occur around 9:30, and it'll be with us for a little while. But as it pulls out, that'll be the toughest part of the whole storm. And we'll start assessing how much damage there is.
Do you have a mandatory evacuation order in effect, or are you just sort of allowing people who voluntarily want to evacuate?
We do not have a mandatory evacuation order. We have gone door to door in the lower lying areas and offered assistance to our residents. But, you know, this is a coastal city. We've been through some tough storms before. This has not been a major wind event for us. It's been rain and flood water. I mean, we've had about 4.5 inches of rain. We're looking for another maybe 3 inches here. But again, what it really is the low-lying areas are getting pounded by water coming into the city.
And some of those were hit already in Irene, right? You had problems with storm surge in the wake of Hurricane Irene.
That was one of the worst we've had in modern times, and we are almost at that level now, but not quite. We'll be a little over 7 foot in high tide, 7.2 inches maybe. Irene was around 7.5, but this is still a major event for us, for sure.
All right, we're taking a look, as I mentioned, from these pictures of the waves in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Are you seeing similar things in Norfolk? Are you?
Oh, sure, absolutely. We have we share a coastline with the beach. They're our sister city, and there's an area of Norfolk called Ocean View that is taking the same sort of pounding right now.
Mayor Frame, I thank you for your time this morning. I know you guys are busy, so we appreciate it, and we will be watching as you watch with that next high tide, which is your most critical high tide. Thank you, sir. Let's get to Richard Knapp again. He's with the National Hurricane Center. He's been watching this storm for us. So Richard, it was interesting to me to hear that he said the high tide that's coming up in Norfolk is the most important one for them. Many have said they worry about the high tide later tonight, which is going to coincide with the landfall.
Well, it's all because the surge and the tide maximizing are different depending on exactly where you are. So for points farther north, when the circulation center comes to your south, so if you're in New York City, Long Island Sound, Rhode Island, Connecticut coastline, Massachusetts, the maximum surge would be when the circulation center is passing to the south. So the timing of that surge relative to high tide would be a concern late tonight and early tomorrow. But for points farther south, like in Norfolk, the maximum surge might not occur during that time. So it's very, very location specific, Soledad.
I know that there's been a recent update. Anything new? What's how fast is this storm now traveling?
Well, it's moving at a forward speed that's a little bit faster now as it makes this turn to the north-northwest. So it's going to be coming ashore, the center anyway, late tonight, we think, maybe early tomorrow morning. But then I get really concerned about this. We're expecting it to slow down after landfall. So that means because of the combination of that and the large size, this will be a long duration event for many people along the coast and inland, and a lot of life-threatening hazards here, not just the storm surge at the coast and the hurricane force winds, at least in gusts near the coast, but then tropical storm force or gale force winds going well inland, and then the heavy rainfall and flooding that could subsequently occur. So this is going to be a big problem for a lot of folks. Whatever you're told to do by your emergency managers to evacuate or to stay where you are, heed those advice.
All right. Richard Knapp is the director of the National Hurricane Service. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate the update. We've got to take a short break. We continue to monitor what is happening with Hurricane Sandy as we continue our rolling coverage, our special coverage. We're back in just a moment. Everybody, let's start with some live pictures. You're looking at Ventnor City in New Jersey. If you take a look in these pictures, you can see the casinos in Atlantic City are shut down. They are closed down because of the incoming storm. Also want to show you Asbury Park in New Jersey as well. This is where Rob Marciano's been stationed. Look at those waves coming in, and we've seen this situation there deteriorate. We're expecting it to get a lot worse because we're expecting this storm to make landfall sometime tonight, maybe even early tomorrow morning, and it is expected to hit dead on into New Jersey and described as in a perpendicular fashion, which would of course not only blow the waves and the wind right onto the coastal areas right there. We're monitoring this for you all morning as we continue to cover Hurricane Sandy in our special coverage on CNN. Short break. We're back in just a moment.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching a special edition of Starting Point as we bring you continuing live coverage of Hurricane Sandy. I am reporting this morning from right on the side of Central Park. We're in Midtown Manhattan in Columbus Circle. Right now, we've had intermittent light rain. It's pretty cold. We've had gusting winds occasionally. It has not gotten so bad here in New York City. That is not the same along the eastern seaboard. 375,000 people, though, in expectations of what will happen over the next several hours, have now been evacuated from the low-lying areas in New York City. Trains and buses in New York City have been shut down. Also in Washington, D.C. and in Philadelphia as well. School also. And before Sandy even comes ashore, 50 million Americans are being predicted to suffer more than $3 billion in damage. And that's even before this storm has actually made landfall. I want to begin our coverage this morning with our meteorologist, Rob Marciano. He's in Asbury Park, New Jersey, not far from where landfall will be sometime late tonight, earlier this morning. Rob, at what point will we see behind you what we usually think of when we think of those high winds and stormy, heavy rains that come with a hurricane? Is that sometime later this afternoon, or is it the evening?
It'll be later this afternoon and tonight. We're already starting to feel tropical storm force gusts for sure, and the rains and winds have increased dramatically just in the past couple of hours. We're on the Asbury Park Boardwalk, an iconic feature. This grandiose structure behind me, built in the heyday of the 20s, the convention center. A number of boom and bust cycles here, but nonetheless, this surf is certainly busting off the beach right here. Already up to the boardwalk is the sea foam and the stretches of this ocean, which should be another couple of hundred feet or yards out this way. But take a look at this foam. This is extraordinary to be this far ahead of this storm system, which really has got about 12 hours before it really truly makes landfall, to have the water this far up. We do anticipate with a 4 to 8 foot storm surge during the height of the storm that the water will be coming up and over the top of this boardwalk and flooding inland parts of Asbury Park, and coastal communities up and down the Jersey Shore will be similar sites. And that's why this entire area has been evacuated, and shelters have been put up for folks who live along the coastal areas. So this will continue to go downhill as far as the weather is concerned, but obviously we have far-reaching effects. And what is extraordinary with this storm, because it's about 280 miles down that way, that we're already feeling the effects this strong. And in a biting, I should tell you, a very cold wind. This is like no other hurricane that you can experience, and that's why we're calling it this hybrid situation. And that's why this wind field has become so large and so big and will be affecting so many people as we go through time. An extraordinary event taking place here on the Jersey shoreline. The rain, by the way, is much heavier just down to my south, across the Delmarva and through parts of Virginia. They've really been getting pounded with not only the surf, but the rainfall, and that will begin to increase and spread northward to here and about 40 miles north to the southern tip of Manhattan. Well, they'll have their fair share of wind, rain, and certainly some storm surge. It could be even worse there and across parts of Long Island Sound. Soledad?
Yeah, Rob, I'm looking at those pictures of the water coming up behind you, and you're right. I mean, if they're not expecting this thing to hit for another 12 hours and it's already made it that far, that's pretty dire. All right, we're going to continue to check in with Rob Marciano throughout the morning and into the afternoon. The weather picking up a little bit here. A minute ago, I said the rain had stopped, but actually it started up again. Light rain, very light rain, and gusting winds starting again as well. Let's get to Washington, D.C. The Mayor, Vince Gray, is there this morning with an update on how things are going there. I know you've declared a state of emergency for Washington, D.C., sir. Tell me a little bit about your biggest concerns this morning.
Well, we have. We are very concerned, of course, about the wind, rain. Very concerned that winds could wreak havoc. And, of course, the potential flooding that is associated with this as well. We try to help our people understand that this is unlike anything that we've seen before, and we've worked hard to prepare the city and to get our residents to be able to prepare the city. We've closed the schools. We've closed the D.C. government. The federal government has now been closed, and even our metro subway system, which typically is operational, is not operating today.
Usually your city has a number of tourists. What kind of information are you giving them, and how are you guiding those folks? So I have to imagine many of them have never been in a hurricane before.
Yeah, we're of course getting, first of all, letting people know what to expect from this storm, and I guess I should say this combination of storms. Secondly, for those people who are in hotels, we're asking them to stay in. Do not come outside because that is just ill-advised. And really giving them the same information that we're giving the residents in the District of Columbia, because while we've had the experience of a hurricane here in the city before, we haven't had anything like this before.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for joining us this morning with an update on what's happening in Washington, D.C. That's D.C. Mayor Vince Gray joining us. Thank you. Appreciate it. Got some pictures to show you. President Obama leaving Orlando, Florida. He's heading back to Washington, D.C. He has canceled his event because obviously the inclement weather and concerns about folks who are in harm's way with this incoming storm has made his team decide that they would not continue their campaigning with the election just about a week and a day away. Obviously, there are some interest in continuing campaigning, but for today, with the storm approaching, both Governor Romney and the president are curtailing those efforts at getting out there and campaigning. I want to get to George Howell now. George has been coming to us all morning from Kill Devil Hills, which is in the Outer Banks in North Carolina. George, we had some good news, which I'd love for you to start with. We talked about that tall ship and the efforts for those folks there. Tell me a little bit about what their situation is now.
Soledad, absolutely. We're talking about the replica of the HMS Bounty. Now, that is a ship that was created for the movie Mutiny on the Bounty and also used in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. 17 souls were on board that ship, and you see what's out there right now at the Atlantic. Really, really rough situation there. Apparently, this ship, not sure why it was out there. We do know that typically it goes from port to port offering tours. Not sure if that is why it was out on the Atlantic during the storm, but we know that it started taking on water, and the crew had to abandon ship. So the good news, as you mentioned, they were able to get on lifeboats. But again, lifeboats out there with those waves. So right now, the Coast Guard's doing their best to get to them. Given the conditions out there, they're not able to get to them. But we know that they've sent out a rescue aircraft. So that's headed that way. And they've been able to make communication with them, regain communication. That is good news. It's something we continue to monitor. But again, 17 people who are out there on those waves, not a good situation, given what you see, Soledad.
Terrible situation. So, George, explain something to me, because when you said lifeboats earlier, I was under the impression that they had sort of gotten in lifeboats and were being rescued, but that's not the case. They're now trying to make their way to land.
No.
How far are you from land? Are they from you on land?
Well, here along the Outer Banks, Soledad, so we're about 90 miles from where they are now, and in relation to the storm itself, they're about 160 miles from the eye of the storm. So, think about that. Think about what's happening toward the center of that storm. What you see here is rough. I would imagine it's rougher out there. So, we're keeping a close eye on this. We know that they are in the lifeboats. They were able to get off this sailing ship, the sailing vessel that was taking on water. Again, that is great news. But being in the lifeboats out there, waiting for the Coast Guard, waiting for this aircraft, that's what we're keeping an eye on right now, Soledad.
And George, just final question for you. So have the rescuers, are they now on their way? Have they been dispatched? Are the planes, I know the weather is so bad, but are the planes up in the sky to try to help these 17 people who, they're trying to make a 90-mile, basically, row in the middle of a storm?
We are keeping very close tabs on the details of this. The latest information we got is that aircraft is en route. So again, that's good news. And we know that the Coast Guard was able to make communication with them, so that's good news. They know where they are. Again, we're able to give you that specific information. We know where they are in relation to us, where they are in relation to the eye of the storm. So now it's just a matter of getting them, something we're keeping an eye on.
All right, George Howell updating us this morning on those efforts there as he comes to us from Kill Devil Hills, which is in the Outer Banks, where we've seen some very, very tough weather there. Thank you, George. And obviously, George will keep monitoring that situation for those 17 people who are trying to make their way by lifeboat to shore, having abandoned their ship, which was taking on water. So now they're just going to make a go for it. The good news is, as George pointed out, they are in communication with the Coast Guard. Planes in the air, apparently, being able to help them as well. But that is, they got 90 miles to go to get to land. That is a long, long distance in a lifeboat. All right, Zoraida Sambalin is at Time Warner Center updating us on the latest stories, making news as well this morning. Hey, Z, good morning.
Good morning, Soledad. Nearly 500,000 people have been evacuated from homes in low-lying areas. This is up and down the East Coast. In New York, where forecasters say an 11-foot storm surge could cause catastrophic damage tonight and into tomorrow, mass transit is shut down along with Wall Street and all public schools. In New Jersey and Philadelphia, shelters have been opened and thousands of cots are ready for all the evacuees. The oncoming storm also causing airlines to cancel more than 7,000 flights in the Northeast. That's triggering delays across the country, with the ripple effect hitting travelers as far away as Paris. And NASA has released its latest time-lapse animation of Sandy. It is huge, it is ominous, and it is stunning. The video is from a vantage point more than 22,000 miles above the Earth, from dawn to dusk yesterday. Those are amazing pictures, Soledad.
Wow. How, you know what, when that shot first came up, Zoraida, I wasn't sure what this was, but this is so big in scope. That's what makes it so strange. And that is that is what Sandy looks like, that 1,000-mile-long swath that is this storm. That is the NASA time-lapse photography of how this massive storm really got itself together. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Ominous is a really good word to describe it, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, wow. Also, some other shots to show you. Thanks, Zoraida. Let's show folks some pictures from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Those are pretty dramatic. As you can see right here, high waves there, and that pier has been overtopped a couple of times by some waves. No surprise there that they've been telling people there to stay in. There's a voluntary evacuation order as well. Let's take you to Ventnor City now in New Jersey. It's a little hard to see, but the casinos along the strip, this is right by Atlantic City, those casinos now shut down. Same deal. They're telling folks to stay in as we continue to monitor this storm. We're going to bring you live, continuing special coverage all through the morning, into the afternoon, into the evening of Hurricane Sandy, as it is expected to make landfall not too far from where this picture is a little bit later tonight. We're back in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. Coming to you live in Midtown Manhattan in Columbus Circle. Right behind me is Central Park. In New York City, we've had a light rain and some gusting winds. Not as bad as some of the things we've showed you up and down the East Coast. Let's get right down to John Berman, who is downtown in Manhattan in Battery Park City. John, what are you seeing?
It's not so much what I'm seeing, it's what I'm standing in, Soledad. I'm standing in water. It started to flood here. The water has come up over the seawall behind me here. It has started to leak into Battery Park and started to flood this area. This is the evacuation zone in Manhattan, and you can see why. They're concerned here about this storm surge, 6 to 11 feet high when it gets really bad tonight at high tide. It's high tide right now, this morning here in New York, which is why I think we're seeing the water come up over these walls here. The storm surge already starting to affect this city as this massive storm pushes in from the East Coast. But again, just in the last 10 minutes here, the water started lapping up, and now I'm standing in 4 inches of water here. You can tell what has Mayor Michael Bloomberg so concerned. He's ordered mandatory evacuations for about 370,000 people from lower Manhattan, also from the other boroughs here. There are some 76 shelters set up around the city for people to go to. They want people to get to them if they need to be there. Of course, schools shut down, the subways completely shut down. This is not the massive wind-blown waves you're seeing up and down the East Coast. This is a slow creep. You can see there are, some white caps behind me, but the water doesn't look that rough. It will be a slow creep, particularly as you get into the evening with the water rising higher and higher. Again, it was really amazing here. It just slowly started seeping over the walls, and all of a sudden we're standing in 4 inches of water.
When you consider that we could be 12 hours away, John, from the actual, onslaught of this hurricane, at the same time when there'll be another high tide, that is really, really a bad scenario. Thank you for that update. We certainly appreciate it, John Berman. He's in the evacuation zone in Battery Park City. That was flooded in the Hurricane Irene as well, but we are certainly expecting this to be significantly worse than Hurricane Irene. We're going to take a short break. We come back in just a moment. We're going to talk about efforts by the Coast Guard. They've now shut down the harbor in New York, and we obviously can talk about some of the rescue efforts that are underway as well. Got to take a short break. We're back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We're coming to you live in Midtown Manhattan. We're in Columbus Circle, very close to Central Park. One of the big concerns here in New York City is flooding. You saw John Berman in lower Manhattan in that evacuation zone, standing already in some water that's been coming in. We're probably 12 hours away from the storm hitting, plus or minus a few hours. Another big concern is power outages, and already there are some just under 20,000 power outages across 6 northeastern states to report. We're expecting that number to go much higher. Some predictions have said 10 million people could be without power along the East Coast once Hurricane Sandy has done her damage. We've got lots to talk to this morning as well about what's happening on the waterways. We want to get to Rear Admiral Dan Abel. He's with the 1st Coast Guard. He's a district commander. Nice to talk to you, sir. Thank you for being with us. Tell me a little bit about what you're doing. I know the waterways, New York Harbor has been closed. Is that correct?
Soledad, yes, it has. But, your Coast Guard's been working this case, getting ready for this beast. We started middle of last week. And, the extent of the storm, we're talking, hurricane force winds from Chatham, Massachusetts to Chesapeake, Virginia. And we're telling folks here, it's going to have the seas of a nor'easter and the winds of a hurricane. So this thing is huge. We've started offshore. That was done many days ago. We had a couple hundred fishing boats, commercial fishing boats out there between the airplanes warning them to seek safe haven and cutters that actually shepherded them in. We have that taken care of. Coastal-wise, I think we're good. We're telling folks to batten down. If you haven't secured your boat, it's probably too late. Time to get ashore and seek safe haven. And like you mentioned, in the harbors, progressively as we work from south to north, we're going to start putting restrictions in and eventually closing those ports when we have to. And gosh, as soon as we can, we're going to get them reopen because commerce has to move.
Are you finding that people are listening? I mean, are you finding that there are some crazy people out there who are out in their vehicle, their fishing craft or something, and just not paying attention to some of these warnings that seem very dire to me?
Well, the Coast Guard here in the Northeast, we normally work about 20 search and rescue cases a day. But when you add those types of things, and we've seen good and bad. We've been doing over the weekend. We rescued some surfers who were out off in New Jersey, kayakers, and quite frankly, we had a case with a guy in a dinghy. He had rowed out to get his boat that was anchored, and ended up it was over his abilities. No life jacket, and he's clinging onto a buoy and calling the Coast Guard on his cell phone. So those are the type cases we're working.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible thing that you never want to have to ever experience. Rear Admiral Dan Abel joining us this morning, 1st Coast Guard District Commander. Thank you, sir. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you as this storm actually hits land to see exactly how these waterways are not only faring and then eventually recovering as well. We appreciate your time this morning. We got to take a short break. We continue our rolling live coverage of preparations for Hurricane Sandy making its way onshore. We're back in just a moment. Before we hand our coverage off to Carol Costello, I want to point out a couple of things we're worried about here in New York City. You saw John Berman already in some of that small flooding that's happening in the evacuation areas downtown. That's a big concern. But look over here. I'm right on the edge of Central Park. You can see the trees. In Hurricane Irene, they lost enough trees. $200,000 worth of trees fell down. This storm's expected to be much tougher, much more devastating than Hurricane Irene. And then take a look at this. That's a scaffolding around an art project. New York City is full of scaffolding, something like that. Obviously, big concerns in a high wind if that scaffolding starts to collapse. Things that we are watching today. Want to head it over now to CNN Newsroom. They're up next.
Good morning to you. I sure hope you're keeping dry somewhere. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for being with us. We begin this morning, of course, with Hurricane Sandy. Within hours, it's expected to explode into this superstorm. Most of us have never seen anything like it in our lifetimes. It's already huge with tropical storm force winds spanning a width of nearly 1,000 miles. It's aiming at the heart of the East Coast, the most heavily populated corridor in the country. 50 million people are expected to feel the effects. Hundreds of thousands are now under evacuation orders. FEMA predicts damage costs of about $3 billion, and that's just for wind damage alone. Heavy rains or snow, storm surges, widespread flooding across the reach depending upon where you live. And we're also following a drama unfolding out to sea. A rescue is underway for the crew of the HMS Bounty, the ship built for the Hollywood movie Mutiny on the Bounty. Unbelievable. We'll have more on that rescue in just a minute. But let's begin with the first reports of power outages. They're already rolling in, sadly. CNN meteorologist Rob Marciano is in the iconic New Jersey town of Asbury Park. Hi, Rob. Can you hear me?
I hear you, Carol, and you're right about that. This is a special place. You know, the heyday of the 20s, this boardwalk would be bustling. The convention center you see behind me, it's gone through a number of boom and bust cycles and resurgences, but they've got it sandbagged up. I tell you, and what the locals are telling me, that this thing has been primed to go for a couple of decades now, and you can see the water and the surf already pounding at some of the pylons there, the outer reaches of that building, and this may very well be the storm that does it. Relentless surf has been pounding this beach, and right now we're almost at about high tide, and you can see the foam coming right up to the border here of the boardwalk, and that alone is unheard of. I mean, the ocean should be about 200 yards that way. So even with the storm being 250 miles from us, we're getting a surge of about 3 feet right now. Matter of fact, just down the road in Atlantic City, just up the road at Sandy Hook. They've already reached major coastal flooding storm surge stages. And what's going to happen tonight is about twice of what you're seeing right now. So in the next 12 hours, these seas will continue to build and continue to churn and continue to pound away at this shoreline, obviously doing a tremendous amount of damage as far as beach erosion, but structural damage tonight, we'll just have to wait and see with what that happens there. We've got winds now that are approaching tropical storm force, and that relentless wind that will increase over the next 12 hours will be with us probably tomorrow and right through the day, tomorrow afternoon and evening. So coastal communities have been evacuated. Here in this county alone, there's about 600,000 people that live here. They got a couple of shelters open, but most people have just are sheltering in place or up there with their friends and family. Look at the phone, right up here. Boom. I mean, all the locals are telling me they don't see that. Last time they saw that, really, 1992, which was in the last epic nor'easter that came through here. And at that point, the water came up and over this boardwalk. We expect that to happen later on tonight. Carol?
All right. Rob Marciano, many thanks. I should explain where I am. I'm in Washington, D.C. this morning, where people are also getting ready for the big storm to get in. As you can see, a pretty steady rain. It's not raining really heavily yet. We're expecting that to come. We're expecting the rain to come down really hard around 11 o'clock, and then the winds will start to pick up. They're expecting 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Steady rain is supposed to last, 36 hours, and that will really saturate the ground. A lot of big trees in this area that will probably topple over and fall onto electrical lines, and you know what that means, massive power outages. I'll be in Old Town Alexandria later this afternoon bringing you updates from there. If you want a sense of just how seriously local officials are taking this approaching storm, consider this. The New Jersey Weather Service issued this dire warning yesterday for anyone ignoring evacuation orders. If you are reluctant, think about the rescue recovery teams who will rescue you if you are injured or recover your remains if you do not survive. And listen to what Connecticut's governor said earlier on CNN.
We expect today's tide, the one at noon today, could be in the area of the 1992 perfect storm back up in Long Island Sound. That's going to be a big wake-up call for people if that happens as to what tonight could be, which is far worse.
All right, we don't know if the crew of the HMS Bounty heeded the warnings, but we do know they are in big trouble this morning. They are in the water 90 miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. They're sitting in lifeboats waiting to be rescued. The HMS Bounty is a Hollywood ship. It's a replica of an historic ship used in the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. It was also used in Mutiny on the Bounty years and years ago. The crew was trying to escape the storm, but got caught up in it instead. CNN's Sandra Endo is in Ocean City, Maryland. I believe we have Lieutenant General Russell Honoré on the phone as well. Hopefully we have you, General. But let's start with Sandra. Sandra, is it possible with weather conditions like this to rescue these people?
It's very hard to hear you, Carol, but the weather conditions here in Ocean City have not let up. They've actually gotten worse. The temperature has dropped. The wind and the rain is just relentless. For the past 24 hours now, we have just been pounded, and this is just the outer bands of Hurricane Sandy. We are expected to hear from town officials who are meeting with Coast Guard officials as well to give us the very latest on the conditions. But take a look behind me. This is the big threat right now, and this is the coastal tide, and it's high tide right now. The massive waves are crashing down onto shore. You can see the beach erode right before our eyes. There was a fencing there that has been washed away, and you can see the waves come over this protective sand dune and actually flood the area right in front of these waterfront properties. And that's obviously a big concern for residents and town officials here. They're concerned about the storm surge and the flooding, and that's obviously something they're going to keep a watchful eye on. But clearly the combination between high tide, the full moon, which makes it even higher tide, and also the long lingering effect of Hurricane Sandy is all a combination for potential disaster. Carol.
Sandra, I also wanted to ask you about those people who are waiting to be rescued off the coast of North Carolina. I know that you talked to the Coast Guard earlier today. What is the Coast Guard telling you about those people?
Well, some good news about that, Carol. The 17 members, the crew members on board that vessel that was taking on water about 90 miles off the shore of North Carolina, they are in lifeboats. They have abandoned ship, and they are trying to make their way back to land. So a rescue effort is underway to try to get those people back to shore safely, but clearly not ideal conditions. I think there are like 18 feet waves that they're battling with. So clearly some good news, though, that they are off that vessel that was taking in water. Carol.
I don't know if that's good news, because I wouldn't want to be sitting in a lifeboat in the middle of a hurricane, frankly. It's cold, it's wet, and it's dangerous. Do you know where the ship was headed? What were they trying to do?
That's a good question. We don't know why that ship was out in the Atlantic, especially under these dire, severe weather conditions. We do know that it was a replica of a ship that was being used for a movie, and so clearly that could be a possible reason, but it's still unknown right now as to why that ship was out there. Certainly we're going to try to find out more from the Coast Guard.
Okay, Sandra, keep in touch. Thank you very much, Sandra Endo, reporting live from Ocean City, Maryland this morning. So how do you survive these changing, rough conditions when you're out in the Atlantic in a lifeboat? Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Russell Honore joins us now. General, first of all, are you amazed that these people have even put themselves in this situation?
Yeah, but you can never be surprised in these great disasters that people are out doing activity like this. From what I've read, secondhand information, the captain was trying to go on the outside of the storm to make his way down to Florida. Obviously, he didn't go far enough. Now, the United States Coast Guard, using those C-130 Hercules aircraft, is the same aircraft we use for hurricane hunters, have bravely gone in and reestablished communications with him. So they're talking with him. The fact that he's in the lifeboat, he's followed the standards, obviously, to have emergency communications, and he had a big enough lifeboat for all his crew. So he prepared for worst-case conditions. I doubt if he had ever expected to use those lifeboats. Now, with the winds the way they are, Carol, the winds will have to come down some, so those Seahawk helicopters that you see the Coast Guard go out and rescue people in can possibly get to them. But with 17 people, that'll take a lot of turns by a lot of helicopters to pull that many people out. The only other luck they might have is something from the Blue Water Navy. The Navy, moved about 26 ships out of Norfolk, and one of those may be large enough to get to them to do a sea rescue. Otherwise, they're going to have to wait till the Coast Guard get a big enough cutter that can handle that size wave. So they are hanging on by the grace of God at this time.
Supposedly they're wearing these cold water suits to protect themselves from the elements because it's really cold. I would suspect the water is really cold. How do you survive? I mean, how long can you survive sitting out there waiting?
Well, that would be a function of a hypothermia kicking in, Carol. And I don't have the particular details of the temperature where they are right now, but that would be the long-term impact. I understand that the vessel that they're in does have some kind of cover from what I've read, but the Coast Guard would have to address that because they've been out talking to them. As long as they can communicate with them, they've got a lot better chance of being rescued. But their best chance now is for the Coast Guard to be able to slip in something with a long enough hull that can get in there and rescue them, because it won't happen by air at this time.
All right, Lieutenant General Honore, thank you so much for enlightening us, and then you're going to join us in the next hour in the newsroom. Thanks so much. We'll keep updating this story, and our prayers go out to those people sitting out in that lifeboat waiting to be rescued. Let's now go to Battery Park City in New York City. That's where John Berman is. John, I understand it's getting worse there.
I'm standing in water now, Carol. Just a few minutes ago, the water came up over this seawall right behind me, started lapping in, and now I'm standing in about 4 inches of water. This is part of the evacuation zone in Lower Manhattan, and you can see why. Some 370,000 people evacuated from certain areas in New York City, low-lying areas, moved to hotels, moved to their friends' houses, to 76 shelters that have been set up around the city, and this is the reason why. They're expecting a storm surge here of some 6 to 11 feet when the storm really starts hitting at high tide tonight. That's about 8:50 tonight. It's high tide right now, a little bit past high tide right now. So this is just a small taste of what's to come. Frankly, I would have thought we would have started seeing this water recede soon because we're past high tide, but it might be that the storm surge is coming in at a faster rate than the tide is receding. And this is a real risk for for certain parts of lower Manhattan. If there is serious flooding down here, if we do see that storm surge up to 11 feet, there are concerns that it could flood subway tunnels, maybe get into the electrical grid. Mayor Michael Bloomberg has talked about shutting down 2 electrical networks here at least, which could take out power to some 17,000 people at least. Of course, many of the businesses, the Wall Street area, a whole bunch of stuff goes on down here in lower Manhattan that takes electricity. That could be at risk. They will be watching this throughout the day. As I said, high tide is 8:50 tonight. It's not big giant waves like you're seeing up and down the East Coast smacking the coastline here. No, it's a slow, steady rise with this water creeping. And I can tell you, I've been standing here for the last 5 hours all morning. It's been dry all morning. Then all of a sudden, the water starts coming in, and now we're standing in 5 inches of it. Carol?
Yeah, it looks miserable there. John Berman reporting live from Battery Park. Thanks so much. Sandy's already making travel a nightmare and having worldwide implications. Thousands of flights have been canceled across the country. In addition, the major New York airports, JFK and LaGuardia and Newark, are open, but flights are not going in and out. Reagan National, Dulles, and Baltimore Washington International canceled almost all flights. And in Philadelphia, all flight operations have been shut down. Overseas travel also affected, with nearly 50 flights out of London's Heathrow already canceled. The best advice, if you have to travel and you're not going near the storm, check with your airline before heading out the door. With a huge storm, a storm this huge, where you are will ultimately determine what you see. Rain, snow, or flooding. Meteorologist Jennifer Delgado of CNN International is here to break it down for us. And, you know, I can't help but think of the poor folks in West Virginia. They're going to have a steady downpour today, and then they're going to have a blizzard. That is like some special kind of hell.
Absolutely it is. It's certainly a different type of beast to the storm. Now, we are going to talk more about the snow, but looking on the radar right now, you can see where the rain is. Heavier rainfall coming down right along the Delmarva Peninsula, moving to parts of Washington, D.C. I say as we go through about the next hour, we're going to see a heavier band working through the region, but even for some areas right along Interstate 95, we are hearing reports of some flooding issues there, and that's why we do have some flood warnings popping up there, and we're going to continue to follow that. But as we move over towards the west and parts of West Virginia, down in the southwestern part, we are getting reports of snow coming down. Now, this is the light stuff. Now, here's the good news. Say you want to try to get out to the store and get some supplies because there's a blizzard on the way. The good news is you can still get out now, but the bad news is there's a blizzard on the way, and it's really going to be firing up as we head later into the evening hours as well as into the overnight hours. Now, giving you an idea in the future, and we'll take you through to about 2 or 3 o'clock next 6 hours ahead. Here's where the heaviest rainfall is going to continue to work in. Some very heavier bands in the orange as well as the red. And then, of course, the snow gets working in, but that blizzard warning in place. We're talking, and some of these locations across West Virginia, we're going to see those winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. And then you add in 2 feet of snow, big time problems there. We'll have more coming up in just a moment. Stay with us.
Good morning. I'm Carol Costello reporting live from D.C. As you can see, the rain continues to come down, but the worst, of course, is yet to come. Around noontime, the rain will really start coming down, and the winds will really pick up, and then people will really have to hunker down. Sandy has the potential to be one of those once-in-a-lifetime storms. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is very busy right now, from briefing the president to finalizing disaster response plans. Craig Fugate is FEMA's administrator. He joins us from FEMA headquarters in Washington. And, sir, you must be one tired guy this morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me, Craig?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Okay, I'm going to start. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, I was starting to feel like I was in that phone commercial, but I'm glad you're here with us and you can hear me. What concerns you the most today?
That people are, one, looking at some of the initial impacts going, well, it's not that bad, and not realizing it isn't here yet. What you're seeing is just the outer bands, and so people need to stay where they're at if they're safe. If they haven't evacuated, get somewhere safe, stay off the roads, stay inside, stay safe as the storm comes ashore.
Tell me specifically what FEMA is doing to help.
We've been moving folks in teams and equipment since Friday, getting stuff in place throughout the region since we don't know exactly who's going to get hit the hardest, and really trying to gear up for what will happen when the storm moves through the area, as well as supporting the states as they're getting ready for the initial impacts.
I know that power outages will be a big concern. The utility companies have tried to get ready. They've created tent cities in states like Maryland. They have people who've come in from other states so they can mobilize quickly and get to those who need it the most, you know, as fast as they can. Have you communicated it at all with the utility companies?
Yes, we have. And again, when we talk about FEMA, it's really about the federal teams. The Department of Energy is our lead. They're working with the utilities, making sure they have what they have. But I think people need to understand that the weather's going to have a lot to do with how quickly the crews can get to work, given the high winds that are going to last for potentially hours, if not over the next couple of days.
Well, we keep hearing that power may be out for several days, up to a week in some places. What are you hearing?
Well, again, we won't know till the storm gets here. That's why we've asked people to prepare for extended power outages. Until we actually start seeing how much damage over how large of area and get those initial reports, it's hard to say. But given the storm's going to move so slow, we do know it will take time for the winds to come down, and crews can't work in high winds. So although power's going out now, it's getting restored, but as conditions worsen, those crews will come off the road and won't be able to get back to work till the weather starts to improve.
Do you notice that the effort is more organized on the parts of utilities than, let's say, in previous storms?
Well, I think every time you have storms, you learn from that. I think Irene gave a lot of opportunities to look at how to do things better this storm. But I think the difference is this is such a large area that it will take time, and particularly since this storm is moving so slow, even though they've done a lot more to get ready, it may still slow down getting those initial power lines back up because of the weather.
Craig Fugate, thanks so much for sharing information with us this morning from FEMA. Thanks so much. Let's head out to West Virginia for just a bit. West Virginia Governor Earl Ray Tomblin joins us now on the phone from Charleston, West Virginia. Governor, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to talk with us.
Sure, I'm pleased to be with you, Carol.
Is it snowing there yet?
Yes, in our higher elevations it is. It already has started snowing. It's raining all over the state, and of course we're expecting the high winds to hit in here later today. We have deployed our Department of Highways crews, our National Guard. They're working with our power companies that have been deployed all over the state. And like the FEMA director said, we're anticipating a lot of power outages and so forth, especially with the high winds and the heavy snow. We're expecting at least 2 feet of snow, if not more, in our mountain regions. So, we're looking at possible flooding in our eastern panhandle over near D.C. and around the rest of the state. And so, we are preparing. We've asked people to, try to get the emergency supplies in, batteries, food, water, all those things. And so, we've been gearing up for this for the last couple of days, and hopefully we'll not be hit too hard, but, we're just setting up waiting now for the real storm to hit.
Well, it's hard to imagine that it'll rain continuously for a few hours and the winds will pick up, and then it's all going to turn to snow and get cold. I can't even imagine what that will be like. Can you?
We're getting a little bit of everything, so I guess that's something maybe the coastal towns are not getting the snow, but here in the higher elevations, we'll be getting that also, and especially this time of year, there's still leaves on some of the trees, which, if it's a heavy snow, would have more of a tendency to break trees and bring power lines down. So anyhow, we have our electric companies in West Virginia have contacted their sister companies out of state. They have workers coming in. We're just asking people to, wherever possible, stay off the roads, let the emergency crews get through, clear the roads so that the power company can get in and do their work as quickly as possible.
Governor Tomblin, I know you have a long couple of days ahead. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We sure appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back more of coverage of Superstorm Sandy.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Some scary news 90 miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. We've been telling you about that big ship, the HMS Bounty. It's a replica of an historic trip. There was a crew of 17 on board. They were trying to escape Hurricane Sandy, but instead they got caught up in the storm. They had to abandon ship 17 people got aboard lifeboats, and they were just waiting to be rescued. We have word now that the U.S. Coast Guard was able to rescue 14 of them, but 2 are missing, whereabouts unknown. There's also a 17th person. The Coast Guard is not sure whether that 17th person was actually on the ship. They don't know where that person is, so I guess technically 3 people are missing. We're going to keep you updated on this. We'll have more information in the coming minutes on CNN Newsroom. Now let's head to Virginia Beach, Virginia, where things are really deteriorating. Art Cohn from WAVY joins us now. Good morning, Art.
Yes, good morning, Carol. You know, Carol, for the last few days, our local meteorologists have been promising us that this would be the worst of it, and you know what? It's turning out to be that way. To give you a good idea, I'm at 16th Street, just off of Atlantic Avenue in Virginia Beach. To my left is the Virginia Beach Fishing Pier. I'll ask photographer Walter Hildebrand to give you a good look over there. We are seeing some very large seas brushing the top of the pier. There's one right there, even as we speak. Now, as long as those waves remain underneath the pier, we think that the pier should be okay. What would be a problem if the wave height gets even larger, which would only have to be about another 2 or 3 feet with some of the swells we've seen come in, and then the integrity of the pier could be threatened. But the other thing that we're really watching out here is the tidal surge. Water has been coming up to the boardwalk and just a few times washed over the boardwalk. I've lived here in Virginia Beach all my life, and I can tell you we've only seen that happen a few times. In addition to the tidal flooding along the coast, another big concern here is some of the inland areas of Virginia Beach that are fed by the Lynnhaven River and Elizabeth River basins. And what we're worried about there is a phenomenon called tidal stacking. Because of this prolonged wind, remember, this is an event that's been going on for days now. Because of the prolonged wind, we're having a lot of flooding in those areas inland, away from the coast as well, several roads impassable. So as long as this rain and wind continues, that problem is going to persist and probably get worse. And that's what we're looking at the most right now, Carol.
Art, I couldn't help but notice those 2 people walking under umbrellas behind you. It's hard to believe anybody would be out in the elements, because not only is it rainy and damp, it's really cold, the kind of cold that kind of seeps through every layer of clothing that you have on.
Yeah, I can tell you about the seeping through every layer of clothing, but I'll tell you something, Carol. It's funny that you noticed that, because you know something? That's the way coastal residents are. They're drawn to events like this, and despite the miserable conditions, they will come down here to look and see for themselves. You know, we implore them not to do that. We tell them to watch this, but it's, as I said, what you're seeing right now, we haven't seen to this extreme in quite a while, and people just can't resist it, and coastal residents are hardy, Carol. That's the way we are.
I think that's the way we are as Americans, frankly. We're a curious bunch, aren't we? Sometimes to our detriment.
Yeah.
Art Cohn from
no doubt about it.
You got that right. Art Cohn, thank you, from our affiliate WAVY in Virginia Beach, Virginia. The National Hurricane Center, just one of the many government agencies helping to monitor this superstorm. Rick Knabb is the director of the National Hurricane Center. He joins us now from Miami. Rick, tell us what you know about the storm. What's the latest?
Well, the latest is that it is making this turn to the left as it sets its sights on the coastline with a landfall of the circulation center sometime late tonight, early tomorrow morning. But what we're also seeing is already some very bad weather on the coast in the mid-Atlantic states and moving up to the northeast. The rain is falling in some spots in the coastal region here in the Chesapeake Bay area. Tropical storm force or gale force winds already occurring in some places, and we're already starting to see some initial water rises in many parts of the mid-Atlantic northeastern coastline, a prelude to the storm surge that we are expecting to see later tonight and into tomorrow.
Yeah, you listen to the weather reports, you know, all up and down the East Coast and also in the Midwest, and the meteorologists are saying this is a superstorm. We've never seen anything like this. And I must say that as a viewer, you kind of think, oh, are you exaggerating? So tell us, are these meteorologists exaggerating?
We are not exaggerating the threat. No, this has many, many hazards that are going to impact a lot of people, and the weather is going to be bad for a long period of time. And even if the center passes 200 or 300 miles away from you, you could experience very dangerous or even life-threatening conditions. Storm surge at the coast, for which many people have been told to evacuate. I urge people to heed those evacuation instructions. The strong winds at the coast and inland, and heavy rain, the flooding that could occur well inland as well for a few days after landfall and long after it comes ashore, and even the heavy snow that we're going to see over mountainous areas of the Appalachians, West Virginia, for example. This is going to affect a lot of people, and we're not underestimating the threat here. I think it's good for people to be hearing that there is a serious storm coming that could affect them individually in ways they've never been affected before, potentially.
Rick, thanks so much. Rick Knapp from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with much more coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Okay, the picture beside me is from our affiliate WPVI. That's a look at Atlantic City, New Jersey. As you know, we closed all the casinos in New Jersey. Hopefully everybody's at home where they're supposed to be, anchoring down in preparation for the storm. It's raining. It's nasty there right now. You can see it's a little rough, the surf, but the worst is yet to come, of course. We have a couple of hours yet, and then things will really start to deteriorate in New Jersey and all along the east coast of the United States, and also in parts of the Midwest. Hurricane Sandy, as I said, just hours from exploding into this superstorm. Most of us have never seen anything like it in our lifetimes. It's already huge, with tropical storm force winds spanning a width of nearly 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles, rather. It's aiming at the heart of the East Coast, the most heavily populated corridor in the country. 50 million people already feeling some of the effects, hundreds of thousands now under evacuation orders. FEMA predicts damage costs about $3 billion, and that's for the wind damage alone. It's hard to think about all the water damage there's going to be. Heavy rains or snow, storm surges, and widespread flooding across the region, depending on where you live. Right now, we have an update on the HMS Bounty. 14 sailors have been rescued off the coast of North Carolina. 2 crew members, though, are still missing. Their ship, the HMS Bounty, started taking on water last night about 160 miles from Hurricane Sandy. It's off the coast of North Carolina. The 80-foot ship was built for the 1962 Hollywood movie Mutiny on the Bounty. The ship was also used in Pirates of the Caribbean. We'll have much more information on the HMS Bounty in the next hour of Newsroom. Let's head now back to New Jersey. CNN meteorologist Rob Marciano is in the iconic town of Asbury Park. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Carol, we are on the beach here in Asbury Park, New Jersey, where the sea foam is being sprayed up and the surf continues to pour in. This is an area that should not see this water this high up. Obviously, these are staircases to what should be perfectly good sandy beaches. But instead, we've got surf that continues to hammer away at this structure and at that boardwalk. We're right around high tide, which is about 2 to 3 feet above what we normally see. So we've got that, plus the moon is full, so that's going for us. So one more cycle for high tide. When is that? That's tonight, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock p.m. And that's when we expect the landfall of Sandy to make its way about 50 to 100 miles to our south. That puts us right in the area where we should get the strongest amount of storm surge. So this entire area has been evacuated. That boardwalk, which has seen its ebb and flow of economic cycles, is deserted at the moment, and we expect that water to come up and over the boardwalk later on tonight. We have already seen, or I should say, I have heard that up the road, it's at Sandy Hook to our north, and down the road towards Atlantic City, where you spoke about the casinos being closed, those areas have reached major flood stages from coastal storm surge, and we're going to see at least twice the amount of surge later on tonight than we are seeing right now. And certainly the waves have been big, anywhere from 10 to 15 feet, and they will increase. Some of the buoy readings offshore are astounding, and they'll continue to build as this storm makes its way here. Still well over 200 miles offshore, and we are getting a tremendous surf action here, not to mention the wind and the rain that will be increasing throughout the day today. A couple of shelters in place for this county. About 600 people have taken advantage of that. But for the most part, the people that have evacuated are bedding down with friends and family and and that right now much of Jersey is sheltering in place as per the request of Governor Chris Christie yesterday, who urged his residents not to take any chances. And from what we've seen, they've heeded that warning. Carol?
And that's a good thing. Rob Marciano reporting live from Asbury Park, New Jersey. I should explain where I am. I'm in Washington, D.C. today. Below me is H Street. A steady rain has been falling, but not a heavy rain. The weird thing about this tropical storm hurricane, usually it's really warm during hurricanes, and it's cold right now. It's a damp kind of cold. It kind of goes through every layer of your clothing. I mean, I am freezing right now. It's not even that cold, really, probably 45 or 50 degrees, but because it's wet and it's damp, it feels so much worse. As you can see, it's, you know, there's light traffic on H Street. Usually that street would be pretty chock full of cars, but federal offices are closed today. A lot of people didn't go to work. Of course, schools are closed all across the region. So people have really heeded warnings. They've stayed at home, and that is only a good thing. Sandy, of course, is expected to have this enormous financial impact, too. Our Allison Cossack is at the New York Stock Exchange, and that's closed, too, today. Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, Carol. You know, these estimates about what kind of damage this hurricane could cause, they're all over the map because it's early yet. Sandy hasn't hit some areas. So at this point, it's a guess. And keep in mind, these estimates often end up being much higher after we see the real damage numbers. But here are some of the numbers we're seeing so far. What FEMA says is wind damage alone can cost up to $3 billion. Talking about, you know, down trees from those heavy winds, broken windows. Insured losses can go more than $4 billion. And that's the hit that insurance companies would take because of claims. Another issue with this storm, of course, what kind of damage your homes are going to sustain, meaning flooding and what's known as destruction of property. CoreLogic puts that number at $88 billion in losses, and that number is really high because what you see, Sandy, you see how big this storm is. It's hitting a huge populated area. Lots of houses are in her path. One more area of concern: how much businesses are going to lose. You know, 2 days of business, they're going to be shutting their doors, likely wiped out. Could be more days than that. Also, flights canceled, you know, along with local businesses being closed. One economist that we saw, Peter Morisi, he puts the economic losses for this storm as high as $35 to $45 billion. Carol?
Wow. Of course, you're not at the New York Stock Exchange because, of course, it's closed today. Has that ever happened before?
It has happened before. It is really rare to see weather be the reason for the New York Stock Exchange to shut down, but it has happened before. In 1985, Hurricane Gloria hit. That shut down the NYSE. Before that, a snowstorm in 1969. And, you know, as far as the NYSE sees it, it's really all about safety. You know, can these traders get to the floor? Can, you know, even electronic trading, too. Now, it's not just the NYSE. The NASDAQ is also closed today. Not sure yet about tomorrow, but likely the New York Stock Exchange will be closed. Now, the storm isn't expected to hit New York City until later this afternoon, so those days could be changed as well. Now, interestingly enough, the futures market, Carol, that opened yesterday as normal. It just closed at around 9:15 this morning. If you're interested, Dow futures are down about 80 points. Not a big deal, which is good because it shows there's not a lot of panic. Some other effects we're seeing in the financial markets, you know, it's third quarter earnings season. Some companies are delaying their earnings reports because of the storm. Carol?
Allison Cossack reporting live from New York City for us this morning. Thanks, Allison. We'll be back with much more after this.
Stay with CNN, your hurricane headquarters.
All right, you're taking a live look at Ocean City, Maryland. The outer bands of Hurricane Sandy really doing a number on the surf there. You can see it's really rough there. You know, the luckiest thing, it's off-season in Ocean City, so not many people were in town, and most people have obeyed evacuation orders. Those mandatory evacuation orders went into effect on Sunday night. Looks pretty empty, and we like to see that. Sandra Endo will give us a more complete update on Ocean City, Maryland in the next hour of Newsroom. With us now on the phone now is Chief Petty Officer Nix Kangemi with the U.S. Coast Guard. He's in Portsmouth, Virginia, but he has an update for us on this tragic story 90 miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. That's where a ship, the HMS Bounty, started taking on water. A crew of 17 were aboard her. They had to abandon ship and get into lifeboats. The U.S. Coast Guard had to come to the rescue. And Nix, why don't you take it from there? How did the Coast Guard manage to rescue these people in the midst of an oncoming storm?
Well, well, good morning, Carol. It's a pleasure to speak with you this morning. With our rescue crews and our air crews, especially with a oncoming storm or hurricane, we're actually minimally staffed at that point. We usually remove our air assets and Coast Guard assets out of an area, so that way they don't sustain any damage. So our search and rescue capabilities are already limited in the middle of a storm. Doing a rescue such as this one requires a lot of coordination, recalling certain aircraft and crews, going through enormous amount of safety precautions in order to get our crews out there and to assess the situation and in effect a safe rescue not only for the survivors, but also for our Coast Guard crews.
So how did you get those 14 people off those life rafts? Was it by helicopter or did you get them by ship?
Well, early in the morning, we sent out an aircraft, an airplane, that located the vessel and established communications with them. They basically kept an eye on the ship, and this was before they abandoned ship at the time. And back in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, we started prepping the helicopter crews to actually go out and effect the rescue. And at approximately 6:30 this morning, we hoisted the first 5 survivors from the life raft, while a second helicopter came in and rescued an additional 9. It was originally reported that there were 17 people aboard the ship, and it was later confirmed that there was actually 16 on the boat, and we pulled off the 14, and we have a helicopter, another helicopter en route to actually assist the airplane in searching for 2 people in the water right now.
So you're searching for 2 people in the water. Tell me what that kind of search is like.
Well, the conditions out there on the water are about 40-mile-an-hour winds and 18-foot seas. Visibility is about a mile, so they're definitely challenging conditions. But we're throwing our air assets at it, and we are the search and rescue experts. And we're remaining hopeful that we can find these 2 missing.
Well, we so appreciate your efforts. I mean, this is really heroic because it puts you in a lot of danger, too, as, the rescuers in this operation. The other question I had for you, did it surprise you that this ship... Oh, we've lost him. Well, as you heard, it could be a tragic end for some of those people on board the HMS Bounty, but we hope not. The U.S. Coast Guard is on the scene. They're trying to rescue those final 2 crew members. We'll keep you posted. We're going to throw to break. We'll be right back. Good morning to you. I'm Carol Costello checking our top stories now. Hurricane Sandy just hours from exploding into a superstorm. It's already fearsome with tropical storm force winds reaching nearly 1,000 miles across. That's how wide the storm is, 1,000 miles. Sandy's now bearing down on the heart of the East Coast, the most heavily populated corridor in the country. 50 million people could feel the effects. Hundreds of thousands are now under evacuation orders. FEMA predicts damage costs of about $3 billion, and that's just for the wind damage alone. Heavy rains or snow, storm surges, and widespread flooding across the region, depending upon where you live. With 8 days to go till the election, new presidential polls show just how tight this race is. The latest CNN national poll of polls has Mitt Romney with a 48 to 46% lead over President Obama. In the battleground state of Ohio, a poll of likely voters gives the president a 48 to 45% edge. And a Star Tribune poll of likely Minnesota voters gives the president a 3-point advantage, but that's also within, of course, the poll's margin of error. Superstorm Sandy, of course, is bearing down on election 2012. Both campaigns have stopped sending those annoying fundraising emails because they don't want to bother you while you watch the water rise in your basement. Seriously, though, the storm is already suspending early voting and the optics of both campaigns. President Obama has got to quit campaigning and run the country, and Mitt Romney, he can't attack the president while he's trying to steady the ship, or can he? With us now, CNN contributors LZ Granderson and Will Kane. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Hi, Carol.
We just heard the president has decided not only to cancel a Florida campaign appearance he had scheduled for today, but he's also going to cancel another one scheduled for Wisconsin so he can be in D.C. and, keep the ship steady. I suppose that's a great idea, right, LZ?
Well, it's a smart idea. It's what the President of the United States should do in a situation like this. We're talking about a storm that could impact as far west as Wisconsin in terms of winds hitting power lines and causing some outages. So it's very important for him to be presidential right now.
And as far as Mitt Romney go, he can't attack the president too much. I mean, this is a time that the country needs to come together. So, Will, what does Mitt Romney do?
You know, Carol, I mean, I think he attempts to be empathetic. He defers to the president and the leadership position the president has and the burdens and responsibilities that go along with that. And he attempts to help in any way. You know, any private citizen is going to try to help in this situation. You know, politics has to take a back seat. There are political risks. You hate to analyze things politically at a time like this, but, you know, President Obama has the risk of handling this the right way, and Mitt Romney has the risk of looking like he's politicizing any event that goes wrong.
Well, but I think it's important, and LZ, maybe you agree, maybe you don't, that Mitt Romney sort of stay in the spotlight because he can't afford for people to forget about him for 3 days.
Well, you know, he's actually in a real dangerous situation because the more he's in the spotlight regarding this hurricane, the more his appearance during the debate in which he said things like FEMA and having money for FEMA is immoral and how he wants to privatize, you know, relief funds. He doesn't really want that conversation to be the underbelly or underscore what's going on right now, because as people begin to see how important the government is in terms of handling these situations, they're going to be able to juxtapose that to what Romney wants to do, which is take all of that money out of FEMA, give it back to the states, and he said even better, put it in the hands of private citizens. So people are trying to make a profit off of whether or not citizens who've been put out of their homes are able to find some safety and shelter. I think he doesn't want that conversation to be circling around him during this time.
And Will, do you think that will sort of complicate Mitt Romney's message? Is LZ right?
No, LZ's wrong. What LZ just said is unfortunate and untrue. That's an example of inserting politics in the situation.
Look at the
tape. LZ's,
Look at the
this
tape,
isn't
Will.
a debate where you...
It's on the tape.
This isn't a debate, and I'm not going to play this game right now. He's talking about a debate from the Republican primaries where Romney was asked about FEMA and not privatizing it, but handing it over to the states. He did give a non-answer where he endorsed the concept of federalism, but he never said he would take FEMA out of the federal realm. Just didn't happen.
He doubled down on it this weekend, Will. I don't know, maybe you were out of the loop, but he doubled down on it, so...
I don't think Will's going to play that game, LZ. I don't think so. Well, I do understand that...
I don't want to play the game either. I don't want to play the game either, but I think it is important that we understand what exactly both president candidates want to do in these situations. And Romney has said that he wants to take the money and put it not only in the states, but also open it up to privatizing it. And the president is showing how important it is that the federal government has a hand in these type of crises. I mean, if you remember Joplin, Missouri, I mean, you're talking about nearly $3 billion in damage. A state like Missouri cannot handle a $3 billion hit like that. It's not budgeted, and they need the federal government to come in and help in that case. I think you'll see similar situations after this hurricane tragedy, that there'll be some states that won't have the money to be able to handle this and will need FEMA. What Romney has suggested is putting that type of funds into the hands of private citizens and letting them try to figure it out for themselves. And I think that people will be able to juxtapose that to what's happening and see maybe that's not the best solution.
Okay, I'm going to have to wrap this up. I'm sorry, Will, because I got to hit the top of the hour. But thanks for a spirited conversation this morning in the midst of Hurricane Sandy. Will Kane, LZ Granderson, thanks so much. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. And good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm Carol Costello reporting live from Washington, D.C. We begin with Hurricane Sandy, of course. Within hours, it's expected to explode into a superstorm. Most of us have never seen anything like it in our lifetimes. It's already huge. The tropical storm force wind spanning a width of nearly 1,000 miles is aiming right at the heart of the East Coast, the most heavily populated corridor in the country. 50 million people expected to feel the effects. Hundreds of thousands are now under evacuation orders. FEMA predicts damage costs of about $3 billion, and that's just for wind damage alone. Heavy rains or snow, storm surges, widespread flooding across the region, depending, of course, on where you live. And less than an hour ago, we learned that the Coast Guard has rescued 14 crew members of the HMS Bounty. The crew had abandoned ship, which was built for the Hollywood movie Mutiny on the Bounty. That ship was stranded 90 miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. Now we don't know if the crew of the HMS Bounty heeded all the warnings to stay out of the water because a hurricane was about to hit. But when the HMS started taking on water, like I said, 90 miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, they were forced to abandon ship and get into lifeboats. CNN's Sandra Endo is in Ocean City, Maryland. You've been talking to the Coast Guard. Most of the crew members have been rescued by helicopter, but 2 apparently are in the water, Sandra.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty horrifying when you hear about the story of those 17 crew members on board that ship. What the big question is right now, Carol, is why they were out there. So that is the big question we're still trying to find out from the Coast Guard, but certainly the rescue efforts underway, and hopefully they'll be safe and sound soon, Carol.
And it's interesting that you say that because the conditions where you are right now probably are pretty reflective of what it was like in North Carolina at times. Describe the situation right now in Ocean City, Maryland.
Well, right now, I can tell you what's happening along this beachfront. I'm standing on the property side, the street side of this protective sand dune, and you can see it's taking on water. There's some flooding going on right now, severe wind gusts at this level. Right on the other side of the sand dune is the high tide. You can see the waves crashing even from my vantage point as well, but those waves are fierce, and you could take a look at how much water is pouring over these sand dunes because of those waves. Just yesterday, Carol, we were able to walk down this path to the beach, but that beach is gone. And also, to give you a perspective of what's going on here, this is the waterfront property here in Ocean City. You can see it's taking on water. Obviously, a lot of the property has been boarded up and protected, but this is certainly not what residents and local authorities want to see right now, because they expect conditions only to worsen as Hurricane Sandy approaches later tonight. But again, it is high tide. We are seeing a lot of waves come over the sand dune here, flooding this area and also approaching the property line here, Carol.
All right, Sandra Endo is deteriorating. The conditions are deteriorating in Ocean City, Maryland. I can't imagine what it's like off the coast of North Carolina, out in the middle of the ocean. You're in the water waiting to be rescued by the Coast Guard. I'm going back to the HMS Bounty right now, that ship that tried to escape the hurricane but got caught up in the hurricane. It's a replica of an historic ship. There it is. Had a crew of 17 on board. As we said, the U.S. Coast Guard managed to rescue 14 people, but at last check, 2 people were in the water, and the Coast Guard trying to find them. Lieutenant General Russell Honore is a man used to witnessing rescue operations. I know you've conducted many of them yourself. What's it like for the U.S. Coast Guard to find somebody in the water in these conditions?
Well, it's literally like finding the old needle in a haystack. In this condition, technology helped that crew. From everything I've seen and heard, they were able to communicate with a Coast Guard C-130, a fixed-wing aircraft that flew over them to maintain contact, which then allowed the Coast Guard to bring in the helicopters to rescue those that have been rescued. But this is a very dangerous operation. It's still ongoing, so it's hard to say much more, particularly since 2 people are still missing, according to the Coast Guard last report.
Yeah, I talked with the Coast Guard, and they kept saying that their resources were few, yet they had to go out and conduct this rescue. It puts an enormous strain on the U.S. Coast Guard to conduct an operation like this, too, especially when they have their forces, like, out someplace else.
Well, the Coast Guard, we understand that much of their assets are moved away from the eye of the storm so they can respond, and they only keep what they really need inside the effects of the storm. In the case of their bigger ships that have the capacity to fight that kind of sea, they move them away from the storm a lot further, obviously, than this particular HMS Bounty was. So the rest of that story will still play out. And it may be a little early to sound like we're doing any judgment call, because the protocol in this search and rescue is to not put blame on the victims, and we can't do that. So we need to see what happened. He may have, the ship captain may have had an equipment malfunction, something to cause him to strain that water. But at this point in time, they are very lucky, those that have been sailed, because we've got the best Coast Guard in the world, and they did their job.
Oh, no doubt about that. You know, and a final word about this. These people were trying to move this ship because they loved it. It's I mean, they just wanted to move it to safety, and now that ship will probably be destroyed.
More than likely, Carol. And thank God for the Coast Guard to go get those that have been rescued. But this is still a big storm, and the worst of it is yet to come, unfortunately. And hopefully everybody on land is taking heed that still have power and televisions on to continue to prepare and stay informed, or have their weather radio available so they can stay informed.
General Honore, thanks so much for sharing your insight. We appreciate it. With a storm this huge, where you are will ultimately determine what you see. Consider this: a blizzard warning is in effect for parts of West Virginia. But to the south, Virginia has watched floodwaters rise since yesterday. Parts of the state could see as much as a foot of rain, and the state's National Guard is rolling in as the power outages spread.
Down power lines from the high wind, and probably over 1 million people without power would be our estimate right now. But fortunately, we're prepared. The state, local folks, and federal folks working very well together. And so far, there's no fatalities, and people are heeding the mandatory evacuation warnings in certain coastal areas, so it's going okay.
And I want to explain. I almost fell backwards off my little pedestal. I'm standing on the balcony outside of the CNN Bureau. Below me is H Street. I'm in Washington, D.C. It's been pretty steady downpour for most of the morning. The rain is not especially heavy just yet. They're expecting the downpours to be really vicious about noon, and that's when the winds will also pick up. They're expecting 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, and things will get really nasty because it's pretty cold out here, 45 or 50 degrees, and when it's damp, it feels so much colder. Later on this afternoon, I'll be in Old Town Alexandria, Virginia, an area prone to flooding, and I'll be bringing you updates from there. State of emergency blankets, New York City, and some of the predictions this morning are pretty dire. Some weather experts say the projected storm surge could create, quote, a worst-case scenario. CNN's John Berman is in Battery Park City, a low-lying section of Manhattan that's, as you can see, already seeing some flooding. Hi, John.
Hi, Carol. This is really an ominous preview of what's to come. A couple hours ago, the water came up over this seawall right here. It was during high tide at about 8:30. The water rose, came over the wall, and it was much deeper than it is right now. It was about 6 or 8 inches up here right now. They're expecting a storm surge here of 6 to 11 feet when the storm really starts hitting the coast later tonight and at high tide tonight, which is 8:50 p.m. 6 to 11 feet. And if it was already flooding this morning before the storm surge even got really bad, that gives you a sense of just how bad it will be later on. This is the evacuation zone in New York City. Lower Manhattan right here, also some other areas in the 5 boroughs. Some 370,000 people were ordered to leave their homes. They moved to about 76 shelters throughout the city. Maybe they moved in with friends uptown or went to a hotel. But Michael Bloomberg, the mayor here, really wanted those people to get out for their own safety and also for the safety of emergency workers who might have to go in and rescue them if something goes wrong. The subways are now shut down in this city. There's really no way to get around here. Lower Manhattan, really a ghost town, although there are some tourists here, some people coming to take pictures of the flooding as it came in this morning. I hope they don't come back tonight because, again, tonight it could be much, much worse. They're expecting a storm surge anywhere from 1 to 2 feet higher than we saw during Hurricane Irene. During Irene, there was minor flooding, but 1 to 2 feet more than that, 2 feet more flooding, 2 feet of a higher storm surge, that could create some serious problems in Lower Manhattan. It could flood the subway system. You could see problems with the electrical system here. And again, you're not talking about major waves like you're seeing up and down the East Coast, not big crashing 20-foot waves. No, it's a slow, steady rise in this water you see behind me. And by 8:50, 9 o'clock tonight, it could be very, very high, dangerously high. Carol?
John Berman reporting live from Battery City, low-lying part of Manhattan. Thanks so much, John. The storm is probably at least 12 hours from landfall. You heard John talking about that. But already New Jersey shoreline appears to be in the crosshairs. Let's get the latest from Asbury Park. That's where meteorologist Rob Marciano is. And, ooh, the waves are still foamy, Rob.
Hello, Carol. Well, conditions are about the same as when we spoke about an hour ago. The surf continues to pound this area. Even though we're an hour off of high tide, the water really hasn't gone back all that much. So that's what we're going to continue to see, is even though the tide is going out, the storm surge continues to hold the water and continues to try to push it in. This should all be beach. This should all be sandy coastline right here. But now it's a foaming brown mess of Atlantic angry ocean thanks to Hurricane Sandy, which is about 240 miles to our east-southeast and heading in this general direction. We obviously anticipated to make landfall tonight. You've heard that. Just to our south near Atlantic City, near the Delmarva. But that means that we're going to be on the bad side of this storm. We'll continue to get this pounding surf. The last time it was like this was a little over 12 months ago during Hurricane Irene. The problem is that was at the height of Irene. And Irene came on shore well to our north. This storm will bring this water up another 4, maybe as much as 8 feet, which means that the boardwalk will be compromised and breached, and the water will be going over up on top of that. And that's why this area has been evacuated. Shelters are open. There's been a couple of hundred people that have taken advantage of it, actually 600 people that have taken advantage of that, but for the most part, people who live here have taken refuge with their friends and family just a little bit further inland. Just spoke with an official from the fire department here, a few minor calls into the Asbury Park Fire Department with some trees and some power lines down, but no widespread damage as of yet, and no rescue operations underway, and they certainly hope that trend to continue through the overnight period, because in the next 12 hours, that's when things are going to get really hairy. Carol?
All right, Rob Marciano reporting live from Asbury Park, New Jersey, or Long Island, rather. Thank you so much, Rob. Appreciate it. If you want a sense of just how seriously local officials are taking this approaching storm, consider this. The New Jersey Weather Service issued this dire warning yesterday for anyone ignoring the evacuation orders. Quote, if you are reluctant, think about the rescue recovery teams who will rescue you if you are injured or recover your remains if you do not survive. And listen to what Connecticut's governor said earlier on CNN.
We expect today's tide, the one at noon today, could be in the area of the 1992 perfect storm back up in Long Island Sound. That's going to be a big wake-up call for people if that happens as to what tonight could be, which is far worse.
Getting around during this superstorm is going to be very, very difficult. As you can see, look at how massive that thing is. Thousands of flights have already been canceled at airports up and down the Northeast. Some airports have already shut down operations completely. Meteorologist Jennifer Delgado joins us now. Good morning. Give us the latest.
Good morning, Carol. We're going to focus on some of the travel-related issues with Hurricane Sandy, and we do have this information into us. Governor Mallory of Connecticut has issued a closure of all state highways in Connecticut by 1 p.m. Eastern time. So hopefully you've been listening to authorities and you've got your plan underway. As we go from cars to the air, we talk how this is affecting travel. This is our Flight Explorer. Now, I want to point out to you, again, this is the Northeast. Of course, you see New York, and normally you would see this whole area just lit up in blue. Now you're seeing all these planes just really flying into Illinois, Indiana. This is not something you normally see. This is all being rerouted, of course, because of Hurricane Sandy. And of course, we all know weather conditions are going to get worse. As I take you back over to our graphic, when we talk about some of the winds are going to have a big effect here. All right, now 37, 43, 37 in New York. Of course, we saw Rob Marciano in New Jersey, but we're talking a high wind warning in place. So this is in effect for, say, high-profile vehicles, as well as for people who are going to be trying to fly out. We're going to see a lot of cancellations. Of course, we do know there have been thousands so far, but look at those winds spreading over towards the Great Lakes, as well as into areas, including parts of Detroit. Now, on the radar right now, you do see the rain coming down. We have been hearing reports of flooding along some areas along Interstate 95. And that means we are looking at some flood warnings, and more of that flooding is going to continue to get bad as we go through the next couple hours. You really want to make sure you've listened to local authorities and gotten those supplies that you needed, because the worst is still to come. Carol.
Thanks, Jennifer. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with much more.
Stay with CNN, your hurricane headquarters.
Oh, this feels so good. And you're looking now live at pictures out of Atlantic City, New Jersey. You can see that rough surf there. All the casinos are closed. Evacuation orders have gone out in this part of New Jersey. And as you can see, from what little bit we can see, people have heeded the warnings. Of course, the biggest concern that people have all up and down the East Coast and into the Midwest are power outages. They are getting ready, and so are the utility companies. Clay Anderson from Pepco, which runs the utilities here in the Washington, D.C. area, is on the phone right now. Hi, Clay.
Good morning, Carol. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sure you're rather busy this morning. I have heard that utility companies have set up these tent cities and that you have troops in those tent cities ready to go.
Well, what we do have our out-of-town crews that started moving in over the weekend. Fortunately, we have over 400 men and women that have moved in from states as far away as Alabama and Louisiana, and we're hoping that there'll be more to come. So we are based in our northern portions of Montgomery County. As the winds are coming through, as they are now, gusting in excess of 40 miles per hour. This is the day that we hunker down, watch the storm, and as soon as we get a window, we'll send the trucks out and we'll begin the restoration process.
Of course, as you know, a big election is coming up, Clay, and power could go out in some of the polling places. Do you have contingency plans?
Well, we are working with city and county governments. We've been having meetings over the last several days in the District of Columbia, as well as Montgomery and Prince George's counties, talking to the county supervisors, the mayor here in Washington, D.C. So Pepco was well aware of the election cycle. Again, hundreds of thousands of folks want to place their vote, and we have to make sure that those polling places will be available. But also with us, we're looking at priorities as far as hospitals, nursing homes, water treatment facilities. With the derecho that went through, we had to work with our sister utilities, Baltimore Gas and Electric, to make sure that water filtration was available in Montgomery County. So we have a list of priorities, but we do understand that this is an election year.
Absolutely. And just a last question for you. You mentioned the derecho. Some people were without power for weeks, and they were not very happy with the utility companies. Not very happy at all. Are you better prepared for this storm?
We're better prepared because we started the communication process. We told our customers several days ago, all of our customers, that Sandy was coming, to expect a extended period of outages, to get an emergency preparation kit, and we've been telling them throughout the weekend, this may be a hurricane, but it's going to be very cold, very wet, and very windy. But Pepco will be up to the challenge.
Everyone is hoping so. Clay Anderson from Pepco, thank you so much for taking the time out to talk with us this morning.
Thank you.
Sandy is already impacting election 2012 in a big way. President Obama canceled a campaign appearance in Orlando to tend business, and we understand he's canceling another campaign appearance later on for Wisconsin. Also, early voting just got later in Connecticut, Maryland, D.C., and Virginia. This tweet sent out by the Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy. He said the deadline to register to vote was Tuesday, October 30th, deadline being extended to Thursday, November 1st, due to the storm. Now, both presidential candidates are counting on early voters and on absentee ballots, so will Sandy be the decider? With me now, Democratic strategist and CNN contributor Maria Cardona and Republican strategist Ron Bonjean. Welcome to both of you.
Good morning, Carol.
Thanks. Morning.
Good morning. I actually like Tim Kaine's weather-related campaign advice next, because according to The Atlantic, the Senate candidate has asked supporters to uproot his campaign signs so they won't become projectiles. That was thoughtful, don't you think? Seriously, though, the storm presents challenges to anyone running for office. So, Maria, how will Sandy change things?
Well, there's no question that a storm this big with 50 million people in its path certainly will change things, and both campaigns have to sort of rejigger the way that they are looking at this campaign, including canceling events. We saw that the president has canceled all of his events, which I think was a very smart idea, coming back to the White House and giving him the ability to look presidential and to exert some leadership over this storm. And Mitt Romney has also canceled events throughout, which I also think is smart. I think both campaigns have to be very careful not to look overly political in the coming days when folks are focused on surviving the storm. But if we are going to look at this from a purely political perspective, I actually think it helps the president because it freezes this race for 2 to 3 days, and it gives the president a chance to look presidential, and any coverage that is going to happen, frankly, is going to be the president doing what he needs to do in terms of being the commander-in-chief of the United States at this time.
So, Ron, that presents quite a dilemma for Governor Romney. What does he do?
Well, first of all, I'd have to say I don't think that this hurricane helps anyone. I don't think it helps the president because although he is at the White House and he will be commanding FEMA, any slip up, any problem can seriously backfire on him. And what both candidates have to do here is they have to show compassion, and they have to connect with what people right now care about. They're worried about whether or not their power is going to still be on. They're worried about their basements flooding. And to stay, they're going to have to stay out of the way, but try to show some compassion. That's why you see the president going back to Washington. You see Mitt Romney now, urging voters, urging people to help the Red Cross, and and using his campaign bus to distribute supplies. So any way they can connect with voters around the storm, but not get in their way, I think it's smart.
Well, frankly, Maria, if your basement is slowly, becoming water-filled, I'm not sure you're paying attention to either candidate, and the election's sort of out of your mind at the moment.
Yeah. No, I agree. Again, people's attentions are going to be on how do they survive the storm, especially, again, 60 million people, 50 million people, 60 million people in the storm's path, all up and down the East Coast. So I agree with Ron in that both candidates have to make sure that they are in tune with what people are going through to make sure not to politicize this tragedy, because we've already seen lives lost from this storm, and a lot more is going to be coming in the coming days. But I do think that it also gives a chance for the media and for folks to look at what these candidates have said in the past in terms of the kinds of services that the government provides in the wake of this kind of storm. And so, for example, in 2011, during the Republican primary, Mitt Romney said flat out that he thinks that FEMA should be abolished and should be privatized. Really, at this moment in time, I think that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of comment that could come back to haunt somebody like Mitt Romney.
Okay, so I have to give Ron the last word, so Ron, button it up for us.
Yeah, well, I have to say that I don't think anyone, most people don't have a positive impression of FEMA, and I think Mitt Romney is right on the button, but I don't think anybody cares about that right now. I think people care about whether or not their power is on, whether or not their basements are going to be flooded, and I think that if the president gets too far in front of us and something goes wrong, people are going to remember, hey, my power's not out, and the president's talking about FEMA. I'm not a real big fan of FEMA. That could sway their vote.
We'll see. Ron Bonjean and Maria Cardona, thanks so much for the discussion this morning. We appreciate it. I got to take our viewers live to New York City because Governor Cuomo is having a big news conference. This is in Albany, rather. Let's listen to what they're saying.
One of the agencies that assists FEMA in doing the federal response to disasters, that New York State is very well prepared. And our assets and our capabilities only come in after the state and has exceeded their capabilities, which at this time, again, the state looks very well prepared to do what needs to be done to ride out the effects of this event. So a couple of things that we'd like to emphasize is we've talked about the surge a little bit in Lower Manhattan. That's one of the scenarios we think could be problematic. So right now we see the storm at Hurricane Irene levels. So all of you that are familiar with the Hurricane Irene effects from last year, this event, we're already at those levels at this point. So if you've driven along in the city in Manhattan, as the governor has done, witnessed, and you've seen that those levels where they're at. So we think there could be some overtopping based on the tidal surge that's going to happen this evening. Again, Mr. Glazer pointed that out, and so it's we're going to be prepared to assist the state in any assistance they have with specific capabilities in emergency power generation, potentially some pumping, and other things that may be necessary, again, if the capabilities are exceeded. The other potential area we see that could be problematic is the barrier islands and Long Island. If we have a breach there, we don't see any impacts that could happen that were going to really affect life or limb based on a barrier island breach, but I think it'd be wise for all to follow the guidance that's been put out by the state in terms of actions to take for evacuation. For post-storm recovery operations, again, that's where we'll work, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers will work for FEMA, and we'll be able to quickly try to restore navigational projects and begin efforts to pre-storm levels. So we're also we have capabilities and contract mechanisms and assets that are in the area that can help with debris removal, infrastructure assessment, and there are several other things that would come through taskings from FEMA if those things are required. So we're closely in contact with the state at the Emergency Operations Center in Albany, and prepared to assist where necessary. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. First, let me begin by thanking Howard Glazer, the Director of State Operations, who has been coordinating this effort and been doing a great job. Colonel Paul Owens, who you just heard from, we thank you very much, and the Army Corps of Engineers for their cooperation and assistance. We're also joined by State Police Superintendent Joseph D'Amico, Major General Patrick Murphy, Captain Gordon Lobel from the Captain of the Port from the United States Coast Guard, Michael Moriarty, Deputy Administrator of FEMA, and Scott Reckler, who is Director of the Port Authority, and Joseph Loda, who is the Chairman and CEO of the MTA, as you know. First, let me report that yesterday we spent the day traveling the state, and we are very comfortable with the preparation that has been done all across the state. We're comfortable with the level of coordination between the state government and the local governments. We went as far as the Adirondacks yesterday, and people are prepared. We went through Hurricane Irene just a little while ago, and in a cruel irony, I think the frequency of the exposure has actually assisted us in getting prepared. So I think we've done everything that we need to do. And so far, as you've heard, the storm is as we predicted. There's going to be a lot of rain, and there's going to be a lot of wind, and that is proceeding. The question is the extent of the storm surge. It is already high. It's already at Irene levels. And the question is going to be, what level does the surge take us to later on this afternoon, later this evening, when it's actually high tide? And that's, if there's a possible area of concern, that is it, and that's what we are monitoring closely now. As an added precaution today, we are announcing that we are going to close the Holland Tunnel and the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Brooklyn Battery Tunnel now renamed the U.L. Carey Tunnel, actually, at 2 o'clock today. Those tunnels are prone to flood. And as a precaution, we're going to be closing those tunnels at 2 o'clock today. The bridges at this point will remain open. They close at 60-mile-per-hour winds. Weather forecast suggests gusts up to 90 miles per hour, so people should keep an eye on that. This situation
we're going to wrap this up right now, and it's good to hear that people seem to be prepared in New York State as they seem to be prepared here in Washington, D.C. The worst is yet to come, so be careful. We're going to have much more on Hurricane Sandy right after this break. Checking our top stories now. Just minutes ago, New York's governor announced the closing of the Holland Tunnel. That's, of course, in lower Manhattan, New Jersey. That tunnel will soon close, so keep that in mind. Also, Connecticut's governor ordered that all state highways close by 1 p.m. Eastern as Superstorm Sandy bears down on the Northeast. Boston's public transportation system says on its website it is suspending service today at 2 p.m. Eastern. Hurricane Sandy just hours from exploding into this superstorm. Most of us have never seen anything like this in our lifetimes. It's already huge. Tropical force winds spanning a width of nearly 1,000 miles. That's how wide this thing is. It's aiming at the heart of the East Coast, the most heavily populated corridor in the country. 50 million people are already feeling some of the effects. Hundreds of thousands are now under evacuation orders. FEMA predicts damage costs of about $3 billion, and that's just for the wind damage alone. Heavy rains or storm surges, and widespread flooding across the region, of course, depending upon where you are. Okay, the sandbags are in place, the sump pump is working, and you've got the flashlights, the batteries, and the generator. That means, as of now, if you live in Sandy's path, life is pretty much on hold. Allison Kosick is in New York. It's eerie. I'm outside. This is H Street in Washington, D.C. There's virtually no traffic. It's sort of like a ghost town.
Yeah, you should see New York City, you know, the city that never sleeps. I came back from Jersey last night covering the hurricane, around midnight, and it was desolate, which is really unheard of in Manhattan. You know, you were talking about public transportation earlier. Boston shutting down its public transportation system, Connecticut shutting down its state highways. And for the East Coast, it really is all about public transportation. And because all of these systems are being shut down, 10 million commuters, Carol, they can't rely on that. I'm talking about here in New York City, in Washington, D.C., in Philadelphia. And I'm not even counting Amtrak or those canceled flights. Now, granted, no one's really going to work today, but this is still a big deal. You know, New York City, it's got the biggest transportation system in the country. Millions of riders are effective. Now, the reason why you're seeing these trains and the public transportation being shut is because some of these trains are above ground. They can't run with these high winds. Others are below ground, and then you've got the possibility of flooding, and then you've got trains that are at street level, and down trees could get on the track. So what you're seeing are these transportation systems being very proactive, getting these trains and buses into safer areas. They say what that will do is help get things back running faster when the storm passes. Carol?
Yeah, I know Amtrak in the Northeast Corridor shut down. The metro system here in Washington, D.C. shut down. I'm going to ask you a really stupid question. When do you think the trains might be running again?
Not a stupid question. It is the burning question everybody wants to know. And to be honest with you, no one is really sure yet. We're still waiting for the storm to actually make landfall. And then, of course, everybody has to assess the damage before anything gets up and running. What the MTA is warning, though, is that this is going to be a lengthy process. And we're really going to have to all be patient, because what they wind up doing, they inspect every train, every bus, every mile of track before they give the okay to get things running. So, yeah, this is going to be a huge inconvenience for millions of people. But, you know, safety is really the big concern here. Carol?
And I must share this with you, Allison, just because I need to vent. It's actually snowing here in Washington, D.C. I can see the snowflakes coming down very lightly, but the rain now has turned to a sort of weird snow. Come back live to me. There it is. That's the U.S. Capitol. That's sort of like to my right. But you can't really see it because the flakes are really fine and tiny. But what a strange hurricane it is. We'll be back with much more after this.
Stock Market Update is sponsored by Charles Schwab. Go to schwab.com/active trader to start trading with Straight Smart Edge today.
Okay, you're taking a live look at Asbury Park, New Jersey. You can see the surf's really rough there right now. I'm just wondering what the temperature is. Here in Washington, it's 52 degrees, but yet there are these kind of weird light snowflakes falling. Also in Nashville, Tennessee, it's 37 degrees right now. It's just a strange weather system, and we all get to share. Just a short time ago, President Barack Obama returned to Washington. Mr. Obama left Central Florida this morning, where he was going to attend a campaign rally. And just moments ago, he arrived back in D.C. This is Andrews Air Force Base. You can see the president getting into his special car along with Secret Service agents, making their way back to the White House. Actually, these are live pictures, you're saying? No. He's driving toward the White House right now, and you can see how much security the president actually needs around him. Good thing there's no traffic today. Everybody stayed at home. Dan Lothian is at the White House. Good morning, Dan. The president decided to come back from Florida, and he also canceled another campaign stop. Tell us about it.
That's right. Not only pulling out of Florida, but also over to not only today, but also tomorrow. Stops in Ohio. He was supposed to have another event in Virginia tonight. Also in Wisconsin and Colorado. Those events the president will not be attending because the White House said that it was important for the president to be back here at the White House to monitor the ongoing situation with Sandy. In fact, we were told by White House spokesman Jay Carney that once the president does get here to the White House, he will be convening a meeting in the White House Situation Room with his top emergency management officials. Some will be coming in via video conference, others will be here in person. And this is in addition to some of the briefings that the president has been getting over the weekend, including one yesterday at FEMA, where the president went in person and then promised that the federal government would do whatever it takes to help out.
My message to the governors, as well as to the mayors, is anything they need, we will be there. And we're going to cut through red tape. We're not going to get bogged down with a lot of rules. We want to make sure that we are anticipating and leaning forward into making sure that we've got the best possible response to what is going to be a big and messy system.
And that is the message we are told that the president conveyed to a number of governors in those impacted areas, those potentially impacted areas. The president, again, promising that the federal government would not let them down. In addition to that, the president has signed emergency declarations in at least 8 states, including Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and, of course, here in the District of Columbia. And the big warning from the White House is that everyone out there in those impacted areas should take this seriously.
Absolutely. I'm just curious. I know the president was expected to speak at a campaign rally in Florida. Why did he make that decision? Because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to fly back to D.C. in time because of the storm?
Yeah, the White House says that the main reason that the president did pull out is because they wanted him to be back here to not only attend these meetings and these briefings, but to essentially sort of stay on top of the situation. The campaign trail is critical. It's important, certainly with just days to go before the election, but they feel that the best place for the president to really be on top of this storm is right here at the White House.
Dan Lothian reporting live along with me in Washington, D.C. Thanks, Dan. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with much more about Hurricane Sandy.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Well, as expected, Hurricane Sandy is picking up steam. A lot of steam. Let's head back to Atlanta and check in with Jennifer Delgado. Tell us about it.
Hi, Carol. We have the new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. And we do know now that Hurricane Sandy, the winds have come up. Now they're at 90 miles per hour. Now, keep in mind, those are certainly stronger. It's still a strong Category 1. It would be a 96 for it to be a Category 2. Also want to point out to you the pressure. This is one of the lowest pressures recorded for a storm north of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. And we're talking 943 millibars. Now, on the satellite imagery, you're seeing this for yourself, and you're thinking, well, really, this really doesn't look that bad. But the problem is the strongest winds aren't on the center of circulation. Don't focus on this. This is a wide storm, and we're going to be feeling the effects of the hurricane-force winds as we go through the next several hours. We're expecting this to make landfall late tonight into early Tuesday morning. And again, we're talking areas including the possibility of South Jersey. Now, as we look at this and we track this for you, Monday, notice 90 miles per hour. Regardless, we are going to be experiencing the hurricane-force winds, and then it's going to be slow moving. As it does move slow, we're talking about the increased threat for flooding. And of course, we've been going on about this, how the storm surge is going to be the big story, especially for New York. We could see record heights there, 6 to 11 feet. We'll continue to talk more about storm surge and the update with the National Hurricane Center coming up in the next hour. Carol.
Jennifer, thanks so much. In New York, residents there, they're preparing for the worst, and that's a good thing. Right now, the entire New York City public transportation system shut down. That means there are no buses running, no subways, no trains, and then just a couple of minutes ago, the governor of New York said the Holland Tunnel would also be closing down. There are other major disruptions through the nation's largest city. Schools, the stock market, businesses all closed. Soledad O'Brien is at Columbus Circle in the heart of Manhattan. Hi, Soledad.
Hey, Carol, not only the Holland Tunnel, they're expecting at 2 p.m. to also close the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. And one of the reasons for that is that those two tunnels are very prone to flooding anyway. And we've already seen in lower Manhattan some flooding. Governor Cuomo, in his briefing, which just wrapped up a few minutes ago, said that we're at Irene levels, meaning that the storm surge that we got in Irene, we're already there. And we are, as you well know, many hours away from Hurricane Sandy hitting here. So things are looking a little difficult if you're just looking at the flooding alone. Let me tell you a couple of other worries for people who are in Manhattan. I'm in the Central Park, basically, at Columbus Circle, and over those trees over my shoulder, that's Central Park right there. Big concern with those trees, of course. They lost about I think 24 trees in Irene. Again, Irene, a much tamer version of a hurricane than what we are going to see. Big worry that some of those trees could come down in this storm, and they spent about $200,000 doing repairs in Central Park after Irene. We expect that number to go much higher. Another problem, scaffolding. This scaffolding here is scaffolding around an art project, but there's tons of scaffolding like that all over New York City. Big worries about that. And finally, take a look at that crane there. Mayor Bloomberg said that, in fact, the crane structures and all these sites have been examined. They've all been tied down. They should be safe given what we know about the winds. But as you were just reporting, Carol, 90 miles an hour now for these winds. There are big concerns about construction sites like that as well. That's it from here in Midtown Manhattan. Back to you, Carol.
Thanks, Soledad. I swear the wind just picked up in Washington, D.C. It's gusting now. I feel these strong gusts like you normally do during a hurricane as the bands come closer and closer. And Soledad talked about the trees. Well, the leaves are falling right now. It's fallen. They're beautiful, but they're falling, and that's creating another huge problem for the utility, well, actually for those who keep track of the storm sewers, because the leaves go in the storm sewers, so does the water. The leaves plug those up, and then what do you get? You get flooding in the streets and maybe in homes, so that's causing a big problem in that way as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more.
Stay with CNN, your hurricane headquarters.
Let's head quickly to Long Island, to Lindenhurst. That's where Jason Carroll is. There's major flooding there right now. Tell us about it, Jason.
Well, just within the past few minutes, Carol, we've seen the water start to rise here. We're in an area called Lindenhurst. It's Long Island. The problem with communities like this, on one side, you've got the Great South Bay, and crisscrossing through this area, you'll also have canals. And the water has slowly started to rise. You can see down this one particular street here. Car tried to make it. It got stuck. We've been talking to a number of residents here who've decided, or in the process of deciding, should they stay, should they go, as the water continues to rise here. Two folks right up here. We've got Anthony here on my left. We've got Betty Lou on the right. Anthony, you've been here for about a year. You're going to stay. What would it take you to leave?
Probably my mom and my dad to come and grab me out because they're freaking out, but I'm going to stay.
This is an area under a mandatory evacuation. Betty Lou, you've seen the worst here over a number of years. You've lived here for 51 years. You say already this is already worse than Irene was.
Yes, it is. It's worse than Irene was, and we're just hoping for the best, but it's not as bad as Gloria was.
But you're on the fence on this. You're still debating if you will stay or if you will go.
Correct. My daughter Denise is looking at us and saying, "You better come out here, Mom." She lives in Sayville, so we are on the fence.
Now, as you look at some of your neighbors here across the street here, and I'm going to have you just sort of pan over here, Steve, you can see some of them, Carol, they've been watching from their homes. That's basically what everyone's been doing. Once again, even though this community is under a mandatory evacuation, a lot of folks are still coming out here deciding whether they're going to stay, whether they're going to go, as the water here in this area in Long Island continues to rise. Carol?
I just can't imagine the feeling. You're looking at that water on the edge of your property, and there's nothing whatsoever you can do to stop it. That must be an awful feeling. We'll check back to Lindenhurst in just a bit. Jason Carroll, thanks so much. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me today. CNN Newsroom continues with Ashley Banfield after a break.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashley Banfield. It is 11 o'clock on the East Coast of the United States. It is 8 o'clock on the West Coast, and welcome to our viewers from around the world. It could be bad. That's what the Coast Guard is saying, an admiral, in fact, with an eye on Hurricane Sandy. Or it could be devastation. Not great choices. And just hours before the center of this vast and powerful storm meets up with a cold front on the eastern seaboard, it is threatening and or disrupting some 60 million people from North Carolina all the way up the coast to Maine. Wind damage, storm surges, inland flooding, snowstorms, all of these in the forecast, along with inevitable power outages that could last for days, if not more than a week. That's why hundreds of thousands of people who live, work, or play near the water, including the spot you're looking at right now, Atlantic City, they are all under a mandatory evacuation order. It's why classes are canceled for more than 2 million school children. It's why more than 10 million commuters in New York, Philadelphia, and Washington have no bus service, have no subway service today. And thousands of airline flights, almost 10,000 in fact, into and out of the Northeast Corridor are canceled. If you need to drive anywhere in Connecticut today, you better hurry up, because the governor of Connecticut has just announced he's shutting down the highways at 1 o'clock Eastern, and that is just 2 hours from now. Here, where I am in New York and where we begin our mega coverage, my colleague John Berman is down in Battery Park City, which pretty well can be expected to get battered, as the namesake is. John, things look pretty good where you are now, but Sandy is turning towards the shore and picking up speed. So give me a bit of a read from your location.
It's really been an interesting place to be all morning, Ashley, because about 2 hours ago, I was standing in 8 inches of water right here. It was coming right up here past my ankles, because what happened was, after high tide here this morning, there was a small storm surge. The water came up over this seawall right here and began to flood this area. This is the evacuation zone in Lower Manhattan. Some 370,000 people have been told to get out from here and also the other boroughs in New York City to evacuate, get to a friend's place uptown, get to a hotel, or get to one of the 76 emergency evacuation centers throughout the city. They're expecting a storm surge of anywhere between 6 and 11 feet. That's a lot. We saw at high tide this morning it come over the wall here. That was a mere fraction of what it will be tonight at about 8:50. That's high tide tonight. And with this full moon and with this storm hitting the East Coast, the water could come in and simply flood this whole area. Now, what you're seeing here is a lot of tourists, a lot of people coming to take pictures. This is a bad idea. I don't think these people knew that just an hour and a half ago they would have been standing at 8 inches of water, or if they were to come here tonight, that they'd be floating or sinking. This is not a good place to be. The police have actually just come through here with bullhorns from their cars and told people to get out of here. This is really a bad place to be. Again, this is a mandatory evacuation zone in Lower Manhattan. 6 to 11 feet of storm surge, and it's not big waves like you've seen up and down the East Coast this morning. There's some pretty amazing pictures up and down the East Coast. No, this is a slow creep. The water will simply rise behind me hour by hour by hour as we get closer to 8:50 tonight, and then it could simply be devastating. Ashley?
Which is even more sort of secret and stealthy for those who don't know what they're about to walk through there. New Yorkers, all 400,000 of them who've been ordered to evacuate, they are a hardy lot, and many don't heed those warnings. What do we know about people where you are, particularly in Battery Park City, where we know that the mayor has threatened to shut off the power down there? What, have they left, and have they gone anywhere?
Most of the people that I've seen here this morning are tourists. They aren't native New Yorkers. They're people who may be in hotels nearby, and they just came to get a look here. And actually, you can just see the police are walking down here right now, and they're telling people to get out of here. It's not a good place to be. I'm telling people that I see here they should get in, hunker down. It really only started to happen about half an hour ago where people came out. Earlier this morning, it was a ghost town. That is what New York should feel like today. It is a very good day to be at home. Ashley?
I'm glad to see what I'm seeing behind you, John, and that is the police officers responding and telling people that this might look like there isn't a problem, but there is. So stay with us, John, if you would. I want to move on, though, to Jennifer Delgado, because I'll tell you something. There's a lot going on that people might not be able to see. The new advisories have been rolling in. We just got one from the National Hurricane Center. It actually just came out a couple minutes ago. Hurricane Sandy is about 205 miles southeast of Atlantic City, and our meteorologist, Jen Delgado, is joining me live from the Hurricane Center tracking this storm. There's some significant news that's just come out. Tell me about it.
Absolutely. Most importantly, we are going to start off with the winds. The winds have gotten stronger from the last advisory at 8 a.m. We are now seeing those winds sustained at 90 miles per hour with some gusts up to 115. So yes, we are still seeing strengthening out of it. And it's actually, we're talking Hurricane Sandy has been moving right along the Gulf Stream. We think that was allowing Hurricane Sandy's to strengthen over the last couple hours. Well, I want to point out to you also the pressure has also dropped. We're now looking at it being 943 millibars. That's the lowest pressure recorded for a storm north of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. And we're talking, we are not done by any means with Hurricane Sandy. We still have to go through late tonight as well as into tomorrow morning before we see that circulation making landfall. And again, you can kind of see for yourself right now, it's located roughly about, it looks like 260 miles south-southeast of New York City. And it's now made that northwesterly turn. So we're seeing that it's moving towards the northwest. And very likely it's going to be making landfall in the southern part of New Jersey. And as it does, it's going to be bringing hurricane conditions across the region. We're talking those winds are going to be extremely gusty. It will be moving very slowly as it does up towards the north. This is going to be producing a tremendous amount of rainfall, and the rain is already coming down. You can see for Washington, D.C., as well as for Baltimore, the storms in yellow and orange. Of course, that indicates the heavier rain, and then out towards the west, snow. Ashley.
Jen, just quickly, and I've only got a couple of seconds because I've got a lot of ground to cover. When we came into this today, we thought we'd be looking at winds around 75 miles an hour, and then to hear now maximum sustained winds 90 miles an hour, gusting to 115 miles an hour, and it isn't even the wind speed or the fact that it's a Cat 1 that makes this thing so damaging and so powerful. Could you please explain to our viewers why, if they're just looking at Category 1 and not thinking it's serious, it's far more serious than that?
Oh, absolutely, because it's going to be interacting, as we've been talking about, a low that's going to be coming through, and this is going to turn into essentially into a perfect storm. It's going to be shifting over and getting its energy from a baroclinic motion. Now, this is going to be like the contrast from the hot and the cold temperatures, and that means the storm is just going to continue to blow up on radar. We're talking very heavy rainfall is going to be intensified out of this, and of course snow. And some of these locations, we're talking about blizzard on the backside of that low, and that's what's going to be developing in parts of West Virginia. Now, you asked with the intensification, as we said, moving along the Gulf Stream, very warm waters. Of course, we know the Gulf Stream moves right along the eastern coastline, and it has been moving over there, and that is what's really, we think, been the fuel, and we've seen that intensification of the storms developing and the center of circulation. Don't focus on that center. The strongest winds are all around this storm.
I keep hearing post-hurricane tropical winter cyclone, and I don't like the sounds of it at all. Yeah. All right. Jen Delgado, thank you. Thanks so much. And we have a lot more to update you on right after this.
So don't be stupid. Get out and go to higher, safer ground. The margin for error for me being wrong and you going and staying at a friend's house for 2 days, I think is significantly better than winding up with a severe injury or death for yourself or for your family.
That's New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and he's not messing around with his message. His state is right in the path of this storm. Newark's Liberty Airport is basically shut down. Hundreds of flights have been canceled because of this storm. Our Rob Marciano is keeping an eye on things in Asbury Park, New Jersey. And Rob, last year, just before Hurricane Irene, Chris Christie told people in no uncertain terms, and I will quote him here, get the hell off the beach. So my question to you, are people heeding his message to get out and get to safer ground?
You know, they are, and you may remember he caught some criticism for using those strong words last year after what people, at least along the immediate Jersey shore, felt was an overreaction. Certainly after a multi-billion disaster as Irene, it turned out to be a wise choice, especially for those who live along the immediate shoreline. Here in Asbury Park and up and down the northern coastline of New Jersey, they certainly have heeded his warning, and rightfully so. Here's a look at the surf that continues to pour in. The tide is actually receding now, but I've only seen it go down, maybe 5-10 feet in the last 20 minutes because the actual surge continues to push water over what should be dry, sandy beach here. But obviously, that's not the case. So I think throughout the afternoon, even though the tide's going down, we're going to see it hold right where it is. And then when high tide comes again later on tonight around 8 o'clock, right when this is supposed to make landfall, about 50 to 80 miles to our south, that's when we expect the water to come up and over the boardwalk. Boy, I tell you what, this surf coming in here has been impressive all day long. We've seen 10, 15, even some 20-foot huge breakers, really testing some of the jetties and seawalls here that protect this stretch of coastline. Yeah, everyone's evacuated. Mandatory evacuations up and down the coastline of New Jersey. There are shelters set up. There's been a few hundred people that have taken advantage of those. Officials at the fire department here in Asbury Park tell me there's been a few calls that they've had to deal with, but all in all, so far, so good. Of course, the storm itself is still a couple hundred miles away, so we've got all afternoon, all night long tonight, and really residual wind that will be pounding this area and the waves that will be pounding this coastline throughout the day tomorrow to contend with. So we're in for the long haul here, that's for sure.
It just looks so aggressive, that surf behind you, and I know we're just at the beginning stages of it. Rob Marciano, make sure you stay safe today. It's going to be a long day of coverage, and we're not only going to watch what Rob has been watching, which is the surf and the surge and obviously the flood danger, but coming up after the break, what's going to happen when millions of people are almost certain to lose power? And how long is it going to take for people to get up in the buckets and fix those power lines and make sure that it is safe just to go outside? That's coming up next.
Seems like a pretty vulnerable area because we're so close to the water.
Preparation, whatever we can do to minimize any damage to homes and the city in general.
I have 2 little kids and a dog, and I figured if the power went out, we don't have any generators, so going up 15 flights of stairs would be a pretty big task.
Smart people getting a move on things early, because as many as 60 million people could be personally affected by Hurricane Sandy. The storm could leave whole cities powerless for as long as a week, maybe even longer, because some of these sustained winds that are going to stick around for a while mean that those power companies can't get their guys up in their equipment, those cherry pickers, those buckets, to fix the lines. So it could be very dangerous to be out on the street, and it could be very bad for getting power restored. We saw the impact of this when major storms tore through the Northeast earlier on this year. But the Red Cross says it is ready for this storm. And joining me now on the phone is Catherine Bardet, who is a spokeswoman for the Red Cross. She's in Atlantic City, New Jersey, which is right in the path of the storm. Catherine, first and foremost, we just saw in an area that where Rob Marciano was, the storm surge is coming up. Even when the tide is receding, the water is still coming up. That should be a clear indication for someone who's out there and wondering when they need to leave, right?
Absolutely. If water is rising in your neighborhood, we absolutely encourage people to evacuate. Red Cross has shelters open all up and down the eastern seaboard. We've had over 190 shelters open with over 4,500 people stayed just last night alone. We have hundreds of disaster workers, and we're ready with supplies and emergency vehicles in place to help. And to find a shelter, we have very easy ways to do so. You can download our hurricane application from redcross.org, visit our website, or call 1-800-RED-CROSS for this information.
Oh, that's great information. And just quickly, I want to ask you, if someone's watching this now and is thinking, okay, I see standing water in my neighborhood, it's very dangerous to drive on just an inch or two of water. So let's say, Catherine, they're about to leave. What should they grab before they head out the door to get to a shelter?
Well, first and foremost, we want everybody to use extraordinary caution going through their neighborhoods and standing water. But when they leave, we encourage everyone to take their medications, personal documents. If they have special needs or need life-saving medical devices, please take those, battery chargers. And if you have pets, please bring pet supplies with your pets, collars, leash, and make sure that you are headed to a pet-friendly shelter. We have many of those open, and we also partner with other agencies to make sure that pets can be accommodated. Please do not leave your pet behind.
and make sure they grab their insurance policies along with those important documents. I just want to jump ahead really quickly, Catherine, to after the storm. I know that you're busy now, but you're going to be busy then as well. What's the plan for after the storm when the damage is done and people are really going to need the help?
Well, Red Cross will be here for weeks to come. This is a large-scale disaster response, and really we rely on the generosity of volunteers and the public to be able to support such services, whether it's shelters, mass feeding, all of the services that we are going to be providing. And we encourage, if you would like to find out how to volunteer or make a donation to Red Cross, please visit redcross.org or text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation to this disaster relief effort.
That's a great idea. All right, Catherine Bardet, thank you so much from Atlantic City, New Jersey. Stay safe yourself as you continue to watch out for the safety of others. And again, for more information from the Red Cross, you just heard her say 1-800-RED-CROSS. Check them out also at redcross.org. A whole bunch of apps on your iPad that will help you to find shelters and get information and find those go bags, what you need to pack in your go bag. Also, CNN.com/impact has some great information as well. And I want to just direct your attention to some live pictures right now because the International Space Station just happens to be, as we speak, flying over Hurricane Sandy. So the pictures that you're seeing are the actual live shots of what this storm looks like from space. It's remarkable that we just had this timing, but we seized on the opportunity to jump onto their live cameras from the International Space Station. Thank you to NASA TV for this as well, because you can just see that wall of clouds. It's hard to get perspective when you're looking at the globe from that angle, but you can certainly see what everyone's been talking about, and that this is a monster storm. We've got a lot more very valuable information for you coming up.
I'm very concerned when I see the map and I see that, Toms River's on the map and they're targeting it. I'm nervous. Yeah. I'm very nervous, but I think that I'm in good hands here. I think I'm safe.
Hurricane Sandy has a lot of people nervous. She's not the only one. This thing's making its way towards the East Coast, and it is not stopping. The storm has also severely impacted travel. More than 10 million commuters who take mass transit in New York City, in Washington, D.C., in Philadelphia, they are all without service today. Thousands of flights also canceled. And Amtrak has canceled its service along the eastern seaboard as this massive weather system or series of systems approach. Our meteorologist Jennifer Delgado is watching things in the CNN Hurricane Tracking Center, and she's looking at the storm. Now, we heard from you just about 20 minutes ago that we had this big update on the maximum sustained winds moving up to 90 miles an hour and gusting up to, 115.
Right.
That's still a Cat 1, but are we now in danger of a strong Cat 1? Yeah, I think we're 6 miles per hour away from it becoming a Cat 2.
Cat 2, right.
So is that possible?
We just don't know right now. We do know that we did see some brief intensification out of this from the last advisory where it was 85. Now the winds, as we just heard, are at 90 miles per hour. Now the gusts, 115. Now keep in mind the diameter of the center of circulation, the eye. We're seeing it now roughly diameter of 23 miles. Now, also new here, the pressure has dropped down to 943 millibars. This is the lowest pressure been recorded for a storm north of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, in quite a while. So again, this is really an interesting feature, and we really believe this intensification, as we talked earlier, because it was moving over the Gulf Stream. As we go, and you can see for yourself, weather conditions are going to deteriorate. This is going to make landfall late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Again, keep in mind, you see how it moves over towards the west. We're going to see hurricane force winds in a very wide area because the storm is so big. Now, pointing out to you some of the travel delays and the ripple effect. Look at Atlanta as well as into Charlotte. We are dealing with delays because of volume, because of all the cancellations and the closings across parts of the Northeast as well as New England. That's only going to get worse. Today is just not a good day to be flying. Now, as we take you back over to our Tracker Explorer, look at this, the Flight Explorer. This is, of course, the Northeast. Now, at a normal time of day, Ashley, you're in New York, this area is just exploding with planes out there. Now they're all over towards the west. And if we were to take this down towards the south, we see a lot of those planes across parts of Atlanta. This is because people aren't flying into New York, Philadelphia, of course, because they don't want to fly into danger. Weather conditions are going to continue to get bad, and we haven't even talked about the storm surge or the blizzard that's going to be developing in West Virginia. Ashley, this is just an all-encompassing storm right here.
Yeah, and I think at last count, it was something like 7,500 flights plus have been canceled, which means all of those international flights are going to have to deal with the ramifications. All those planes that you see off to the left of you are going to have to figure out where else they can land. So it is a disaster. Thank you, Jennifer Delgado. Appreciate it. And a quick update now as well from the White House and from President Obama's campaign. Look, he canceled his campaign event this morning in Orlando, Florida. He had planned to cancel everything after that and head to the White House, but now that's gone too. And now we're getting word in about an hour, 15 minutes, the president is going to speak live. He'll have an address at 12:45 Eastern Time, national television. He's going to speak about the hurricane and give us an update as to what everyone needs to do at this point. Perhaps said best yesterday, when this is a time we need to get together as a nation, help your neighbors, keep an eye out for others. This is a national disaster, folks. Back in a moment. Right about now, a week and a day before we elect a president, our current president was supposed to be in Florida wrapping up a campaign rally in Orlando. That rally did go on, but not with him, with former President Bill Clinton as the star attraction instead. But President Obama had to cancel this, and the reason is on the bottom of your screen. It's Hurricane Sandy. CNN's Dan Lothian's at the White House now. And Dan, we just heard the president making a plan for this big public announcement at 12:45. Anything other than updating where we stand and what people need to do depending on where they live?
We're still trying to get more details on that, but we expect that it will simply be an update at 12:45 on what the president has learned coming out of this meeting, which we believe might be underway right now in the White House Situation Room. The president getting brief from some of the senior members of his team, including Secretary Napolitano via video conference, Mr. Fugate from FEMA, and also in person, the chief of staff, and in addition, one of his other advisors on Homeland Security, John Brennan. Again, this follows some of the briefings that the president has been getting over the weekend. And as you know, he also went over to FEMA headquarters where he had a chance to get sort of a firsthand glimpse of what the federal government was doing to stay on top of this hurricane. And again, the president promising that the federal government will help states in any way possible. As you know, so far, 8 states have been declared states of emergency by this president, including the District of Columbia, and that frees up some federal dollars to help them not only during the storm, but also in the cleanup effort.
And Dan, I mean, we're still, a week away from a national election. This is not going away. What about the early voting? What about the efforts of people to do the in-person early voting state to state?
Well, obviously that is a concern, and not only on the voting end of it, but these are key battleground states that the president really wanted to be in these final days before the election, where the race is neck and neck. And so, you pointed out the president was supposed to have this event in Florida, pulled out of there, was supposed to have another event tonight in Virginia. Over not only today and tomorrow, he was supposed to be in Ohio, also in Wisconsin and Colorado, and he has pulled out of those events. It's unclear whether or not the president will still keep his schedule at the end of the week, where he'll be heading west again to Nevada and Colorado, and also spending a lot of time in Ohio. We're told by campaign officials that right now it's just day by day because it's such a fluid situation.
All right, Dan Lothian live for us at the White House. Thank you very much for that. And the Mitt Romney campaign has also had to make some big changes because of Hurricane Sandy. But while the places may have changed, the message is still the same. Our CNN political editor, Paul Steinhauser, is live with me now. Listen, Paul, both campaigns have had to cancel events. But the president still gets to be president, and there's a lot that he has to do right now, while Mitt Romney is not the president and can't necessarily campaign. Some people might think that's an edge for the president, but is it?
It can be an edge for the president, but if things do go wrong with the federal response, that's a big if. But if they do, then he will get blamed for that, and that could be, the flip side and a political consequence. As for Romney, you mentioned, he was supposed to be in Virginia yesterday campaigning. Of course, that got canceled because of Sandy. He ended up in Ohio yesterday, teaming up with his running mate, Wisconsin Congressman Paul Ryan. They had 3 stops throughout Ohio yesterday, and at all 3 stops, Mitt Romney was talking about the storm and his thoughts and prayers for people in harm's way. Take a listen.
I know that right now some people in the country are a little nervous about a storm about to hit the coast, and our thoughts and prayers are with the people who will find themselves in harm's way.
Romney today's got an event coming up in a few minutes in Ohio, then it's on to Iowa, and then it's on to Wisconsin as well. But his campaign is doing stuff to help people out back on the East Coast, people being affected. This from the campaign spokeswoman Andrea Saul earlier this morning. She says in North Carolina, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Virginia, we will be collecting supplies at our victory offices to deliver to local storm relief. In Virginia, we're loading storm relief supplies onto the Romney bus to be delivered. So they are helping out on that end. It's not the same as going to a FEMA news conference like the president is doing, but Romney is trying to do his part.
All right, CNN's political editor, Paul Steinhauser, for us live. Thank you very much. And also for more on today's campaigning and how the storm is changing those plans, you can check out cnn.com/politics. We still have our political unit doing all this coverage, and so you still get your information despite the fact that we're in emergency storm coverage on television. In the meantime, New York City's Mayor Michael Bloomberg is briefing the news media right now about evacuations and the preparations as Hurricane Sandy nears landfall at New York City, which, by the way, with 11-foot storm surge expected, is critical. Let's listen.
South of Atlantic City this evening, and that keeps New York City well within the danger zone of the storm, and it's why, as of now, we are under a coastal flood warning from now through 3 p.m. on Tuesday and a high wind warning through 6 p.m. tomorrow. This is a massive storm. Hurricane force winds extend some 175 miles in every direction of this center. The storm may strengthen as it meets the cold front approaching from the northwest, and that's when it changes from a tropical storm to a northeaster, which has very big implications for those areas to the west of us and to the north of us. As we've emphasized all along, the greatest danger posed by Sandy is the coastal storm surge it will produce. We've already had as much flooding, for example, along the FDR, which is fundamentally closed at the moment, as we did in Hurricane Irene. Now, when we close a road, we close it when the water comes up, and if the water recedes, as, for example, as you go from a high tide to a low tide period, we would reopen that. But at any moment, any of these roads, if it becomes unsafe, we close it. And we have lots of people watching. The flooding that could occur later today is why we ordered our evacuation from Zone A areas. Last night there was a high tide. Tonight there's a much bigger one. Tomorrow another one. Water levels along our coast and in our waterways have begun rising and are expected to remain at higher than normal levels for the next 24 hours. The surge will be roughly at 8 o'clock tonight, 8:15, plus or minus a couple of hours. But remember, if you're in the South Bronx, the surge that you're getting is surge that enters Long Island Sound from out around Montauk, and it takes about 4 hours to get down here. So the surge that you would experience there is much later than the surge that you'd experience if the water is coming up the East River and the Hudson River. There has been some flooding already in the Bowery, as well as the FDR and some of the Rockaways. We expect surge levels of 6 to 11 feet. A surge of 9 to 10 feet is possible along Coney Island and the Rockaways, and a surge of 11 to 12 feet may occur at the Battery Monday evening. Maximum surge impact in these areas is expected to be in some period plus or minus 2 hours around 8:15, so say 6 to 10:30. The peak surge will hit areas along Long Island Sound between 10 and 2 a.m., as I said, 4 hours later. Now, if you live on a coastline, you have to add
So as Mayor Bloomberg continues to give local updates to those around the 5 boroughs who are going to be affected so deeply by what he's now saying could rise as high as a 12-foot surge. Keep in mind, everybody lives pretty much at sea level here, folks, in the New York area, so that is critical. He also said that the FDR, which is one of the main roadways in Manhattan, is fundamentally closed. The Connecticut governor is shutting down all the highways at 1 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. I want to show you something that our weather team has put together, especially when you talk about New York City and all those high rises. Take a look at what happens to the wind threat for high rises. If a wind comes on shore at 80 miles per hour, that's what it's like at the ground. You go up 30 stories and it's 20% greater. It goes up to 96 miles an hour. Head up to the 80th story, and everyone between 80 and 100, those stories, they get a 30% kick up to 104-mile-per-hour winds. And let me remind you, those aren't gusts. Those are sustained winds. So the sustained winds at 80 stories high would be 104 miles an hour. And then add to that the gusting winds. That is trouble, and that is exactly why you just saw Mayor Bloomberg telling people mandatory evacuations in certain parts, not just the flooding, but also these dangerous winds. Take a look at the live pictures. We're going to go to break really quickly, but we've got a lot more information coming for you in just a moment. Two words describe Hurricane Sandy: huge and dangerous. The National Hurricane Center saying that Sandy is even now picking up speed as it bears down on the eastern seaboard's largest cities. This is a massive storm, and it is expected to trigger life-threatening storm surges. Let me repeat that: life-threatening storm surges, as well as powerful winds and snow in the Appalachians. And a life-and-death situation has been unfolding off of North Carolina's Outer Banks as well. The Coast Guard says that 16 people who were on board this ship, the HMS Bounty, all abandoned ship after it began taking on water and lost its propulsion in heavy seas. And we have breaking news to tell you right now. That ship has now sunk. Luckily, those people were able to abandon ship. 14 of them were rescued before the ship went down, but 2 people are still missing. And joining us on the telephone now, U.S. Coast Guard Vice Admiral Robert Parker. Vice Admiral, what's the very latest that you know about the effort to find those 2 missing people?
Well, thank you, Ashley. The latest we heard, we've debriefed the 14 people that we did get back to Elizabeth City, North Carolina. They are in good health. All the people abandoned ship early this morning. As they were abandoning ship, 3 people were washed overboard. They were all wearing immersion suits. And only one of those 3 people actually made it to the life raft. So the 2 people that remain unaccounted for, we know made it off of the vessel but did not make it into the life rafts. Our helicopters that were out there that did the hoists returned because of fuel state. We've had a continuous coverage on scene with a Coast Guard C-130 aircraft and another MH-60 helicopter, but as yet we've had no further sightings of those 2 people.
So, Admiral, when you say that they were wearing immersion suits, can you explain what that means and how that might play into their survivability?
Sure. They're called survival suits. They're made to protect the person wearing it, to keep them both afloat, hopefully face up, and also to provide them thermal protection from the water. But in these conditions, it's very problematic to maintain your position. In seas out there in excess of 20 feet, the winds probably are down to about 45 knots, but that's still pretty extraordinary conditions for a person in the water. But these are suits that are designed to both hold on to your the heat that's so important when you're immersed in the water, and also to keep you afloat.
So one who was wearing it made it to the life rafts, but the other 2 didn't. And at this point, the winds are getting so bad. Are you going to be able to have helicopters or any rescue equipment out there to keep looking for these other 2 people?
We're out there right now. We actually have a helicopter and a C-130 out there. We've recalled the Coast Guard cutter Elm. It's a 225-foot buoy tender that's out of North Carolina. She's actually on her way there now. If she can make decent speed, she'll be there before dark this evening. And we've recalled also the Coast Guard cutter Gallatin, one of our older 378-foot cutters out of Charleston, South Carolina, and they should be on scene by tomorrow morning.
And they can be out there safely, Admiral. I mean, first of all, I can't believe that ship was out there in the first place in weather like this. But those rescue crews can be out there safely at this point?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the reasons that our ships tend to cost a little more, is they have to be out there in some pretty nasty weather. They're built to a little higher standard, and we have people that are pretty experienced in this weather. We try to avoid it when we can, but obviously, as we hope for the best, we do plan for the worst.
And I just have to ask you, with this kind of a storm, this is just, unimaginable. What are the odds that your guys are going to be able to find these 2 people out there?
That's a good question, but we have everything we can going for us except for the weather right now. We've had assets on scene. We do have what we call a self-locating data marker buoy. It's a small buoy that drifts at about the same rate as a person in the water would, and that gives us a continuous GPS feed for which direction the drift is going, so we know how to adjust the search area on scene. And then having continuous coverage gives us absolutely the best hope. But finding a person in the water in those conditions is really, really difficult, especially when the visibility is as low as it is right now.
Well, Godspeed to you and all of your crews who are doing this heroic work. I hope you are lucky in this mission, and I'll check in with you later to find out how it's going. Vice Admiral Robert Parker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we've got more right up after the break. Hurricane Sandy is getting stronger, now packing sustained winds of 90 miles an hour, and the gusts are going up to 115 miles an hour. This huge, dangerous storm is expected to make landfall tonight or very early tomorrow morning. And when it does, Maryland, by all means, could get slammed. Right now, the eye of the storm is a couple hundred miles to the southeast of the state. Our Sandra Endo joins us live now from Ocean City, Maryland. Sandra, I've been watching the progression of your live shots all the way through last night and into this morning. And at times, it seems that it's past you. And then we come back to you 20, 30 minutes later, and you're holding on for dear life. What is exactly happening now?
Ashley, the word I'm using for this storm so far, and it hasn't even reached landfall yet, is relentless, because it has just been nonstop raining. But really significant as of the last hour is the wind. And as you mentioned, it's intensifying out there, and we're feeling it out here. And clearly, the gusts have picked up here, and we have watched this beach erode right in front of our eyes. We've seen high tide throughout the morning, and then massive waves crashing on these protective sand dunes they have out here. I'm actually on the street side, the property side of these sand dunes, and we've watched the waves come on over, crash over these sand dunes, and actually flood this area. And so that's a big concern for local residents and authorities here, is the flooding and the storm surge by these massive waves. The storm surge and the tidal surge is certainly something they're going to look for. But take a look at the waterfront property here, Ashley. You can also see how the water has accumulated. There's flooding here already. This is something they were preparing for, and a lot of the residents here have boarded up their homes, and they're certainly bracing for the worst. But keep in mind, as you've been forecasting, the worst is yet to come. High tide is happening again later this evening, and that's when the heart of Hurricane Sandy is expected to come through this area, Ashley.
High tide again with a full moon, which makes it even worse. Sandy, just tell me about the state of emergency, which has been declared in the state where you are, Maryland, as well as several states all along the eastern seaboard. What has that done in terms of telling the people where you are to get to better shelter, to get to higher and safer ground? Have they?
Yeah, absolutely. They've actually taken all the warnings pretty seriously. There was a mandatory evacuation order in place, and the deadline was last night for residents in downtown Ocean City to get out of town. All non-residents as well had to leave Ocean City. Route 50 into this area is shut down, and those residents who have decided to hunker down and ride out this storm, they are being urged to stay inside, because clearly you can see the conditions are just worsening by the hour. So it's actually expected to get worse later this evening.
And I don't mean to play inside baseball here, but I think a lot of our viewers are going to be looking at you holding on for dear life and wondering where you're going to seek shelter and how you're going to stay safe.
Yeah, I'm actually just being very cautious out here, obviously, because you never know what Mother Nature does. But we're staying protected. We're trying to really seek shelter in the building that we're broadcasting from. So from time to time, you know, we are protected, obviously. So we're trying to stay safe out here as well.
All right, Sandy, be careful out there, and we will come to you for updates as long as we are able to, keeping in mind your safety is paramount, and the safety of your crew as well. Sandra Endo reporting live for us in Maryland. And, of course, we should tell you that the last hurricane to disrupt Maryland was Hurricane Irene a little over a year ago, and that caused widespread flooding and huge power outages. And this word just in as well. The U.S. Supreme Court will not be convening tomorrow because of Hurricane Sandy. Perhaps not surprising. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and stay tuned to CNN as we continue to update you throughout the day on the powerful impact of Hurricane Sandy.
Welcome back to CNN Newsroom. I want to welcome our international viewers around the world. We are feeling the impact of this potentially historic superstorm here in the United States right now. Same storm that has already hit Cuba, Haiti, on its way to Canada. I'm Suzanne Melville. I want to get right down to it here. We're talking about this powerful, life-threatening storm on a collision course with the most populated area of the country, Hurricane Sandy, taking aim at the mid-Atlantic coastline and the Northeast. At last check, it was about 205 miles southeast of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Massive storm could affect 60 million people. We are talking from Virginia to Massachusetts. Forecasters expect Sandy to combine with a cold front and form a superstorm that is likely to cause flash flooding, massive power outages, and snowstorms. West Virginia's governor says that mountain areas of the state could get 2 feet of snow already starting to fall. And FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, says the storm damage from wind alone could reach $3 billion. We're also going to be hearing from the president about 45 minutes or so from the White House. He is going to be making a statement updating the conditions and what the federal government is doing to tackle this horrific storm. And forecasters expect that Sandy is going to make landfall as early as tonight. The eye of the storm appears headed for Jersey Shore, the Delmarva Peninsula. It's an area that includes Delaware, parts of Maryland and Virginia. And Maryland urban search and rescue teams already standing by, waiting for deployment orders from FEMA. Coastal Maryland getting ready, already pounded by strong waves, high surf. Governor Martin O'Malley, he is following developments from the Emergency Control Center in Reisterstown, Maryland. He's on the phone with us. Governor, first of all, thanks for joining us. I know this is a very busy time for you. I was just in Maryland over the weekend visiting with family and friends, and clearly a lot of people right now quite tense about what is about to take place. You've got search and rescue teams in place. We've seen dramatic pictures out of Ocean City from our Sandra Indo. What is the one thing that you are most concerned about now?
Well, right now, as the storm starts to come ashore, we're most concerned about the potential loss of life. I mean, we need for people to stay off the roads. We need for them to stay indoors and to shelter in place and to shelter from this really intense storm. We have not seen something this wide and that will be pounding on us for this sort of duration in many, many decades. So our primary concern right now is to act as responsibly as we can as individuals so that we minimize the loss of life that will no doubt happen as this killer storm comes ashore.
Has your office already started getting calls for help?
We have not had any sort of rescue operations that I am aware of as of yet, but we do have fast water rescue teams that have been pre-deployed throughout our state. We've mobilized over 500 of our Maryland National Guard, and they are deployed in all of the Emergency Operations Center. So fortunately, unlike some other storms, this one gave us several days' notice. So we are prepared. We prepared for the worst, and unfortunately, given the turn of this storm, it looks like we're going to be the recipients of her worst.
We were just looking at some pictures of BWI, the airport there. Clearly, a lot of airlines shut down, and not the kind of images that you normally see there. It's a bustling airport, use it often. People who are in Maryland are essentially stuck now in Maryland. And what do they expect in terms of power outages? I know there are a lot of people believe that they could be without power for days and perhaps weeks.
Oh, without a doubt, we will be facing massive power outages. The utility companies have been able to bring in more mutual assistance this time because they had advance warning. And hopefully as the storm moves further north, more crews will be freed up to move north from southern states. So right now there are about 3,000 some linemen that have been brought into our state from other states that are ready to go out and start what will be a long and difficult restoration process. But we are clearly, I mean, if you look at this storm, it's actually intensifying in its center. I'm told that the winds at the center are now up to 90 miles an hour. It's approaching a Category 2 status. So we're going to see power outages that will be massive in our state, and we want to get people restored as quickly as possible. But before we can do that, we all have to hunker down, protect one another from this storm by staying indoors and staying off the roads.
All right, Governor O'Malley, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. I know it's going to be a very busy couple of days and weeks ahead. Thank you very much. Want to head to New York's Long Island. Hurricanes wind, the rain slamming the city of Lindenhurst. That is happening right now. This is an inland community, and some neighborhoods are already beginning to flood. Our Jason Carroll, he's in one of those neighborhoods. Jason, tell us a little bit about the effort of folks who are packing up and trying to get out.
Well, let's set the scene for where we are right now, Suzanne. We are in Lindenhurst, Long Island. You can see here that this neighborhood is already experiencing some severe flooding here in this particular section. The reason for that is because you've got the Great South Bay right behind me to the south there, and then you've got canals crisscrossing through this area. So even though we haven't even seen the worst of Sandy yet, you can see the water is already thigh high. This is the Freely family here. They live down the street. This is actually a street, not a canal. They got in their little boat and decided finally to get out. You were patient enough to wait for us. What made you finally make the decision it was time to go?
Water was getting in the house.
Water was getting in the house.
And it's going to be worse later.
So I've been hearing from everyone here in the neighborhood that already what we're seeing here, the effects of Sandy are already worse than what we saw with Irene.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, I see you've packed up the dog. You know, you were under a mandatory evacuation, but you did decide to wait until this moment. Did you think that there was a time you could actually ride it out?
Yes.
We did until the winds really started picking up. The tide wasn't going out at all, and it was well past high tide.
Well, I think a lot of public officials are going to be glad that you are heeding the warning and deciding to get out. I'm going to let you get on with your boat. Thank you very much for waiting. Suzanne, I also want you to take a look down the street here. The guy that you see in the scuba gear, his name is Paul. He's a lifeguard. Paul, why don't you come on over here and talk to me here for a moment? Take off the goggles and whatnot. I know you've been down here in the neighborhood. You've been monitoring things. Obviously, you're dressed appropriately for the occasion, but I know a lot of public officials want folks like you to head on out.
Yes. However, I'm real close to the main road. I'd rather keep an eye on my house, keep an eye on my neighbors' houses, make sure everything's safe. The water didn't get into my house during Irene, but I think there's a chance tonight. At 11 p.m. is going to be the high tide. I think that's when it's going to be the worst here. So I still have things that I would move up, and if I have to get out, I have scuba gear, I have surfboards, I have a kayak, and the street's right there, and I could get out.
All right, so your house here is the yellow house, right? If we can just set the scene for our folks here. And Steve, if you can see the house right next to it, this white house here with the gray tile, you can see the water obviously must be heading into that house already. You know, I've been asking this question. You are under a mandatory evacuation. Officials want folks like you to heed the warnings and leave. What would it take for you to heed the warning and to leave?
When I determine it's unsafe, or if they, I guess, declared martial law and forced me to leave.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, already we're seeing the water here rising at thigh high. Wind starting to pick up just a bit here in Lindenhurst, Long Island. Suzanne, once again, under a mandatory evacuation. Steve, that's my photographer. I keep saying that name. If you turn around right now, you can see that they're already starting to bring in some more canoes. That's to help some of the folks here who've decided to stay in their homes, to help them so they can indeed get out in somewhat of a timely fashion, try to stay a little bit dry, which is difficult, as you can imagine, in this type of situation. Suzanne?
All right, Jason, thank you very much. We know that in Newark, New Jersey, Mayor Cory Booker, he is warning residents that Hurricane Sandy is a lot worse than Hurricane Irene. That storm, of course, caused a lot of worry in the tri-state area last August. In the end, Irene was a little bit more bark than bite. And so I want to bring on the mayor to talk a little bit about this on the telephone here. Mayor Booker, are you concerned, because in light of what happened with Irene, that people, you know, they might not be taking this all that seriously?
Yeah, I absolutely am. And that's the biggest concern we have all through our first responders and emergency preparedness people now, is to not realize that in cities like mine, where there are areas that flood, the brunt of the storm is going to hit during high tide. So you're going to have a high tide and a storm surge during a full moon. It's going to be a very, very perfect situation for epic flooding in places like Newark. And so, you know, having people not using precaution, not leaving now before the storm hits, really sets up a situation where they could be stuck in their housing without power well past the time that the storm leaves. And the storm is going to be twice as long in duration than Irene was. And then you also get the problem where people might realize, hey, it's time to go. But at that point, many of the main access routes out of our city or to higher ground are blocked. And even during Irene, we had to do numerous rescues of people who were stuck in cars where the water rose We had to get small aquatic teams out to rescue them. So at this point, we're asking people to use common sense, to embrace prudence and caution, and leave the flooding areas of our city.
Mayor, very quickly here, if you can, where do people go? If they are in Newark, if there is flooding, they need to leave. Where should they actually be heading?
Well, in Newark and in all of Essex County, we have a number of shelters. In Newark, we have a family-friendly shelter called JFK. In Essex County, we've got the Cody Arena. They can call 211 for information in general about the northern New Jersey area, or in our city, they can call 973-733-4311 and get all of that information. They could get it off of my Twitter feeds, Facebook. We're putting it out in every way that we have. But the key thing is, right now, the primary concern we have is the immediate safety of our residents as this storm barrels in with significant force.
All right, Mayor Booker, thank you so much. I want to bring the governor on. This is Chris Christie, a New Jersey governor, is holding a press conference right now to talk about what needs to be done. You need to listen in. Here he is.
And so we need people to stay off the road. Motorists should check 511nj.org. That's 511nj.org for up-to-the-minute information on road closures. Talk about the power situation. Right now, statewide, and these are approximate numbers, everybody, they're approximate numbers, 35,000 people statewide without power. 21,000 of those are in the Atlantic City electric area, 13,000 from JCP&L, and about 1,000 for PSE&G, with a negligible number from Orange and Rockland County Company. BPU is working to assist South Jersey industries in obtaining the needed approvals for essential SJI employees and subcontractors to access Atlantic City in support of the combined heat and power generation units servicing Revel and Borgata. We're also monitoring and assisting, if necessary, the utilities company's efforts to open staging and housing areas to accommodate the thousands of outside crews and their heavy equipment that are migrating into the state to assist in our recovery efforts, and that stuff has already begun. Currently, there's 15 staging areas that's set up around the state to accommodate the influx of crews. The crews will be housed in and dispatched from those areas to where they're needed. We're also working with the New Jersey State Police to obtain needed authorization to enable JCP&L to land helicopters at the company's staging areas, which are open fields, if and when necessary, to try to move folks around more quickly. BPU continues to receive updated information from the four companies regarding external aid secured through regional mutual aid agreements and from private contractors. I know we've discussed this over the last few days, but if you do not have power, please do not choose today as the time you decide to tap in to your creative juices and jerry-rig a power source. We need to be careful of the potential dangers of portable generators and backfeeding during power outages, in addition to some of these dangerous alternatives that folks may pursue. Please, we said this the other day, if it looks stupid, it is stupid, and you're going to wind up hurting yourselves and others. There's going to be a long period of time for some folks where we're going to be without power here. We are only in the beginnings of the storm. Storm is still, a couple hundred miles off the New Jersey coast, and you're seeing what's happening already. So it's going to be a while.
Chris Christie, you've been listening to a news conference in his blunt manner, as always, saying if it looks stupid, it is stupid, discouraging folks from trying to come up and jerry-rig their own power, warning a lot of folks that they are going to be without power for days. It has not yet developed into that, but certainly they are preparing for that. New Jersey was actually the first state to announce mandatory evacuations. The tolls have been suspended, as well as New Jersey transit system has come to a screeching halt as they prepare for Hurricane Sandy. And, of course, with 8 days left before the election, this hurricane has got the campaigns thrown out to the fourth quarter playbooks and really trying to figure out what to do next. We'll take a look at, wow, the storm, what it could mean in the race for the White House. I want to head to Atlantic City. Our Mike Alanos is there. Mike, give us a sense of what the flooding is like and clarify, if you will, because there were some reports about the boardwalk being impacted.
There are reports, now I've not been able to get close to the boardwalk, Suzanne, but that the boardwalk partially collapsed here in Atlantic City, and I have a special guest that's going to hopefully clarify that as well. But just to give you an idea of where I am, Suzanne, in front of me is the convention center, behind me is Valley, so we're in the heart here of Atlantic City, and really most pertinent behind me is this storm surge flooding. If I continue to walk, it would get 2 to 3 feet deep. I've seen some SUVs already have some tough time getting around in all of this, and one's coming up right now. But I mean, basically, this is a ghost town. Eerie feeling driving in on the Atlantic City Expressway. You see the water rising up, and basically that water could be lapping over soon. With me right now, Lieutenant C.K. Moore with the United States Coast Guard. How fast does this storm surge water hit Atlantic City?
I know we went from a few inches over the seawall to about 2 to 4 feet in a matter of an hour and a half, 2 hours this morning alone.
Okay, so talk about danger zones. I mean, are people calling up? Are people needing rescues at this point?
We've received a few calls. A lot of them, we can tell them to stay put because we didn't have access to help them and assist at this time. But we
you can't get to them right now. Your equipment is what, underwater?
No, it's not underwater. It's actually out. It's out in Philadelphia and Cherry Hill, New Jersey. So once the storm passes, we can bring it back in and start doing the assessments we need to do.
What capabilities do you have to help people right now?
This information. We have nothing as far as vehicles or boats that we can help them with right now. It's just all information. And tell them to get to higher ground, to make sure they have the proper amount of rations and to store at least for 3 days, depending on how power goes. And to play this smart, to take this seriously.
Does it surprise you how fast this has come? And you and I are standing in wind gusts at least 50 miles an hour right now.
Yes, yeah, I'm very surprised. I've been through a few in my career, between Rita, Katrina, and some other ones over my career, but I've never seen one that came with this type of intensity this quick and that's moving this slow. So this is a little different for us, and we've been making the proper precautions and make sure we were set for this type of storm.
Absolutely. All right, Lieutenant, thanks again. Appreciate your time. And Suzanne, I had a chance to talk to some people as I was coming in who were getting out of here. Families just, it's not safe, so they're at hotels, and basically they're making a family event out of it. They want to be safe. They're cuddled up in lobbies, just watching some of our coverage as we speak.
Mike, we appreciate it. I know your mic is a little hard to hear you there, but if you can, just follow up on whether or not that boardwalk is actually collapsed or not. I know there are conflicting reports about what the state of the boardwalk is. We're going to get back to you as soon as we can clear up some of that sound a little bit. And, of course, the presidential election, we're talking about days away. Hurricane Sandy is turning out really to be what we were all talking about, this October surprise in the race. Well, the storm causing both the president and Mitt Romney cancel several campaign visits. The president was supposed to rally with former President Bill Clinton in Florida. That's not happening. Just a short while ago, President Obama, he arrived back in D.C., got off Air Force One. You can see the pictures there, and quickly got into the motorcade. Normally, he is flown in a Marine chopper from the Joint Andrews, the base, Joint Andrews in Maryland, but weather forcing him a road trip back to the White House. That often happens when the weather is pretty bad. They don't want to take any security risks or chances there. The president scheduled to make remarks about Hurricane Sandy. That is happening in about 20 minutes or so, 12:45 Eastern to be exact. So keep it right here, because we're obviously going to dip into that. We're going to carry his speech live, the briefing. He will talk, obviously, about what the White House and the administration is doing, the number of phone calls, conference calls that he has been making throughout the morning and throughout the weekend, preparing for Hurricane Sandy. And, of course, in the midst of all of this, you've got new national polls showing Mitt Romney holding a slight lead in the presidential race, but the president seems to have a tenuous hold on some of the key battleground states. Our latest poll of polls, it's an average of several recent surveys, shows that Romney with a 48%, as opposed to President Obama at 45%, as among likely voters nationally. I want to bring in our political director, Mark Preston. Mark, wow, the October surprise that nobody really saw coming, but it is very important. And you've got fundraisers that have been canceled. You've got campaign rallies that aren't happening. 8 days to go. Clearly, both of these campaigns are looking at ways to adjust. How do we think ultimately this is going to shake out in the days ahead?
Well, Suzanne, certainly in the near term, as you said, campaign events now are being canceled. President Obama in a short time will brief the nation on what he has learned and what the preparations are up and down the East Coast right now. But the campaign still goes on. And in fact, just about an hour ago, some of his campaign advisors held a conference call with us in the media to give us an update on the race. And in fact, one of the questions to his chief strategist, David Axelrod, was, how do you see this playing out over the next 8 days? How do you think President Obama will be able to campaign? Will he be able to campaign? And what do you think about Governor Romney? Let's listen to the audio of David Axelrod answering that question.
I'm not going to tell Governor Romney what to do, and frankly, I don't think he's going to ask for my opinion either. But as far as the president goes, he has real responsibilities, and he, those responsibilities come first. He's in constant contact with Craig Fugate, with Janet Napolitano, and all those with responsibility here, and is going to monitor this. It's obviously a very, very concerning situation. In terms of the logistics, we're obviously going to lose a bunch of campaign time, but that's as it has to be, and we'll try and make it up on the back end. So for us, it's not a matter of optics, it's a matter of responsibility, and Governor Romney can decide for himself what he wants to do.
And there you have David Axelrod, who's the chief strategist for President Obama, just a short time ago, explaining how the Obama campaign will spend their focus over the next couple of days, what President Obama plans to do. But just a short time after that call, the Romney campaign put out a statement. Let's just show this very quickly, if we can, from Gail Gitcho, the communications director, saying, out of sensitivity for the millions of Americans in the path of Hurricane Sandy, we are canceling tonight's events with Governor Romney in Wisconsin and Congressman Ryan in Melbourne and Lakeland, Florida. We're also canceling all events currently scheduled for both Governor Romney and Congressman Ryan on Tuesday. Governor Romney believes this is the time for the nation and its leaders to come together to focus on those Americans who are in harm's way. We will provide additional details regarding their schedules when they are available. So at this point right now, Suzanne, the state of the campaign, President Obama was supposed to hold a rally this morning in Florida. He did not attend. He came back to Washington. Governor Romney is participating in some campaign events as we speak, but this evening he will not be, he will cancel his events later this evening. There will be no events tomorrow, Suzanne. So yes, 8 days before the election, this Sandy has thrown a big wrench into the campaign.
Is there any sense from the Obama campaign that this really allows the president to do something that Mitt Romney can't do, which is look presidential, to have a real test of his leadership at a time that is critical to the nation?
Well, you know, Suzanne, they won't outwardly say that, but in fact, this is an opportunity for President Obama, I think, to be able to step up and show that he is a leader. And I think that's why we saw Governor Romney take the action and cancel his campaign events as well, because Governor Romney, who did pretty well in this last presidential debate, which was about foreign policy, but in many ways that debate was about being the commander-in-chief and being able to lead. And I think that's what we'll see President Obama try to portray over the next 48 hours, and I think Governor Romney is going to try to do that as well.
All right, we'll be watching closely. Thank you, Mark. Good to see you. You're looking at live pictures. This is from Atlantic City, New Jersey, where Hurricane Sandy is pounding the coast. The eye of the storm expected to make landfall there between 8 and midnight Eastern tonight. As we mentioned, President Obama, he is canceling campaign events to stand by those being hit by this beast of a storm.
My message to the governors, as well as to the mayors, is anything they need, we will be there.
We're going to hear the president live later in the hour. About 20 minutes or so is when he is scheduled to speak from the White House. Those are pictures of Eastern Shore, Maryland, watching Hurricane Sandy. This is a massive storm already slamming parts of the mid-Atlantic coastline as well as the Northeast. Rain and winds pounding parts of New York. Right now, hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated from New York City. Millions others hunkering down for the storm. The city is basically shut down. We're talking about notes, public transportation. Schools are closed, Broadway shows canceled, even the stock exchange market closed. Mayor says parts of the city could see a storm surge of up to 12 feet high. That's going to happen later today. Our John Berman, he's in Battery Park. This is a low-lying section of Manhattan, for those who don't know. And John, I understand this is where the surge could actually hit. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely, Suzanne. You know, earlier this morning, about 3 hours ago at high tide, there was a small storm surge. It came right up over this wall right here, and it flooded this area about 8 inches off the ground right here. I was walking in water. That's a small fraction of what it will be like tonight at high tide. High tide here about 8:50 tonight. You know, we heard Mayor Michael Bloomberg say a little while ago, after 8 tonight, things could get really, really bad, and that is exactly right. They're expecting a storm surge here anywhere from 6 to 11 feet. That would be very, very high, a full 2 feet higher than we saw last year during Hurricane Irene, and that did cause some minor flooding here, but 6 to 11 feet would cause some major flooding downtown here in the evacuation zone. Some 370,000 people were told to evacuate. There were mandatory evacuations issued for this part of Manhattan. also the other boroughs. They were told to leave. I have to tell you, over the course of the last few hours, though, I have seen a number of people here, tourists and the like, coming in to take a look at how things are out in the water there. The police come by every few minutes to tell them to get out of here. This is not a good place to be. As I said, it flooded this morning. This will flood again tonight. You can bet on it. And the mayor says everyone here needs to be very, very careful. You know, you can't see it coming. You can't see a storm surge coming. It's not like big lapping waves. It's a slow creeping rise in the water. And by tonight at 8:50, it will be very, very high.
John, show us that statue behind you there, because we noticed earlier in the day when the water was rising that it really had gotten quite high in that statue. Do we anticipate that that might actually be underwater tomorrow or by that second surge?
That is the Merchant Marine statue. And earlier this morning when it was high tide and we did see that storm surge, it was up on top, lapping on top of the statue. I don't think it will be above their heads. If it were, that would be terrible. But I think you could see water, again, higher than my waist here for sure. It was this high this morning, and that was nothing compared to what we're expecting tonight.
All right. We hope that people stay in and heed the warnings. John, thank you very much. You can, of course, continue to watch CNN for the latest on Hurricane Sandy.
We have done everything we possibly can to prepare you for the impact of this storm. Now now it really is time for us to stay home, hang on, pray, and hope for the best. But we are prepared for the absolute worst.
Looking at pictures there, Asbury Park, New Jersey, you can see the waves there and just the intense wind that is also blowing as well. We're talking about this massive storm. It already has a deadly history churning along the mid-Atlantic coastline. Top winds speeds 90 miles per hour now. Hurricane Sandy is now blamed for 67 deaths in the Caribbean, and forecasters say it is on a collision course with the Northeast. At last check, it was just 205 miles southeast of Atlantic City, New Jersey. Now, the massive storm could affect 60 million people from Virginia to Massachusetts. Forecasters expect Sandy to combine with a cold front and form a superstorm that is likely to cause flash flooding, massive power outages, and snowstorms. FEMA, of course, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, says that the storm damage from wind alone could reach $3 billion in its costs. One of the biggest challenges now, keeping the power on, getting it back when it does go down. When that freak blizzard, you might recall, hit the Northeast last October, there was more than 2 million people in 5 states left without power, some for weeks. Hurricane Irene left 4 million people in the dark last year. Well, David Owens, he is Executive Vice President of Edison Electrical Institute. He is in Washington. And, David, I really want you to kind of lay this out for us, if you will, because I know the last go-round, my parents were lucky. They were in the area. The power, the lines are underneath the ground, so they didn't lose power. But a lot of folks in D.C. and Maryland lost power, couldn't get it back for weeks. How do you know if, first of all, you're going to be the one that's probably going to lose power, and how long before you can actually get it back?
Well, you really don't, but I will say that this is a storm of dimensions we've never seen before. Many suggest it's a 100-year storm, tremendous flooding. As you pointed out, the storm is moving very, very slowly, 15 miles per hour, covering an area of over 1,000 miles in diameter. So it's tremendous. Torrential rains, tremendous flooding, wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour. So we anticipate that there will be some tremendous destruction of electric utility property, which is necessary to keep the lights on. So we're very concerned. But we've been getting prepared for this storm for several days. We have personnel that are coming from as far west as Washington State to help in any restoration efforts with respect to the loss of electricity.
Now, we're already getting reports, 116,000 people without power across 7 states.
Yes.
Do you think, I mean, are you more at risk if you're in a place where there's going to be cold and there's going to be a snowstorm, a snow element, or where it's warm and there's going to be rain?
Well, you're at risk if you're in the coastal areas and there's a lot of flooding, because what can happen is our substations, these are elements that are necessary to provide electricity. The substations can become flooded, and that will disrupt electric flow. You're at risk if you're in areas where there are tremendous trees with wind gusts of 90 miles per hour. It is very likely that some of those trees will blow over into power lines. You're at risk when you're in areas of trees when there's a tremendous saturation of the soil. With heavy rain like we're having today and we'll have tomorrow, the soil becomes so saturated, trees will topple over. So all of those are areas that we anticipate, and we're going to be prepared to address them. This storm will last through Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll have to assess the damage that's occurred to our physical systems, and we'll have to slowly begin to restore service. Obviously, our first responders are our top priority.
And we heard Governor Chris Christie in New Jersey saying, look, don't do something stupid like try to jerry-rig some sort, the electricity if you're out of power. But realistically here, how much time should you prepare to be without power? How many days? I mean, could we see something like we saw the last time when it was weeks?
Well, you know, nobody wants to be without electricity for even 5 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, we'll begin to restore electricity, assuming the storm and the winds have died down probably by Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll begin to assess the damage. So this could be an extended outage. I can't give you a precise number because, again, the storm has not hit this area yet. We're beginning to brace for the storm's forcefulness. We'll be able to assess, and we'll keep our customers well informed. I would encourage customers to call their utility, check their websites. They'll get day-to-day, hour-by-hour information about the extent of the damage and the estimated restoration times.
All right, David Owens, good luck to you and to so many out there who are going to be dealing with this. I appreciate it. Storm has everybody talking and tweeting as well. I want you to take a look. This is what Spike Lee tweeted. He says, wake up, people, please be safe from the wrath of Hurricane Sandy. Mother Nature, don't play, and this isn't a joke. Serious business. Seek shelter. New York Stock Exchange is closed today. The New York subway closed as well. Roads across the Northeast are closing or are closed already. That has left millions of folks at home from work today. And then, of course, there's the cost of the potential damage. It's all adding up. Allison Kosick from New York is joining us with some early estimates and all this. But before we discuss that, I do want to address something that we are just getting word of and learning here. If you can talk about the possibility of the jobs report not coming out on Friday as expected because of the Labor Department being closed for a couple days. What do we know about that?
Exactly. So we did get word that the Labor Department is considering delaying releasing the October jobs report. And this is interesting timing because you remember the election is coming up Tuesday. There's been, you know, a lot of talk as to whether or not the release would impact the election. Now, as for whether or not this will in fact be delayed, we did reach out to the Labor Department. They've yet to get back to us. They still have to decide whether or not they'll be able to put all the data together in time for the Friday release. Suzanne.
And tell us a little bit about what we are seeing so far in cost of this storm before it's even hit.
Yeah, I mean, estimates at this point are all over the map. You know, when all is said and done, you'll probably be able to measure it in the billions. I'm talking about the damage. And the numbers we're seeing so far in overall economic impact are anywhere from $10 to $20 billion. That includes insured losses and property damage. You know, there are some firms and economists that we've been talking with. They agree with this measure. You know, and you look at other hurricanes in the past. Irene, there was the $10 billion damage from that storm. Ike was in 2008, $20 billion in damages. This one, though, is so big. The estimate I'm talking about is because there are more than 250,000 homes in line for Sandy to hit. FEMA says wind damage alone could run anywhere from $2.5 to $3 billion. You know, there's also concern about how much business is being lost as well, and that's harder to measure because, you know, when a business closes up for a couple of days, that's lost business. You can't really get that back. So that's another consideration. Economists also say, Suzanne, that it may be enough to reduce GDP this quarter. That's going to be interesting as well. Suzanne?
And Allison, just want to let you and our viewers know we are awaiting for President Obama at the White House to give an update on the hurricane preps and what the White House administration has done so far. You take a look at live pictures there out of the briefing room as reporters stand there and basically give a preview of what they expect the president to say, but he'll walk out to the podium. We don't know whether or not he'll actually take a few questions. We anticipate that there will be questions, but he certainly will have a statement giving an update. He has met in the Situation Room. He's talked with leaders of FEMA. He's held some news, well, not news conferences, but rather conference calls with some of his key administration figures to talk a little bit about what needs to happen. He has also called a state of emergency in those states along the Northeast that are going to be severely impacted by this weather event. Allison, I want to ask you very briefly, as we wait for the president to step up there to the mic, the importance of the job numbers here, because when you talk about the fact that we might not get that on Friday, that is a number that a lot of people are going to be looking at, and we're going to be looking at, because of the political impact here, to make the case either the president has done a good job or the president's speaking. Let's
Hello,
listen.
Everybody.
Okay.
I just received a full briefing from our emergency response teams, including FEMA and agencies that are going to be helpful in the response and recovery efforts, the Department of Energy, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Health, Homeland Security, and the Department of Health and Human Services. Obviously, everybody is aware at this point that this is going to be a big and powerful storm. And all across the eastern seaboard, I think everybody is taking the appropriate preparations. I've spoken to all the governors in all these states. They have issued emergency declarations. Those have been turned around quickly here in the White House. We have pre-positioned assets so that FEMA personnel are working closely with state and local governments. We're making sure that food and water and emergency generation is available for those communities that are going to be hardest hit. We anticipate that the center of the storm is going to hit landfall sometime this evening. But because of the nature of this storm, we are certain that this is going to be a slow-moving process through a wide swath of the country, and millions of people are going to be affected. So the most important message that I have for the public right now is please listen to what your state and local officials are saying. When they tell you to evacuate, you need to evacuate. Do not delay. Don't pause. Don't question the instructions that are being given, because this is a serious storm and it could potentially have fatal consequences if people haven't acted quickly. The good news is that the governors and local officials, I think, have had a few days of preparation. There's been extraordinarily close coordination between state, federal, and local governments. And so we're confident that the assets are pre-positioned for an effective response in the aftermath of the storm. But keep in mind that for folks who are not following instructions, if you are not evacuating when you've been asked to evacuate, you're putting first responders at danger. We're going to have search and rescue teams in and around multiple states all at the same time. And although we've got Coast Guard and the Department of Defense all positioned, if the public's not following instructions, that makes it more dangerous for people, and it means that we could have fatalities that could have been avoided. Transportation is going to be tied up for a long time, and probably the most significant impact for a lot of people, in addition to flooding, is going to be getting power back on. We anticipate that there are going to be a lot of trees down, a lot of water, and despite the fact that the power companies are working very closely with their various state officials and local officials to make sure that they are bringing in as many assets as possible and getting those ready in preparation for the storm, the fact is that a lot of these emergency crews are not going to be able to get into position to start restoring power until some of these winds have died down. And because of the nature of this storm, that may take several days. So the public should anticipate that there's going to be a lot of power outages, and it may take time for that power to get back on. The same is true with transportation. There are going to be a lot of backlogs. And even after the storm has cleared, it's going to take a considerable amount of time for airlines, subways, trains, and so forth, potentially to get back on schedule, depending on the amount of damage that has occurred. Let me summarize just by saying that I'm extraordinarily grateful for the cooperation of our state and local officials. The conversations that I've had with all the governors indicate that at this point there are no unmet needs. I think everybody is taking this very seriously. We've got pre-positioned all the resources that we need, but right now the key is to make sure that the public is following instructions. For those of you who still need additional information about how to respond, you can go to ready.gov. That's ready.gov. And that website should provide you with all the information that your family needs in terms of how you can prepare for this storm. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all the people who are potentially affected. We are extraordinarily grateful for our first responders because they're going to be working 24/7 around the clock nonstop. And I want to make sure that our thoughts and prayers go out to all those who may end up dealing with a very difficult situation over the next several days. Last point I'll make, though, this is going to be a big storm. It's going to be a difficult storm. The great thing about America is when we go through tough times like this, we all pull together. We look out for our friends, we look out for our neighbors, and we set aside whatever issues we may have otherwise to make sure that we respond appropriately and with swiftness, and that's exactly what I anticipate is going to happen here. So I want to thank all the federal teams, state and local teams that are in place. I'm confident that we're ready, but I think the public needs to prepare for the fact that this is going to take a long time for us to clean up. The good news is we will clean up and we will get through this.
What about the impact on the election, sir?
I am not worried at this point about the impact on the election. I'm worried about the impact on families, and I'm worried about the impact on our first responders. I'm worried about the impact on our economy and on transportation. The election will take care of itself next week. Right now, our number one priority is to make sure that we are saving lives, that our search and rescue teams are going to be in place, that people are going to get the food, the water, the shelter that they need in case of emergency, and that we respond as quickly as possible to get the economy back on track.
What is long time?
Thank you, everybody.
What kind of economic impact? President Obama is saying that he's putting off his concerns about the election, that he wants to make sure that people are safe. He is offering his thoughts and prayers. The president also saying that he has mobilized all of the assets of the White House. He has met with the Departments of Energy, Transportation, Homeland Security, as well as Health and Human Services. Says that he's reached out to all the governors of the states that will be impacted by this hurricane. Emergency declarations have also been declared. He says he is confident in working with the governors, reaching out to them, that they have been preparing for the last 2 days, that they have what they need. But he also says, too, he warns that this is going to make landfall in the evening. It'll be a slow-moving process, that millions of people will be impacted by this storm. He says it is a big and powerful storm. A couple other things he warns. He says that while the Coast Guard is in place, while they have assets pre-positioned, that transportation is going to take a long time to actually get back to normal. He also said it's going to take a long time to get power back. A lot of trees are going to go down. There's going to be a lot of water involved as well. But again, he is trying to appear confident and tell the American people that this is something that obviously we can get through. But again, that it is going to be, in his words, a difficult time to do that. And if you are in Sandy's path, FEMA tweeted some helpful information today. You want to take a look at this. Your phone lines may be congested during or after Sandy. So to let your loved ones know that you're okay, send a text or update your social networks. Hurricane Sandy ripping a path up the mid-Atlantic coast. This is where preparations have been going on for a couple of days. President Obama visited the National Response Coordination Center in Washington just yesterday to check out the emergency operations going on there and across the region where Sandy could affect 60 million people. Windows boarded up, store shelves are empty now. Elizabeth Cohen, she's joining us to talk a little bit about preps. I was in Maryland over the weekend, and
so you saw
hours long for Costco and Safeway and people at the airport just, clamoring to get out. If you're there in the eye of the storm, what should you be doing?
Well, let's first talk. People are in different situations, as the storm is in different situations up and down the country. So if you're still in a place where you can get out and go shopping, and there are some people who are in that situation, here's your shopping to-do list. Here's what you need to get. First of all, you need to get 5 gallons of clean water per person. So that's very important.
For how many days, do you think?
It really depends on what area you're in and what the forecast is for your area. But if you've got 5 gallons per person, that's good for a time. That's going to keep you for a while. And also a 3 to 5 day supply of non-perishable food. So that sort of covers that span of time. And also a portable radio, flashlight, and extra batteries. And those batteries are so important. All of this great stuff is not going to be useful to you if you have no power and have no batteries, and also a first aid kit and prescription medicine.
So what if it's too late? What if you're already stuck in your house, all those supplies are gone, and you don't have what you need? Is there a backup that you can do here? Or?
Yes, then you're going into survival mode, and here's what you need to know about that. First of all, remember that refrigerated food doesn't last long. So once the power goes out, that food is only good for 4 hours, and that's if you keep the door closed. Right? So if you're opening it and closing it while the power's out, it's even less than that. Don't eat food beyond that window, because if you're sick, you're not going to be able to, make good decisions and help your family and whatnot. So be careful about that. Avoid windows and go into the basement. And also bring blankets with you. In some of these areas, you could be stuck there for a while, and it will get cold.
I've also heard, too, as much as, when the power goes out, people love to light candles, but that's not a good idea, because there have been so many accidents with houses catching on fire and blankets and all that stuff.
And the firefighters are not going to be able to get to you. There's an excellent chance they're not going to be able to get to you. So, yeah, be extremely careful about that.
What about if you are in a shelter? What if you have to seek shelter?
If you have to seek shelter, and if you're wondering where to go, and if you do still have power, if you go to cnn.com/empowered patient, we have a list of shelters. You can just go on the list, and it does it by area, and you can see all of that there. We also have a longer list of all of the things that you should have with you and the precautions that you should be taking. And there are shelters open up and down the Eastern Seaboard.
If you need medical attention, what should you do?
Every situation is going to be different. Some places there will be power, some places there won't be power, but certainly having a fully charged cell phone is going to be very important, assuming that there is still cell phone service, of course, but, hope that there is. If your landline's out, have that fully charged cell phone, have extra batteries for your cell phone if you have one where they exchange. Hopefully, I've been certainly in hurricane situations where you can still get an ambulance to come to you.
All right. Elizabeth, thank you. Good luck to everybody.
Yes, absolutely.
I hope. Welcome back to CNN Newsroom. I want to welcome our international viewers from around the world. We are feeling the impact of this potentially historic superstorm here in the United States right now. The same storm that has already hit Cuba, Haiti, on its way to Canada. Suzanne Malveaux, let's get right to it. Hurricane Sandy is a massive storm. It is taking aim at the Northeast. As many as 60 million people are now in its path. It is expected to make landfall this evening. At last check, Sandy was churning along the coast about 205 miles southeast of Atlantic City, New Jersey. It is already causing flooding in some areas on New York's Long Island. Today, New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg urged people to evacuate areas to leave quickly while they still can.
So let me reiterate what I said yesterday, just for everybody's safety. And it's also for the safety of the first responders who might have to rescue people who remain in Zone A and whose own lives could be put at risk because of that. If you are still in Zone A and can find a way to leave, leave immediately. Conditions are deteriorating very rapidly, and the window for you getting out safely is closing. As the winds start building this afternoon, it gets more and more dangerous to go outside. And so you're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place. You should have left, but it's also getting to be too late to leave.
Of course, we got reporters deployed throughout the Northeast, all along the mid-Atlantic coast to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Sandy. There is our group there. Forecasters expecting Sandy to make landfall possibly along the Jersey Shore or the Delmarva Peninsula. It's an area that includes Delaware, parts of Maryland, and Virginia. Coastal Maryland already getting pounded by strong waves and high surf. Just take a look at those pictures. I want to get an update from our meteorologist, Chad Myers, in the Hurricane Center. Chad, you've been warning us. You told us this was going to be big. You told us it was going to be historic. Where is it now, and what are we looking at?
I don't even want to look at the center. I need to look at the wind field. It's so big with this. And maybe, yes, maybe the center of circulation comes on shore, Cape May, Atlantic City, maybe Wilmington up the coast, up into the bay there. But that's not the story. The story is that this wind field and this storm surge is all the way to Long Island. It's all the way to Connecticut and Rhode Island. It's going to make wind and waves as far south as North Carolina, and it already has, pushing water up the Chesapeake, making a snowstorm in West Virginia. There are so many arms to this storm, so many different things to so many different people. Waves will crash on shore in Maine of 24 feet. There will be waves on top of a 12-foot storm surge on Long Island. You can't put your hand, and you can't put your head around how many people are actually in the way of this.
Chad, where is it now? Can you tell us where it is now and the path that it'll take?
Let me show you. First, finally we can see it on the radar. For most of its life, it's been far offshore. We couldn't show you the radar. We had to show you the satellite. Well, we can now show you the center of circulation is right there. And if I draw a line, just a vertical line right across here, that would be right the border between Delaware and Maryland. It still has a slight northward movement to it. I don't know how long that northward movement will stay before it turns completely to the right. And that's the issue.
Lost IFB.
All of this right here, all of that wind is coming on shore here, plus 60 to 70 miles per hour, and that's still...
All right. Chad, we lost your mic there, so we're going to bring you back just to talk a little bit more of the details as soon as we get you mic'd there. I want to talk about Lower Manhattan. That is where waves started pushing into Battery Park. That happened around 9 this morning. But New York, of course, not taking any chances. Officials, they have shut down the subway. Broadway shows canceled. United Nations offices as well closed. New York Stock Exchange, that is closed as well. There's a mandatory evacuation order for 375,000 people across the 5 boroughs. I want to bring in Deborah Farrick, who is in the Village there. Deb, we saw the mayor, and he told New Yorkers that if you live along the waterfront, you got to head to higher ground, and he also had evacuation zones. Tell us about the success. Are people actually leaving? Are they trying to wait this thing out?
Yeah, I don't know if you just saw the crowd of people who passed behind me. The thing about New York City is it still has a pulse. Even in the worst kind of weather, people are still out, people are still about. And I asked one woman, what is the zero sort of sum game here in terms of, when do you get inside? And she said, you know what? She just didn't feel like she had reached that point yet. But when you think of Manhattan, Manhattan is sort of a long oval, and around it you've got highways. Now, the highways are, in fact, beginning to flood. The water just has... because
we just lost Deb. We're going to try to get back to her as soon as possible, giving us the very latest there. I want to head to Atlantic City. The casinos are closed there as of noon by the order of the governor. Chris Christie, the city's convention center, is now a shelter to storm refugees. A lot of folks who are taking shelter there. I want to bring our Chad Myers back because I understand we've got a microphone that is working, and you've got a lot of really important details. Chad.
Yeah, when I put a brand new battery in it, I expect it to last, and I don't know what happened to that, but that's okay. Here's the center of circulation. We have it right there, and all this wind is moving on shore and is piling water into Long Island Sound, and it's going to pile water into New York Harbor, and we are going to get a significant storm surge there. We're going to get breaching of the barrier islands from about Seaside down to Seabright. This is going to be a big deal as the water overwashes those barrier islands back into Tom's River as the water surges up into New Jersey. We're going to get wind and waves, and even some of the waves here along the Potomac may be splashing high enough and pushed up the Potomac high enough to cause some coastal or river flooding there. This is such a widespread storm with waves and winds into Boston, into Rhode Island, and even into Maine, and as far south here where most of the heavy rainfall will be into Virginia. I'm worried a lot about 5 inches of rainfall and winds even at 50 miles per hour. So many trees are going to come tumbling down in Maryland and Virginia, and that's not even the center of the storm. The center is going to move into New Jersey, into southern Pennsylvania, and that's where those 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are. This is a 90 mile per hour storm right now. When it comes on, 90 mile per hour winds sustained, gusts over that, will knock down literally almost every tree in its path.
All right. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate it. I want to go back to New York. I believe we have Deborah Farrick, who's back up. Deb, what can you give us, the latest?
What we're going to tell you, as a matter of fact, Susanna, is, when you think of Manhattan, Manhattan is like a long, thin oval. And around the edges, you've got these highways. That's sort of the most threatened area at this point. Inside, sort of right in the interior by Central Park, that's pretty much insulated. And so the wind is less strong. The rain feels less strong. Here, we're getting a really full dose of it, but you can see, look, I turned around, there's a whole crowd of people behind me because right now people are just sort of trying to check it out. It's the very thing that officials are saying don't do. They're saying go inside. The majority of people, they're clearly inside, but there are some who just sort of want to see it while they still have the chance, just to kind of check it out for themselves. As I mentioned, this highway, parts of it are beginning to flood. Just towards that bridge there, you can see the Holland Tunnel. The Holland Tunnel is going to be closed at 2 o'clock. That tunnel goes into New Jersey. But, as I was driving down 9th Avenue to get here, a lot of the restaurants were closed. The majority of restaurants, and Manhattan, a very restaurant sort of oriented culture, The majority of those are closed. You have a couple of corner stores that are open. Nothing like yesterday when it looked like a run on the Bailey's Savings and Loan with all the people trying to get flashlights and lanterns and food. That has really passed. But people, they're kind of taking the day. It's a day off. It's a sort of almost like a snow day. Here's what some people had to say, Suzanne.
We didn't do anything last year for Irene, and it wasn't so bad, so we figured we'd brave it.
I was here last year for this. It wasn't as bad this early. Right now, it's over the bank already, so it could be. This could be a pretty bad storm. I'm building my staff through already. I have all my extra guys in, and we're hoping that we're gonna brave it out.
And Suzanne, you can see over here, this is one of the buildings that's just kind of past the highway. They put a couple of sandbags up. Some of the windows have, in fact, been boarded up. They're waiting for the surge. This area does tend to get a lot of rain, and even a couple of inches here, cars can float away. So people protecting against that. But the sense we feel down here in this particular A zone, some people have gone to visit friends. Others, they are riding it out. That's kind of what New Yorkers do, Suzanne.
So we don't suspect that a lot of people are going to these evacuation, these shelters that they've set up. Essentially, they're not. They're going to try to do it on their own.
We've checked in to some of the evacuation centers. There are some people there, but what we're hearing from the folks here is that mostly they're going to go to friends. They're going to friends that are less in the A zone. If they may be uptown, they may be closer to Central Park, the parts of the city that are really insulated and protected. But again, we've seen a number of lights on in the buildings. Folks, who knows what the numbers are, but people have enough food to certainly last the next 24, 48 hours, Suzanne.
All right, we wish him well, Deb. Thank you. Sandra Endo, she is live in Ocean City, Maryland. Really extraordinary pictures where she is. And I understand that there's sheet metal that is now flying off the roofs. Sandra, what do you know?
Yes, Suzanne, we're already seeing the effects of Hurricane Sandy, and Hurricane Sandy has not even approached the land yet. Again, as you mentioned, sheet metal separating from the hotel here we're standing in front of, and we're taking advantage of the low tide right now just to show you the effects already, the damage caused by the effects of Hurricane Sandy. You can see those enormous waves. Again, this is low tide, but take a look at the erosion on the beach here. See this fencing? It has all been swept away by the water, the rough sea, and these posts are what's left behind. Take a look all along the beach here. All you see left are the posts, and there used to be fencing to really have this sand dune here to protect this area, because this is what the area wants to protect, those waterfront residents right there. So these sand dunes were protective, but all morning long during high tide, we saw these waves go over these sand dunes and really flood the area, bringing this dirt and sand back into the water, and that is why we're seeing this massive beach erosion here. The force of the water was so strong. That is why this fencing has completely been destroyed, and they're going to have to re-fence this area, obviously bring in more sand and dirt to create these barriers, these sand dunes, after this is all said and done. But again, Suzanne, we haven't really felt the brunt of Hurricane Sandy yet, and already you could see the devastation here left behind in Ocean City.
And Sandra, you were talking about the sheet metal that was literally flying off of the building. Was this something that was like really attached to the building? Was this a part of the roof, the structure of the building itself? I mean, that suggests some pretty powerful winds.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been feeling those wind gusts all morning long. But take a look at the balcony area of the hotel. You can see that taupe-colored sheet metal. That's kind of the roofing of this property, and that is what's separating from the foundation of the building, and that's clearly a dangerous situation. If you pan over here, Eddie, you can also see, Suzanne, where that light bulb burst last night because of the dangerous winds. So we saw that glass shatter and fall on the pool deck as well. So we're clearly bracing for more wind gusts, and we've been feeling the effects all morning long. Steady rain, a lot of wind here, and it's only intensifying.
And it is just the beginning. Eddie and Sandra, thank you so much. And we have just learned that President Obama declaring a state of emergency for the state of Delaware. That, in addition to the other states that are obviously going to be impacted, the president reaching out to the governors of those states, saying that they are prepared and coordinated with FEMA, and that people should listen to their state and local officials. But again, another one put on the list here, state of emergency now in Delaware. Here's what we are working on for this hour. The president also talking about the seriousness of Hurricane Sandy. Meanwhile, the president and Mitt Romney canceling campaign events because of this storm. We are live from many other cities in the storm's path, from Alexandria, Virginia, to a flooded neighborhood on Long Island. Stay with us. Our reporters hard at work. Questions now whether or not the jobs numbers, the October numbers are going to come out, and for unemployment figures. And we are now learning from administration official here, just going to read this, that the employees at the Bureau of Labor Statistics are working hard to ensure the timely release of employment data on Friday, November 2nd. It is the Labor Department's intention that Friday will be business as usual regarding the October employment situation report. A lot of people will be looking for those numbers and in some way, perhaps a small indication in terms of the health of the economy and how that impacts how people determine whether or not the president has done a good job in trying to turn this economy around. There were questions before about the Labor Department being closed for a couple days, whether or not we were going to get those jobs numbers. Well, now an administration official trying to reassure folks that those numbers will come out on Friday as usual. We also are looking at Connecticut here. Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy. He is on the line right now from Hartford. And Governor, thank you for joining us. You are in the path of the storm as well. A couple of things I just want our viewers to note here that you said earlier. You said this is the most catastrophic event that we have faced and been able to plan for in any of our lifetimes. We continue to do anything in our power to be ready. That sounds very, very serious. What did you mean by that?
Well, the potential surge in Long Island Sound, because of the presence of Long Island and the direction that the water is flowing and will be pushed by wind, means that we will probably set a record for volume of water in Long Island Sound, and that we anticipate, if the current predictions hold, that this will be the largest and perhaps most serious event that we face.
What do you recommend for people right now? Because I understand that because of dangerous driving conditions, all state highways are closed now to non-emergency vehicles starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon. If you got to get out of your house, what are the alternatives?
Well, we're not writing tickets for cars, and that's what we're trying to do is get trucks off right now, and that's our focus, and also encourage people to stay home. But if your home is in a place that we've already asked you to leave, then any time you can leave is a good time, unless you're surrounded by water. And tonight is our most critical time, depending on the wind at high tide, and high tide begins in Connecticut, in New London at 10 p.m., and then plays itself down the coast till about midnight, when we think we'll have the highest volume in the western portion of the Sound. Leave. We've told about 362,000 people that they should vacate where their residents are, and a good number of people are listening.
Is this a mandatory evacuation in your state?
Evacuations are handled on a local basis. We have told everyone to use Category 4 maps for tonight's occurrence, and I think the communities are doing a combination of mandatory and suggested, depending on the local topography.
So what does that mean exactly? I mean, if you're not someone who knows what category it is, and how do you know whether or not you're supposed to get out, you have to get out, or you should get out?
Our fire departments, police departments have gone door to door. Our mayors and first selectmen are well aware of this. They're the people who are responsible for carrying out the removal of folks on a local level. We have about 30 towns and cities, including 3 of our largest cities that are on Long Island Sound, specifically Stamford, Bridgeport, and New Haven, and then a lot of small towns as well. And this work is underway and has been underway since yesterday morning.
All right, Governor Malloy, thank you so much. Out of Connecticut, we're going to go back to New York, head to New York's Long Island. Hurricanes, wind and rains slamming the city of Lindenhurst. That is right now. It's an inland community, and so some neighborhoods are already flooding. And Jason Carroll, he's in one of them. Jason, we saw earlier when we saw you that people have boats out there. That's not uncommon for people to get in their boats and start heading out into the water. Is that a good idea?
Well, I have to tell you, Suzanne, it depends upon who you ask, you know, in terms of whether they should stay, whether they should go. I spoke to some people earlier today in this neighborhood of Lindenhurst, Long Island, who decided it was time to get out and leave. I think you saw that in the last hour. Some are deciding they want to stay and do what they can to try to help their homes. I want you to take a look at this street here. I know it looks more like a canal because canals crisscross this area, but the tide has been rising throughout this area here. The water has been coming up throughout the day. Right now, I've got some guys here. They've got a rubber boat here. This is what you've been using, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We've been using this to transport our generators and everything out of the house and back to the house. And right now, this is the only rescue on the block.
Now, you've decided to stay. Lindenhurst is under a mandatory evacuation. What is it going to take guys like you to, you know, take boats like this, put them in a safe spot, and get out?
I think just my family's leaving. The wife and kids are leaving. I got a couple of my friends going to stay with me tonight. And we're going to stick it out just to keep an eye on the house, make sure no houses burn down.
No, I know Paul back there. Paul, why don't you come around this side for us? I know you guys had lost power at one point. Power is now back on. You've also been keeping track in terms of, Suzanne, how the water has been rising and receding. What have you learned so far?
So I've been keeping track of the high tides. So last night was the first high tide where it really started to get bad. We had 7 inches in front of my house. This morning, high tide was...
Hold on, everybody.
High tide was one... This morning, high tide was 1 foot 9 inches in front of my house.
Right.
We have another high tide coming 11 o'clock tonight. Right. So that's the question. How much the water gets out, and then how much more on top of that? That'll be the one to watch. And I plan on measuring it. I'm going to be here.
And Paul, as people look at what we're doing right here, when you look down the street, the water does get deeper, of course. We're staying in an area where at least it's manageable to stand, and we're keeping everyone as safe as possible. I think emergency officials who are watching this are going to be saying they would encourage you, gentlemen like yourselves, to pack up and to get out. But
that's why they live inland.
That's why they live inland. Well, at least you still have a sense of humor. That's greatly appreciated. I'm going to let you guys, I'm going to let you go about doing your thing. You said you're going to be moving your furniture upstairs to try to keep it out of harm's way, but your family, most of your family has headed out.
We'll be leaving. My kids will be leaving in a little while, but we're going to move as much furniture as we can upstairs to reduce the losses.
And very quickly, Suzanne, I also want to point out that the residents here tell me that in terms of the way things look now, this is already far worse than Irene got at its worst, and we haven't even seen the worst of Sandy yet, correct?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Absolutely. Irene, this was as high as Irene got, and I think we're going to get another couple of feet on top of this. Easy.
So another couple of feet on top of what we're experiencing now. Again, water, when you go down the street here, Suzanne, it's about thigh high here in Lindenhurst already.
All right, Jason, I'm curious how he's going to get those kids out, but we've run out of time, so maybe we'll get back to you, and maybe he can help us understand how he's moving the family out in that water in that little boat there. If you are actually trying to fly out of the Northeast, you're probably out of luck. Thousands of flights now have been canceled because of the storm. We're going to show you where. Hurricane Sandy having a major impact on the presidential campaign as well. The storm has caused both the president and Mitt Romney to cancel their campaign stops. The president spoke just moments ago from the White House on hurricane preps.
We anticipate that the center of the storm is going to hit landfall sometime this evening. But because of the nature of this storm, we are certain that this is going to be a slow-moving process through a wide swath of the country, and millions of people are going to be affected.
Jim Acosta, he is in Cleveland, Ohio with the Romney campaign. So, Jim, we know that both of these men have canceled their events. And from the Romney folks' perspective, from their campaign, what was the thinking behind it?
Well, Susanna, I think when the president started canceling his events, it probably started to dawn on the Romney campaign that it would be difficult to get out there and do a whole lot of campaigning in a time of national crisis. And so, as you mentioned just a few moments ago, Suzanne, the Romney campaign did announce earlier today that it is canceling events for this evening and tomorrow. It is going to go ahead and carry through with an event set for Davenport, Iowa later on this afternoon, and then that's it. Suzanne, basically this campaign is in a holding pattern. It is in limbo until all of this passes. And the Romney campaign says now, just so everybody knows, the governor is not going to be down for the next day and a half. They say don't describe it like that. He's going to be doing something. We just don't know at this point. The other thing we don't know is where he will physically be over the next 24 to 36 hours. So we assume at this point, Suzanne, that they are working out those logistics. But earlier today, at an event just outside of Cleveland, Mitt Romney did talk about the storm and what he would like to see Americans do during this time of crisis. Here's what he had to say.
And on the eastern coast of our nation, a lot of people are enduring some very difficult times. And our hearts and our prayers go to them as we think about how tough it's going to be there. I don't think there's been a hurricane in Ohio in a long time. But there's been some hurricanes that have caused a lot of damage across this country and hurt a lot of families, and their families in harm's way that will be hurt either in their possessions or perhaps in something more severe.
So now the other thing that's going on at the same time, Suzanne, Paul Ryan's events this evening and tomorrow have also been scrapped for the time being. And we're basically awaiting guidance at this point as to where the candidates head next. So we're sort of in uncharted waters, Suzanne. You know, this is not something that happens right before an election. It's sort of the mother of all October surprises, Suzanne.
All right, Jim, thank you. Appreciate it. Give us details when you know a little bit more about his schedule. School is out for hundreds of thousands of college students in the storm's path. We're going to take a look at where. Massive storm with a deadly history is churning along the mid-Atlantic coastline with top wind speeds now 90 miles per hour. Hurricane Sandy is blamed now for 67 deaths in the Caribbean. Now forecasters say it's on a collision course with the Northeast. At last check, it was about 205 miles southeast of Atlantic City, New Jersey. The massive storm could affect 60 million people from Virginia to Massachusetts. And forecasters expect Sandy to combine with a cold front and form a superstorm that is likely to cause flash flooding, massive power outages, and snowstorms. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, says storm damage from wind alone could reach $3 billion. From Virginia to Boston, classes now canceled today at major colleges and universities. The list including Harvard, MIT, American University, and Virginia Tech. And here we've got some of the schools with the largest student populations. The City University of New York is the biggest. Hundreds, thousands of students are now told to stay home today. And people living along the Atlantic coast preparing now for Hurricane Sandy to make landfall. We're going to see a repeat. Are we going to see a repeat of last year when Hurricane Irene slammed into the Northeast?
Do not underestimate this storm. These forecasts for the surge are really extraordinary.
Northeast is bracing for a massive storm. Hurricane Sandy is on a collision course with the region expected to make landfall tonight. We are already seeing strong waves and rain along the mid-Atlantic coast. The eye of the storm is taking aim at southern New Jersey shore as well as parts of Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia. Carol Costello is in Alexandria, Virginia. It's across the Potomac River from Washington, in case folks don't know. Carol, what's the biggest concern for folks right there where you're watching?
There are so many concerns, Suzanne. I can't possibly enumerate them all, but I'm going to give it a shot. The rain is starting to come down a little harder. Earlier, it had just felt like, you know, a weird early fall storm, the kind that made you really uncomfortable. Certainly not like a hurricane because it's cold outside. I am in Old Town Alexandria, which is right on the banks of the Potomac River, and the Potomac River is right beside me. This is in a tidal basin. That means when the tide rises in the Atlantic Ocean, it pushes the water of the Potomac River up and maybe over its banks. It happens a lot here. High tide's expected at 9 o'clock tonight. There's also going to be a full moon, so that makes the tide even higher. And it makes the business owners here even more worried. You can see how close the businesses are to the Potomac River. They're literally like, what, a couple feet? So business owners have been preparing for the last several days. Oddly enough, though, I talked to the mayor of Alexandria just about an hour ago, and he said flooding really isn't the major concern. power outages are. People get very impatient, he says, when the power goes out in these parts, and sometimes they do not so smart things. But he's met with the utility companies over the past several days. He says everything is ready to go.
The most significant part of the storm damage is going to not be the rain and flooding. It's going to be power outages for long durations. And the power company is Johnny on the spot. They're ready to be responsive as soon as the winds die down, so they can get out there and get people's powers back up and running.
Has another meeting with the utility. I will say, Suzanne, the mayor has another meeting with the utility companies at 2 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. Over the weekend, Mayor Ewell, along with mayors all across the country, were on a conference call with the Department of Homeland Security and also FEMA. Those folks telling him that the federal government is standing by with whatever the city of Alexandria needs. The mayor says, we're ready. Come on, Sandy, we're ready. But he also cautioned citizens here to take precautions and to be smart about what they do.
Yeah, Carol, you and I in local news, we've covered many flooding down in that very area. People there are really used to seeing the water rise, and I'm assuming, like you say, it really is the power that's going to be the big problem there. What have you seen in the D.C. area? I know that the metro is now down, the federal buildings are closed, and D.C. pretty much at a standstill.
Oh, yeah, the city of Washington, D.C., it's like a ghost town because you're right. All federal offices are closed. Non-essential federal employees were told to stay home. Metro services shut down. I saw a few cabs, but not many. So if you're outside and you want to catch a cab in D.C., you're not likely to catch one. People really are staying home. But like I said, the rain is now really starting to come down. Every so often we'll feel a gust of wind, Suzanne. So it hasn't really hit at its hardest yet. That probably will happen in the next few hours. By 9 o'clock tonight at high tide, though, that will be the most dangerous time for not only Alexandria, but also Washington, D.C. But you're right. D.C. is a ghost town, and frankly, that's a good thing.
All right. Good to see you, Carol. Thank you. Hurricane Sandy heading towards the coast. Well, the New York Stock Exchange is closed today, and we are learning that it's also going to be closed tomorrow. The hope is that it's going to resume trading on Wednesday if all goes well. I want to turn to today's Smart as the New Rich. Almost 60% of jobs gained in the recovery have been low-wage jobs. We have only seen strong employment growth in just a few sectors, one of them being healthcare. Christine Romans, she takes a look.
How are you?
Okay,
Good to
nice
see you.
Thank you.
Charmaine Davis loves her job. Lots of people love dental hygienists. I love hygiene. This is my passion. This is my career.
Flexibility, high pay, and growing demand put dental hygienists at the top of this list of best healthcare jobs, ahead of audiologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, and optometrists.
We get started and then we'll do the oral exam. Can you just sit back?
The median income for dental hygienists is about $68,000 a year, according to government stats. Hiring is projected to rise 38% by the year 2020, above average for an industry already on a hiring tear. More than 3 million healthcare jobs have been added over the last decade, and the industry is projected to grow nearly 30% by 2020.
The data clearly says that virtually every occupation in healthcare will see job growth ranging from primary care and general surgery, dentistry, even psychologists. But the largest number of new jobs will be mid-level jobs. These will be jobs of technicians, of allied health professionals, of home health aides, even health coaches.
Here's the pay for those top jobs in healthcare. But not all healthcare jobs are created equal. There's huge demand for home health and personal care aides, but they take home about $20,000 a year. Good-paying jobs like Charmaine's take an investment and more school.
I took the opportunity of doing it in the evenings. It was 4 days a week, and I worked full-time during the day and on the weekends.
Wow. So you were working so hard?
I was working really hard, but it was worth it.
But these are investments you have to make in a career, right? A decision to not have a job, but to have a career.
And that was my goal.
She needed an associate's degree. The typical program costs $30 grand. Charmaine made the investment and is collecting the dividends. And we're not just talking about the money.
And when they open that mouth?
When they open that mouth, nothing surprises me after 24 years.
Really?
Nothing.
And it feels good to get that plaque up.
It does, and do that polishing and walk out and get that beautiful smile, knowing that they're going to continue with their home care.
She's the real deal.
Open as wide as you can for me.
Christine Romans, CNN, New York.
In Pennsylvania, the governor is warning that Sandy is no ordinary storm.
This storm is moving slowly and bringing high volumes of rain. Essentially, this is a hurricane wrapped in a nor'easter.
People in Philadelphia are making last-minute preparations. The city's shelters are now filling up. We're going to tell you what the Red Cross is doing. Getting this news just in now, Amtrak announcing it has canceled all travel through the Northeast Corridor through Tuesday. Amtrak canceling transportation along the Northeast coast. And Pennsylvania, Governor Tom Corbett, he is now calling Sandy, quote, a hurricane wrapped in a nor'easter. In Philadelphia, the American Red Cross has shelters open for residents who don't want to ride it out at home. And joining us is Dave Schrader, and he's with the Red Cross. He joins us by phone. Dave, first of all, how many people have you seen today, and what kind of situation are they dealing with?
Right now we have 15 shelters open. We're approaching 300 people in those shelters throughout the greater southeastern Pennsylvania territory. They basically are getting food, clothing, cots, blankets, pillows, comfort items, and most of the shelters are pet friendly, so people are, I think that helps people feel reassured that they can bring their pets.
Pet friendly, that's a good thing. Who's actually showing up at the shelters? Are these mostly families? Are they elderly people? What do we know?
It's a pretty broad mix. It's a fair amount elderly. There are lots of families with young children. I would say about a quarter of the people in the city, the shelters in the city are children. And that's who's been coming in. It's basically people who either decided they couldn't wait it out, they didn't want to tempt fate, I guess, and they decided I'm going to go to a shelter.
And Dave, if you need to go to a shelter, if you're thinking of going to a shelter, what should you bring or not bring? How should you prepare?
Basically, you can bring whatever you feel comfortable. There's really no restrictions on the kind of things that make you feel comfortable. You get a blanket and pillow, but you can still certainly bring your own. Bring your patience. You're certainly going to need that for the next 12 to 24 hours. And you might bring some important papers, maybe insurance documents, things like that, in case when your home gets flooded, you lose those papers, you have them with you, and the Red Cross can assist in helping you connect with insurance companies and speeding that process along.
And Dave, finally, real quickly here, if you are in a shelter, how long can you stay? How long are you prepared to actually house people as this storm moves through?
The Red Cross is prepared to stay as long as it's necessary. As long as the need is there, we're staying open. There's no time limit on this right now.
All right. Dave Schrader of the American Red Cross, thank you very much. Hurricane Sandy claiming at least 67 lives so far this morning. The superstorm took down a majestic tall ship off the North Carolina coast. We have the ship's story and the latest on the search for survivors. Two crew members, they're still missing after the HMS Bounty sank today off the coast of North Carolina. This video, it was just shot this morning as the Coast Guard plucked 14 other crew members from the icy Atlantic waters. Check it out. The Bounty, a replica of the tall ship involved in the infamous 1789 mutiny, went down after fighting 18-foot waves and 40-mile-an-hour winds in Hurricane Sandy. The rescued crew members were airlifted to Elizabeth City, North Carolina. That is where George Howell's reporting. He's joining us by phone. George, you got the latest, the search and rescue here for these two missing crew members. What do we know? There are two that are still missing out there in the water?
Suzanne, yes, two of those crew members still missing in the water, and we know that the Coast Guard is still actively searching for them. We know that helicopters are out there as they continue the search effort. But, we're talking about the video that we just got from the Coast Guard, and quite frankly, Suzanne, given what we've seen out there on the Atlantic, this is an amazing rescue. I mean, they were able to go out and practically find a needle in a haystack, finding 14 of these crew members. A couple of things we learned from the people we spoke with, people who were on that mission. First of all, that the Bounty officials, or people who were on the Bounty, I should say, contacted the Coast Guard right around 6:30 yesterday. So they've been out there for some time, giving that distress signal that their ship was going down, that it was taking on water, Suzanne, faster than the pumps could get the water out. Now, the crew had planned to abandon ship at 8 a.m. the next day, but they had to abandon ship much earlier. 4 a.m. So they were out in that water for some time. They sent out the distress signals that they sent out. The Coast Guard came out with helicopters, and they were able to find 14 people and bring them up. I spoke with the rescue swimmer, Randy Haba, and he told me what it was like to go down that hoist, to swim and find these people, and to bring them up. And that's an interview that I just did, and we're going to turn that around for you as quickly as we can. But Suzanne, an amazing rescue situation here when you consider what this crew went through, these two crews went through, to find these people.
Sure.
And there's still some we can do others.
Unbelievable. I mean, really, the efforts that they have made. Really quickly here, George, do we even know why they were out there in the water like that when you had this hurricane coming?
I asked the crew about that, and that's the question they're still trying to look into. Now, we wanted to speak with some of the survivors, and one reason that we can't is because the Coast Guard is conducting its own investigation. They want to talk to those crew members who understand exactly what was happening. But I do know one thing about this, and whether this was the case or not, we know that the bounty typically goes from port to port, offering tours, and it's also possible that it went out to sea to ride out the storm. Now, these are possibilities. Nothing confirmed yet, but we're trying to look into it to determine why they were out there.
All right. George Howell, thank you so much. We certainly hope that those two will be found and rescued safely. If you're trying to fly out of the Northeast, probably out of luck at this point. Thousands of flights have now been canceled because of the storm. We're going to show you exactly where. Getting around during the superstorm is going to be pretty difficult, especially if you're trying to fly. Hurricane Sandy is at least 350 miles wide, and that has caused thousands of flight cancellations. You can see them there. Some airports across the Northeast have closed altogether. United Airlines alone says it has grounded 3,700 flights through Wednesday. Airlines, they're expected to lose millions of dollars for every day that the flights are grounded. Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Boston, and New York are among those cities affected. We've got a lot more on this. CNN Newsroom continues right now with Brooke Baldwin. Hey, Brooke.
Hey, Suzanne, thank you so much. And good to see all of you. I'm Brooke Baldwin here on this Monday, an incredibly busy Monday for I know a lot of you. You are watching CNN's special coverage of Hurricane Sandy. Keep in mind, 8 days from the presidential election, one-fifth of the United States is bracing for this gargantuan storm hitting here all up and down. It will be hitting all up and down the East Coast. Take a look here as we have pictures all up and down the East Coast. We'll be looking with you. First of all, obviously, you're looking at this. This is from space. This is Sandy there swirling. These are images thanks to NASA a little earlier in the day where you can see it's this gigantic storm. Been as big as between basically the swath between Memphis and Los Angeles if you were going to try to map that. Want to move on, though, and tell you if we have these live pictures here, Atlantic City, these are tape pictures, but you can see, look at the water here. Some cars moving. Atlantic City, we've been looking into Atlantic County specifically, something like 5 feet of water on some of these roads, and folks, it will get worse. Right now, we know of at least 116,000 homes without power. Those numbers will obviously change. But I just want to hit home this point that everything about Sandy is huge. You see the system. This is on your screen here. The wind field. This is something we'll talk to Chad about. The wind field, roughly 900 miles wide. 60 million people all the way from North Carolina to Maine could be affected by this hurricane. About 61,000 National Guard troops have been deployed. President making the point that a lot of the resources, as best as they can, have been pre-positioned in anticipation of this storm. $87 billion worth of homes reportedly at risk. And in Manhattan, the New York Stock Exchange closed today, and we know it will be closed tomorrow. Also shut down, Amtrak, subways in New York, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and in Boston. And at the top of the hour here, we can tell you now that New York's Holland Tunnel and the Brooklyn Battery Bridge are shutting down, closing, no traffic there. Not only is Sandy big, Sandy is very slow, and that's part of the problem. It could stick around, possibly 48 hours, and keep people in the dark for as long as 10 days. The bottom line here, as you look at these pictures with me here, government leaders, they say this is not hype, folks. This is real. Sandy has already killed 67 people, and that's outside of the United States.
there will undoubtedly be some deaths that are caused by the intensity of this storm, by the floods, by the tidal surge, and by the waves.
One important note, I want to bring you here a live briefing. We'll be getting this live briefing from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. That should be happening at about half an hour, so we'll be watching for that. Also, we heard from specifically the president just a little earlier today from the briefing room. Here's part of what he said.
If the public's not following instructions, that makes it more dangerous for people, and it means that we could have fatalities that could have been avoided.
That was the president earlier today. We have correspondents covering this hurricane up and down the northeast coast here, all the way from North Carolina upward. But I want to go straight to Chad Myers. Chad, just walk on in and let's talk weather. As we've now gotten this update, this is breaking.
That's the fact breaking news right there.
It's moving faster.
28 miles an hour. It is now hauling the mail right toward the coast. Right toward the coast, very close to either Cape May, Atlantic City, or maybe it just slides just south of Cape May, right where the ferry would run, and right into Wilmington, Delaware, with a huge surge there. Worried about Wilmington, worried about Philadelphia, even into Baltimore, as this thing now moves a little bit faster from, they're saying northwest.
So walk me through this map.
I'm seeing this a little bit west-northwest, not this way, more this way, which puts Washington, Baltimore more in play than, let's say, Boston, because that's just not going to go there now. This cone is nowhere near the northeast coast, although there are still waves 24 feet high, pounding parts of Maine. You said how big it is. That's the issue. There's not really, we don't even care about the eye with this storm.
What about, in terms of pressure alone, this could be the biggest storm, north of Cape Hatteras, ever?
Ever. This is now bigger than the Long Island Express. North of that line,
was in 1938.
Right there. Now we are down to 940 millibars on the last update. That is the lowest pressure ever north of that line. And the pressure means there's a difference. The difference between the low that's here and the high that's here will cause winds to howl. Buffalo, even into Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, and all the way down even to Charlotte as it continues to spin. It's not going to be a hurricane for very much longer. It is going to be this coastal low, a nor'easter that hits land.
Don't go too far. We have so much to talk about. The trajectory, wind, flooding, snow. So just join me here through the next 2 hours. Do me that favor. I want to move along, though, and tell you that the brunt of Sandy is supposed to hit, as Chad was mentioning here, supposed to hit somewhere from Delmarva. That's where Delaware, Virginia, and Maryland meet, to the Jersey shore. And just a couple of hours ago, the governor of New Jersey, Governor Chris Christie, scolded those who ignored any kind of mandatory evacuation orders. Here he was.
But there are some towns in Atlantic and Ocean counties that are only 50% evacuated, for reports that I've gotten. I read some joker in the newspaper this morning saying, you know, I've never run away in his fatigues, saying he's never run away from one of these, he's not going to run away now. Well, you know, you might wind up under it, not running away from it. This is not a time to be a show-off.
Chris Christie this afternoon. I want to go straight to New Jersey, to Maggie Lake. She's in Asbury Park for us, which is on this mandatory evacuation list. I can see the rain. I can see that wind there, Maggie. Tell me exactly where you are and how bad it is from what you can tell.
That's right, Brooke. We are on the boardwalk, just in the shadows of the historic convention center here in Asbury Park. And this is, if we could swing around, Tom, exactly what Governor Christie's concerned about. We have a family out here who came to the boardwalk to check it out, despite the fact that there are police riding up and down, trying to tell people to get to safety. The conditions are definitely worsening from this afternoon. That is not a good position to have your family in right there. We've got horizontal rain, hail coming. The only thing I will say is that in terms of tide, we had a high tide this morning, most of the beach covered. If we could swing around now here, we are starting to see that come back up. You could just see a little bit of the beach. Earlier last hour...
Maggie, okay?
They lost us.
Nope, we've got you.
They lost us.
We've got you, Maggie. Keep going. We see you. Or perhaps she lost us. But again, Asbury Park, New Jersey. Maggie, just holler if you can hear me. If not, we'll just have to go back to her. But they're getting reports, apparently, of parts of that historic boardwalk collapsing. Let's move on. Where shall we go? Okay, let me show you an image from Chesapeake Bay. Chesapeake Bay, this is Kent Island, Maryland, just across the bay from Annapolis. And we'll look at the video here in just a second. Here it is. Look at these waves. This came off our feed just about an hour ago. Waves crashing in the Chesapeake. This is Kent Island, Maryland, hours before landfall. We showed you the president. Within just this past hour, the president declared a state of emergency in the state of Delaware. So up and down Delaware's coast, flooding had started in earnest this morning, and CNN's Brian Todd is there. Brian.
We're here in Lewis Beach, Delaware, where the storm surge from Sandy is pretty heavy, as you can see. The beach is several hundred yards that way, but the surge is taking the water toward the beach right now, I guess just because of the way the winds are blowing in the storm. You can see just how deep it's getting, almost to my knees here. And the wind is pretty heavy. The flooding goes on down this street, just several hundred yards for as far as you can see. On the beaches near here, we've been at Rehoboth Beach and up along this area just south of here. They're really worried about beach erosion. They're getting a lot of it right now. They had some beach replenishment earlier this year where they expanded the beach 200 to 300 feet toward the ocean. They say right now that is saving the coastal buildings and the businesses that are right along the boardwalk. If that replenishment had not taken place, those buildings might be destroyed already. But you can see the surge from Sandy already starting to cause some pretty heavy flooding over here. Our photojournalist Chris Turner panning to my right to your left, you can see that street completely flooded over there. So businesses already being threatened, residences being threatened. The governor has ordered a mandatory evacuation for everyone about 3/4 of a mile from the beach inland. The city manager for Rehoboth told me a short time ago he believes about 90% of the people got out. Brian Todd, CNN, Lewis Beach, Delaware.
Brian Todd, thank you. As we continue to cover this breaking story here in anticipation this evening of landfall, Hurricane Sandy, we're going to talk about potential record-breaking storm surge, specifically the high tide surge. That's next. CNN back in a moment. You know, in places up and down the coast here, we've been watching conditions through the day worsen relentlessly, hour by hour by hour. In fact, we've been watching our correspondent, Sandra Endo, struggle to give her reports from Ocean City, Maryland. Ocean City, tourist town, taking on water from the very angry Atlantic Ocean. Let's go to Sandra now. She's live for us. And I can see, I know it's been pouring rain. The winds have been whipping you, Sandra. Just give me a condition update right now.
Well, Brooke, I just wanted to take advantage of the low tide we're seeing right now to show you the effects of Hurricane Sandy already, which hasn't even reached landfall here. There's already destruction and devastation and damage left behind. You can see the erosion on the beach here. This fencing was going all along this protective sand dune, but you can see all that's left now are these wooden posts all along the shoreline. Before, this fencing like this was up around this area, but now obviously these strong waves have really damaged a lot of this protective sand dune, and these dunes were protecting this waterfront property area. So you can see, as you mentioned, Brooke, it's a beautiful coastal destination for a lot of tourists, and now this beach is really being weathered, and obviously these waves coming over the sand dune as well as flooding a lot of that property surrounding this coastal line. So that's certainly something the residents are going to keep a watchful eye on in terms of the flooding, as well as all the damage that's going to have to be replaced, as well as replacing a lot of these sand dunes. So certainly this is just the beginning, because if this keeps going like this, it's unclear how much damage and destruction Hurricane Sandy will cause here in Ocean City alone.
Sandra, do me a favor. I see behind you what I can only assume is some sort of hotel. And is that, for the most part now, given the wind, given everything, is everything intact? Have you seen anything flying around just because of this whipping wind?
Yeah, good question. Even on this big, nice hotel here, this waterfront property has endured some damage already. We saw a part of the metal roofing break away from the foundation, really, and they had to have workers cut off that metal so it wouldn't fly around. And they're really bracing for the storm here. Last night, I could show you if you pan over here, Eddie Gross, the photographer working with me, you can see that light bulb that was blown out. The glass globe around it just blew off in the wind and shattered right as I was doing a live shot up there. So certainly feeling the effects of a lot of the wind here. The rain is just relentless, nonstop coming down here. And again, we're still several hours away from Hurricane Sandy actually reaching this area.
Sandra Indo, we appreciate you and your crew. Stay safe. Heads up for that flying debris. It will get worse before it gets better. Sandra, thank you. And, you know, this hurricane's tidal surge, this is the number we're now hearing. It could come in at 12 feet, 12 feet. And tonight's full moon, the high tide, throw that in, and that makes Sandy's landfall a potential worst case scenario. Jeff Masters is a hurricane specialist with W Underground or weatherunderground.com. This is his blog. I know, Jeff, you also flew with the NOAA Hurricane Hunters for 4 years. You are in Ann Arbor, Michigan with me, and I just want to point out Chad Myers here, our meteorologist, standing along with me. I asked him to join me in this interview. And just in terms of the storm surge, from what I'm reading, and particularly in parts of New York, as Mayor Bloomberg is talking about 12 feet, that is record-breaking, correct?
Yeah, the highest storm surge we've ever seen in New York City occurred in 1960 with Hurricane Donna. The surge reached about 11.5 feet above mean lower low water. And the forecast for this storm is for it to reach up to 1.5 feet higher than that.
So when we talk 12-foot storm surge, what does that mean? My concern, I'm thinking about the people who hopefully have evacuated, heeded the orders, gotten out of these lower lying areas. But if not, you've been covering, you know hurricanes inside and out, sir. What's your advice to these folks?
The surge is the #1 killer in hurricanes, and you should be prepared for the water to come very quickly. That surge isn't a wall of water, it's more like a dome of water, but it moves in very quickly with the speed of the storm. You could have about a 10 or 20 mile an hour current when that water starts flooding into your home.
Chad, jump in.
Hey, Jeff, it's Chad Myers. I'm very concerned about the area of the East River as the water comes in, big surge going into Long Island Sound, and surge trying to go up from New York Harbor, colliding somewhere near Roosevelt Island. Any thoughts about what that will do where those two water masses might collide?
Yeah, it's going to pile up waters very high. And if we get a lot of rain over the next few hours, that's going to inhibit the drainage and keep things piled up even higher. We've already got a 4.5-foot storm surge going in New York Harbor right now. That's a 0.5 foot higher than Hurricane Irene brought there. And when the high tide starts to be flooding in late this afternoon, early this evening, we're going to see record-breaking surge heights.
Jeff, does that mean water goes in the subway?
Probably.
Probably.
I don't know what kind of sandbagging efforts that they're going to be having in place. I mean, since Irene, I know they've taken some steps to see if they can get some sort of better protection for the subway entrances. But the official forecast is calling for, you know, a 10 to 12 foot storm tide there, and it only needs to be 10.5 feet to flood the subway.
Jeff, we've seen the pictures. We keep hearing these adjectives, colossal, mammoth, gigantic, to describe this hurricane. We're almost in November. It's cold in the north. How does a storm like this size, form?
Well, it started in the Caribbean, which is always warm enough year-round to make hurricanes form. And then once it got north of the Caribbean, it found itself right over the Gulf Stream, at least over the past day or so. And it was in a very unique spot, right over an axis of the warm Gulf Stream waters that right now are about 5 to 9 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than average. And the ocean temperatures off the Atlantic coast are about 2 to 3 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than average right now. Very unusually warm for this time of year.
Jeff, a couple more things. Talking about, and I know we focus on New York City a lot, but let's move down the coast a little bit into Wilmington, into Philadelphia, Atlantic City, because the surge there will be very close to the center. We'll call it an eye, whatever, as the center makes landfall later on this afternoon or early evening. What are your thoughts about Wilmington, Philadelphia, and the surge going up through that tidal basin?
The highest surges we're going to see are going to be in Raritan Bay, just south of Staten Island, and then on the opposing coast of New Jersey. Certainly also very high surge levels in extreme northern New Jersey, Atlantic City, going up towards Philadelphia. And in fact, in this morning's high tide along the coast of New Jersey, they already recorded the highest surges on record going back over 100 years at some locations. And that was well before the storm hit, more than 12 hours. So this evening's high tide cycle is going to cause an immense amount of damage, billions of dollars.
Jeff Masters, we appreciate your expertise. Thank you for talking to us. And just looking over at you quickly, Chad, when I see you say wow, that makes me nervous.
You know, there's no word for it. It's historic. It's never happened. That idea. What we talked about earlier with this pressure never being this low north of Cape Hatteras for any storm on current record. Now, we don't know what happened in 1710.
Sure.
But on current record, where we have barometric pressures, this storm is a nor'easter, so to speak, that came on shore. This is a perfect storm like the one in 1991, but the one in 1991 never even made landfall. It stayed in the ocean. This is coming on land now. So we're not only worried about the shore, we're worried about all of those people, even to Ohio, Pittsburgh, Buffalo will get wind damage. Albany will get wind damage. Baltimore, D.C., even Richmond.
It's affecting travel. We have to talk travel. Hundreds of flights canceled, passengers stranded. Coming up next, Sandy's impact on transportation up and down the eastern seaboard and, as you point out, in other parts of the country.
I've been here for a long time, and I'm going to tell you right now, this storm that's coming in right now is scaring me a little bit.
Water, toilet paper, paper towels, paper plates, paper cups, flashlights.
We are nervous. We've loaded up with water, batteries, masking tape, duct tape.
Preparation, whatever we can do to minimize any damage to homes and the city in general.
I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I'm very nervous, but I think that I'm in good hands here. I think I'm safe.
Hurricane Sandy stopping travelers in their tracks. In fact, Amtrak canceled train service across the eastern seaboard. Thousands of flights canceled ahead of this hurricane. Look at the pictures. We're going to show you here. You see that? You saw Air France? This is France, where Sandy is stranding travelers trying to fly to the U.S. East Coast. And this is Atlanta's busy Hartsfield International Jackson Airport. Same story. Travelers with flights to the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic absolutely stranded. Flights canceled. You see the boards there. Canceled, canceled, canceled. Allison Cossack, let me bring you in. You're in New York for us. And before we chat, I just want to share some more pictures. First, Grand Central Station. Normally the hustle and the bustle there. Look at that. Empty.
Yep.
Subway
Desolate.
platforms, empty. No one in sight. I have never seen New York look like this. Have you?
Neither have I. I have not either. You know, I came into the city in the middle of the night last night because I was in Jersey covering the hurricane for CNN. Coming back, you know, you usually see, even in the middle of the night, the lights are on, people are around. Didn't see that, just like a ghost town. And this is because you're seeing trains being shut down. You talked about Amtrak suspending service in the Northeast Corridor. Add that to the public transportation suspensions here in New York. You know, all of this really cripples the Northeast region. You know, we rely on our trains, we rely on our buses, and guess what? Today, more than 12 million commuters, they can't rely on that. This is from Washington, D.C., all the way up to Boston. Boston just shut down, I don't know, what, 20 minutes ago, shut down its public transportation. And in New York City here, we've got the biggest transportation system in the country. You have to realize that some of the trains run above ground, so they can't keep going forward with the high winds happening. Others are below ground, and then you've got the possibility of flooding. And then some trains are at street level, and you worry about downed trees that could get on the track. So that's why you're seeing these shutdowns. The MTA is being proactive. It's getting these trains and buses into safer areas. They say this will help things get back up much faster once the storm passes. But you know what, Brooke? It's going to take a while. They'll have to inspect all those tracks first.
Yep, we were just talking to Jeff Masters, who used to fly. He was one of those guys who would fly in the hurricanes, and his word was probably, as far as some of those subways flooding with some of the result of this hurricane. From trains, let's talk flights, and we have a picture. Let's pull it up. Here it is. This is the flight tracker, right? So you see all the little itty-bitty planes across the country, see where they're going, if they're still a go. I know airports, are they closed? How many people are stranded? And obviously, this is the kind of thing that affects folks nationwide.
Yeah, I mean, closures, cancellations are happening left and right. Almost 9,000 flights were canceled since yesterday. That includes 2,500 flights canceled tomorrow. And guess what? Number of flight cancellations, that's likely to grow. You look at New York, its 3 major airports, they are closed. Philadelphia, same story. Most flights canceled out of Washington, D.C. as well. And for the airlines, this is tough because they take a huge hit. Analysts say every day that these flights are down, it costs carriers $10 million industry-wide. Now, the good news for many travelers, Brooke, is that most of these carriers, they are allowing you to make free changes. Usually there's a penalty. Analysts say flights should be back to normal by the end of the weekend. We can only hope.
Yeah, no one really knows for sure, do they? Allison Kostick for me in New York. Allison, thank you. Let's talk New Jersey now. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie reporting just this afternoon here that more than 2,200 people in New Jersey spent the night in state and local shelters. And you can see why. We're going to show you this map here. This is the map of the Jersey Shore. You see all the red all on the right side of your screen there? That red represents areas under mandatory evacuations. On the phone with me now, Todd James from the Red Cross. He is in Atlantic City, New Jersey, where we learned just this afternoon there was a mandatory curfew in place just about 3.5 hours from now, so 6 p.m. Eastern through 6 in the morning. And Todd, that's happening pretty soon. Tell me where you're calling me from and the conditions on the roads right now where you are.
I'm currently at the Sheraton Hotel right across from the convention center. The convention center is where they staged some of the command for the emergency response operation here. The conditions are very poor. It is extremely nasty here. High winds, rain. A lot of the roads around the hotel here are already flooded. I'm talking with some of the other people that are staying here. A lot of them are the emergency personnel. They've had several rescues already they've had to do in the community. Most of the roads, especially as you get closer to the beach, are already well flooded.
Hearing the president earlier today in that briefing, his point was, look, if you're in these mandatory evacuation areas, listen to the officials. To paraphrase, he says, don't delay, don't pause, just evacuate. How many people are you seeing in that Red Cross shelter in Atlantic City, and how many more do you anticipate?
Well, we actually did not open one here in Atlantic City because we didn't want to be in the evacuation area. So I know several shelters were open a little further inland, places like Point Pleasant and at Monmouth College. Last night, I know just in we had 9 states where shelters were open. We had over 3,200 people. And I know that we had several thousand people that were evacuated yesterday from here in Atlantic City. They staged a lot of that transportation right across the street from us. So we had a chance to meet some of the folks as they were getting on the buses, and they just grabbed what they had and then followed the order to get out, and hoping that they'll be able to come home to their homes in a few days.
And Todd, in talking to those folks who were heeding those mandatory evacuations, getting out of town, how did they seem? How nervous did they seem?
I wouldn't say extremely nervous. I mean, they've been through this, many of them before, with other storms in the past. I think they really did understand how dangerous Sandy a storm is, that this is going to be a record setter in many ways. And more than anything else, as understandable as it is that they're very anxious about leaving their homes, and they're hoping that when it's all said and done and they're able to come home, that they'll find their homes and all of their belongings in good shape, but afraid that they won't.
We appreciate you. I've covered many a disaster, and it's the Red Cross that truly, rises out and is truly tremendous. So we applaud you. You have a long couple days ahead of you, Todd James, in New Jersey and Atlantic City. Thank you, sir. We do now have some new information on this Coast Guard rescue. I want to bring in George Howell, who has now just spoken with survivors as we're looking at these pictures. Appears to be perched, this camera, atop a helicopter. George, tell me what we're looking at. Tell me the story. After the break. We'll be right back. One story here amidst all of this in anticipation of this hurricane. One story we've been watching through the day is the ship that was off the coast of North Carolina. It is called the HMS Bounty. There were 16 people on board. 13 as it started going down because of all the storms. 13 hopped into lifeboats. 3 washed overboard. 2 are still missing. So that's just a little bit of the background. I want to bring in George Howell. He is live in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, with sort of an update here as we're looking at some of these Coast Guard pictures of this rescue. George, tell me what happened.
Well, yeah, Brooke, we know that they were able to rescue 14 people off that boat And it's great news when you consider what they were dealing with out there. Really, when you look at the video, I mean, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack out there. You're looking for these people. There were 2 lifeboats out there, people on those lifeboats, and then one person who was just floating out in the ocean. But I learned a few things in talking with one of the crews. There were 2 crews that went out there, 2 helicopter crews. Learned, first of all, that the Bounty contacted the Coast Guard right around 6:30 yesterday with the distress call, Brooke, saying that their ship was taking on too much water, couldn't pump it all out fast enough, and they expected that they would have to abandon ship at 8 a.m. this morning, 8 a.m., but ended up, Brooke, abandoning ship 4 a.m., so much earlier than they thought they'd have to. That's when the Coast Guard came in with their helicopters, and what you're seeing with this video, that's what they were dealing with. We're talking about waves that could have brought these helicopters down. They had to hover very low to the ocean to pluck these people up and out. Brooke, we're turning around an interview right now with a rescue swimmer, Randy Haba, and when you hear what he had to deal with, he would go down, swim out there, get people, and bring them to the line to hoist them back up. When you ask him, what you did, I mean, do you consider yourself a hero? This is a guy who's very humble. He says, this is what I'm trained to do, and he's honored to have saved lives. And there's still a rescue operation right now, Brooke. There's still 2 people missing. The Coast Guard has helicopters out right now as we speak looking for these 2 people. We tried to talk to a few survivors, wanted to, but the Coast Guard's not letting us do it at this point until they determine where those 2 people are or if they're able to recover the 2 people. They don't want any information about identities out. It's a Department of Defense rule that they're going to stand by, so they're not letting us talk to any of the survivors at this point.
Okay. I'm just looking at this video. This is obviously compelling stuff. Turning my head here to sort of understand how far down that they would have been, rescuing some of these, I guess, swimmers, some of them off of this boat. So 2 still missing. Do we know, George? So you'll be able to turn that sound around from really one of the heroes here, the rescue swimmer, and we'll hopefully be able to have that shortly.
Absolutely. We're working on it right now. And one thing that I want to point out, all the people who were on that boat, they all had on survival suits. They all had on what you see there, those orange jumpsuits, and they had strobes with them. So when these rescuers came in, that's what they were looking for the strobes, looking for these orange jumpsuits, but dealing with rough winds, rough waves. It was a difficult situation, Brooke, but again,
it's incredible.
Have been rescued.
It's incredible. George Howell, thank you so much for jumping on the phone. We'll look for the sound from that Coast Guard rescue swimmer as soon as we can get that. In the meantime, we are covering this really up and down here, this Hurricane Sandy. Coming up, I'll talk to the mayor of Ocean City, Maryland. Ocean City, Maryland. Look at these waves. Back after this. Want to turn your attention now to coastal Maryland, Ocean City to be precise. We've talked about this. We've seen these pictures. This is a huge tourist town. On the phone with me now is the mayor of Ocean City, Mayor Rick Meehan. Mayor Meehan, tell me, I know you are inside this emergency operations center where I'm sure people are gearing up for a long couple of days. Tell me, what is your concern number 1 right now?
Well, our biggest concern from the beginning was the storm surge. We knew we were going to experience extremely high tides on the bay side as well as storm surge on the ocean front. So that's been our primary concern. And the storm surge we've gotten is exactly what was projected. Probably the highest storm surge we've had here in Ocean City since Hurricane Gloria in 1985. And we are experiencing flooding in our downtown area, which would be south of our 17th Street, and also some beach erosion along the ocean front.
Were you in Ocean City in 85? Do you remember that?
I was in Ocean City in 85, so I do remember that. And similar in many ways, it's a slow-moving storm. At least the speed is picked up. That's good for us. The longer it sits out off our coast or out in the Atlantic and the more tide cycles it affects us, the worse it is. So kind of similar to what Gloria did. But the impacts have been just as projected. We do have real high tides. We have a lot of water in the streets downtown, a lot of water in some other areas. But We've had no injuries. We've had no calls for emergency service. So all in all, we're weathering the storm pretty well.
Mayor Meehan, what is your, beyond the surge here, in terms of people who live, and many of whom who've hopefully gotten out of Ocean City, what is concern number one with regard to the citizens?
Well, we were very fortunate. We had a mandatory evacuation for all non-residents and visitors, and they all complied with that. We had a mandatory evacuation for low-lying areas. People did comply with that. We do have people in town. What we want them to do, though, is stay inside, ride the storm out. They're going to be safe. Just don't do anything, foolish. Use common sense. We've got about 12 more hours to ride through, and then it'll be sunny again. Life will go on.
Life will. It will indeed. Mayor Rick Meehan, best of luck to you there, calling in from Ocean City, Maryland. Thank you. Here we go. More breaking news right now. We are learning, look at these pictures with me. This is a partial crane collapse in New York City. We're told the crane attached to the building right there smack dab in the middle of your screen is currently under construction. Clearly, what appears to be, from my vantage at least, scaffolding there on multiple floors. That is the crane. Chad Myers, I know you're getting plugged in. I presume that's the crane, and guys, just get in my ear and tell me on the right side of your screen that's sort of dangling. Yes. Yeah. So that's confirmation. Yes, that is the crane. It is dangling precariously, might I add, above. This is West 57th. West 57th. Do we know what the cross street is? Okay. This is the before. Is this the before on the left side?
Yes.
So I know it's dark. There you go. But if you look closely on the left side of your screen, you can see the crane upright, and now it's down. Chad, is this wind?
Oh, absolutely wind.
This is wind.
There's no question that, as the storm gets higher and higher, or as you go higher and higher, the winds also go up. And so at 1,000 feet high, I'm not sure how high that building is, but it's at least a 70-story. I would say that you're looking at not only what on the ground would be a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust, but you're looking at 78 or 80 up there, and that crane has broken right there on the piece.
So the crane has broken, and I know you had a graphic earlier that really sort of explained, because I keep thinking of anyone living in these high-rises, right, in Manhattan. So many people do, and I'm wondering about the glass, the windows. I presume the higher, here we go, we have it spotlighted, the higher you go, the higher the wind.
Well, the first thing you should do if you live in a high-rise is take everything off your balcony. That's for you and for your neighbors. Bring in the chair, bring in the potted plant, and bring in the little ottoman that you put your feet up on, because those things will begin to fly. And if they fly into another building or another piece of glass on another building, then that glass will break. One thing you have to worry about here in Manhattan when the winds start to pick up, they're not as high as they're going to get yet. You got another 6 hours before that happens, probably. But here's the deal. A lot of buildings have the tar and stone roof. Put tar down, and you lay little stones on top. When those stones becomes dislodged in the wind, those stones start to fly, and they can hit other buildings across the street. And those are 80-mile-per-hour little bullets hitting that glass. And as the storm gets close, you need to stay away from the windows and on the wind side of your building.
I want to stay on this. We have to get a break in. We're going to stay on this crane story. Folks, this is before. We're still hours before this storm is supposed to make landfall, and we're already seeing evidence, the situation in New York specifically deteriorating because of the winds. Quick break. We're going to take you back to the streets of New York after this. Back here live, breaking news covering the conditions really up and down the eastern seaboard. They're beginning to deteriorate in anticipation of landfall of this horrendous, gigantic hurricane later on this evening. And we mentioned before the break, we showed you these pictures. And guys, let's just pull them back up. Because if you are in Manhattan right now and you are on the west side, right around 57th Street, this is what you're going to see. You see this very, very tall building. The guess is 70-plus stories. Just a guess. And you see this thing on the right, almost looks like a candy cane, right? So this is just next to this building. That is a crane. And if we can pull up the before and after pictures, it gives you a better perspective as to what's happening. This is clearly, as Chad Myers standing next to me was pointing out, this is because of the winds and the wind gusts. If we have that picture, you can see what the crane is supposed to look like. And because of the winds, we presume that it has now been kicked over. It's been kicked over here. We want to take you straight to the streets of New York here just to get a better sense as far, there's the before and the after. The before, I know it's tough to see, it's dark, but there's the crane above that building, and then the crane that's now just dangling above West 57th. Ashley Banfield is in Manhattan. Ashley, tell me where you are, How bad are the winds right now?
Not too bad this minute, but about 5 minutes ago, a gust came by and nearly knocked me off my feet, Brooke. I hear that story all the time, but I got something else I want to tell you about southern Manhattan, Battery Park City, where I am right now. The southern tip of Manhattan, where we're expecting possibly a 12-foot storm surge. Come down, look at this water below me here. Got 10 feet, maybe 8 feet down. Brooke, if all is to be expected, the worst-case scenario plays out, as Michael Bloomberg suggested, a 12-foot storm surge might have the water right about here by 8 o'clock tonight at high tide. That's New Jersey, down there. And this is the Hudson River, as we're looking at the waves come in. But I heard you just talking about that picture of a 57th Street, Brooke. I want to show you something over here. When those winds come on shore, they're expected to be somewhere around 80 miles an hour. Well, you know, buildings might be able to withstand that. But look at this building over here. It's about 60 stories. If you go halfway up, Brooke, that's 30 stories, and that's when the wind changes. An 80-mile-an-hour wind down here becomes a 96-mile-an-hour wind up there.
Ashley, I have to stop you. I just saw joggers. Did you look to your left? Do you see the joggers just blew past you? Who are these people?
Yeah, joggers, tourists, a lot of people. And I just saw an ad with his son, and I told him to get home because the police have been patrolling. They've been, the National Guard has been called out, 1,100. Governor Cuomo was called out. This is not a joke, and yet we do have a lot of people just out for a stroll or a jog, and some want to just see the waves. But just quickly, I want to tell you about, if you go up 80 stories in Manhattan, and you know how many buildings are 80 stories in this city, those winds that might be 80 miles an hour down here become 106 miles an hour sustained. So New York City, one of the most famous sea-level cities in the world and one of the most high cities in the world, is in for some serious damage, Brooke.
Ashley Banfield, thank you. That's an excellent point. We're going to tackle that here with Chad. Just the point of these skyscrapers, case in point, the one you're looking at, the crane that's now dangling over this. We have more on this story after this. Back here, breaking news, talking about Hurricane Sandy, anticipating Hurricane Sandy. We're going to get you back to Manhattan and that partial crane collapse in just a moment. But these are pictures from Scituate, Massachusetts, Chad Myers, and this is an affiliate reporter, and we're just going to kind of eavesdrop or take a look at these pictures as the storm, the waters coming in.
You know, we can't stress how big the arms of this storm are. I just got a wind gust to Cuttyhunk, Massachusetts. That's not too far from, like, Martha's Vineyard. 81 miles per hour, and that's Massachusetts. It's just incredible how that's a hurricane-force gust over 500 miles from the center of the storm.
Over 500 miles.
So you're talking about a bowling ball that's going to knock things down, knock trees, power lines, limbs, everything down from the coast of New Jersey, as far north as Massachusetts, Connecticut, as far south as Virginia, and then go inland about 400 miles before it finally stops and turns to the north and heads up to Canada.
When you talk quickly about a wind field, from what I was reading, you were saying that it's as large as, what, 900, 1,000... what was it?
You know, I have a graphic.
Here we go.
Do I have 30 seconds? I'm going to run over here.
Yep, grab it.
Okay.
Because you were saying it's like twice the size of Texas, the wind field.
Yes, look, right here. Even the camera can just go right in there, and I'll go back with you. That's the wind field that's tropical storm force or greater. Now, that's Massachusetts. That Cape Cod all the way down to the border of South Carolina. Now, the red dot in the middle, that's all hurricane force or greater. But that is going to move onshore. Not just the coast. This goes inland. This is tremendous. I can't tell people to prepare enough. This is bigger than you think it is.
We saw the pictures in Massachusetts. We want to take you back to the pictures in Manhattan, that partial crane collapse. We're going to do that after this break. Here we are at top of the hour. I'm Brooke Baldwin. Breaking news here on a Monday, talking Hurricane Sandy. And as we look at these pictures, these are live pictures, Midtown Manhattan. This is a building. This is slated to be the tallest building in New York with residences. This is 157. This is West 57th between 6th and 7th. We're going to talk about that because in looking at these pictures before and the after on the left and the right-hand sides of your screen, this is evidence of the storm's wrath before the storm even makes landfall. We're going to do that. Let me tell you this. This storm will be affecting some 60 million people in its path all the way from North Carolina northward to Maine. $87 billion worth of homes reportedly at risk, and 61,000 National Guard troops have been deployed. We're getting an update here at the top of the hour. I want to bring in Chad Myers. You've been watching this. The latest update is...
Yeah, you know, for a long time, we get 5 o'clock, 11 o'clock updates, and then something in between. But now, because it's so close, we get hourly updates from the Hurricane Center. It's only 85 miles from Atlantic City, New Jersey, where our Ali Velshi is right now. Winds are 90 miles per hour, and it's moving at 30 miles per hour, moving forward at about 28 to 30. That means it will be on shore in less than 3 hours.
And there he is, Ali Velshi. Ali Velshi, my goodness. Can you even hear me, Ali?
I can hear you. I can hear you. It's that sounds about right what Chad just said. It's really blowing in Atlantic City. It's one of those gusts we're getting. It wasn't this way for the whole last couple of hours, but it's getting pretty strong now. This is about as strong as we've seen it.
Chad, who is that driving along? Is that emergency personnel?
I couldn't tell.
Or Ali, rather? Forgive me.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. That's what it was. It was a police vehicle. That's pretty much all. Police vehicles and utility vehicles. I think they're trying to get an early response. We are definitely, I was on the boardwalk, which is about 3/4 of a mile behind me. I was just there about half an hour ago. And emergency crews out there trying to clear the boardwalk of people. There wasn't anybody out there, though. They were just making sure everything was okay. So right now, all you're seeing is emergency vehicles or work crews like you've got right here.
Ali, at any moment in time, we'll yank this if you are at all in danger, if you start seeing anything flying your way. I can just hear the whipping wind. I believe it's Atlantic City where 3 hours from now there's this mandatory curfew, right? So from 6 o'clock in the evening through 6 in the morning, people cannot come out, as you point out, except for those emergency vehicles. What else do you see? Who else have you talked to today?
Okay. I'll tell you, first of all, while it really is a lot of wind here, I happen to be next to a building, and we're sort of a round building, so there's actually nothing likely to come my way given the way the wind is blowing, because we are obviously concerned about being safe, but all I'm going to get is wind right now. I'm just going to get buffeted around a little bit. We're out of the way of debris. Over when I was on the boardwalk, debris was a real concern. There was debris flying around. Most of the restaurants and shops have done a good job of tying things down. I did see some siding flying off buildings. Where we do know that in this county, there are people in shelters. 400 to 500 people, we believe, are in shelters. If you didn't leave, you can't leave now, because the most direct way mainland is over a causeway, over a bridge, and that bridge is probably flooded right now, because about 2 hours ago it was almost flooded. So you can't get out. If you're in this part of Atlantic City, this is where you are. We're about to see another police vehicle. They're really working around here. They're making sure that nobody is anywhere they are not supposed to be, but they do know that we've taken precautions. So we're going to start to see them all around, making sure come 6 o'clock there is nobody out on the street. But frankly, unless you're kind of like us, where you're reporting this, there's no reason to be out here. These winds are particularly strong right now, Brooke, and it's only going to get stronger. We have been doing a survey around. There's not too much damage. I know there were reports of a part of the boardwalk that had been destroyed and upended. We did not see that. There are, however, piers that go out into the ocean. We couldn't get out there. It was just too rough. But that's possible that some of that's been blown off. But generally speaking, everything's pretty solid around Atlantic City and well built, good infrastructure. We haven't seen any damage yet. But we are not seeing people roaming around and sort of looking around to see what's going on.
Hey, Ali, it's Chad Myers. Is that salt water you're standing in, or is that just fresh water flooding from the rain? Because you are still 5 hours from high tide.
Yeah, this is fresh water right now. When we were out at the ocean about half an hour ago, obviously, that was salt water, which also had sand in it, so that was sort of pelting us quite heavily. This right now is fresh water, but you know, you've got a better sense of the water pattern around here and where we're going to start to get the water from. You can just see, by the way, there's a fire vehicle there. Police over here, the New Jersey State Police just passed me, so we're seeing a lot of law enforcement ability. I just saw an ambulance go by. They seem well prepared here in Atlantic City. I think that car is probably right in between us now. But in fact, I think there's a car and a truck. Let me just move over so that you can actually see me. But that's what we're seeing here. We are not seeing casual folks around. We are definitely seeing people with pickup trucks and, you know, checking out their businesses and things like that. But everything on the boardwalk, I don't know if you've got the video that I sent in from when I was on the boardwalk. Everything is shuttered. Most stores have steel grates in front of them, which they normally use to lock up the stores, particularly because we're in the off season. Others have got plywood in front, but everybody's hunkered down and prepared for this in Atlantic City. Like I said, there are about 500 people in the shelters in Atlantic City. Governor Christie has said in New Jersey, if you have pets, they've got pet-friendly shelters. But really, at this point, at this point, if you didn't get out, you're not getting out.
Ali Velshi, these are just, we're going to stay with you. These are just, this is pretty unbelievable, these pictures we're getting from Atlantic City. You know, I was talking to the mayor a moment ago who was, he remembered a storm in 1985 as being pretty bad. And I know, Chad, you've talked about, we talk so much about, you know, Battery Park and some of the areas in Lower Manhattan that could really see that historic storm surge of 12 feet. Here where Ali is, not specifically where Ali is, but in Atlantic City, they could have record-breaking storm surge of, what, 9.5 feet?
And they will also have a wind tunneling effect, where the winds are going to go between those big casinos. Those casinos are fairly high. I mean, they're not 80 stories high, but they are high enough to cause that funneling, that Bernoulli effect. And I believe those buildings may start to come apart when these winds get so strong. Ali, have you seen any damage to buildings yet?
We haven't yet, but Chad, this is the strongest we've felt the wind so far. It sort of picked up in the last half an hour. This is a band, obviously, that's coming through, and this is by far the strongest. Look at that. Look at the wind and the water going down the street behind me. This is by far the worst of it so far. And if it picks up much more than this, I think you're probably right, Chad. We were just there by the building. You know, the tall buildings.
Oh, careful.
Too careful. Well. Yeah, there's a good gust coming this way. You can't see them well, but at this type of wind, I wouldn't be surprised to see windows blowing out at some point fairly shortly.
Have people, Ali, we mentioned this mandatory curfew, have people indicated that they will be following it? Those who did stay behind will shelter in place?
Yeah, look, you don't really have a choice. They knew we were coming down here. We checked in with the police as we crossed the bridge into here, and the police escorted us most of the way. You can't be walking around here. Every time we were out there on the boardwalk checking things up, every few minutes we had a vehicle come by, ask us what we were doing. It helped that I've got the big CNN jacket on, and they were fine with that. They got some sense that we've done this before and we know how to handle it, but they do not want onlookers. I did see one guy taking a picture a little bit earlier. I don't know whether he was media or he was just taking a photograph. The waves are pretty spectacular at this point. They're banging up against the piers, so it's quite a sight to behold. And interestingly enough, the visibility is good enough. I can see the piers. I can't see the ocean because there's a building in the way, but I can see all the way from the ocean from here. The visibility is actually quite good, but this wind and this rain is really picking up right now. I don't know, Chad, if it's getting much worse than this. You said this is around, we just checked, we're about 90 miles an hour. We're also about 7 feet above sea level. We're expecting the storm surge in Atlantic City to hit 9 or 9.5 feet. So that means we're all going to be a little taken up. Obviously, at the sea at sea level, right now we're 7 feet above ground. So in a few hours, we'll be underwater.
Ali, we're going to give you just a break for a moment. We're going to come back to you later in the hour. Can you, Chad, just answer his question when he was saying it feels like the winds are picking up? My goodness, I mean, it looks like they are. It's tough to hear him in points because of the wind.
Ali, your wind will pick up for the next 3 hours, and then that will be landfall. That will be eye landfall right very near you, maybe as far south as Wildwood or Cape May. But you are going to be right in what would be the dangerous part of the eye wall. I noticed that maybe there's an area slightly calmer in front of you if you walk toward the camera. So please, we would love to keep the shot on, but I feel that you are in too much wind where you are right now. Obviously, the truck is safe because it's not shaking. The cameraman appears to be in a safe location. I'm a little bit worried, and I saw all that stuff starting to fly around, buddy.
You guided me through a few of these, Chad. So I'll know to get to higher and higher ground. I'm put on a few pounds. I'll make sure I don't blow away.
Ali Velshi, please don't. We appreciate it, and we'll come back to you a little later this hour here. Tremendous pictures coming in Atlantic City, New Jersey. We have so much more to show you, including these pictures here of this partial crane collapse. This is West 57th. This is Midtown. Crane collapsed, dangling precariously there on the right side of this building, which, by the way, is still under construction. So I have questions for you, sir, about some of these buildings. Many a building in Manhattan under construction. The glass isn't all the way around. Looks like scaffolding is there. We're going to talk about that after this quick break. All right, breaking news here on CNN. Let me just bring you up to speed. Two pictures on your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, this is 157. This is what would be the tallest residential building in all of Manhattan. To the right of that building is a crane. It is dangling. It has collapsed. Case in point of the damage this storm could wreak here, and this is already just several hours before it makes landfall. On the right-hand side of your screen, these are pictures from Atlantic City, New Jersey. We just have been chatting with Ali Velsh. She was standing in an intersection in Atlantic City, whereas he pointed out, Chad Myers pointed out, that city could be seeing record storm surge at 9.5 feet. Given all of this, I want to stay with New Jersey. I'm going to go to Newark Mayor Cory Booker, who's on the phone with me. And Mayor Booker, let's just begin with, we've been seeing these incredibly compelling pictures in Atlantic City. What does Newark look like right now?
Well, we're all going through it in the state of New Jersey. Obviously, the further north you get, the less around the eye. But we have very serious concerns because the storm surge is lining up with high tide in a full moon time set. So we have an intensity of water coming into our city that we anticipate getting worse and worse as the night goes on, especially around 8 p.m. We have areas in our city that do flood, and we're asking people to use this last hour or two before the storm surge really begins to get out, to voluntarily evacuate traditional flood areas in our city, to use precaution, and to not endanger rescue workers who may indeed have to rescue people who are either trapped in bad situations or worse, what I saw a lot during Hurricane Irene, is people try to drive through flooded roads and get stranded and have to be evacuated by marine rescue.
You know,
so it's a very difficult. Go ahead.
No, forgive me. Just it seems like other than just simply using common sense and not standing around and being an onlooker here, the other issue is, and the president pointed this out in the briefing, is, you know, they want people off the streets because once this hits in the aftermath, these emergency personnel folks, they need to get out there. They need to start rescuing people. And if folks, you know, are out and about on the streets, right, that is bad news. And I know you're concerned, number one, with citizens.
Yeah, the biggest risk right now is the bad choices being made by individuals, lack of common sense being used, and people not heeding the severity of what's going on and not being proactive in their thinking. The time to act to prevent a crisis from happening is before the storm happens. And after that, you should hunker down and stay put. But clearly, you want people staying off of roads, staying out of their cars, to let our teams do what they have to do to keep people safe. Use common sense. Mayor Cory Booker, thank you very much for calling in. Good luck to you and writing this thing out. Want to stay with, I want to go to Manhattan here. We've been telling you the story of this partial crane collapse in the west side of Manhattan, West 57th, between 6th and 7th Streets. This is the live picture. I've got Chad Myers on my right. We've got Ashley Banfield in lower Manhattan. Let's bring Ashley up. And Ashley, as we're looking at this picture here of this collapsed crane, how bad are the wind gusts right now where you are? As people jog by you, again.
I know, it's crazy. We're hitting about, this is I guess, I don't know wind meter, but it's about 45-mile-an-hour gusts right now. It's enough to sort of send you off a little. But all I can tell you, Brooke, is that police have been patrolling with your London past before you came to our launch location.
Ashley Banfield, can I get you to do me a favor and put that microphone closer to your mouth so I want to hear you?
You got it now. Which is exactly my point. This wind is so strong. I can't believe these people are out here gawking. Brooke, especially since where I'm standing is in an evacuation zone. We're fine, but all of the buildings that are around me, 400,000 people, have been evacuated in 5 boroughs. So why these people would be out for a casual run or a stroll is beyond comprehension. 1.1 million school kids are hunkered down somewhere and riding out this storm with their parents because there is nothing open at this point. One thing I want to tell you, Bruce, just take a look at this water here. I'm at about probably 8 feet to 10 feet up, okay? We're expecting the worst-case scenario. We're about...
Ashley, I'm going to pull away. I apologize. I'm having a tough time hearing you. I think that is precisely your point, though, that the wind is that bad. I want to stay in Manhattan. I want to go to Deborah Farrick because Deborah's there. Ashley was talking about people, you know, hunkering down. But the thing in New York, it appears, Deb Farrick, is that not everyone is heeding those warnings to stay put.
Well, you know what, and there's a very good reason for that, and I'll tell you why. There are times where it just feels like a small drizzle is affecting you, but then at other times a huge gust of wind will come, and it's overwhelming, it's overpowering. I mean, we have a crane that we're looking at, and everybody's nervous. Every time one of those strong gusts of winds come our way, everybody's kind of looking up, because what you really have to be careful about are the tree branches, are things flying off of the roofs. The Hudson River, just over there across, and it's still very powerful. We see a couple of boats that are in the water. They're making their way up, but they look as if they're being anchored down. That's how slowly their progress is. You know, I spoke to somebody out in Long Island, however, situation there, very, very different. And that's what we're seeing with this storm. Right now, very calm. In other parts, no. Places that usually flood, they're getting hit. Spoke to somebody over in Bayville, Long Island. They're already in flood conditions. But for the most part here in Manhattan, people are kind of used to this. I mean, you look over here, Brooke, this is considered an evacuation zone. One block over, however, it's not an evacuation zone. So when we see some boarded up, some sand, people are kind of writing this out. But take a listen. We spoke to a couple of people a little earlier today. Take a listen.
We don't have it, Deb. Sorry about that.
Okay.
What'd they say?
You know what they're talking about? Yeah, well, what they basically said is, you know, look, one woman came out here. She said, look, it didn't feel bad. There's going to be a point where people are going to stay indoors. But New York City still has a pulse. People coming out, they're sort of, you know, they're not being not smart, let's put it that way. But once they know that it's not too bad, they're coming out. But a lot of people are home right now. You've got children, they've got the day off from schools, the subways are closed, so nobody's getting anywhere. The buses aren't running. They've closed the Holland Tunnel, which is a block north. They've closed the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, so you can't get to New Jersey that way, you can't get to Brooklyn that way.
That's right.
Things are periodically shutting down, Brooke.
That's right. Those tunnels are closed. They were closed as of about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Deborah Farrick, we'll come back to you. We appreciate you there in Manhattan. It's incredible how different one picture was in Manhattan from another, isn't it? We are also keeping our eye, and I know a lot of you are tweeting me about that crane. I'm at Brooke B. CNN. A lot of you are worried about the crane. We're worried about the crane. We'll keep a close eye on that. But we also want to take it to Delaware. It's really picking up in Delaware. We've got you covered here on CNN all the way from North Carolina northward to Maine. Hurricane Sandy on her way. I want to show you an image now from Chesapeake Bay. This is Kent Island, Maryland. This is just across the bay from Annapolis. Look at these waves. This video coming into us here at CNN just about an hour or two ago. Again, Kent Island, Maryland, now 1 hour closer to landfall of Hurricane Sandy. About 90 minutes ago, the president declared a state of emergency in Delaware, and all along Delaware's coast, flooding had started in earnest this morning. Brian Todd is there for us. He is in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Brian, how are conditions where you are?
Not too good, Brooke. Right now it's a driving rain. It's been like this all day. The rain keeps switching directions because the wind keeps switching directions. That's a hurricane. Right now I'm standing on the boardwalk of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Officials here very worried about how this boardwalk's going to hold up. As I walk past the gazebo here, I'll be out of your sight for just a second. As I walk toward the surf and the beach erosion are what they're worried about as it relates to the boardwalk and the hotels and businesses along here. Just a short time ago, when it was high tide, this surf was pretty hellacious. It was coming up right about where I'm standing and washing completely past the dunes here and up toward the boardwalk. There's a lot of sand on the boardwalk. What they're worried about is beach erosion. Earlier this year, they expanded this beach. They reconstructed part of it with the Army Corps of Engineers. They built it out about 300 feet toward the ocean. And they said if they hadn't done that, right now, this boardwalk might be pretty much shot, because 20 years ago, a nor'easter came and pretty much splintered this boardwalk apart. They're worried about it because, of course, this boardwalk is really big for tourism here and summer visitation, and they are very concerned about whether it will hold up. They said if they hadn't expanded this earlier this year, then this could be pretty much torn apart right now, but they are worried about it because the storm surge is going to return. We had a high tide here a short time ago, and the waves were much higher. The surf was much closer in. It's going to come back in a few hours. So, Brooke, that's what they're worried about here. Inland flooding, also a big concern, because we get another gust of wind coming toward me right now. Inland flooding not far from here in Lewis Beach, Delaware. A lot of roads are closed because they're pretty much flooded out. Coastal roads running parallel to the ocean, pretty much unusable right now. Mandatory evacuations were ordered for this area. Everyone within a 3/4 of a mile radius from the shore inland ordered to get out. They're not sure how many people did get out, but the city manager here at Rehoboth Beach told me that he thinks most of the people who live here year-round did, because they know the score here when a storm like this comes on shore, Brooke.
Good. They heeded the warnings. Brian Todd, thank you, in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Brian, just quickly here, he mentioned inland flooding, and according to our folks in the Weather Center, our guys in the Weather Center, that is the #1 killer, inland flooding in these landfalling tropical systems. Just something to keep in perspective. This hurricane, it is clipping along. Last check, 28 miles per hour. It's setting this low pressure record, and it's slowly gaining power. But much of this crucial information, it comes directly from these people who fly in these hurricanes. They are the hurricane hunters. These are the men and women who go straight smack dab in the middle of these massive storms. On the phone with me now, a NOAA flight meteorologist, Ian Sears. And Ian, in talking to a lot of people about this hurricane, the biggest fear, it sounds like, is some of the potential record-breaking storm surges. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Storm surge is a big concern, and inland flooding is also a big concern. We picked the storm up in the Bahamas, and we started flying missions around the clock on Friday. And what we were seeing is a kind of a disorganized storm that started to grow in size as it came up the east coast of the United States there. And we were making sure that we're getting all the information to the National Hurricane Center, the Modeling Center, the emergency managers, so that they can use that information to warn the folks that are in the path of those hazards that you're talking about, like inland flooding and storm surge.
Hey, Ian, it's Chad Myers. I want to talk to you about the flight you had last night and how you watched the storm intensify right over when it got over the Gulf Stream. But also when you're flying these missions, you not only fly the eye, you fly away from the eye to see how big the wind field is. Believe it or not, Nassau County, Suffolk County, up in Long Island now, an 81-mile-per-hour gust, hundreds of miles from the center. Have you seen a storm with a wind field ever this large?
In my experience flying hurricanes, this is the biggest hurricane that I've seen.
Oh, wow.
We would fly 150, 200 miles away from the center of the storm, and we were still picking up tropical storm force winds last night.
Yeah,
and how long have you been doing this, Ian?
This is my 4th season.
Okay.
This is impressive. It's a very impressive storm, and we were watching the storm deepen yesterday. Did you ever get to see an eye last night when you were there, or did you leave before it actually occurred?
No, we picked up the eye. We were the first flight in that started seeing the eye form after we started seeing it on satellite. It was really impressive. We started seeing it from about 150 nautical miles, 200 nautical miles out, and on the radar. And that gave us a really good target to head the plane in. And while we were out there, we saw the convection burst on the north side of the storm. It was a very impressive sight to see on radar, and being that far north. And as you were mentioning, it was starting to interact with the Gulf Stream there a little bit, so maybe giving it a little bit of extra energy to intensify last night.
In the middle of this hurricane who flew, Ian Sears, thank you for jumping on the phone. As we continue to cover here again, expected landfall of this hurricane sometime between 8 tonight and 2 in the morning. Of course, that's Eastern time.
I got to update.
Update that. Go for it.
It's going to make landfall within 3 hours.
Within 3 hours?
Yes, absolutely.
Within 3 hours. You heard it here from Chad, this landfall from this hurricane. After this quick break, I want to talk. We apparently have a reporter who is standing by near this crane. This is, again, this is West 57th between 6th and 7th Avenues in Manhattan because of the wind. We'll talk to that reporter after this. We are 3 hours away from landfall of this hurricane, and you are looking at live pictures once again. This is Manhattan, and this is perhaps just foreshadowing of more damage that we could be seeing over the course of the next 24 or so hours. This is West 57th Street between 6th and 7th Avenues, and the structure on the right-hand side of this residence, which, by the way, will be the largest in all of Manhattan, is clearly dangling. This is because of the wind. We're working on getting a reporter on the street who is standing very near that, and we'll talk to her or him about that. In the meantime, Chad Myers, let me just quickly go to you. Give me an update as far as where this storm stands.
Many trees down in Massachusetts already, getting reports in Rhode Island as well. water flooding into Long Island Sound, will eventually flood Manhattan. I'm sure that's going to go over the break walls there into Battery Park for sure. Many even saying that it could be very close to getting in the subway. The center of the eye right there, not that far away. We'll call it the center there. But this would be New Jersey right here. Here's Cape May. Here's Lewes, where the Lewes Ferry comes through. And it's going to be coming on shore somewhere, southern New Jersey, with the worst part of this storm right in the megalopolis, right through here. Now, you have to understand, Brooke, the wind is going to be significant, too, right through here. That's Wilmington, Philadelphia. That's Baltimore. There's the nation's capital right there. You're already feeling big gusts every time a storm comes by. But in probably 10 hours for you, D.C., 8 for Baltimore, 6 for Philadelphia, that's when your maximum wind gusts are going to be probably 80 miles per hour, maybe even higher in some spots, gusts higher, maybe to 100. Lots of trees down, millions, if not higher, tens of millions, I'm not sure yet, without power by the end of, I'd say, tomorrow night.
Okay, Chad, don't go too far. We're going to come back to you, but I want to bring in this guest who is to my right, who I have the pleasure of sitting next to here. This is General Russell Honore. You commanded the military in New Orleans post-Katrina. You know a thing or two about emergency preparedness and destruction on the scale which we will likely see. So welcome, and it's nice to see you. Before we talk about preparedness and the president's point about how they've been working so hard to pre-position a lot of these resources, let me just begin with this story off the coast of North Carolina. This massive ship, there were 16 people on board. Here's a picture of it. And it began to sink. And so there was a distress call. And the next thing they know, the Coast Guard ends up getting called in to try to rescue. Here are the pictures here from atop this Coast Guard helicopter. Tell me what you know. What do you make of this?
Well, this is what the Coast Guard does that nobody else can do other than some of the active duty military. Go out and save mariners. It's a part of their national mission. Nobody does it better. And thank God for the Coast Guard could get out there this morning and save majority of the people. And the story is not over with on how that ship ended up in the location it was in, but they were able to get some of them out there. And hopefully this story will end better than what it is now. But Coast Guard did a fantastic job, much of that through advanced technology. We couldn't do this 60 years ago.
So because of that we have now 14 people who are A-OK. 2 people are still missing, so we're keeping close contact with a reporter who's been following this story. But talking about the military and all that they can do, how crucial, walk me through what these different sort of groups and jurisdictions are doing in anticipation of the landfall.
Well, let me say this to start off with. This has been the philosophy of Administrator Fugate. All disasters are local. As we speak, local first responders are working their response plan. Up to this time, we've been doing a lot of what we call risk communications, advising people, taking actions to move people without rides, people in vulnerable population, risk communications, and preparedness and evacuation. So we've been dealing with strategy and tactics. This time tomorrow, we'll be dealing with the hard part, logistics.
Yeah.
And there was old saying, amateurs spend a lot of time on tactics, but real pros deal with logistics. We'll see who was really prepared from the government side at the local, state, and the federal partners tomorrow when we start reacting. I think they're going to be closer to 15 to 20 million people without power.
And who knows?
I think we really underestimated the impact of that, but that'll be a logistics operation. It'll have impact on people, infrastructure, folks in hospitals. And I disagree with what one of the previous politicians said. Most people who will be rescued tomorrow morning will be rescued by neighbors, not by police. There aren't enough police and first responders to go around. I would strongly suggest they go back and re-look that, because when the power is out tomorrow morning and the eye of the storm is moved off and we got power down and people need help, it will be neighbors helping neighbors who will save most of the lives.
So as you have the neighbors, and General Honore, thank you. I want to move on to a story because we've been watching some of these pictures here. This is hours before this thing even makes landfall, and we are already seeing streets that look like canals. And in these canals, along the sides, you have homes, and there is a home. There is a home, not this picture, but there's another picture. There was a house fire already. So this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of the wrath that is Sandy. That's next. We'll get you back to that crane collapse in just a moment. I know a lot of people are asking about that, but I want to go straight to Long Island, to Jim Gallagher. He is the fire chief in Lindenhurst, New York. And Jim Gallagher, explain to me what it looks like where you are, because I've seen a heck of a lot of water and a house fire. Yes?
Yes, basically what it is, basically part of our water area is totally flooded in right now. We have about 2 or 3 feet of water down there right now. And earlier this morning we had a house fire, which we had to fight. It was about 2 or 3 feet of water we had to go into to get to this house.
Can you tell me how the house got fire?
We didn't really investigate that part right now. My guess is probably going to be electrical because it was underneath the water, and then the electrical probably shorted out.
How much of this do you anticipate over the course of the next couple of days, certainly with all this water, issues with utility, issues with electricity? Is this just the beginning of a long couple of days, sir?
Yeah, it's gonna be a long couple of days with this. Definitely, we're having power outages, very minor power outages right now, a little flashes here and there. But I think when the storm gets a little bit bigger, it's going to get more power outages as we go along through the night.
Jim Gallagher, we will be in touch with you, as I know many a water rescue also are underway in your neck of the woods. Thank you, Jim. We're going to take you back here to the crane collapse. We have someone who can talk about this as we're watching here as this crane is dangling above West 57th Street in between 6th and 7th Avenues in Manhattan. The crane, this partially collapsed crane in Manhattan. We've been watching it. I know so many of you have been tweeting me about this. Many of you are fearful here, obviously, if it could in fact break as we await this storm to really truly hit the East Coast. I want to go to HLN's Ryan Smith. He is nearby on the streets in Manhattan. Ryan, I understand you talked to the building manager. What do we know about this crane right now?
Brooke, I didn't talk to the building manager. I talked to the manager of a restaurant that's directly across the street. Okay. And the construction that had been going up for a while, she said that she called police earlier today to say that the crane had been shifting back and forth. And the police just showed up a couple of hours later when you saw that crane first start shifting. I actually was walking down the street and happened to walk right under it. Took a picture as I saw it moving, and then police and fire department rolled up at that moment and started clearing the street. I talked to a police officer who was about 20 feet away from the crane who said glass had started to fly off the building as well. So they're trying to block off as many blocks as they can, but they're having trouble, Brooke, because the big thing is the wind keeps shifting direction, and they can't predict where that crane might go if, in fact, it does start to tip.
So for now, the situation is that they are simply blocking off as much as they can in and around the ground area directly below the crane. So if it falls, it wouldn't at least land on something. Is that correct?
It's something. You can't be sure because it's such a densely, it's a heavily commercial area.
What's down there?
It would not fall on someone because they've cleared everybody off the street. And so they first started by clearing off the path directly across from it, and now I'm seeing that they've cleared off a block or two, at least in our direction, going west, and it looks like they're starting to clear off the direction going south. But typically when a construction starts to tip, they've had this incident happen sometimes in Midtown Manhattan, they know to clear off one area, but the wind is the problem, so they're having to clear as much as they can.
Hey, Ryan, one more question just back to a point you made about the glass. Were you saying glass, in addition to the crane situation, this building, this 157 building, there was glass flying off?
A police officer who pulled me off of the street, I was going to walk into another building to take shelter. A police officer told me, you don't want to go in there because glass has been flying in the area. So that was what he told me in telling me to try to get off the street and get back as far as I can.
Okay. Ryan Smith, thank you for calling in. So many people are asking and they're concerned about this building. And if you know Manhattan, there are a lot of buildings under construction here, and there are many a crane. So that certainly is one concern here as we are within that 3-hour window before this hurricane makes landfall. Before we go to break, let me just let you know that we will take you back to Ali Velshi's live shot. Here he is, Ali Velshi, in the middle of a very desolate Atlantic City. Ali, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to check in with you and the wind and the rain after this. Roughly 2 hours now, roughly 2 hours from landfall of Hurricane Sandy. We've been taking you up and down the eastern seaboard, painting a picture of what's happening right now. You're looking at Ali Velshi in a very desolate Atlantic City, New Jersey intersection. And Ali Velshi, if you can hear me, tell me, since the last time we talked, how strong, how much has the wind picked up?
Brooke, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me very well. The wind has picked up dramatically since the last time we talked. I don't have a way of measuring it. I heard Chad saying it was about 90 miles an hour gusting last time. It's substantially stronger than that. If I were to guess, I'd say we're now closing in on 100 miles an hour. We've got a little bit of a calmness here, so I can stand here for a second, and then you'll feel these gusts going through. You can look down while there's relative calm right to the end of the street there, and that would be the ocean. That's the Atlantic Ocean over there. Waves are much bigger around there. I will tell you, Brooke, I've had a number of people say, why are you doing this? It seems unsafe. We are surrounded by buildings which, as Chad will tell you, will sometimes exacerbate the wind situation, but we are sheltered from debris at the moment. Unless windows start breaking, we're sheltered from debris. We're about 7 feet above sea level right now. We're expecting the storm surge in Atlantic City to be about 9.5 feet. You're probably going to see a vehicle, by the way, drive right between us. Those tend to be emergency vehicles or utility vehicles. Going to do a little three-point turn right here. They're around checking to make sure nobody's roaming the streets because, Brooke, at 6 p.m. Eastern, Atlantic City goes into a full curfew. So they're making sure nobody's around. We're a lot of emergency vehicles around here. 400 to 500 people in the county are in shelters. We know that. We know there's a travel ban. And if you haven't left, get back Philly direction, you're not getting out of here because the roads are generally overwashed. So we're in a little bit of high ground, a little patch of high ground in Atlantic City. And for the moment, it's empty and the winds are picking up.
It's incredibly dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous where you are, but I'm glad you point out that you are surrounded by buildings. You also point out you are 2 hours away from that mandatory curfew that's been put in place for folks in Atlantic City. Did you get a chance, for the people who did not heed the warnings, who will be sheltering in place, how nervous are they?
Well, you know, the good thing is these governors in the Northeast, Chris Christie here, and the governors in Pennsylvania and New York and Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, Massachusetts, everybody's taking this very seriously, as is the president. The National Guard is actually just here, not too far from us. Everybody's been very clear on what you're supposed to do. Most of these cities wanted people out of here by yesterday evening. They shut down all public transit. If you weren't out, you weren't getting out. Yep, I got it. There's some cars coming here.
Ali, we're gonna pull away from you. I want you to hunker down on the side. We're gonna pull away from you for just a moment here. I want to go to Maggie Lake. Maggie Lake is in Asbury Park. And Maggie, tell me about the conditions where you are.
Yeah, Brooke, we're also seeking shelter right behind a wall right here to protect from the wind while we wait. But if I step out, the conditions certainly have worsened since we last that we talked. And if you take a look behind me, you can see the ocean now starting to come up to the boardwalk, the sea foam now up on the boardwalk, the tide coming up, and we are still a ways from high tide, Brooke. The ocean waves now look to be about 10 feet now, and they are coming straight toward the boardwalk. Certainly, we are not experiencing the coastal flooding where they were just in Atlantic City, and I have family and relatives there. I was just speaking to a fireman there. They're very concerned about those residents, but the people here are very much concerned that we will see a similar situation. The tide and the ocean coming up over the boardwalk into the lying areas. Right now we have horizontal rain and wind and sand, Brooke. This is the other problem with these coastal communities. If you look at the boardwalk right here, we've got a big layer of sand coming up as the wind just blows. The beach erosion is going to be tremendous here, as you can imagine, but of course it is the property damage, the flooding, and also the power outages. We already know, we just spoke to the public officer from the fire department here who told us they've already started to get calls about downed limbs. Not too many yet, and most of this area still has power for the moment, but they are anticipating problems. Many people have left, but many still have stayed. They're concerned. They want them to stay inside. We have seen a few curiosity seekers, but the conditions are getting bad enough, Brooke, now that most people have taken refuge inside. And again, underscoring what Ali said, we are still a few hours away from the storm storm making landfall. People feel like it's a hurricane already, but it's going to get a lot worse from here, Brooke.
Right. This is just the beginning here, as we are just about within that 2-hour window before this thing makes landfall. Maggie Lake, thank you. Maggie Lake in Asbury Park, New Jersey. We're going to take you back to that crane collapse here in just a moment. Back to this breaking news, back to this picture of this crane collapsed. It is dangling alongside this building. It's 157th. This is West 57th between 6th and 7th Avenues. Talking to Ryan Smith, who was down on the ground, talking to folks around, what he could tell us is the fact that there were fire, there's police emerging on the scene, kind of trying to block off some of the areas down below. But the problem, Chad Myers, clearly is the wind. I mean, at this late in the game, you can't dismantle this.
Nobody's going up there right now. Absolutely not. And the highest wind gust we've even seen was 66 miles per hour at JFK. It's going to go higher than that.
We said this is a 80-some story building. How high do you think the wind, how fast is the wind up?
A gust up there could easily get to 90 within the next couple of hours.
Okay. Chad Myers, I know you have a busy, busy night in store for you. I thank you so much for staying with us, folks. This is just the beginning here of a horrendous storm. I'm Brooke Baldwin. We're going to send you to Washington now. The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer starts right now.
Brooke, thanks very much. Happening now, Hurricane Sandy takes aim at some of America's biggest cities, and it's about to come ashore. Conditions are getting worse by the hour. At least 23 states are now under warnings or advisories because of the storm's winds. Damage could hit $10 billion or even a lot more. Some states could see their worst flooding in a century, and in the Appalachian Mountains, they're expecting blizzard conditions. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hurricane Sandy is a monster storm, even though its center still is out to sea. Tropical storm and hurricane force winds extend, get this now, for 1,000 miles. Right now, damaging winds are blowing from southern New England across Long Island, New Jersey, Delaware, and Virginia. We have the full resources of CNN deployed on the story, including crews up and down the Atlantic coast, as well as in cities that aren't used to this kind of a disaster. Here's what the storm looked like this afternoon when the International Space Station flew over. You can clearly see the eye of this storm right now. The center is closing in on southern New Jersey. Let's begin our coverage with our meteorologist, Chad Myers, who has the very latest. Chad, some have said that this is the strongest storm ever north of the Carolinas. Explain what that means.
That means it has the lowest pressure ever that has been measured by an aircraft or on land of 939 millibars now. North of Cape Hatteras, we've never had a storm that low, with the L being that low. And then there's a high pressure to the west, Wolf, that's going to make howling winds as far west as Ohio, Michigan, and even Indiana. It is now a record-breaking low-pressure center, the biggest hurricane, although not the biggest or fastest wind, the lowest pressure ever.
And where do we see it unfolding right now? Because we're only, a couple hours away from it making landfall?
That's exactly right. Now the Hurricane Center giving us updates every hour on the hour. The storm now is 55 miles, the center of that eye right there, 55 miles from Cape May, New Jersey, and it's moving at 28 miles per hour. That's 2 hours to landfall. And landfall's not such a big deal with this because typically in a hurricane, when you make landfall, the storm starts to dissipate. This storm is so intense and so deep, it will take hours, if not tens of hours, to dissipate the wind. And the storm surges right into New York Harbor, all along the New Jersey coast, right into Wilmington, possibly up even into Philadelphia as the water goes the wrong way up the river here. And then still the surge coming into Delaware, Maryland is like, and a lot of wind for Washington, into Baltimore, into D.C., Wilmington. These areas here will pick up wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour, and trees will come down, power will go out with that type of wind.
We're expecting that wind, that rain to last in these areas for not just today or tomorrow, but maybe even until Wednesday. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. This is not just a hurricane. It's now combining with a low pressure that's out to the west. And in fact, Wolf, I can draw it here for you, that is snow. It's snowing on this side because there's enough of a cold air mass with a cold front and a low out here combining with the low here that we are going to see this do a little loop right over maybe West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Western New York, and then finally get into the Canadian provinces. It will take so long because that delay will cause it to sit there for days. And with days of rain like that, could be a situation a lot like Hurricane Agnes back in the early 70s where we have a lot of people flooded out.
Atlantic City, we're showing our viewers some photos, some live pictures from Atlantic City. That could see the worst of it, at least in the next few hours. Is that what I'm hearing, Chad?
Without a doubt. Wildwood, Atlantic City, Cape May, that is the right side or the wrong side of the eye. When you get on the eye right here, talk about that eye right there, you have not only the spin of the eye at 90 miles per hour, but also the forward motion of the storm, which is 28. You add 90 plus 28, and you're over 100 miles per hour on that right side, wrong side of the eye.
Ali Velshi is on the scene for us in Atlantic City. Chad, we're going to get to him shortly, but I want to go to Brian Todd right now. He's along the Delaware coast where wind and flooding already a serious problem. What's going on there, Brian?
Wolf, getting a very strong burst of the storm right here on the boardwalk at Rehoboth Beach. They are really worried about this boardwalk. Get to that in a second. What they're dealing with now as well is inland flooding from the bays and tributaries and rivers not too far inland from here. Lots of roads underwater right now as those surges come up and some of those areas get flooded. I just heard from the governor's office there are a lot of roads underwater right now. There are trees down on some other roads traveling around now, really not advised at all. One big concern here, Wolf, beach erosion. You see the tide behind me. This is not high tide. The high tide is going to come back soon. It was here earlier. I'm going to step out onto the beach area. High tide earlier here was pretty hellacious. It came up well past here onto the boardwalk. That's what they're worried about. Beach erosion here. They built out this beach earlier this year. They finished it in May. The Army Corps of Engineers built out the beach about 300 feet out there. They are worried now that they are going to lose all of that. And with the storm surge here, that it could compromise some of the hotels, some of the residences and businesses that are all along this boardwalk area. And that is what they're really worried about right now. You can see the storm surge getting a little bit more violent behind me. It was even worse earlier, but again, when high tide comes back this evening, Wolf, it's going to get worse. Water is going to be pretty much up along where I am here and probably compromising this boardwalk that they spent so much time and money on earlier this year, Wolf. So they're very worried at this point about the storm surge just coming back and really tearing this area apart.
Have there been evacuations in Rehoboth Beach, Bethany, Ocean City, Maryland, the whole area where you are right now, Brian?
Absolutely, Wolf. Mandatory evacuations were ordered. They were ordered to get out by 8 p.m. last night. And the city manager of Rehoboth Beach told me a short time ago he believes that about 90% of the people who live here year-round heeded that call and got out. They know what it's like when some of these storms come. 20 years ago, they had a nor'easter here that pretty much tore this boardwalk apart. People who live here year-round know about that. The good news is, Wolf, the population of this area decreases significantly after Labor Day. Summertime population is about 30 to 40,000. The number of people who live here year-round, only about 1,300. And most of those people, the city manager believes, got out of here.
But some people didn't. So when you're watching what's going on, do you see people walking around? Do you see people driving around? Is there basically empty Rehoboth Beach right now?
Well, I covered a lot of these things, Wolf. You know, a lot of the time you do see one or two people driving around and walking around. I can see two people maybe 300 yards from me just standing there taking some shelter along the boardwalk. But it is pretty much a ghost town. Not many people are out. They seem to be heeding the call to shelter in place or get out of town.
Brian Todd watching what's going on for us in Delaware, in Rehoboth. Thanks, Brian, very much. New York City's mass transit services are suspended. Normally bustling stations like Grand Central Terminal are ghostly and vacant right now. Train platforms are deserted. Other mass transit systems, including Washington, D.C.'s Metro service, also shut down. One place that didn't shut down on this day. The United States Supreme Court, the justices held their normal public session today, but tomorrow's session and oral arguments have been canceled because of the weather. Let's go to New York right now. CNN's Ashley Banfield is standing by. Ashley, where are you right now? What's going on?
Hey, Wolf, I'm in southern Manhattan in Battery Park City. Behind me is New Jersey, which is just about to be eclipsed by the clouds, the wind, and the rain. And I'd say the gusts have been kicking up to around 45, 60 so mile an hour. What I wanted to tell you about, though, is I heard Brian Todd talking about the storm surge. Just look down here for a second here. You can see just how close to sea level this city is. This is one of the most famous sea level cities in the world, Wolf. And Mayor Bloomberg is saying at the worst case scenario, there could be in 5 boroughs, we could see storm surges up to 12 feet. Well, if you look down there, that was about 8 to 10 feet. That would bring it to about here on me by 8 o'clock tonight at the full moon high tide. There's another big issue with regard to the evacuations. 400,000 New Yorkers evacuated, especially in this zone. All these people evacuated, mandatory, but we do see these people wandering along. It is one of the more uncomfortable places to be taking a stroll, and yet we've seen them. Police have been out telling people, go home, get away, yet they're still out here. Here's what's so significant about New York City. We are close to the water and we are close to the sky. Wolf, take a look over there. That's about 60 stories up or so, that high rise. Here's what happens when the 80-mile-an-hour winds hit this city. You go up 30 stories and that wind changes to about 96 miles an hour. You go up 80 stories, Wolf, and that wind goes up to 104 miles an hour. And when I quote those numbers, they're sustained winds. They're not gusts. That's 104 miles an hour straight for a number of hours, not including the gusts. So you can imagine just how dangerous it's going to be here.
Ashley, stand by. I want to get back to you, but Atlantic City seems to be getting ready for a huge disaster. CNN's Ali Velshi is on the scene for us. Ali, what's going on in Atlantic City?
All right, Wolf, I can hear you. You may have trouble hearing me. We've got a moment of calm here. The gusts have just eased up for just a moment, but they look like they've been up pushing 90 or 100 miles an hour. Look down the street, Wolf, all the way down. You can probably see some street lights in the distance. That's the boardwalk. That's the ocean. Those are the casinos. Everything is shut down. Nobody's here who isn't an emergency worker, who isn't here because they've got to be or isn't covering this thing. But we're about 2 hours away from the worst of this. We've already got flooding in the streets here, as you can see. We're at 7 feet above sea level. The storm surge here is supposed to be about 9.5 feet. So it's all going to get covered. Right now, structurally, you know Atlantic City, it's fine. It's mostly solid buildings. There are still some houses. We believe about 400 to 500 people are in emergency shelters right now. You can see some police and utility vehicles driving around right now. But as of 6 p.m. Eastern, this place is under a total curfew. So police and city workers have been going around, making sure nobody's around. You'll see no garbage cans, things like that. Everything's been tied up and removed. But it's going to hit hard. Surf's pretty strong. We've seen some pictures of it. I was out at the boardwalk about 2 hours ago. No damage right now, but it's picking up. You can see these gusts. You can look down here and see what's going on because there's water in the streets, and you can see how much it's blowing, Wolf. So pretty serious here, and the reason to tell you this is because there are places inland, there are places up the coast that are going to start to feel it this way. If you think you want to ride this out, be careful. This is a serious, serious storm. We've had a lot of people asking, well, why are you here? Well, we know how to do this. We've done it before. We know how to seek safety. We know where higher ground is. But if you don't, this isn't something to play with, Wolf.
Do people there know, Ali, that Atlantic City could be the location where this storm makes landfall, or at least near Atlantic City, that they're going to get a wallop in the next few hours?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems people are aware of this. Most people, Wolf, did take this fairly seriously. Clearly, the governors and the mayors of the major cities around here have been telling them since Friday and Saturday, take this very seriously. Get out by Sunday. Well, those who hadn't gotten out by Sunday afternoon, they told them again, we're shutting down all public transit in major Northeast centers, so you're not going to get to work and you're not going to get back from work. So as a result, most people have stayed out, and the streets are actually empty here. So they, I think, are pretty clear on the fact they're going to get a wallop. We were out at the boardwalk. all the stores are boarded up. Everybody's got plywood if they don't already have sheet metal grates or steel grates over their stores. And again, this is one of those things that you don't know how serious it gets until you get it. Look, a gust is gone now, Wolf. I can completely walk around. It's fine. And then moments later, it'll start to wallop me and push me across the road. That's what happens. And then when it comes in, the winds are sustained. So you're getting 70 or 80 miles an hour sustained winds. That's not something a person can stand and hang around in and could knock out your window. So it's serious.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse over the next few hours, Allie. And I'm going to be speaking with the mayor of Atlantic City, Mayor Lorenzo Langford. He's going to be joining us in a few moments. If you can join us as well, Allie, I'd like you to participate in this conversation. Be careful out there. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're staying in Atlantic City. The mayor will join us. Atlantic City expert in rolling the dice, facing an extraordinary risk right now as it stands right in the way of Hurricane Sandy. Streets are flooded. Water levels are dangerously high in some areas. The city is under a curfew as of 6 p.m. Eastern tonight. Joining us now is the Atlantic City Mayor, Lorenzo Langford. Mr. Mayor, I know this is a difficult time for you. Ali Velshi is joining us as well. He's on the streets of your city. First of all, Mayor, what precautions have you taken right now? How are the folks in Atlantic City holding up?
Wolf, good evening. We're trying to get through this and do the best that we can to cope with a very difficult situation. We have been successful in getting some of our residents to heed the warnings that we presented to them Friday and yesterday to evacuate the barrier island and move to higher ground. Unfortunately, not as many folk as we would have liked have taken heed to that warning. Back during the last catastrophic event that we experienced, that being Hurricane Irene, we achieved a 98% evacuation rate. But for whatever reason this time, we haven't reached that number yet. We think we're somewhere having evacuated several thousand people. But we still have too many people in Atlantic City that creates a very uncomfortable situation for all of our emergency responders and officials still trying to do the best that we can to get people out of harm's way.
Mayor, Ali Velshi is on the streets of Atlantic City right now. We're showing him. The winds are obviously very gusty. Ali, you have a question you'd like to ask the mayor?
Yes. I do, Mayor, and the important thing here is by looking at Atlantic City, those are people can look at this and say, this might happen in my community. If you're still not evacuated, what do you do? I know people are driving around, they can get out in their car, but boy, it's gusty and it's dangerous. Should people leave and go to a shelter now, or if they're at home, should they hunker down and stay?
I'll tell you, Ali, at this point, I think they would be best served to stay at home and hunker down. I just visited a couple of our shelters. I had a very difficult time getting back to where I'm supposed to be. In some places, we still have 2.5 to 3 feet of water on the ground at this point. And as you know, this is the low tide. And so in about an hour and a half, at around the 6 o'clock hour, the brunt of the storm will make its way to Atlantic City. We're expecting the impact at that time. A few hours after that, high tide will come again, and we could have as much as 5 feet of water in the city. I just took a drop around. As I said, I saw some down electric lines. I saw some tree limbs that have already snapped from trees. And so I would not encourage people to try and make it to a shelter at this point because you are putting yourself probably in even more of a jeopardous situation. And so at this point, I guess the best thing to do for those who have decided for whatever reason not to heed the warnings and to stay in their dwellings, the best thing that you could do at this point is probably hunker down and try to wait this thing out.
Ali, don't go away because I want you to be a part of this conversation. But, Mr. Mayor, you have a curfew coming up a little bit more than an hour and a half from now, 6 p.m. Eastern, on the streets of Atlantic City. What happens to individuals who break that curfew? What's going to happen to them?
Well, as you know, a curfew is a violation of the curfew is a violation of the law. And we will have our police officers and other law enforcement officials out and about around the city. And God help them if they get caught After 6 o'clock, the curfew will be in effect from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. tomorrow. We're very hopeful that everybody, again, heeds the warning and do not attempt to come outside, but rather stay indoors.
A strong warning from the mayor. Allie, you have another question for the mayor?
Yeah, Mayor, obviously for people who don't remember hurricanes in this area of this nature, when do you expect things to start to feel back to normal? I've seen crews out here evaluating the situation, seeing what damage is there, but obviously when the power comes back on, they're going to be wanting to get essential power on first, make sure your police and your fire and your hospitals are working, and then get out to residential power situations. What's the timeline looking like from what you can judge now?
At this point, I do not think it would be prudent to venture a guess. Obviously, we're going to do all that we can to restore power and to get people back into their normal situation so that they can be as comfortable as they can be. But it's all speculative at this time, and who knows, when Mother Nature sends her wrath your way, we're at her mercy. And so all we can do is stay prayerful and do the best that we can.
Mayor Lankford, we've heard conflicting reports about the famous Atlantic City boardwalk. What can you tell us about its status right now?
Well, most of the boardwalk so far is intact, but there is at least one section of the boardwalk which has been wiped out. In the area of Main Avenue, in the inlet section, there's a section of the boardwalk near the intersection of Pacific Avenue that's been washed out. There's another part where boards have been ripped up. But for the most part, so far, we haven't experienced too much damage with respect to the boardwalk.
And all those hotels and casinos in Atlantic City that are so famous, they're empty right now? Is that what you're saying?
Well, for the most part, the casinos are empty. The governor issued a mandatory evacuation of the city that took effect at 4 o'clock Saturday. The casinos were ordered closed by the Casino Control Commission, and most of the casinos at this time, they're empty.
This is a little unusual, but I'll try it. Mayor, Ali Velshi is on the streets of Atlantic City right now. He's an eyewitness to what's going on. Is there a question, Mayor Lankford, you want to ask Ali?
Well, I would just say to Ali and admonish him that he needs to be careful, too. We all have our responsibilities, but, self-preservation is a law of nature, and this thing is going to get crazy, and I would hope that everybody would take heed of the seriousness that this storm is bringing.
Now, Mayor, you're right about that, and thank you for bringing that up, Wolf. We do have comments. People are saying, why are you out there? Why are you doing this? Well, one, we're trying to show people what happens, but number two, we've got a good bit of experience with this, so we know how to seek shelter. We've got it all worked out. We know how to get to higher ground, but we will heed those warnings and stay safe, Mayor. Thank you. Same to you and everybody in Atlantic City.
All right, Ali, we're going to stay in close touch with you. Mayor, one final question. Are you getting all the help from the federal government, the state authorities, everything you need right now?
Well, so far, it's been an extremely cooperative effort by all of the governmental entities that are engaged. And we can just, again, all we can do is hope that we can continue to see the level of cooperation that we've experienced thus far and come through this thing.
Mayor Lankford, Lorenzo Lankford, the mayor of Atlantic City, thanks very much. Good luck to you. Good luck to all the folks in Atlantic City and New Jersey in that area. They're bracing for this storm to make to hit the landfall in the Atlantic City area soon. You see Ali Velshi there on the streets of Atlantic City. He's being very, very careful. I can assure you we'll get back to him and our other reporters. We're also getting reaction from the President of the United States. He was in the White House Situation Room earlier in the day. He's off the campaign trail today and tomorrow because of this disaster that's unfolding the Atlantic coast. Here's another view of Hurricane Sandy from the International Space Station. Look at this. The center of the huge storm is about 2 hours from making landfall, maybe less. President Obama is monitoring the storm in the White House Situation Room after canceling his re-election campaign. Stops today. Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Dan Lothian, with the very latest. Dan?
Well, Wolf, the president rushing back here from Orlando for two reasons: to get out ahead of that storm, at least the worst part of it, but also to sort of oversee the emergency response. And as you pointed out, the president, after coming back here to the White House, holding a meeting with his senior team, the emergency management officials, Homeland Security as well, to go over what the federal response is looking like. The president then coming out and talking to reporters said that there's good coordination between local, state, and federal officials, and then that the federal government was helping to assist in providing food, water, and emergency generators. But Wolf, this is a critical time. We're only 8 days away from the election. Now the president will be off the campaign trail for 2 days, critical hours where the president was expected to be in these critical battleground states like Florida, Ohio, Virginia, and now that has been put on pause. The president was asked if there was any concern about this, and he seemed to suggest that he wasn't concerned.
I am not worried at this point about the impact on the election. I'm worried about the impact on families, and I'm worried about the impact on our first responders. I'm worried about the impact on our economy and on transportation. The election will take care of itself next week. Right now, our number one priority is to make sure that we are saving lives, that our search and rescue teams are going to be in place, that people are going to get the food, the water, the shelter that they need in case of emergency, and that we respond as quickly as possible to get the economy back on track.
Long time. Now, the president has signed a disaster declaration for some 9 states, including the District of Columbia. In addition to that, the president continues to get briefings from John Brennan, his Homeland Security advisor, some of those by paper, others in the Situation Room. And one other thing, Wolf, during the president's remarks, he wanted to make clear to those in the impacted areas they should heed those evacuation warnings, because if those first responders have to come back and rescue them at some point, it could put their lives in danger. Wolf?
All right, Dan, thanks very much. Mitt Romney is rearranging, cutting back on his campaign stops because of the storm. But he did go to a rally this afternoon in the all-important swing state of Ohio. Our national political correspondent, Jim Acosta, is joining us now from Cleveland with more on what the Republican presidential nominee is doing. What's going on, Jim?
Well, Wolf, things are changing by the moment here with the Romney campaign. We can tell you that the Romney campaign has gone ahead and canceled its events for tonight and tomorrow. He is keeping an event that is happening right around now in Iowa.
Unfortunately, we've just lost our connection with Jim Acosta. We'll reconnect with him. We're watching the political fallout as well from this hurricane disaster that's unfolding. We'll get back to Jim Acosta. In fact, I think we have him back right now. Jim, are you there?
Yes, I am, Wolf. I don't know how much you heard just there, but I just wanted to reiterate the Romney campaign has canceled its events for tonight and tomorrow. It is keeping an event that is happening right around now in the state of Iowa. But what is very interesting that's developed, Wolf, with this campaign is we have not heard definitively where the candidate will be tonight or tomorrow. That is still up in the air at this point from an official standpoint. But we have been told by the Romney campaign that the GOP nominee will not be having a down day. He will be doing something. They're not just saying exactly what as of this point. But keep in mind, Wolf, this is when Mitt Romney wanted to unveil his closing argument. A top Romney advisor had put out that closing argument in terms of talking points overnight. He was supposed to be talking about real change on day one, moving into the White House. That was supposed to be the message this week. Now it is all about Hurricane Sandy, and that's what we heard from the GOP nominee earlier today at an event here in Ohio. Here's what he had to say.
I want to mention that our hearts and prayers are with all the people in the storm's path. Sandy is another devastating hurricane by all accounts, and a lot of people are going to be facing some real tough times as a result of Sandy's fury. And so if you have the capacity to make a donation to American Red Cross, you can go online and do that. If there are other ways that you can help, please take advantage of them, because there'll be a lot of people that'll be looking for help. And the people of Ohio have big hearts, so we're expecting you to follow through and help out.
Now, this campaign is not just in a holding pattern. It is also very much tied at this point, Wolf. If you take a look at our latest CNN poll of polls, Mitt Romney with a slight edge over the president right now, 48 to 47. But take a look at this, Wolf. We have a new CNN ORC poll for the battleground state of Florida. This might surprise a lot of Republicans out there who thought Mitt Romney would be pulling ahead. by a more substantial margin at this point. But no, Mitt Romney leading the president 50-49 in Florida, so that state very much tied. But then look at this poll, Wolf, that came out over the weekend that gave some Democrats some heartburn out there from the state of Minnesota, a state that should be bright blue right now. A Mason-Dixon Star-Tribune poll showing President Obama clinging to a 3-point lead, 47-44. And then in North Carolina, speaking of heartburn, a little bit for the Republican side, an Elon University poll showing President Obama and Mitt Romney tied up at 45 each. And I think those polls demonstrate why both of these campaigns are playing it safe right now. They don't want to look too political when you've got the mother of October surprises looming there off the coast. And her name is Sandy.
Yeah, what an October surprise this one. We have no idea how it's going to impact early voting, who it might help, who it won't help, and what it might mean 8 days from now. We'll watch it all unfold. Jim Acosta, thank you. The National Hurricane Center is getting ready to issue an update on Hurricane Sandy in the next few minutes. Stay with us for the very latest on the storm's strength and where it's heading. Hurricane Sandy is barreling toward the East Coast, taking aim in New Jersey, expected to make landfall near Atlantic City very, very soon. Reporter Maggie Lake is in the nearby town of Asbury Park in New Jersey. What are you seeing, Maggie? Where are you, where are you seeing the serious problems?
Well, we're right on the boardwalk. We're actually taking refuge behind a building, if you can believe it. But if you step out with me here, you can see that we are starting to see the ocean really kick up now. And the tide, remember, high tide's about 7, 8 o'clock here. The tide really pushing in toward the boardwalk. Many people here extremely concerned about what happened in Atlantic City and the fact that they may be next. We still have a ways to go. The ocean, the wave size getting bigger. The gusts are now much stronger than they were earlier today. We are actually right near Convention Hall, historic Convention Hall, and right stone's throw from the Stone Pony. A lot of Bruce Springsteen fans will remember a lot of concern about what's going to happen here. We talked to Harry, a longtime resident. He works security as well, and he talked about his concerns for Asbury Park. Have a listen.
What do you think in terms of recovery? I mean, has Asbury been through this before? You anticipate it's going to really knock some people back? It's a tough economy anyway.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Asbury's just starting to come back now. Everything was doing well, and luckily the storms come after the season's over, so it's really not that busy now. But if it does a lot of damage, it's going to cost a lot of money to fix everything.
And now, if you can take a look, I don't know if we can point right into the wind, Tom, but this boardwalk is abandoned. We've seen a couple of curiosity seekers. For the most part, people are taking the advice of officials. Those who have not evacuated are staying inside. A little bit of the rub of Irene is that people know how to prepare, but because the coast didn't get hit, a lot of people said that they were thinking that it was hype and that they weren't going to leave. They were going to stay in their apartments. A big concern with coastal flooding here, as you can imagine, but also power. We talked to the fire department. Already reports of downed limbs. There are a lot of big trees in these neighborhoods. Well, a lot of people concerned about what that's going to do to the power lines and how many people are going to be left without power. Remember, we're a couple of hours away from this thing making landfall.
Yeah, it could make landfall right around where you are in Asbury Park. Is there a mandatory curfew in place in Asbury Park as there is in Atlantic City as of 6 p.m. Eastern?
I don't know if they've made it mandatory, Will, but I can tell you from earlier today when we were driving around talking to people, the police have been patrolling, getting people off the streets, chasing those away that they've seen. I see sirens right now. Tom, if you can swing back down there, there are police car in the distance. I don't know if you can see that. They are driving around. They want people off of the street. Well, if we saw just before when we walked up here, a lamppost go, fly, street signs are starting to go, boards are starting to come off the buildings. So a lot of that preparedness, now that these wind gusts are getting up to the levels that they are, even those measures are not going to help if we start to get much higher here. I also have seen Jersey Power and Light driving around, so clearly they're concerned about the outages, Will.
Maggie Lake, thanks very much. Be careful over there. We'll stay in close touch with you as well. Landfall expected within the next 2 hours around Atlantic City, maybe Asbury Park, which is just north of Atlantic City. Despite mandatory evacuation orders for some towns on New York's Long Island, some people are staying put. One couple standing by to join us and to explain why. The center of Hurricane Sandy is about 90 minutes from making landfall right now, but even after it moves inland, this storm is going to be a huge problem for days. Let's get the very latest on what's going on. CNN meteorologist Chad Myers is joining us. So once again, Chad, we're expecting, first of all, a new forecast. That's going to be coming up from the National Hurricane Center momentarily. As soon as you get it, you'll share it with us. Some are comparing what's going on right now to that famous Long Island Express in 1938. A hurricane that literally ripped apart Long Island. We're showing our viewers some film from what happened on September 21st, 1938. What's the comparison here?
The pressure, Wolf, is lower than that storm. The center of the eye wall itself, wind speeds, not as high. This is a wide, barreling, lumbering defensive lineman, where that was a sprinter with a smaller body and a faster wind speed. This big storm is now making wind speeds of 81 miles per hour out near Martha's Vineyard, 76 in Long Island Sound, and making landfall literally hundreds of miles from there. A typical storm would only have the core of the energy, a core of the maximum winds very close to the eye. That's the biggest trouble with this, is that the widespread damage. You know, typically if something happens in New Jersey to the power lines, they'll call Vermont and they'll say, hey, send your power company down here so we can get our lines back up, and we'll come up to your state when you need the help. That's the problem. There are going to be 14 states with hundreds of thousands of power lines down. The mutual aid is going to be tough to come by in this area. They're going farther and farther away to go get the mutual aid. Problem with that is it takes longer and longer for those bucket trucks to get there. So very quickly, I believe that this storm will come on shore somewhere between Cape May, Wildwood, Atlantic City. That the eye is not really the issue. A big storm, a Category 3 storm, when it hits land, will die off. It'll start to get slower. This is going to take hours and hours to get slower even after landfall. So the joke today was that, hey, we don't care about landfall because that just means it's only half onshore. The other half is still offshore. Don't focus on the landfall. Focus on how much water is going to pile up in New York Harbor, all along New Jersey, right into Wilmington, possibly even the river running backwards up to Philadelphia, and then all that water coming into Delaware, Maryland, and even into Virginia. An awful lot of rain, the wind now getting the soil very wet. And when you get wind about 70 miles per hour, trees are going to start to fall down, Wolf.
And that means the power lines will go down. Millions of people potentially could be affected. Chad, I want you to join in this conversation. Karen Boss is joining us from Fire Island out on Long Island right now, one of those so-called barrier islands there. Karen, I know there's been a mandatory evacuation, but you and your husband, Walter, decided to stay put out there on Fire Island. Why did you decide to stay there?
Well, we're year-round residents, and this is our home. We have a few properties here. We have a business here. And, you know, we feel that there's a good access point for someone to communicate with. Also, when they never said a Category 2, 3, or 4 hurricane, I wasn't as concerned. We've been here through storms.
You've been there through storms before. All right, I want Chad to get involved in this conversation. Chad, speak to Karen Boss for a moment if you have a question for her. And I'm curious what it's like right now, Karen, but go ahead, Chad.
The issue really with Long Island, Wolf, is going to be the surge when high tide comes, still a few hours from that. What did you see when the first high tide came in there?
On the bay front, which is the Great South Bay, I'm overlooking the harbor, and the harbor was completely submerged. You could not see any of the boardwalks or the walks around.
Let me just interrupt and show this is video that Karen and her husband Walter shot and sent to us. So that's the video we're seeing. Go ahead, Karen.
And there's debris floating in. We had a major concern about a barge that was tied up by the entrance of the harbor, which we've notified the Office for Emergency Management, and that barge seems to have been moved to the inside, which diverted what I think could have been a major disaster in here.
Wolf, they never even had a low tide. Take a look at this line on my map right here. We'll do this very quickly so you can see. This is what should have happened. This is regular tide, up and down, up and down. This is the high tide where she filmed that video. It was supposed to go down. It never did. It stayed very, very flat. Now, when high tide comes again, it's going to be at least 3.5 to 4 feet higher than what you see in that video on this second high tide that she's about to go through.
How close are you at your property where you are right now, Karen, to the water?
I'm right in front of it.
So
my house sits right on the harbor.
So are you I mean, obviously you must be concerned that that water is going to start coming up to your house.
I'm concerned that it might come into the first floor. If that's the case, I'll just move into another house that's higher up.
Wow. Well, good luck, Karen, and good luck to your husband, Walter. We'll stay in touch with you. Maybe we'll check back, but you're out on Fire Island on Long Island watching what's going on. Thanks for sharing that video with us. Chad, don't go too far away. I know we're awaiting momentarily the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center. We'll take a quick break. More with Chad and everyone else right after this. Hurricane Sandy is pushing water up some of the major rivers along the U.S. East Coast, and that means a threat of serious flooding as far inland, at least right now, as Washington, D.C. Chris Lawrence is along the city's main point of defense from the waters of the Potomac River. We're talking about the tidal basin. Chris, what's going on over there?
Yeah, well, we're starting to see the wind start to pick up a lot here. You can definitely see the waves starting to lap here in the tidal basin. If you take a look, an iconic view of Washington, D.C., that's the Jefferson Memorial right over there with the waters really starting to pick up here. One of the things that we've been following throughout the day is the power outages. And to give you an idea how quickly things have changed since we've been out here, in just a matter of a couple hours, it has gone from maybe 9,000 people without power, Wolf, to probably over 60,000 people without power. And even though this is a storm that is affecting mostly the East Coast, as this storm pushes up the coast, the people responding are coming from all over the country. Some of the area companies here have been pulling workers from Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, areas that have had their own problems with hurricanes over the years. This time they're in the opposite situation. They're lending about 1,500 crew members to help get out. The key number to remember for people without power is 35, as in 35 miles per hour, because federal safety guidelines mean none of those workers can get up in the ladders and start restoring power and fixing the lines until the winds drop below 35 miles per hour. So even though we've got power in a lot of areas, there are still many, many problems out there, Wolf.
Chris Lawrence at the tidal basin in Washington, D.C. It's going from bad to worse here in the nation's capital. For more information about the path of Hurricane Sandy and what you can do to help those affected, check out CNN.com/impact. We'll be back to CNN's Ali Velshi. He's in Atlantic City, New Jersey, which may take a direct hit at the center of Hurricane Sandy as it makes landfall. You're in the Situation Room happening now. Tens of millions of people bracing for the worst from a record-setting storm. Hurricane Sandy has already battered vast stretches of the East Coast, and now it's about to slam ashore. Just in the latest forecast, what to expect from what authorities are calling a catastrophic event. And for the crew of a tall ship used in adventure movies, a terrifying real-life drama and a very dangerous rescue operation. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
The worst is yet to come from Hurricane Sandy. Here's what we know at this moment. The center of this monstrous storm, which has brutally pounded much of the eastern seaboard of the United States, could come ashore this hour. New Jersey is bearing the brunt of that attack right now. The governor, Chris Christie, will hold a news conference in 30 minutes. We'll bring it to you live. The powerful winds, the torrential rain, the storm surges, they are wreaking havoc from North Carolina all the way to Maine. The area of tropical storm force winds extends almost, get this, 1,000 miles. Many coastal towns have been evacuated. Major cities are completely shut down. New York City alone could face catastrophic flooding. More than 765,000 customers already are without power in 7 states. Tens of millions could face blackouts lasting for days. Our reporters are standing by throughout the disaster area to bring you the story the way only CNN can. Let's go to Atlantic City, New Jersey right now, which is bearing so much of the brunt of the storm at this hour. Parts of the city already underwater, barely visible, forcing authorities to evacuate hundreds of people from areas where flooding is said to be dangerously high. Casinos are cleared out, and less than an hour from now, the entire city will be under curfew, a mandatory curfew, bracing for the worst. Let's go straight to the streets of Atlantic City. Ali Velshi is standing by. Ali, it could make landfall within minutes right now. Give us a little flavor of what you're seeing. It looks awful.
Well, we talked a few minutes ago. It's actually, I think we're catching a break in one of the bands before the, this is probably the calm before the storm, because as you know, the last time I talked to you, it was hard to actually stand up. We're seeing a dramatically increased police presence around here, making sure nobody's on the streets, because it's 6 o'clock Eastern, 1 hour from now. They want everybody who doesn't have a reason to be outside inside their homes. You heard from the mayor, who said a number of people haven't left. That worries them, but at this point, if you haven't left, don't go out. You probably can't get out of Atlantic City anyway because the roads have become overwashed. That's the ocean behind me. You've actually got a bunch of guys playing around in it, as you can see. Not the ocean. That's the intersection. The ocean is about 3/4 of a mile behind that. These guys are enjoying themselves. They've got about 55 minutes left to enjoy themselves because the police are going to come and clear everybody out. But the fact is, Wolf, this tells you a bit of a story, because less than an hour ago, you couldn't be outside here having a good time. It was really severe. So maybe Chad knows more about this than I do, but something has definitely broken here because we're expecting that it's going to get much worse before it gets better. We're getting a lot more water in the streets, as you can see. We're at 7 feet. We're expecting a 9.5-foot storm surge, so most of Atlantic City will be covered in water in the next couple of hours.
Ali, stand by. Chad Myers, our severe weather meteorologist, is joining us. You got the latest report from the National Hurricane Center, Chad?
I do. It's still 35 miles from the coast, or 30 miles from the coast, of around Cape May. Now, that would be south of where Alley is, which would put Alley right on the north side, which would be the most dangerous part of the eye. It would be the eye wall making landfall, and you have to add in the forward motion of the storm, so 90 plus 28. The good news is, for Atlantic City, there's no eye wall there. The convection, the rainfall, the storms have stopped. So that's why the winds have died down, and I will show you on the next map, there's not much rainfall on that side of the storm. The storm has just about come on shore. Let's say half of it's onshore, half of it's off. But the part that's still off doesn't have any storm on it, doesn't have convection, doesn't have weather there, so there's not as much wind with that part. That's good. Now that the wind is beginning to die off, it will continue to die off in most places. We always knew that this storm wasn't going to be a huge wind maker as it moves on shore. It's going to be a wind maker inland when you start to add in the cold air that's already here. Look, Wolf, it's already raining here all the way through Virginia, but it's snowing back into West Virginia. There's parts of Virginia and also even into Kentucky. This is the cold part of the storm that will wrap its way into the warm part of the storm where Alley is, and that's when it turns into the winter event. I just got a report off Twitter from a couple guys north of Washington, D.C. They feel sleet in the air in the rain that's coming down. That's how cold and dry the air is that's wrapping into the storm right now.
You have a question, Chad, for Allie, who is on the streets of Atlantic City right now?
Where did those 3 guys come from that were dancing behind him? Because they should be off the streets and into a house somewhere. That is certainly not the place to be. Allie, are you going to be okay tonight?
It is. Yeah, I got to tell you, the flavor of this thing has changed. I mean, look, I just got a gust a moment ago, but the flavor has been changed in the last hour. An hour ago, this felt, and Chad, you were keeping a tab on what it felt like, but I felt like the gusts were above 90 miles an hour. It was really blowing me. I'm about 185, 190 pounds, and I really felt like I couldn't keep my footing. We got a gust coming through right now, and then it stops, and then I can stand here and talk to you peacefully, and the rain feels more like a heavy rain as opposed to what it felt like. So the flavor of this has changed. I'm telling you, an hour ago, those 3 guys wouldn't have ventured out into the street behind me. You saw that wind blowing up all that water. These streets are all full of water, by the way, for the mile out to the ocean now. It's all water everywhere you go. and it was whipping up. So there's something that has definitely changed here. And thank you, Chad, for your inquiries. And Wolf, we do have to remind our viewers that we've done this before. We know how to keep safe, and it's important to show people how serious this is, because we know people haven't left their homes. In many cases, you have to treat this seriously, but we are keeping an eye out. Yeah, it looks like we'll be okay out here.
Ali, stand by. Sandy Endo is joining us from Ocean City, Maryland right now. Tell us what's going on, Sandy, where you are.
Well, we're certainly feeling severe wind gusts here in Ocean City, and as Chad mentioned, the rain does feel a little different. It is feeling like heavier pelting, like almost sleet hitting me in the face. But I want to show you what we're also experiencing here, Wolf, is we're actually seeing damage from all the effects of Hurricane Sandy already. Take a look at the debris over there. The black tar is actually a rooftop that was blown over by that white building, which is right across the street from the hotel that we are hunkering down in through this storm. And we just want to give you a perspective of what is actually going on out here and how severe the storm is right now. This has been more than 24 hours of this condition. Rain, the wind.
All right, looks like we've
surf, the rough waves.
Sandy, I don't know if we've lost connection with you, but go ahead if you can still hear me.
Yeah, Wolf, the waves, as I was mentioning, because this is a coastal waterfront town, if you can see, high tide is going to be hitting in about an hour or so, and these waves have been fierce, eroding this beach all day long. We've seen the sand dunes being toppled over by waves and flooding in this area. So the situation could worsen as the evening progresses, but right now this is severe in terms of the wind and some of the damage we're seeing, flying debris as well. So we are certainly going to get out of harm's way. I'm using this tree as a little safe haven here to protect me and the crew. We're certainly trying to stay safe out here. But again, echoing Chad and Ali, the characteristic of this storm is certainly changing, and Hurricane Sandy is definitely being felt.
Yeah, Sandy Endo's in Ocean City, Maryland, on the left part of the screen. Ali Velshi is in Atlantic City, New Jersey, just north of Ocean City. On the right part of the screen, you see it's obviously a lot more windy in Ocean City right now than it is in Atlantic City. Chad Myers is still with us as well. Chad, the landfall, the area where this Hurricane Sandy makes landfall, that's not necessarily going to be the area where the worst disaster is going to take place. It could take place other parts of the Atlantic seaboard, right?
Certainly. We have had 81-mile-per-hour winds in Massachusetts. Many trees down already. That's 250 miles from where the storm is. And let me describe what's about to happen to our two reporters as the eye makes landfall. I'll draw it out here for you. There's the eye itself right about there. All day long, the winds have been out of the north, and we've been protecting our crews, our trucks, our photographers from that north wind. As this eye now moves farther inland, I'm going to draw it a little bit farther than it really is, but you'll get an idea. What's going to start to happen is that the winds aren't going to be north like this anymore. They're going to be from the east and then from the southeast. So we may actually lose those live shots as the trucks have to be repositioned. You got an 8-foot satellite dish pointed at a satellite. All of a sudden, it's moving with a 90-mile-per-hour wind. Those signals go out rather quickly.
All right, Chad, don't go too far away. We're going to be speaking with the director of the National Hurricane Center. I want you to join in that conversation. You're looking at live pictures from Atlantic City right now, much more of our special coverage right here in the Situation Room when we come back. Hurricane Sandy is a catastrophic storm of epic proportions. It's about to make landfall. We believe this hour its reach and destructive power extend far beyond the New Jersey coast. CNN's Ali Velshi is joining us once again from Atlantic City right now. Ali, we're getting ready to speak to James Franklin from the National Hurricane Center. Is there a specific question, Ali, you want me to ask him?
Yeah, the issue is here, people are worried about the wind. They know about the utilities, the trees coming down, the utility lines coming down. The problem is, and here we go, that wind's picking up here a little bit. That's the wind I told you had passed us by. Well, the issue here is this flooding. It's sort of, it's insidious. You can't tell. As I'm standing here, the water's getting higher and higher. It's not an event people are going to be as concerned about. How do they prepare for that?
How do they prepare for that? And Chad, you're with us still as well. James Franklin is standing by. We're going to speak to him from the National Hurricane Center. Is there something specific you want to know?
Yes, this storm picked up pace. It went from northwest at 15 to now north or west-northwest at 28. How did that change the 5 o'clock forecast?
Good question. All right, stand by, both of you. James Franklin will be joining us momentarily. Ashley Banfield is joining us right now from Lower Manhattan. Ashley, tell our viewers in the United States and around the world where you are right now and what it's like.
I'm in the southern tip of Manhattan, and another gust is just coming up, Wolf. So I'm going to spin the camera around a bit. Behind me, you can see New Jersey. As I spin around, you can see the high rises of Manhattan. Listen, this is one of the most famous sea level cities in the world. And look where sea level is. Right here. If Mayor Bloomberg is accurate in his prediction that the worst of the surge could be 12 feet, well, you'd probably be looking at about here by 8 o'clock tonight, which is only in about 3 hours. And Wolf, I just want to tell you, this is also a very high city. It's full of high-rises. People know New York is full of high-rises. And on 57th Street, which is Midtown Manhattan, there was a terrible crane incident that broke off, and this crane is now dangling over 57th Street. And this is no ordinary skyscraper either. It is a luxury skyscraper. Wolf, you know prices in Manhattan. The penthouse recently closed for $90 million. So they have asked most of the people who are still in that building to move to lower floors and other surrounding buildings as well. And the police have closed down 57th Street just to make sure it's safe. But that is a horribly precarious situation to have winds that are gusting right now up to 60 miles an hour in this city. But let me tell you, when you get up higher, Wolf, it changes. The metric is very different. At 30 stories, an 80-mile-an-hour wind goes up to 96 miles an hour. And at 80 stories, that same wind will be 106 miles an hour. And if I need to add to that, that's sustained. That's not even gusts. Those will be sustained winds at those heights and elevations. So a very dangerous situation. It's no surprise that the mayor has done a mandatory evacuation of 400,000 people in a city of just over 8 million. And it's no surprise that everything is shut down. You can't get in or out of this city. And yet, Wolf, I don't know why I keep seeing people on a stroll down here in these kinds of winds and this kind of rain. It's not a picnic. Maybe they think it's interesting, but you know what? It's not. It's dangerous.
Very dangerous, especially when on West 57th Street where that crane is hovering there. Ashley, stand by for a moment. Chad, tell us a little bit why it is like that God forbid, that crane collapses and hits the street, West 57th, between 6th and 7th in Manhattan. That could be a disaster right there.
It is all blocked off. The police have it completely cordoned off. They know where it is above it. The problem is, if it does break off in a gust of wind, it will go with the gust of wind a little way. Which way does it go? Does it go left or right as it's swinging there, probably losing some of the strength in the material above it? So the more it sways, the more likely it is to come down. That broke when only a wind gust at JFK was 66 miles per hour. We do expect wind gusts to go higher from here, Wolf.
Chad, hold on a second. Rick Knabb is joining us right now. He's the new director of the National Hurricane Center. Rick, thanks very much for coming in. When do we expect landfall?
Well, it could be within the next couple hours to few hours. We've been seeing the center circulation accelerate during the day today. The pressure has been dropping, but the organization of the thunderstorm activity has been deteriorating, and we think those two things, along with a lot of other factors, indicate to us that that transition to a post-tropical system is well underway. And I want folks to remember, though, that both the landfall location and the designation of the system don't change the overall huge area that's going to be impacted by a variety of hazards. The storm surge hazard at the coastline will persist for a day or two in some places, because as this takes a right turn and slows down over Pennsylvania, the southerly flow here is going to persist. So the inland rain and inland flooding will also be a long duration event because of the large size and slow motion that we anticipate. over the next couple of days.
Our meteorologist Chad Myers is with us, Rick, and he had a very specific question he wanted to ask you. Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, Rick, actually a couple of things. This thing really speeded up northwest or west-northwest at 28. How did that affect your 5 o'clock forecast? And there's not much convection on the east side of the storm. How is that going to change what people are feeling?
Well, let's see. The first part is that the overall scenario hasn't changed. Even though it has sped up this afternoon, the center of circulation has at low levels, the overall scenario for the next couple of days is unfortunately still the same, that speed up is temporary and that the center of circulation is going to come ashore and then it's going to slow down and take a right-hand turn. So looking at our forecast track, you can see how much headway it does not make. This is on Tuesday, where it takes this right-hand turn and sits. And remember how large it is. It's not just a point on the map. So it's going to be affecting this large area, the coastal storm surge, the rains, especially well inland. As you mentioned, it's kind of half and half dry and wet. But that inland rain's going to last for quite a while. And the winds, even on the dry side, will persist. So still a long-duration event for many, many people.
Any final word of thought for viewers who are watching right now who might be in this disaster zone, Rick?
Well, I would just continue to do what emergency managers, local officials tell you to do, and do not think that landfall of the center of circulation of this system is the end of it. The backside of it is large. There's a lot of wind. The water rise is going to continue at the coastline. And if you are in points north and west of this, the system's coming your way, and it's not going to continue moving this fast. Once the rain starts, it could last for a couple of days in some places. So don't let your guard down. Landfall or change to post-tropical, none of that has anything to do with the event being over.
Rick Knabb is the new director of the National Hurricane Center. Rick, thanks very much. Let's go back to Atlantic City right now. Ali Velshi is joining us. Ali, what's the latest?
Okay, a couple things. Power has just gone out in Atlantic City. You will recall as you were looking at the shot, there were street lights on, there were traffic lights on. It all went out about 3 minutes ago. There's auxiliary lights now. I can see at the end of the street, right where the ocean is. I can see a few traffic lights on there, and I can see a couple of the shops have put their auxiliary power, but the power has now gone out in Atlantic City. I also just saw a truck just before you came to me. A truck drove by, a pickup truck. In the back were what appeared to be two parents and three very little children. Obviously, someone has gone and decided to take them to somewhere else. They're in the back of an open pickup truck in this weather. So at this point, you heard the mayor of Atlantic City tell you earlier that there are still people. They wish they would have moved to shelter. They did not go to shelter. There are 400 or 500 people in a city shelter here now. But if you have not left, this is probably not the time to leave right now. We're getting gusting winds every now and then. Again, we get moments like this where there's no wind at all, and I'm standing here. The rain has tapered off, but the power is out, and the flooding is underway. This whole road now full of water. This is Atlantic all the way over to the ocean. The Atlantic Ocean is about a little less than a mile right behind us, and that storm surge is going to come in. It's probably going to raise the water level in here by another 2 to 2.5 feet. So that's the latest here in Atlantic City. We have lost power, and the flooding is underway.
And we're going to see a full curfew take place in about a half an hour in Atlantic City as well. Ali, we'll get back to you. Emergency vehicles. You're looking at live pictures of New York City right now. They are on the ground. New York City bracing for the worst as well. You see that crane that has collapsed on West 57th Street between 6th and 7th, a luxury apartment building going up. That is hanging there precariously. They've abandoned the streets over there. God forbid that crane collapses. That could be a real disaster. Much more of our special coverage, the breaking news. Hurricane Sandy continues after this. New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland as well. Let's go out to Maryland right now, Annapolis, Maryland. Specifically, Lisa Sylvester is on the ground for us. Lisa, what's it like in beautiful Annapolis?
See next.
Yeah, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, normally, Wolf, this is a beautiful area. A lot of tourists come out this way, but as you can see, it's nothing like that. Right now, it's windy, it's blustery. They have the Bay Bridge that had to be closed down, and you can see just these big, huge wind gusts that are coming down. We've also have had, in fact, it's actually really hard to actually stand still here, Wolf. You can see that there are a number of businesses that have been concerned, very concerned about the hurricane, so much so that they have boarded up their buildings. Well, we had a chance, in fact, to talk to one business owner who said he runs an ice cream shop, and he said that he is actually going to be spending the night in his shop. One of the reasons why these business owners are so concerned is they remember another hurricane, Hurricane Isabella, that hit this area back in 2003. And at that hurricane, during that time, you actually had flooding 7 feet high, and chest level is essentially, and that's the big concern that they have right now, is that you might see the water level actually going up and rising, coming up above the banks. This is an area, and I know that you're very familiar with this, Wolf, but this is an area also, Wolf, where there are a lot of and I know that those boat owners are also very concerned of what's going to happen, so that you have the economic impact. But there is a real concern right now. For us, the concern, though, is getting to a dry, safe spot. Well, as you can see, this wind has really started to pick up.
Yeah, well, I know there's going to be search and rescue operations underway, and Lisa's going to be watching that part of the story for us. And they've shut down the Bay Bridge as well. All right, Lisa, thanks very much. A terrifying real-life drama and dangerous rescue operation for crew members of a tall ship that was used in adventure movies. This is an unbelievable story. You'll see it next when we come back. A monstrous storm of historic proportions about to crash ashore. Hurricane Sandy is now just a few dozen miles off the New Jersey coast. It will hit land shortly, maybe this hour. But its storm force winds extend almost 1,000 miles, much of it along the East Coast, areas that already have been battered. Some coastal communities have been evacuated. Major metro areas are virtually shut down. New York City right now bracing for the worst, which could include disastrous flooding. 765,000 customers are already without power in 7 states. Millions more could face blackouts lasting not just for hours, but for days. The governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, you're seeing a live picture from New Jersey, is getting ready to go to those microphones over there. We're going to have live coverage. We expect landfall to hit around the Atlantic City, New Jersey area shortly. Not far from there, sandbags are piling up inside, outside, all sorts of areas of New Jersey. But it's not just New Jersey. It's other states as well, including in Virginia. Let's go to Alexandria, Virginia, right now, not far from Washington, D.C., along the Potomac River. Carol Costello is riding out the storm there. What's it like, Carol?
Well, Wolf, it's interesting because it doesn't feel like a hurricane, but it sure acts like one. It doesn't feel like a hurricane because it's so darn cold. The cold just goes right through you because it's so damp and wet out here. But every so often, it certainly acts like a hurricane. The rain will come down harder, and there'll be these terrific wind gusts. There's wind gusts are being clocked at about 52 miles per hour at Reagan National Airport right now. We have sustained winds anywhere between 20 and 30 miles per hour. I'm standing here in Old Town Alexandria, a place you well know, Wolf. I'm standing right along the banks of the Potomac River. The big worry is there'll be a big storm surge out in the Atlantic, and since this is in a tidal basin, that will push the waters of the Potomac up and maybe out of their banks. Frankly, the people here in Old Town are used to that because, as you can see, there are dozens and dozens of businesses located very close to the Potomac River. Business owners here have been preparing for this storm since this weekend. They sandbagged this weekend. They put plastic up over the window. I talked to the owner of a store that sells paintings, Aggie. She's well rehearsed in what to do because she's been through it all before. So tell me how much water came with Isabel.
I would say probably about this much, yeah.
Do you think that will happen this time?
I hope it will not, but it's better to be prepared for that.
get a few raindrops off the lens of the camera there, Wolf. The interesting thing, people are walking their dogs. They're looking at the Potomac. There's like, look over there.
Carol, hold on for a minute. The governor of New Jersey is updating us on what's going on.
Where, for whatever reason,
Chris Christie.
Mayor Langford urged people to stay in shelters in the city. Despite my admonition to evacuate, he gave them comfort, for some reason, to stay. We now have a large number of people, we can't quantify it at this point, that are in Atlantic City, and at this juncture, there is no other way for us to go in and get them. They're going to have to ride out the storm there until at least 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I cannot, in good conscience, send rescuers in as the storm is about to hit in the next hour, nor can I send them in the dark, given all the various hazards that would occur potentially to them. And so I asked these people to leave. For some reason, the mayor, in his initial conversations with the public, told them he didn't want his people leaving Atlantic City. So you have people staying, either self-sheltering in their homes or sheltering in some city shelters there, one of which is literally a block away from the bay in a school, which is now flooded completely. So for those of you who are on the barrier islands who decided it was a better idea to wait this out than to evacuate, and for those elected officials who decided to ignore my admonition, this is now your responsibility. If you're still able to hear me, we need you to hunker down and get to the highest point possible in the dwelling that you're in. We will not be able to come and help you until daylight tomorrow. Please try to hunker down and stay safe until then. We've deployed emergency crews throughout the day to assist individuals, particularly in Atlantic City, with evacuation. But as I said, it's no longer safe for us to do it, so we're stopping now. The winds are very high. We're seeing heavy rainfall, and darkness obviously is quickly creating this kind of dangerous situation for our first responders. At this time, they'll be responding to calls to calls for service only. As soon as it's safe to send them in, we'll send them back in, but that probably won't be until tomorrow morning. We've pre-staged our first swift water strike team in Atlantic City. That's a 21-member team and 4 boats, prepared to launch at 7 a.m. tomorrow for shallow and swift water rescue in Atlantic City. We're keeping 2 other swift water strike teams at Lakehurst. That's 40 trained members, a total of 10 boats that could deploy anywhere else in New Jersey along the coastline as needed or requested. We'll wait to see what happens both tonight and tomorrow morning. Also now situated at Lakehurst are 2 federally supported USAR Type 1 teams from out of state. That's 180 high-tech urban search and rescue personnel that are fully equipped and self-sustaining, and they also have waterborne capabilities. Regarding flooding, we're also starting to see challenges now in Salem and Cumberland counties on streams and rivers because of heavy rains and tidal push, which we continue to monitor. Luckily, at this point in the rest of the state, we are not yet seeing indications of flooding. There's still a lot more water to come, but at this point, things are positive. As I said earlier, state government is closed tomorrow. Education Commissioner Cerf is encouraging closure of schools to ensure student safety. 509 of our 580 some districts are saying that they will be closed tomorrow. I hope the rest of them will follow suit as soon as possible. All these decisions are made at the local level, but I would hope that they would look at the conditions we're dealing with and would make the smart move and not have school buses out on the road tomorrow. We don't know what the condition the roads will be in. We're going to anticipate during the evening a lot more downed trees and downed wires. It'll just be a very dangerous situation to move folks around tomorrow, we believe. So let's leave these roads open for emergency personnel to get around. Department of Health has requested out-of-state assistance for 75 ambulances to help with pre- and post-storm medical transport. 22 ambulances arrived from Indiana today. I want to thank Governor Daniels for his assistance in this regard, for sending 22 ambulances from Indiana. They arrived today, traveled from Indiana to New Jersey, and I want to thank Governor Daniels for his help in this regard. Let's talk about road closures. Garden State Parkway is closed in both directions from the Driscoll Bridge down to the end of the Parkway in Cape May. And the Turnpike is currently closed from exit 7A to exit 8. There are 42 other road closures in 13 counties.
All right, the governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie, updating us on what's going on in his state. Landfall for Hurricane Sandy expected to hit around the Atlantic City, New Jersey area very, very soon. We're also watching what's happening north of New Jersey in New York City right now. You're looking at live pictures. Emergency personnel are on the ground in Manhattan. You see the crane on the right part of your screen. A crane has collapsed, and there is deep concern it could collapse. Stand by. We're watching this. The mayor of New York, Michael Bloomberg, is getting ready to brief reporters. We'll have live coverage. The New York City Mayor, Michael Bloomberg, is now briefing reporters. Let's listen.
On calls to the FDNY. Unfortunately, most are for downed trees or flooding conditions. That's not what 911 is for. That's 311. But if you use 911, it means the operator and the line's not free for somebody who has a real emergency to call. So please use 311 for downed trees or flooding. There have been more than 1,000 reports of tree damage in parks and on streets, and we're responding to them. Around half of them are for downed trees, half of them are for other damage. Earlier today, a jogger was struck by a falling limb near Prospect Park and was hospitalized. Fortunately, she is going to be okay, and she was not in a closed park, but she was running near it. And when you run under trees, whether they're trees in the street or trees in a park, it is very dangerous with the wind, and a lot of these trees still have leaves on them. When the leaves are on the trees, they catch a lot of water. It makes them a lot heavier, and they're much more likely to break off and also to be susceptible to the wind. I can't emphasize enough, stay indoors and certainly away from the parks, the beaches, the boardwalks, piers, and seawalls. We actually had to give a couple of people summonses for trying to surf today. It is dangerous, and the most important thing is that we're going to have to come in after you, and for us to lose an emergency responder because of someone's irresponsibility would be just an outrage. Once again, if you're really in trouble, call 911. If not, 311. But 911 is only for true emergencies. Now, we've already seen flooding in some of the city's low-lying areas. We've also seen some power loss. More than 47,000 customers have lost power so far in the city. The vast majority of that, as you would expect, is in Queens and Staten Island because those are the areas served with overhead power lines. Con Ed may be shutting down power in parts of lower Manhattan and southern Brooklyn, and Con Ed has been doing outreach to its customers. You may have received a phone call about this. Kevin Burke's going to update us in a couple of minutes. This is a preventive measure to protect their equipment from serious damage. It's a similar kind of thing to what the MTA did very intelligently of moving their equipment out of harm's way.
Talk about the crane.
It may mean we don't have the service of that equipment for a longer period of time, but it also means that when the storm is over, we can recover quickly. And if equipment is damaged, whether it's transportation equipment or power equipment, it can take days, weeks, even months to repair. We don't want that. And this time, I think we have taken all the appropriate steps.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor the mayor of New York City, Mayor Michael Bloomberg. He's briefing reporters on what's going on in New York right now. We'll continue to watch and see what he has to say. As you know, that crane that collapsed on West 57th Street is hanging precariously right now. There you see it right there on the street below. Emergency personnel have gotten together. The Parker Meridian Hotel near that collapsed crane has now been evacuated. We'll have a full report from New York momentarily. We're also going to Connecticut that is beginning right now to feel the brunt of this storm, only beginning. Stand by. Much more of our coverage right after this. In Connecticut, a high tide could rise up to 11 feet above normal in just a matter of hours. A number, the governor says, has the potential to cause, quote, unprecedented damage. CNN's David Mattingly is joining us from there right now. David, you're near the Connecticut River, the Long Island Sound. Flooding, obviously, a major concern. What else are the residents worried about?
Well, Wolf, take a look around me. This water is just the beginning of what we're expecting to see tonight You were saying the state officials here predicting a storm surge of up to 11 feet. But just to the west of me is the Connecticut River. Behind me is Long Island Sound. That's just behind those houses back there on the dunes. I'm more than a block away from the ocean right here, and you can see what's happening right now. State officials are worried that this is going to be a very long night. They're predicting 50 to 60 mile per hour sustained winds until about 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's going to continue to push this water onto shore. We just passed a low tide not too long ago, so this water is now going to steadily rise all through the night, and everyone wondering just how high it's going to go. Shelters have opened up not far from here. We talked to some people, a couple of hundred people were in that particular shelter. This is a very agonizing time for them to sit there and wait. They might be dry, they might be safe, but they don't know what they might be coming home to. Listen. What are you worried about when you go back there? What do you think might be happening?
Well, definitely tonight we'll have water in our family room for the first time ever. And I'm sure we will. Just because Irene, as high as the water as Irene got, this is going to be even higher.
What we're looking at here is part of the storm surge, just the beginning of the storm surge that's supposed to come ashore here in Connecticut. Also, you can see the wind whipping around me here. They're looking at problems with unknown numbers of people possibly being out of electricity tonight. Already, we're up to about 80,000 in the dark. That number's going up every quarter hour. Wolf?
Are people being evacuated from the areas around you right now, David?
Well, the word went out very early here. People who live along the coast here had experience with Hurricane Irene. They knew that if they were going to be vulnerable then, that they were going to be vulnerable now. So a lot of ghost towns along the coast here in Connecticut, people heeding those warnings, going to higher ground, going inland to take shelter. So right now, we're not seeing a lot of activity except for the water that continues to rise. Wolf?
And I assume people are bracing for a lot worse, not only over the next few hours, but over the next day or two.
Well, just imagine what's going on right now. A little over an hour ago, this water was just barely ankle deep. You can see how much it's come up in just the last hour. We're looking at sustained 50 to 60 mile per hour winds continuing to push this water onto shore until about 3 o'clock in the morning. How long it's going to stay here after that is anybody's guess, but combine that with the damage from the winds, putting so many people out of electricity, this is going to be a very long event. Last time with Hurricane Irene, it didn't take days to get everybody to have their lights back on, Wolf. It took weeks.
I see the flooding is pretty bad, but it doesn't look very windy, at least not now. I assume that's going to pick up as this hurricane makes landfall.
We're getting gusts here of about 40 to 50. Sustained winds, maybe about 20 to 30, but the wind is whipping and it is noticeably increasing as we go along. Again, state officials here are warning everyone that they're going to feel like they're going to be in the bullseye here from, they said, beginning at 3 o'clock this afternoon until 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's 12 hours of deteriorating and severe conditions that they're warning people to be prepared for.
David Mattingly in Connecticut for us, watching what's going on. David, we'll stay in close touch with you. We're also going to check back in with our severe weather meteorologist, Chad Myers. He's got the latest forecast, the latest information on where Hurricane Sandy is moving right now. Also, a terrifying real-life drama and a dangerous rescue operation for crew members of a tall ship that was used in adventure films. There will be a news conference coming up in a few minutes. And you're in the Situation Room happening now. Breaking news. An historic storm is about to make landfall. Hurricane Sandy taking direct aim at southern New Jersey right now. Tens of millions of people are feeling the impact, including flooding that will only get worse in the coming hours and days. We have not only have our correspondents, but we also have our CNN reporters sending us images of this disaster as it happens. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. You're in the Situation Room.
is CNN Breaking News.
The breaking news this hour, Hurricane Sandy closing in on southern New Jersey will make landfall very, very soon. The impact and the danger stretch far beyond, though. Some 60 million people in the United States are going to feel the storm's impact. 23 states are under wind warnings or advisories right now. We've deployed all of our breaking news resources. CNN correspondents are in key locations across the Northeast part of the United States. Many of them are out in the storm. They're bringing us the story as it unfolds. Let's begin with our own severe weather expert, our meteorologist, Chad Myers. He's tracking Sandy from the CNN Hurricane Center in Atlanta. Chad, what's the latest?
Very close to Cape May, New Jersey right now, Wolf. And what's happening as it gets closer to land, or really makes landfall very, very soon, is that the wind direction is about to change for our reporters and about to change for New York City. And when that wind shifts, because it's on this side of the eye, rather than this, what they've had all day, that means that water is going to start to surge into New York Harbor. That surge is going to get into Long Island Sound. We're already seeing up near Kings Point, not that far from LaGuardia, numbers 9 and 8 feet above where we should be, and we're at low tide. Another 5 feet to go on top of that, and maybe more surge. You start to push the water from where Lady Liberty is, that's New York Harbor. You start to push that up the East River, and then you start to push the water down the East River from the Long Island Sound, and that clash, that crashing of water will only lead to extensive flooding there from Queens and Brooklyn, and then on the east side of Manhattan, as that water has nowhere to go but up. Wolf?
It's continuing. It's not just going to continue for a few hours, I should say, Chad. It's going to continue this disaster for a few days.
That's correct. And even though it picked up speed, we talked to Dr. Nab from the Hurricane Center. And yes, it will come on shore rather quickly tonight, and that will affect Wilmington, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and D.C., where your highest winds will be before midnight or even at midnight. And the ground is very wet. It's been raining all day. Trees will begin to come down with wind gusts at least 80 miles per hour. Then, Wolf, it literally stops. It doesn't go anywhere for the next 24 hours, and that rain will continue. And in some spots on the backside, the snow will continue. We will easily have 4 feet of snow in some of these spots. And all the way through here, parts of Virginia and West Virginia, not only snow, but because there's wind, there are blizzard warnings going on. It's just an incredible length and breadth of this storm. You could see sleet, you could see rain, you could see obviously the wind anytime the storms come through. And if you're on the backside, even Ohio, maybe western Pennsylvania, you will see snow. Wolf?
Stand by, Chad. I want to go to New Jersey right now. Facing a direct hit from Hurricane Sandy, Ali Velshi is standing by in Atlantic City. We want to go to him in a moment, but let's begin with in Asbury Park, also in New Jersey. CNN's Anderson Cooper is there as well. Anderson, you've seen plenty of these storms. How does this one, at least so far, compare?
Well, I got to say, Will, I mean, it's really not as strong a storm in terms of categories that we've seen. You know, we've seen Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4 storms, and the whole country has watched that as well. So I think some folks, maybe in other parts of the country who have been through some storms that are you know, have higher wind speeds are going to be saying it's not so bad. But I think for people who have not been through one of these storms, it certainly is a very serious situation here in Asbury Park. This is obviously along the coast. It's a mandatory evacuation area. There's still electricity, still power in this area, and most of the hotels along the boardwalk, everything is boarded up. You don't see people now kind of wandering around, which we did see earlier in the day. But as you say, it's supposed to make landfall here about maybe an hour or so from now, further south, somewhere between Atlantic City and Cape May, New Jersey. But in Asbury Park here, the water along the boardwalk, the ocean has been just eating away, eroding away the beach. For the first time, just about 10 minutes ago, we saw water actually going over the boardwalk, going out on the road, which goes by the boardwalk. We're going to walk down there in just a little bit. So it's a serious situation here. But again, I think it's more the length with which this storm is going to stay over this area, and the amount of the lengthy sustained winds are going to be blowing for, bringing a lot of that surge, a lot of that flooding in. I think we're really just begun to see it here, Wolf.
Anderson's going to have a lot more, obviously, coming up on his show, AC 360, 8 p.m. Eastern. Anderson, Thanks very much. Kate Baldwin is here. She's helping us cover this disaster as well, Kate.
I mean, amazing, just the size of this thing. Let's stay in New Jersey for a moment, where CNN's Ali Velshi, he's in Atlantic City. Ali, we've been coming to you throughout the hours, and you have been blown around quite a bit. What are you seeing now? I understand the citywide curfew is just set in, yes?
Curfew is underway right now. You are not to be on the streets of Atlantic City. It is against the law now. There's a complete travel ban. If you are not an emergency crew, if you're not covering this, you see this emergency vehicle coming up right next to me. That's all we're seeing. National Guard just drove by. They are enforcing this curfew. If anybody's in their houses now, we got some conflicting information in New Jersey. Obviously, at this point, nobody should be moving. But the governor of New Jersey, just moments ago on your show, was saying he's disappointed that some people didn't take that warning too seriously. The street I am on, look at it. It is a river. It's absolutely a river right now, all the way down the street. All major electrical power is out in this part of New Jersey. The lights you are seeing are auxiliary. There's a green light all the way down the street. Just turned yellow. That is where the ocean starts. The ocean is just beyond that. That's the Atlantic City boardwalk. The winds have picked up dramatically in the last 20 minutes or so since I've talked to you. All I'm seeing now are emergency vehicles, police vehicles, and National Guard, as well as utilities, who are out here making sure there's nobody on the streets. I just saw a pickup truck about half an hour ago. In the open back of the pickup truck were parents and two very young children. They weren't even wearing anything protective. Obviously, they're being rescued, but Chris Christie, the mayor of New Jersey, says if you're not out now, hunker down. We're not getting you until first light in the morning. The flooding is getting worse and worse with every minute I'm standing here. We are standing about 7 feet above sea level. The water's probably about a foot up now. We're expecting the crest to be 9.5 feet, the surge to be 9.5 feet, which means we're probably going to get another 1.5 feet of water. Anything below ground level in Atlantic City is going to get flooded. It is unbelievable now to just look down this street, this intersection. It is just all water all around me right now in Atlantic City, Kate.
Ali, no surprise, it's getting harder and harder to hear you as the winds, it sounds like just the sustained winds are stronger and stronger. As you've been out there for hours now, what's the biggest difference? Is it just the fact that it's now not gusting as much, it's stronger, sustained winds that you're dealing with?
Yes. That's absolutely right. It's sustained wind. We're getting small breaks from it, but it's sustained. It used to be that we'd be getting gusts with big breaks in between. There's far less rain right now than there has been for the last several hours. The rain is actually relatively light. The wind has picked up quite dramatically, but the biggest change, Kate, is the increase in the level of the water. Just in the last few minutes, it's probably come up another inch or inch and a half. There's a lot of water here. As I said, I am not far from the ocean. It's 6 blocks behind me, perhaps. There's water all over the streets of downtown New Jersey. The wind is substantially stronger, but you're right, that's the distinction. It is sustained, and it's flooding quite seriously, Kate.
You know, Ali, hold on a minute, because Chad Myers is watching what's going on as well. Chad, I know you want to ask Ali a question. He's right in the middle of this storm. It's about to make landfall around Atlantic City in New Jersey. Go ahead, Chad.
Ali, as it makes landfall, your winds will shift direction, no longer from the north or the northeast, but from the east. Are you feeling that change yet?
Yeah, well, as you mentioned earlier, Chad, one of the important things about where I am in downtown New Jersey, it's unlike much of the rest of this part of the coast, it's quite built up. These are big buildings around me, right? I've got a Sheraton Hotel right next to me. I've got the Convention Center behind our camera. I've got Bally's over there. We've got Caesars over there. So there's an unusual wind tunnel going on around here. The direction of the wind is not as clear as it's been. All it is that there's a heavy wind. Look, that's the ocean behind me. So that's east. That's north. Right now, I'm just sort of feeling I know you're saying there's not a lot of convection. There's a lot of convection right around me.
That you mean the wind, or you actually mean rain coming out of the sky?
No, I actually mean wind. The rain has actually, it's lightened up quite a bit. There's not a whole lot of rain right now. There's a lot of wind, and this water is coming up very quickly.
You know, Allie, Kate and I are here. We're watching what's going on. It's now almost 6:10 p.m. on the East Coast. That curfew in Atlantic City has gone into effect. You see anybody out there other than authorities, other than police?
No, you'll see as I'm standing here, you'll see vehicles. There's one right coming up to the camera now. That's fire department. Police are here, state police and Atlantic City police, as well as National Guard. Those are the only vehicles we're seeing out here right now. Everybody else is gone. You know, an hour ago, there were a couple guys doing a little dance in their swimsuits behind me. By the way, they wouldn't be any wetter than I am right now. I might as well just be wearing very little. It's completely soaking. But no, that's all gone. That's all over. Everybody's inside and hunkered down.
And Allie, also, I think one of the biggest well, there are many big differences of this hurricane versus others, but also the time of year. It must be freezing out there.
Yeah, it was a lot colder actually earlier today. It's kind of warmed up. It certainly doesn't feel like a Gulf Coast hurricane where you're not worried about cold. There's a chill. I heard one of the other reporters telling me there's a bit of a chill. Obviously, being soaking wet doesn't help, but it's colder and there's a cold air. But it's not as cold as it felt both earlier today and last night. It's not a wintry cold, but the combination of the wind and the rain. You know, I'll enjoy a hot chocolate a little later on when I get my hands on one.
Yeah, you get some hot chocolate. You get a lot more than that. All right, guys. Thanks very much, Allie and Chad, doing excellent reporting for us. We have big news about the search for survivors from the sinking of the HMS Bounty. You're going to find out what happened. That's coming up. We're following the breaking news here in the United States. Take a look at this, a partial collapse of a construction crane high above Manhattan. You can see the arm of the crane dangling over West 57th Street between 6th and 7th. Wind in New York City about 60 miles an hour when it happened, but it's not clear yet if that was the precise cause of what's going on. Regardless, part of the street has been closed. Several nearby buildings, including the Parker Meridian Hotel, have been evacuated. We're watching New York City very, very closely right now. Kate Baldwin is checking what's going on. She's outside here in Washington. But let me go to Brian Todd right now. He's in Rehoboth, Delaware, where he's interviewed the governor in Delaware. It's pretty bad as well, Brian.
It is, Wolf, and I'm going to show you what they're worried about right now. They're worried about high tide. The second high tide of the day is approaching, and the surf here getting much, much more violent. Look at this wave coming in here. This has been typical for the last couple of hours. The surf coming right up to where I am. They are really worried about beach erosion here, and the surf getting much, much closer to the boardwalk and to the hotels and businesses around here. They replenished this beach earlier this year, built the beach out about 300 feet toward the ocean. Right now, they say that is saving these businesses, hotels, residents, but they are worried that the beach may not hold out and that the boardwalk may be compromised. You mentioned Governor Jack Markell. I spoke with him just a short time ago about what he's worried about for the entire state. Take a listen.
My biggest worry is actually the loss of power, which I think is going to increase significantly over the next several hours, and the fact that it could take, a week or more before a lot of people get their power back on.
What are you being told about that right now? I mean, as far as numbers, as far as just what the storm is doing to power systems?
Well, there are thousands already that are out. I mean, it's increased a lot just over the last few hours. And the fact that this storm is going to stick around, the fact that the winds are so high, and the fact that the power companies can't put their own people out in the trucks, if it's above 35 miles an hour or so, we're going to have that 35 miles an hour for a while. So they're not going to be able to repair a lot of the power that's down.
And we can feel that wind kicking up right now. The governor's so worried about it. It's going to be worse in the overnight hours. Storm surge bringing the storm up here. It's also bringing storm surge from the bays and inlets behind us to the west that come up behind the ocean here. So they're getting hit from both sides with storm surge and, of course, with a lot of rainwater. Kate, back to you.
Thank you, Brian. Wolf, I'm standing just a few steps away from you in the cozy studio. We're out here up on the 11th floor, and you can just take a look at what we're seeing here in Washington, D.C. The wind is quite gusty. We're fortunately protected on this balcony, but just take a look if we can. Jay McMichael panning around, you can see these flags are absolutely whipping to the point of that they are shredding, and it's a really drenching, wet, cold rain that's coming down 8th Street below us. Very few cars on the road, probably smart at this point, and you can just see sheets of rain gusting through. The winds, obviously a huge problem and going to be here in the district. As you can see, these flags are absolutely shredding, and it is not very warm out here as well. Wolf, I'll be back in there in a second.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, be careful out there. I want all of our reporters outside to be very, very careful. They're experienced. They know what they're doing. We'll take a quick break. The director of the National Hurricane Center is standing by to update us on what is going on in the United States right now. Hurricane Sandy is about to make landfall, but that only marks the beginning of a new phase, maybe even a more dangerous phase of this weather disaster, and it's going to continue to play out over the coming days as Sandy moves inland. Let's get the latest from the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center, Ed Rappaport, who's joining us. Ed, thanks very much. What areas are in most danger in the next hour?
In the next hour, it's actually the same as the next 12 hours, will be the coastline from New Jersey northward over to Connecticut, where we're expecting to see a very high storm surge. And in fact, at this point, it's already a 10-foot storm surge at Kings Point, 7 feet down in New Jersey, 4 feet in Delaware. And some of these surges are not occurring at high tide, which will be coming in a few more hours. So the absolute level of the water will be increasing even further there.
We know that this storm is already deadly in the Caribbean. What do we expect here in the United States?
Again, for the next 12 to 24 hours, our most serious concern will be the storm surge along the coast. After that, after the center moves inland and most of the weather begins to clear the coast, then we have considerable concern for very heavy and prolonged rainfall, which will cause flooding inland, pretty much in this area from Pennsylvania on down through New Jersey again. We're looking for as much as 10 inches of rain there, and again, serious flooding.
And serious winds. Kate Baldwin's here with us. She has a question for you, Ed, as well.
I think the biggest question right now is for many residents watching as they hopefully still have powers. What's your best advice? Because as the hours continue, many people will think that the danger has passed and they can probably go along their evening and their daily lives. What is the best advice you have? As I'm still feeling these gusts, I'm standing outside on our balcony here at CNN. What's the best advice you have for residents?
Really, there are two different issues. Again, one is if you're on the coast. If you're on the coast, the center is just now coming ashore. That's this blue area here. So we're not even quite at the halfway point for those on the coast. The biggest risk, again, is going to be just north of where the center is, as we mentioned, for that very high storm surge with waves on top. The other risk is going to be for those people who are further inland. We don't want to forget about that, where there will be freshwater flooding from the heavy rain. But that's going to be mainly over the next day or two, whereas the coastal effects will be the next 12 to 24 hours.
Ed Rappaport, we'll stay in close touch with you. Thanks very much. Thanks for all the good work that the National Hurricane Center is doing as well. We're going to New Jersey, where the high water and the winds are dramatic. Stay with us. It's a monstrous storm which has brutally pounded much of the eastern seaboard. Now Hurricane Sandy is about to come ashore. New Jersey facing a direct hit. Parts of Atlantic City already way underwater. But the storm force winds extend almost 1,000 miles. Some coastal towns have been evacuated. Major cities are virtually shut down. Atlantic City has a curfew. New York City is bracing for a major blow as well, which could include disastrous flooding. More than 1.5 million customers are now without power in 11 states. That number expected to soar in the coming hours, indeed in the coming days. Hurricane Sandy is just off Atlantic City in New Jersey right now. People there are feeling the impact. Joining us now is Montgomery Dom. He owns a restaurant attached to the Sheraton Hotel in Atlantic City. Tell us what's going on, Monty, right now.
Well, right now we're getting a lot of flooding next to the convention center and up the steps to my restaurant, the Ton Tavern. It's getting very bad right now. So it looks like the storm surge is coming in now.
And this is video that you sent us, Monty, that we're showing our viewers right now. Give us a little sense of how this has evolved over the past few hours.
Well, earlier this morning, you know, we had the water just did not leave, and it just stayed there. And when we got the high tide, I'm not seeing the pictures now, but when we got the high tide, it was just tremendous. You know, we had about 3.5 to 4 feet of water in my personal house on the harbor, and you know, the docks are going to come over the piles, you know, which boats are attached, and that happened already earlier. And you know, with this new surge and the new high tide, I think it's going to be, you know, 10 times as worse.
Yeah, we see your house over there as well. Kate Baldwin is with us, Monty. She has a question for you as well.
Hi there, Monty. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're calling from your business. Is there flooding there? As a small business owner that's seeing all of this wind, this water, and the damage that could be coming your way, and has already probably been sustained in many businesses around you, how worried are you?
Oh, I'm very concerned. We're actually open. We're servicing and we're connected to the connection center in the Sheridan, like I said, and we're open. We're providing services to all the emergency, you know, personnel, all the first responders, Atlantic City Police Department, Atlantic City Fire Department, and your news crew, actually. But we lost the electricity, but we were prepared for that, and we already have, you know, heated up food, and you know, we have little burners there. But it's tough. And we have probably right now about 150 people in the restaurant because there's nowhere to go. You can't get out into Atlantic City right now.
Well, there's a curfew underway, but you have a generator over there at your restaurant? Is that what you're saying, Monty?
We have a backup 12-hour generator, but it's limited in our lights. It's very dark in here.
So the only people who are coming to your restaurant right now are emergency personnel because there's a curfew in place in Atlantic City, and regular civilians, they're not supposed to be on the streets.
They're not anywhere. They're hopefully in their houses or somewhere else.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anything like this before, Monty?
I've been down here for about 16 years, and it's shocking what I'm looking at now. It's unbelievable. I mean, there's cars that are they're completely underwater. In some of the places that you would never believe that there would be water.
Kate has another question. Go ahead, Kate.
And I believe my producers told me that your children, fortunately, evacuated a couple days ago. Is that right? Did you send them away?
That's correct. My whole family is in deeper part of Pennsylvania.
So my question is, what makes you stay when you know this is coming, and you know that Atlantic City is now under this curfew, and that there's some real damage, and it's a massive storm? What is keeping you there?
Well, I think, you know, we have to serve, you know, our men and women, you know, in the line of fire here. We have to support them, and that's what we're trying to do. You know, they're putting their lives on the line for us, so let's help them out. You know, otherwise they won't be fed, and they'd be on their own. Well, good. I think I'm the only restaurant open in Atlantic City, I would guess. Well, good luck, and thanks for all the good work you're doing. Montgomery Dom is joining us from Atlantic City. Thanks for sending us the video as well. Meanwhile, a desperate life-or-death drama for the crew of a tall ship used in classic adventure films. The HMS Bounty ran into powerful winds, 18-foot waves that led to a difficult Coast Guard rescue operation. Now there's been a stunning new development. CNN's George Howell is joining us from Elizabeth City in North Carolina right now. George, new developments in the last few minutes. What have you learned?
Wolf, good evening. We just got a late briefing here at the U.S. Coast Guard office. They released the names of the 14 survivors of the HMS Bounty, but they also gave us an update, Wolf, on the 2 crew members who've been unaccounted for. We know that 42-year-old Claudine Christian, within the last few hours, was recovered from the Atlantic and is currently being rushed to the hospital. Last we've been told from the U.S. Coast Guard, unresponsive. And right now there is a search that continues for Robin Walbridge. He is the 63-year-old captain of this ship. That search continues out in the Atlantic. And Wolf, when you see the video that we just got from the Coast Guard, you get an idea of exactly what they were dealing with. Again, hovering very low to the ocean, these waves crashing to the left and right, waves that could have brought the helicopters down. let's take you back to the timeline. 6:30 yesterday, that's when this ship sent out a distress call, lost propulsion, and was taking on more water than the pumps could get out. So the crew expected that they would be able to stay in the ship, but would have to abandon ship at 8 a.m. this morning. But it turns out they had to get out of that ship, get off the ship much sooner, 4 a.m., and that's when you see these rescues. These helicopters came into play, plucking people out of the ocean one at a time. Again, 14 survivors. I spoke to two people who you see on that helicopter, the person who hoists the people up, and also the rescue swimmer who went down there to find the survivors, and they themselves were thankful that they were able to make the rescues that they did. Take a listen.
The first guy we pulled up, he was really happy to see us, that's for sure. We got him up there and he's all excited and saying it's a good job and everything was great, so he was just a little cold, but he was good to go.
I mean, it feels good that you assisted lives, and I'm sure they'll look back on it and they'll remember what happened.
D-Days like today is what you've been training for. You know, it's what you want to do. So when you get a chance to go out and do it, you thrive. Just try to go out there and do your best.
So again, the search continues for the ship's captain, Robin Walbridge, and again, we know that Claudine Christian rushed to the hospital at this hour, currently unresponsive. Wolf.
George Howell with a dramatic story for us. George, thanks for that update. Meanwhile, we're going to get another update, an update on that crane dangling dangerously in New York City right now. Stay with us. Lots of breaking news unfolding.
The warnings could hardly be more dire, but some people are still refusing to evacuate in certain very dangerous areas. CNN's Jason Carroll is talking to some of them. He's on Long Island in the town of Lindenhurst. Jason, the street you're on is under mandatory evacuation, I believe so. Did most people leave?
No, take a look right behind me, right over here. If you look very quickly, Steve, take a look at this right here. You can see some of the folks are just now heeding that warning, now just packing up their bags and heading out now, even at this very late hour. The person that you're seeing over there, we're going to talk to her in just a moment. Her brother lives in one of these houses down a street. I say street because I know it doesn't look like a street. It looks more like a canal. In this area of Lindenhurst, Kate, is actually checkered with canals, but a lot of the streets have turned into canals. They are flooded like this. We've been out here all day long. Earlier, just to give you some perspective, I was down where that first light is that you see now. It's now too dangerous, too deep for me to be down there at this point, so we've had to move up. Behind me here, behind my photographer, Steve, is the Montauk Highway, and it has breached at this point. There are several areas throughout this community in the South Shore where the Montauk Highway has breached. This is just one of them. I am told by residents who have lived here for years that this is an extremely rare occurrence. Some cannot remember the last time the Montauk Highway has been breached and flooded like what we are seeing here. This is an area under a mandatory evacuation, but as you say, some residents still not doing that, at least not yet. They're waiting until the very last possible moment. Joining me right now is Diane Howe. Diane, I know your brother is in one of the homes down here. You were saying to me earlier, you warned your brother, get out, get out. Now he's finally listening to what you had to say.
Yes, he finally listened. He actually called me up and told me, all right, come and help me get out of here. And this is the end result. We have to walk in high, thigh deep water.
Okay, you're going to go help them. Who's this coming up? Do you know these?
That's my brother's girlfriend and mother-in-law.
Okay. Does she need help coming up here? This is... this right here is one of the members of our crew. This is just sort of happening, as you can see, Kate. She's being helped out of her home here, helped out of this area. You guys okay?
We're fine.
You're all right?
It's only up to the screen door.
Okay.
And this is the first time. We've been living here since 1960, actually 1971.
Okay.
And we never seen this like this.
Well, I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad you finally heeded the warning and decided to get out.
Actually, I was really planning on staying. But when we saw this was just an hour ago, no, we're leaving.
Well, I'm glad you're finally deciding to get out. Thank you. Just to give you some more perspective on...
I just lost audio. Have Wolf do it. Wolf, I'm going to send it back to you.
Stand by for a moment, everyone. We just lost our connection with Lindenhurst, Long Island. That's where Jason Carroll has been reporting. We'll get back to Kate in a moment. Chad Myers is joining us from the CNN Hurricane Center. What's the latest on where this hurricane is moving?
Yeah, I think the Lindenhurst, Long Island Sound flooding is going to be probably the most dramatic that we've seen in a very long time. I'm seeing Kings Point at already 11 feet, the Battery now at 7 feet above where it should be right now, and high tide still about an hour and a half away or so. The water is piling up here on Long Island on the south side and also into Long Island Sound. The water is going to try to come down from the Sound and down the East River, as it usually does, as the tides flow back and forth. The East River actually flows both directions, depending on the time of day. But the water is getting piled up here at the Battery already. There'll be no place for that water to go. There'll be no East River to go down because there'll be water going up the East River at the same time. That collision will be where tremendous flooding is going to occur. And we're talking about areas just to the north and east of LaGuardia. I mean, that's where all this water just can't go anywhere else. Kings Point is the location where we have at least some indication, because that's where the buoy is, that's where the level is. But there's going to be tremendous flooding all along the Sound, from Mystic all the way to the east here in the Sound, because the water simply, Wolf, can't get out.
Chad, stand by. We have a lot more to discuss. As dangerous as the flooding is, it's the hurricane force winds that could last for hours and hours. More of the breaking news coverage right after this.
CNN's coverage of Hurricane Sandy continues at the top of the hour with Aaron Burnett out front. Aaron's out on the streets of New York, where it's been pretty bad today, and it sounds pretty bad right now. Aaron, exactly where are you?
Kate, right now we're actually standing down in Battery Park City, which is part of the city has been evacuated. And as you can see right now, gusts are coming through here. And part of the reason my eyes are shutting is it's sort of like little pieces of rock is what the wind feels like with how fast these gusts are. Part of the reason why this area is evacuated is because it sits on a landfill, and I want to show you all the water because we're not quite at high tide right now. When we get at high tide, this is going to come right over the edge here. This will be a record for this area. A record storm surge here is about 10.5 feet for this area, and right now the National Weather Service is telling us they expect that it'll go at 12 feet or perhaps beyond. It's pretty incredible when you look at the superstorm. Look at New York in so many ways, the capital of the world, certainly of the world's financial system. We're just a few blocks away here from the New York Stock Exchange, as well as from the World Trade Center site. And of course, this is the first time since September 11th that the New York Stock Exchange closed voluntarily, and they're going to be closed for 2 days. So right now, in a brief moment of calm, I'm going to pass it back to you all, but there are moments here where we literally have been running 10 and 15 feet down the path here just because the gusts have come through so fast and furious. Back to you.
All right, more coverage of Hurricane Sandy coming up at the top of the hour with Aaron Burnett out front. We'll be sure to watch that. Aaron, thanks so much. Wolf, back to you.
Thanks very much. I want to go to Piers Morgan right now. Piers, you're in New York City. You're not very far from West 57th Street. There's a high-rise building going up. It's called 157, and there's a crane. There's pictures of this crane that is now dangling as a result of, I assume, the high winds that forced this crane to be dangling so precariously right now. You can see what's going on. You're not very far away.
No, actually, I heard it happen. I was in my office at the CNN headquarters at Time Warner here, the New York headquarters, and there was a massive bang, like a thunderclap, and we all raced to the windows, and you could see that this crane had effectively buckled in half and was now dangling very dangerously on the side of this building. As you may know, it's going to be the tallest residential building in New York. So you're talking about a big skyscraper. And this crane is now, you can see the pictures on screen. I'm looking at them straight out of my office window. This is a dangerous situation because this is clearly a buckled crane. You clearly have the bigger part of the storm to come, the eye of the storm, if you like. If the hurricane force winds were to take that dismantled crane now, they could blow it anywhere, and you're talking about a very dense part of Manhattan. I know they've already evacuated, I think, the Parker Meridian Hotel and other buildings around there, but it's a pretty dangerous situation.
It's on 57th Street between 6th and 7th, and as you say, it's not very far away from Columbus Circle and the Time Warner Center. There's a lot of emergency personnel on the ground. They're watching. Is there anything that authorities can do to deal with this crisis?
I think that's the problem. I'm not sure that there is. I mean, it seems to me that they've had a lot of warning on this, and Mayor Bloomberg said earlier today that he believed that all the cranes in the city had been properly tied down, but he did say that depending on how extreme the weather got, you know, nature may take its course and some of these could blow. Well, that's exactly what's happened, but it's happened on the tallest residential building in the city, which is clearly a potential disaster depending on what now happens. Now, I don't know what's going on right at the ground there, but I can tell you from where I'm looking, there's nobody up there because clearly it's far too dangerous for them to get up there. Also, the building itself is covered in glass. If this buckled crane was to smash back into the glass, or if it was taken by the wind and driven to another building, you could see a potential very serious situation. So it's a big problem, and I'd imagine it's the last thing the security people in the city are wanting to deal with, but they're going to have to because there are lots of buildings around there, and I'm looking at it right now out of my office window. It is dangling, not by a thread because you're talking about metal, but I saw a tweet from Donald Trump, who's a bit of an expert in skyscrapers, saying earlier that he could see that the weight provision was lying in a very dangerous way now for this crane, and he wanted someone to take urgent action. The question, Wolf, what action do you take? No one can get up there. No one can really do very much. All you can do is prepare for any eventuality if it snaps off, and there's got to be, looking at these pictures, a very big chance of that happening tonight.
This skyscraper, by the way, under construction, one of its penthouses recently sold, according to the New York Times, for $90 million. 157 skyscraper under construction. I know, Piers, you're going to have a lot more on this coming up 9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Piers will be live from New York City. We're watching it together with you. Thanks, Piers, very much. Our special coverage right here in the Situation Room will continue in a minute.
Let's take a look at some of the powerful photos coming in from across the East Coast. First, in Massachusetts, waves crash over a road as Hurricane Sandy comes up the coast. Also in Maryland, a CNN reporter captures a photo of empty food shelves in a Walmart. And in New York, a large water bag protects the entrance of a Starbucks from flooding. And in New Jersey, a CNN reporter captures crews trying to drain flooded streets. Just some of the memorable images as Hurricane Sandy comes ashore and makes her presence known, that's for sure, Wolf.
Certainly is. And covering a hurricane like Sandy certainly can be a tough assignment for reporters. Here's CNN's Ginny Mose.
In a hurricane, they act as human weather balloons.
That's a wind gust right there. Well, that's a wind gust.
Weather balloons tethered to whatever they can clutch. Sometimes somebody clutches them.
These are probably I've got the Nassau County Sheriff holding me onto the boardwalk.
Some were literally covered with Hurricane Sandy.
Yeah, I'm going to let you kind of take some of the sand off of your face there.
Somehow some sand got in my mouth.
But that was the least of their problems.
Hey, Rick, get to safer ground.
Go ahead and get back behind the building. I don't want you blown away.
Or worse, washed away.
Timing those waves out, watching that water move in. He's been in these situations a lot, by the way.
Right. Another rogue wave got a CBS team.
Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Hey, guys. Whoa.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Meanwhile, beach erosion swallowed a Fox reporter's foot.
Does not look good. Oh, excuse me. Oh, it looks like the sandy walkway out to the beach. It's actually got my boots stuck.
Oh, my gosh.
CNN's Jason Carroll stumbled on a scuba diver prepared for flooding near his house.
And if I have to get out, I have scuba gear, I have surfboards, I have a kayak.
Some who boarded up left defiant messages to the storm, comparing her to Hurricane Irene. Hey, Sandy, Irene left her panties here. Come try 'em on. But reporters weren't so full of bravado when the wind left a crane dangling over Manhattan.
I don't mean to sound, chicken about this, but as soon as we saw this and we saw it dangling, we started running from 57.
Hurricanes and high-rises don't mix.
We just had some glass breaking out here. We just had glass breaking.
For some, it was just an excuse to horse around behind a reporter.
Don't go out. You probably can't get out of Atlantic City anyway.
Or even dress up like a horse.
There's a shirtless man jogging wearing a horse
mask.
The hurricane horse later tweeted out a picture of himself, but reporters usually don't appreciate pranksters behind their backs.
Big guy there, he can go talk to the people who lose their homes.
From a fake horse to a real deer, WNBC reports this one was rescued after suffering a broken leg. Imagine getting that deer in the headlights look from a deer in the surf. Ginny Mo, CNN, New York.
Kate, I'm inside the Situation Room. You're outside on the balcony right now. What's the latest here in the nation's capital?
I definitely don't have it nearly as bad as those reporters in Jeannie Moses' piece, but you can see Jay McMichael, our photojournalist, will show you this really awe-inspiring image of the U.S. Capitol, and you can see the American flag right in front of it, Wolf, absolutely whipping in the wind. I mean, it is a drenching, cold rain and sheets of rain just whipping through the streets. It's definitely not warm out here either. So Hurricane Sandy is making her presence known here in D.C. as well as all along the East Coast. As you know, Wolf, some 60 million people could be affected by this.
And that's a live picture of Atlantic City. Our own Ali Velshi is going to have a lot more coming up. Stay with CNN throughout the night. We're watching all angles as only CNN can. We'll have complete coverage. You can always follow the latest on Hurricane Sandy.